In a dilapidated shack in the South China Sea, three boys were on the brink of starvation. Kid, Kira, I'm about to starve. The dark-haired boy, Dia, weakly exclaimed, his tattered clothing failing to conceal his frail limbs, while his shoes revealed his toes. It's your fault. You devoured all the food we had saved yesterday. Kid, the red-haired boy, shouted furiously, pointing towards the door, get out of my house right now. Dia wobbled on his small stool, only for it to collapse with a loud crack, sending him crashing to the ground. What kind of rubbish did you make? You made me fall. I've had enough. Kid was on the verge of exploding. Kira, the blonde, quickly intervened. Kid, let it go, Dia. There's no food today. Everything edible from the dump has already been scavenged. But I'm hungry. Dia lay on the floor, clutching his empty stomach, when suddenly his eyes lit up. Don't you know Victoria Estrianica? The last time she treated us, the food was exquisite. He sat up, saliva pooling in his mouth. Let's go ask her for another meal. Have you no shame? Kid roared. Last time she was thanking us for her help. Now you want to beg? I'd rather starve. Dia turned to Kira, who was typically the most gentle of the trio, yet this time. Kira furrowed his brow. How can we make such a request of her? Dia felt utterly dejected. Three half-grown boys, huddled in a ramshackle hut by a garbage heap, hunger making their heads spin. Would Drianica come to their aid? Would they manage to eat today? Most importantly, would Gia truly be cast out by Kid? When would their next meal arrive? Just this once, she's better off than we are. Gia continued to plead with Kira. Kira shook his head. Drianica has her struggles too, orphaned at a young age. Taken in by her aunt, she works at a restaurant, her wages claimed by her aunt. The money she spent on our last meal was her saved-up tips. Why bother explaining all this to him? Kid scoffed. This guy only knows how to eat and sleep, utterly shameless. He glared at Dia. Didn't you say that rotten fruit we found in the dump is worth $1 million belly? Sell it. What do you know? Dia shot back. That's a treasure. But just the three of us little ones, how can we safely get it to sell? Keep dreaming. Kid dismissed Hima's tensions threatened to escalate once more. Kira hastily shifted the conversation. Dia, what was that incident when you fell from the sky the other day? Dia looked up at the ceiling, a maturity beyond his years flickering across his youthful face. He came from Earth, a graduate from a 21st century college, burdened with debt from his sales job. After resigning to indulge in One Piece, an old, frayed wire had sparked, and he found himself transported here. He landed on a garbage mountain, where he was discovered by the childhood versions of Kid and Kira, and he had shamelessly convinced them to take him back to their shabby abode on the road. I stumbled upon a mysterious devil fruit, the type of which remains unknown to me, hesitant to consume it. What if it turned out to be a common type, like Chopper's human fruit, rendering me unable to swim and utterly useless? How unfortunate that would be. He carefully concealed the fruit. Kid and Killer were left in stunned silence. Could this fruit truly be worth 100 million? Was Jiam merely boasting? Would he dare to consume it? If he did, what abilities might he acquire? Most crucially, how were the three famished little ones to procure their next meal? Dia, are you all right? Killer inquired with concern as he noticed Dia lost in thought. I'm fine, just reminiscing about the past. Dia waved his hand dismissively. What could a shameless fellow like you possibly be troubled by? Kid retorted defiantly. Your foul mouth will surely land you in trouble one day. Dia made a face, causing Kid's cheeks to flush with anger. Turning to Killer, he said, my descent from the heavens was an unforeseen accident. The outcome remains uncertain. My homeland is far away. I shall never return in this lifetime. Killer nodded. Then let us cherish the present. Both Kid and I are orphans. Uncertain of what tomorrow holds, we should strive to make the most of each day. Famished and unable to bear it any longer, Dia joined them for the first time in scavenging at Garbage Mountain. If only there were roasted meat, he lamented weakly, poking through the refuse with a stick. Since my arrival in this world, my appetite has increased tremendously, my consumption now several times greater than before, and my strength has also grown considerably, all thanks to food. Hang in there, enduring hunger is the norm here, Killer encouraged nearby. The conversation of two adults wafted over. The Koff family is selling their niece to the One-Eyed Gang. The One-Eyed Gang is ruthless. That girl is doomed. Jeff furrowed his brow. Such occurrences were all too familiar to him. He had enough of his own troubles to attend to and was disinclined to intervene. Yet, Kid and Killer suddenly became agitated. Kid seized the adult, his countenance terrifying. Which family is selling their niece? Cough, cough, the man gasped as Kid gripped him tightly. Why was Kid so incensed? Could that niece be Druinaka? Would they dare to rescue her from the One-Eyed Gang's clutches? Could three starving little ones stand against the Mafia? Would Jill in hand? Kid held the frail man by the collar, squeezing until his face turned purple. His companion, panicked, shouted, "Let go. You're going to kill him." A crowd gathered around them, and Jill quickly pulled Kid back. Release him, he cannot speak. He turned to Killer, only to find the usually gentle Killer's face twisted with rage. Fixated on the man, Dia's heart sank. Could the girl in peril be? Kid released his grip, and the man collapsed to the ground. Gasping for air, Gia crouched down, his gaze icy. What is the name of the girl being sold? V. Victoria S. Drew and naked the man stammered in terror. Indeed, it was her. Kid and Kira turned and rushed toward the town, while Gia shouted, "Stop. Are you really going to walk into your doom? We must first ascertain the situation." The two halted, yet their resolve remained steadfast. Gia inquired further. Why does the Koff family intend to sell her? They need 500,000 belly for their son to apprentice in the city. If they cannot muster the sum, they resort to selling their niece. Understanding dawned upon Gia in this nation. Those of them from the garbage mountain were regarded as less than human. The townsfolk fared slightly better. Yet the opportunity to venture into the city was to be bartered with the life of a girl. Kid clenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale. Kira gritted his teeth, trembling all over to them. 500,000 belly was an astronomical figure. Must Victoria truly be sold to the ruthless one-eyed gang? Could three half-grown children devise a plan? Would Gia offer that fruit he claimed was worth 10 million belly? Most crucially, did they possess the audacity to storm the Koff residence to rescue her? In this land, the townspeople barely scraped by, devoid of any security. Being murdered went unnoticed. In contrast, those in the city enjoyed stable employment, safeguarded by soldiers, a dream for all. Thus, the Koff family, in their desperation for their son to apprentice in the city, callously resolved to sell their niece. Victoria, Kid, and Kira, armed with daggers, arrive at the Koff home just in time to witness Victoria being tugged by two men, her desperate grip on the doorframe accompanied by her cries. "Aunt, don't sell me. I can work for my keep, only eating a small bowl each day." Inside, the plump aunt stood with hands on her hips, scolding. "After raising you for so many years, what's wrong with sacrificing for your brother? You ungrateful wretch." Her husband cowered behind, too timid to look. "You're inhuman." Kid bellowed. "The one-eyed gang is hell incarnate. She gives you all her earnings from work. What do you think you are owed?" Dia approached, clutching the wooden box containing the devil fruit. His heart sinking. The one-eyed was over 3 meters tall, capable of killing an adult with a single punch. Accompanied by a dozen armed henchmen, Kid and Kira were risking their lives. Tears still streamed down Victoria's face as the two men pulled her with increasing ferocity. Kid tightened his grip on the dagger, while Kira crouched, as if ready to pounce. Dia hesitated, gazing at the fruit in the box. Was it truly a powerful fruit? Could the three of them possibly overpower the one-eyed gang? Would Victoria escape today? Most importantly, would Gia dare consume the devil fruit? Kid and Kira surged forward, pushing the two men aside, shielding Victoria. "While we are here, you shall not be sold." Kira comforted the tear-streaked girl. "Who do these little wretches think they are, meddling in my affairs?" The aunt retorted sharply. Victoria's cousin, growing anxious, reached out in an attempt to intervene, only to be seized by Kid and thrown harshly to the ground. "No one is to touch her." The two henchmen of the one-eyed obstructed their path. "She is our boss prize. She must be taken today. I am not a commodity." Victoria cried out, "Seek death." Two men drew their daggers and lunged forward. Kid and Kira deftly evaded their attack. Kid produced his own dagger and plunged it into one man's waist, blood gushing forth. "In an instant, I will kill you." The injured man screamed, lunging at Kid in a frenzy. Kira urgently turned to Drianica, exclaiming, "Run. Go find Dia. He will protect you. I want leave." Drianica shook her head defiantly. "What will happen to you if I go? We can fight. You can't assist us here. Hurry and find Dia." Kira shouted in desperation, needing to rush to aid Kid. Both adversaries were focused on him. Kid was forced to retreat repeatedly, narrowly avoiding a dagger that nearly struck his arm. Just as Kira dashed forward, the other uninjured man swung his dagger menacingly. Two children against two armed adults stood no chance. Drianica watched this scene unfold, tears streaming down her face. More fervently would she heed Kira's words and flee. Could Gia, armed with the devil fruit, arrive in time? Most critically, Kid's strike had thoroughly enraged their opponents. Would they survive to escape? "Are you okay?" Back to back with Kid, Kira looked at Kid, who was bleeding profusely, and asked worriedly, "I'm fine. Not dead yet. You sent Drya to find Gia, right? That's good. If we can't go back today, Gia is clever and should be able to avoid these people." Kid gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Although they always argued with Gia, Kid still believed that she could help them protect Drya. Without giving Kid and Kira much time to communicate, the two one-eyed subordinates lunged at them with daggers again, especially the guy who was stabbed by Kid. He was extremely mad and kept stabbing with his dagger. Kid and Kira managed to tangle with the two men, but even so, as kids, they were still physically weaker than two adults. After a while of fighting, they were running out of stamina, and it was becoming increasingly difficult for them to hold on. Cold sweat dripping from their small faces. Bang, bang. After a while, when their stamina was depleted, they were caught off guard and kicked away by the two men, flying a good distance. Hiss! The two fell to the ground, rubbing their chests where they were kicked, gasping for air. That kick made them feel like they were about to fall apart. Kid and Kira shivered continuously. They truly had no strength left to continue fighting, and they could hardly even stand up. You little brats, finally can't hold on anymore. The man who was stabbed by Kid approached with a dagger, a sinister smile on his face as he looked at Kid. Today I'm going to chop off your limbs one by one, then take you back and torture you slowly. The man, with a face full of malice, came before Kid and aimed a dagger at his ankle, ready to stab down. Kid, Kira, on the side, wanted to stand up to stop him, but in his weakened state, he couldn't do anything but shout anxiously. Kid didn't want to just sit there and wait for death. He wanted to fight back. After struggling to get up several times without success, he could only widen his eyes, staring fiercely at the man in front of him, his gaze full of defiance. Bang! However, just as the man's dagger was about to stab Kid, a gunshot rang out, and a blood hole appeared in the man's forehead. With a face full of rage, the man fell to the ground. Who? The other man was startled and jumped up when he saw his companion shot dead. He quickly found cover and shouted loudly, "Try this." A childish voice rang out, followed by a small grenade being launched toward the man hiding behind a tree. Boom! The grenade hit the tree, and with an explosion, the man was blown to pieces along with the tree. Gia. The childish voice was very familiar to Kid and Kira. They immediately recognized it as Gia's voice, the girl who had lived with them for a few months. It's your big brother who's here. You two little fools, trying to be heroes and save the beauty. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been minced in a meat sauce by now. So you two, show some respect to your big brother from now on. Especially you, Kid. Remember my saving grace and don't talk back to me in the future. Gia walked over, speaking in a disorganized manner. He had chased after Kid and Kira, and on the way, he ran into Druaneka, who was looking for him. After learning about the situation from her and realizing that the two were in danger, Gia took out a devil fruit from his pocket and ate it, becoming a devil fruit user. He then rushed over as quickly as possible. His luck was also quite good. The devil fruit he consumed granted him a very useful ability, which gave him enough strength to save Kid and Kira. How are you guys? Are you okay? It's all because of me that you both ended up like this, Druaneka said, emerging from behind Dia and rushing to check on Kid and Kira's injuries, feeling quite guilty. What's going on? Kid and Kira were a bit confused, looking at Dia and Druaneka with puzzled expressions. We can talk about this later. For now, we need to handle the situation here first. Dia waved his hand to stop Kid and Kira's inquiries and pointed to the Koff family, huddled in a corner, trembling. How should these people be dealt with? Dia asked Victoria for her opinion on the Koff family. Forget about them. From now on, I have nothing to do with them. Through this incident, Druaneka had completely seen the true nature of her aunt's family and decided to sever ties with them here. Dia and Kid Kira didn't speak about Victoria's decision. It was her matter, and only she could decide. However, in their hearts, the three of them still agreed with Victoria's decision. With two one-eyed subordinates dead before them, the Koff family dared not say anything about Victoria's choice. In the end, Gia and Victoria each supported Kid and Kira back to their little shack by the garbage hill. Inside the dilapidated house, Kid, Kira, and Victoria gathered around the table, looking at Gia's arm. At that moment, Gia's arm was no longer flesh and blood, but had transformed into a long flintlock gun. As soon as they returned, Kid and Kira clamored around Gia, wanting to know what had just happened and how Gia could kill those two with a gun and cannon. However, they did not see any weapons on Diameter. Gia was cornered and had no choice but to show them the ability he had just acquired. This was the reason I was able to kill those two people. Gia waved his transformed arm, now a gun, in front of the three. How did you do that? The three were in shock, unable to comprehend how Gia managed to turn his arm into a gun. They reached out to touch the gun that had emerged from Gia, confirming that it was indeed a genuine transformation and not some kind of magic trick. Teach me. After a moment of touching, Kid fixed his intense gaze on Gia, filled with fervor. Kira also unusually lacked his usual composure, looking at Gia with anticipation. Through this incident, both of them realized that in order to protect themselves and those they care about, they needed to possess enough power, which made them very envious of Gia's ability. This is something I can't teach. Gia shook his head and said in the disappointed eyes of the two. So how did you do it? Kid asked, curious about the reason after hearing Gia's words. Do you remember the day I came to you guys and dug out that strange fruit from the garbage mountain? Of course I remember. You said it was a treasure, very valuable, and you kept it hidden tightly. Isn't it just a rotten fruit? Why are you bringing this up? Hurry up and tell me how you did it. Don't speak, just listen to me. Gia glared at the impatient Kid. telling him to be quiet. That fruit of mine is not some broken fruit, as you say. It's a real treasure and truly valuable. It's called a devil fruit, a secret treasure of the sea. Eating it grants you magical powers. So the reason you can turn your arm into a gun is because you ate that fruit? Kira guessed, picking up on Dia's words. Yeah, that's right. At first, I wasn't sure about the fruit's abilities and was afraid it would give me some useless power, so I kept it and didn't choose to eat it. But this time, with the two of you in danger, I had no choice but to take a gamble and eat the devil fruit. Fortunately, I got lucky and received a great ability. After eating it, I confirmed that I had consumed the weapon fruit, which allows me to transform into various weapons at will. Not just guns, but also cannons, bombs, and swords. As long as it's a weapon, I can turn into it. Dia demonstrated his abilities while speaking, his arm constantly changing between different weapons. Devil fruit. Watching Dia's arm transform and listening to his introduction, both Kid and Killer's faces were filled with longing for such magical powers. What a lucky guy to stumble upon such a treasure. If I had known this would happen, I should have secretly eaten your devil fruit before. Kid looked at Dia's demonstration with a sour tone. Hee, now you know I wasn't lying before, and you even dared to have such thoughts. It seems Big Brother will have to teach you a good lesson in the future. Dia looked at Kid, taking on the role of the big brother and lecturing him. You guy, stop being so proud here. It's just a devil fruit. You can find it in a trash mountain, and I can definitely do the same. And what are you babbling about? When did you become our boss? I never acknowledged that. Kid looked at Dia's smug face, gritting his teeth in anger, while secretly swearing. From today on, he would spend more time at the trash mountain every day searching for devil fruits. TCH, do you think devil fruits are that easy to find? You can't just say you'll find one and actually find it. It all depends on luck. Your big brother here has extraordinary luck to have gotten this weapon fruit. With your luck, you could search for a lifetime and still never find one. And from now on, show me some respect. I saved your life today. I'm your lifesaver. And from now on, I'm your big brother. Whether you agree or not, this matter is settled. Dia continuously mocked Kid while domineeringly declaring that he would be the boss from now on. You wish. You saved me today, and I might save you once in the future, but don't even think about being the boss. Kid, looking defiant, excitedly retorted at Diameter. Seeing that Kid and Dia were arguing again, Kira felt a bit of a headache. These two were always like this every day, and he had no good way to intervene, so in the end, he could only let them be. Meanwhile, Victoria S. Draniko watched with great interest. He had known Kid for a long time, and this was the first time he had seen him like this. Dia and Kid bickered, and after a long half-day, the final result, as expected, was that Dia had the upper hand. Dia said that Kid was just being tough, but in reality, his skills in banter were quite poor. That evening, the group took the money Dia had gotten from the two men's bodies earlier that day and went to the restaurant where Victoria had treated them last time. As Dia strongly insisted, they had a big meal, especially Dia, who had been hungry all day and ate several times more than the other three combined. This led to their newly acquired money from Bailey shrinking rapidly. After dinner, they returned home and were ready to sleep. However, they faced a dilemma. They only had one room and one bed. Previously, with only Dia, Kid, and Kira, the three boys had shared the same bed. But now, with Victoria, a girl, it wouldn't be appropriate for all four of them to sleep together. The four of them fell silent, looking at the bed, having forgotten about this issue during the day, which made the situation quite awkward. Finally, Kira spoke up first and suggested a solution. Dia, you take the bed tonight, and the three of us will sleep on the living room floor. We can make a bed tomorrow. Tomorrow? Why make a bed? We could just buy one. We have money now, he added. To be honest, your and Kid's ability to make things is really poor. This broken bed at home has left me with back pain. If I had a choice, I would have dismantled it long ago. Dia looked at the only bed in the room with a face full of disdain after Kira opened his mouth. Early the next morning, Dia got up early. This wasn't because he had a habit of waking up early. When Victoria wasn't around, he would usually sleep until noon. However, because he had given the bed to Victoria last night, Dia had to sleep on the hard and damp floor of the living room with Kida and Kira, which made it very uncomfortable for him. Although Kida and Kira had laid down a layer of wooden boards to prevent moisture and covered it with dry grass to make it a bit softer before sleeping, there was still a significant difference compared to a bed. Good morning, Diameter. Just after getting up, Victoria politely came over to greet him. Her sweet smile instantly lifted Dia's bad mood from the uncomfortable sleep he had last night. After all, waking up to see a lovely girl in the morning would make anyone feel good. Good morning, Victoria. Dia also gave the girl a smile. The voices of Dia and Victoria woke up Kid and Kira, who were nearby. Good morning, Druanika. Before the girl could greet them, Kid and Kira spoke first. Interestingly, Dia always referred to Victoria as Miss Druanika, using her surname, while Kid and Kira addressed her by her first name, Druanika. In this world, people generally call each other by their first names, and it's rare for someone like Dia to use last names directly. For example, in the original work, Luffy's full name is Monkey D. Luffy, but everyone calls him Luffy, and very few call him Monkey. Even in Dia's past life, it was uncommon to refer to others by their surnames. Dia chose to address her this way simply because he felt that calling her Victoria sounded nicer than calling her Druanika, and the name Victoria gave him a sense of familiarity. After all, the name Victoria was quite common in the world he came from before his transmigration. "You're all awake. Just in time, I've made breakfast, and everyone can eat together," Victoria said, noticing that Kid and Kira were also awake. Hearing this, Dia looked up and saw that there were indeed 4 servings of breakfast on the table. Feeling hungry after a nap, Dia sat down at the table without hesitation and started to enjoy his meal. "What a wonderful life," he exclaimed while eating, thinking that having a girl in the house made a difference, as there was delicious breakfast waiting for him. It was nothing like when it was just the 3 boys, where if they were hungry and wanted to eat, they had to cook for themselves. The only food they could eat directly was scavenged bread, which was cold and hard, and every time Dia ate it, his stomach hurt. Victoria was different. Even if it was bread, she would heat it up and combine it with other ingredients before serving on the table. Seeing Dia enjoying his meal, Kid and Kira also sat down and started eating. "Dia, you need to stay with us today. We killed 2 of One-Eye's subordinates yesterday, and he definitely won't let it go easily. He will come looking for trouble today. Here, only you, being an ability user, have the power to deal with him," Kira said seriously to Dia, who was half reclining in his chair after finishing his breakfast. "Don't worry, I've thought about this too. One-Eyed is indeed a threat. Killing his men means we've made an enemy, and a person like him won't back down in the face of enemies, especially when those enemies are just a few kids like us. So my idea is that since we've made an enemy, we might as well take action. Even if he doesn't come looking for us today, we should go find him and eliminate him directly. It's better to resolve this threat, as always being watched by an enemy isn't a good thing." Dia paused to take a sip of water before continuing. "And now I have become an ability user. With the power of my weapon fruit, dealing with a one-eyed man who is just a bit stronger than an average person and his subordinates is still quite easy." As soon as Dia finished speaking, Kid and Kira fell into deep thought. Victoria did not interrupt their discussion, quietly tidying up the room. Although all of this was caused by her, she knew she couldn't help and that her words might only complicate matters further, so she chose to remain silent. "You're right. Diameter. No matter what, we have to eliminate the Cyclops and resolve the threat." After a while, Kid stood up, agreeing with Dia's suggestion, and Kira nodded as well. "In that case, let's wait here at home today and not go out. If they haven't come by evening, we'll take advantage of the darkness to go and deal with him." Seeing that Kid and Kira had no objections, Dia decisively made the decision. With the decision made, the few of them began to wait in boredom inside the house. In the evening, a muscular man over 3 meters tall, known as the Cyclops, armed with a long knife and accompanied by a dozen men, walked into this human gathering place next to the garbage hill. This was indeed the Cyclops, here to take revenge for his 2 subordinates from yesterday. Last night, the 2 of his subordinates who went out to collect goods had not returned. Since he valued them greatly, the Cyclops sent 2 people to search for them. The 2 arrived at the Koff family's house, where the female owner exaggeratedly recounted the events of the previous day and then showed them the bodies, 1 corpse and a pile of minced flesh, as one of the men had been blown apart by Dia's grenade launcher. The 2 returned to report the news to the Cyclops, who immediately sent people to investigate Dia, Kid, and Kira. After confirming that it was indeed just the 3 of them and no one else, the Cyclops headed this way with his men. As for the guns and cannons mentioned by the Koff family, the Cyclops believed that the 3 kids had simply been lucky enough to find a gun and some gunpowder. He thought that the subordinate who was blown to pieces had not been killed by cannon fire, but rather by explosives that had been planted beforehand. With this line of thinking, a gun and 3 kids posed no real threat to him. The only thing he needed to be cautious about was whether they had any remaining explosives that could be set up as an ambush around the house. As the Cyclops and his men walked through, the crowds they encountered hurriedly avoided them, fearful of provoking these fierce and intimidating figures. This is it. Dia and the others were in the room when they heard a lot of noise coming from outside, so they walked out of the house. As soon as they stepped out, Dia saw a one-eyed strong man surrounded by a dozen armed men, completely blocking the area around their house. "You 3 little bastards," he shouted. "Not only did you ruin one of my deals, but you also killed 2 of my subordinates." As soon as Dia and the others appeared, the intact eye of the one-eyed man swept over the 4 of them. then revealed a bloodthirsty expression as he said fiercely, "Today, none of you little brats will escape. I've already planned to take you back and skin you alive inch by inch. And you, aren't you just trying to save that girl behind you? Today, right in front of you, I'm going to take her back and show you how I treat my goods and how I sell her." Ha ha. The one-eyed man's arrogant and evil smile made Victoria shudder, and the little girl fearfully shrank behind Kid Kira. "Don't worry. This damn guy won't be able to do anything to you today." Kid Kira sensed Victoria's fear and held her tightly behind him, softly comforting her. "You one-eyed freak. Maybe you should consider whether you can leave here today." Diet gave the one-eyed man a provocative look, then raised his right hand, transforming it into a Desert Eagle pistol that he had only seen on television and the internet in his past life. "What is this? Magic? And what is that thing? It looks a bit like a gun." The one-eyed man was puzzled when a deafening gunshot rang out. Bang! A metal bullet shot out from Dia's Desert Eagle, filling the area with thick smoke. Damn it! As the smoke cleared, the one-eyed man raised a corpse in front of him as a shield, veins bulging on his fierce face. If he hadn't been alert just now and pulled one of his subordinates over to use as a shield, he would have been the one lying dead now. Even so, that strange pistol really packs a punch. His arm was still pierced with a hole. Truly ruthless. Seeing the one-eyed man using his subordinate as a shield, Dia showed a mocking expression. "However, how many subordinates can you have to act as shields for you?" After speaking, Dia activated his ability and began firing bullets continuously. Bang, bang, bang. The massive gunfire of the Desert Eagle sounded like popping beans in the air, creating heavy smoke that enveloped the surroundings. Since the weapon was created by his ability, all the Desert Eagles Dia produced didn't need to be reloaded like other firearms. The weapons created by his ability consumed his physical strength, and as long as his stamina wasn't completely exhausted, theoretically, Dia could fire indefinitely. After firing more than 20 shots in a row, Dia stopped and quietly waited for the smoke to clear. After a while, as a gentle breeze blew through, the smoke dissipated, revealing the situation inside. It turned out that a shield wall made up of numerous shields had appeared at the location where the one-eyed man and his group had been, protecting them from behind. "Kid, I've already investigated that you have guns, so I wouldn't come looking for trouble without any precautions." Once the gunfire stopped, the one-eyed man ordered his subordinates to open a gap in the shields, and after carefully confirming it was safe, he finally spoke. Dia ignored the one-eyed man, focusing instead on the shield in front of him. Although he didn't understand firearms in his previous life, he had learned about the Desert Eagle handgun through various channels. Its power was second to none among handguns, and not just any material could stop the bullets it fired. However, the shield had no penetrated spots, except for some areas that were severely dented, and it didn't seem to be made of steel. It looked more like the bone of some wild beast, and it wasn't very thick either. This made Dia realize that some materials in this world had strength surpassing those in the world he came from. "You must be out of bullets now, right? Well then, it's my turn to teach you a lesson." Seeing that Dia had yet to fire, the one-eyed man mistakenly thought he was out of ammunition. He said this with a sinister tone while pulling out a flintlock pistol from his waist, aiming it at diameter. In this country, weapon control was very strict, especially for firearms, which rarely appeared outside the military. The one in his hand was acquired by the one-eyed man at a great cost, traded from a group of passing pirates, intended for dealing with certain dangerous situations. As a gun was definitely more useful than a knife. Bang! The flintlock pistol in the one-eyed man's hand fired. What power could such an old-fashioned weapon possibly have? Dia looked down on the flintlock pistol wielded by the one-eyed man. Before the opponent could draw the pistol, he transformed himself into a steel shield, protecting Kid, Kira, and Victoria behind him. Ding! The bullet from the flintlock hit the steel shield that Dia had transformed into, making a light sound before being flattened by the impact and falling to the ground. The shield that Dia had become remained intact in its place. A person turned into a shield, watching the little ghost transform into a shield with his own eyes. The one-eyed man couldn't believe it and widened his single eye in disbelief. As a bully from a small country, he had no idea what a devil fruit was. So he started to doubt whether he was hallucinating or seeing ghosts. Since the pistol was ineffective, he decided to try this. After a shot, Dia returned to his original form and transformed his arm into a multi-barreled Gatling gun, cradling the gun with one hand, and began a frenzied barrage at the position of the one-eyed man and his men. The sound of the machine gun's rapid fire erupted, and from Dia's gun barrel, not only bullets were pouring out, but also blue and white flames. Faced with the Gatling gun, the one-eyed man had no idea about its power and thought he could block it with the shield like before. So he led his men to firmly place the shield in front of them, leaving no gaps. However, He miscalculated this time. Against the firepower of the Gatling gun, an ordinary shield couldn't withstand it at all. As soon as the bullets hit the shield, they pierced through it, turning it into a sieve. The one-eyed man and his companions could only let out a scream before being turned into a mist of blood. When Dia stopped shooting, the scene of blood mist swirling around made Victoria, still a child, turn pale, covering her mouth and bending over to vomit violently next to her. It wasn't until she had thrown up everything she had eaten that day, even the stomach acid, that she felt a bit better, completely exhausted and lacking any strength, about to slide down to the ground. Drianika, are you okay? Luckily, Kid and Kira were quick and caught her, preventing her from falling. Looking at the pale-faced girl, Kid and Kira were full of concern and worry. I'm fine, just a bit unaccustomed to this situation. I'm sorry for worrying you, Victoria weakly replied after catching her breath. Am I being very cowardly? Recovering a bit of strength, Victoria thought of her earlier performance and felt a bit resentful towards herself for not being more resilient. No, it's just not being accustomed to this scene, which is very normal. Don't look at how Gia just killed without blinking. You don't know that when he first arrived here and saw the corpses in the garbage mountain, he vomited even more violently than you, and his legs trembled in fear. Without me and Kira supporting him, he couldn't even walk. Kid indicated that Victoria's reaction was very normal, and compared it to Gia's poor performance when he first arrived. Asserting that Victoria was much stronger than Diameter hearing Kid's words, Victoria was a bit surprised. She had never seen Dia, who had just created such a horrific scene, behave like that before. Hey, Kid, stop slandering my reputation. How could I have been as pathetic as you say? Didn't you see how I killed without blinking just now? Dia, who was skillfully searching through the remnants of flesh to see if he could find any berries, unfortunately found that everything was shattered, and he was regretting using such a violent method to deal with the one-eyed man. After hearing Kid's words, he immediately retorted loudly. Although Dia admitted that what Kid said was true, he would never acknowledge it, especially in front of a cute girl. If he admitted it, Dia felt he would lose all face. When he first crossed over, Dia, as an ordinary person from a peaceful society, had never seen rotting corpses just lying around in a garbage mountain. The bodies, emitting different foul odors, were far more shocking and unbearable than anything he had seen in movies or TV shows in his past life. At that time, Dia vomited uncontrollably, and his legs trembled in fear, unable to obey him. In the end, it was indeed Kid and Kira who carried him back. This was also why Dia disliked going to the garbage mountain. Although after a few months he had become accustomed to seeing corpses in various states of decay in unknown places without the same reaction he had initially, every visit to the garbage mountain reminded him of that day's feelings. Therefore, he would avoid going there unless necessary. As Gia recalled these things, his thoughts began to drift. After crossing into this world, Gia realized that this world was not as beautiful as it seemed. The joy he had seen in comics and anime only belonged to characters like Luffy, who had protagonist halos and backgrounds. Compared to those few people like Luffy, most people in this world lived in misery. Gia felt that this place was the darkest part of the human realm. Yet it was considered a relatively decent small island in the South Sea by many he had encountered since his arrival. Dia expressed that this place is filled with violence, bloodshed, evil, darkness, and all sorts of negative phenomena he can imagine. Moreover, the class division among people is severe. The gap between those inside the city and those outside is even greater than that between humans and livestock. Here, the term livestock is not an insult, but refers to actual animals that are raised by humans. Added to this are the occasional pirate attacks, during which many people die at the hands of pirates, and a large amount of food essential for survival is stolen, leading to instances of starvation. To cope with the frequent pirate assaults, every household has hidden cellars to store their food supplies and to hide from the pirates. Even Kid and Killer, whom Gia sees as the poorest of the poor, have them. Human trafficking and murder are also rampant. If this place can be considered decent, Gia truly cannot imagine what the places deemed worse by the people here could be like as a living hell. Gia, what's wrong with you? Gia's long silence and the sad expression on his face caught the attention of Kid, Killer, and Victoria. They thought Gia was recalling some sad past, so one by one, they called out his name, trying to wake him up. Even Kid, who loved to bicker with Gia the most, showed a concerned demeanor. It's nothing. I just feel that this world is really too unpleasant in my heart. The shouts from a few people interrupted his thoughts, and Gia put on a lazy expression, responding to the three of them. Oh, that's how it is. We thought you were remembering some bad memories. After hearing this, Victoria's worried expression finally returned to normal. TC, what's there to think about? This world is just terrible. It's nothing but a pile of stinky dog poop. I knew this when I was very young. Kid scoffed. speaking with disdain. Well, that's that. I'm hungry. Let's find a place to feast. Dia rarely showed any intention to argue with Kid. He made a hungry expression and suggested to a few partners that they eat. Why don't we eat at home? We've already used a lot of the berries we got yesterday, and if we go to a restaurant, we'll run out of money quickly. Kid and Kira had no objections to Dia's suggestion. They were hungry too, and finding a place to eat was just what they wanted. However, Victoria proposed a different idea. She wanted to use the ingredients they bought yesterday to cook at home. Yesterday, Dia and the other boys had entrusted her, the only girl, with the family's finances. So she needed to prepare for their future by budgeting carefully. That's fine. After we eat, we can go visit One-Eyed. He must have a lot of money. And now that we've killed him, that money will be ours. Once we finish eating, we can go collect our money. Dia stretched lazily and told Victoria not to worry about money. His words made Kid Kira feel strongly in agreement. And after thinking for a moment, Victoria also felt that Dia was right. So, they agreed to go to the restaurant for dinner again that night. A few days had passed since Dia and the others killed the Cyclops. On that day, they found a restaurant, had a wonderful dinner, and then Dia, along with his friends Kid Kira and Victoria, inquired about the location of the Cyclops base and swaggered over. There, they rummaged through everything valuable the Cyclops had and packed it all up before returning to their own place. Over the past few days, with the millions of berries obtained from the Cyclops, the three boys transformed their living space, buying a lot of new furniture. The renovated house no longer had just one room, but two, with a new bathroom and kitchen, making it feel more like a home than the previous rundown place. Originally, Dia didn't want to live next to the garbage mountain. He wanted a better environment. However, Kid insisted that he had gotten used to living there and didn't want to move, and Kira felt similarly, so Dia's suggestion was ultimately rejected. In the living room of the renovated house, Dia was doing push-ups and was already sweating profusely. His fruit-based weapons required physical strength to use for extended periods. And to create more powerful weapons, he also needed stamina. So, these days, Dia spent a lot of time exercising to quickly increase his physical fitness. During this time, he noticed that not only had his body reverted to its childhood form, but it had also mutated. The food he consumed could be rapidly digested and absorbed, turning into energy to enhance his physical abilities. Moreover, he could recover from fatigue by eating large amounts of food. Similar to the key passive ability Life Return in the original story that allowed Luffy and others to do unlimited sit-ups. With this skill, Dia could completely disregard his physical limitations and engage in various high-intensity workouts, and his body was constantly gaining strength and enhancing its constitution. At this time of day, why hadn't Kid returned yet? At the dining table, Victoria had already prepared lunch but hadn't seen Kid come back, so she stood at the door, continually looking out. Today, Kira sighed after hearing Victoria's words and then glanced at Diameter. Kid probably wouldn't be back for a while. Victoria, you don't need to worry about him. He was so mad at Dia that he wouldn't return anytime soon. Kira felt somewhat helpless thinking about this. Over the past few days, while Dia was doing high-intensity workouts, he never forgot to bicker with Kid, making Kid furious every time. Sometimes Kid couldn't control his urge to use his fists to solve problems, but each time he was brutally beaten by Dia's weaponized abilities. After being beaten to a pulp, Kid swore he would find a devil fruit from the garbage mountain to get his revenge. Kid always believed that he couldn't defeat Dia because of Dia's devil fruit abilities. Therefore, with every beating, his obsession with the devil fruit grew stronger. Today, after being beaten to a pulp by Dia again, Kid couldn't take it anymore and vowed not to return until he found a devil fruit from the garbage mountain. Hearing Kira's words and knowing the reason, Victoria sighed and then turned her gaze to Dia, saying with an expectant look, Dia, can you please stop arguing with Kid in the future? Even if you do argue, can you not beat him up so badly every time? Victoria's gaze made it hard for Dia to refuse. However, he could compromise on many things, but he would never agree to this. It's not like I started it. It's that guy Kid who can't argue with me and gets mad, insisting on fighting. He knows he'll get beaten to a pulp, but he still insists on doing it. That's his problem, not mine. Besides, I'm doing this for his own good. With his temper, if he doesn't change, he'll definitely get taught a lesson outside. Here, I'll just beat him into a pulp at most. If he gets into trouble outside, others won't be as easy to talk to as I am. He might even lose an arm or something. At this point, Dia seemed to think of something and became more justified. That's right. I'm doing this all for his own good, so he won't get his arm chopped off due to his temper when he goes out. Remembering how Kid provoked the red-haired pirates in the original story and got his arm chopped off by Ben Beckman, becoming a one-armed hero, and then stubbornly fighting against the red-haired crew in the Giant Kingdom, resulting in his entire crew's collapse. Dia strengthened his belief that beating Kid was for his own good, to teach him to be humble and not act recklessly without strength. Dia's twisted reasoning left Victoria momentarily speechless. Kira, upon hearing it, couldn't help but mentally criticize. If Dia hitting Kid was for his own good, then Dia was going a bit overboard, almost making it impossible for Kid to handle. Kid, on the other hand, was too stubborn, insisting on searching for the devil fruit in Trash Mountain, saying he wouldn't come home if he didn't find one. Dia, you said it yourself, devil fruits are rare. How could it be that after you find one in Trash Mountain, Kid would find another? The chances of that happening are virtually non-existent. Victoria couldn't persuade Dia and could only complain that Kid was too stubborn. How is that impossible? I think Kid might find one soon. To Victoria and Kira's surprise, Dia actually said this. Could it be that Dia also hoped Kid would find a devil fruit? Did he not realize that Kid wanted the devil fruit to gain power, to take revenge on him, to turn him into a punching bag? Victoria's little mind was racing. Kira, however, thought Dia was being sarcastic, but only Dia knew that it was quite possible. In the original story, Kid was indeed a user of a devil fruit, and it was mentioned that he accidentally ate it at a young age. So, there was a high likelihood he found it on that Trash Mountain when he was little. Dia just wasn't sure if his arrival would create a butterfly effect that would cause Kid to miss out on his destined ability fruit. Victoria waited for another 2 hours, but Kid still hadn't returned. Dia started complaining about being hungry, so the three of them had no choice but to eat first, though she kindly saved a portion for Kid. It wasn't until it was completely dark outside that the three finished dinner and Kid, dirty and exhausted, finally returned. Upon coming home, Kid ate the food Victoria saved for him and arrogantly him-fed Dia before going to bed early. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Kid went out again, returning late once again with nothing to show for it. This routine continued for half a month, during which Kid was almost driven mad in his search for the devil fruit. However, after 2 weeks without any sign of the devil fruit, Kid gradually became disheartened. He could no longer deny that it was highly unlikely he would find one in the short term. Coupled with the exhaustion of the past 2 weeks, Kid finally returned to normal this day and did not go out early. Since you're all here, I want to discuss something. After completing a phase of his training, Dia paused and glanced at Kid's spot. Feeling Dia's gaze, Kid pouted, turned his head to the side, and maintained a proud expression. What do you want, Dia? Kira noticed that Dia might feel a bit guilty toward Kid and wanted to find an opportunity to ease the tension. So he spoke up, taking over Dia's words. Recently, I've been using my ability to observe the situation in the inner city from the air, and it turns out it's a completely different world from the outside. I thought, since we've never been to the inner city, how about today, I take you in to have a look? Kira indeed guessed Dia's thoughts. He had been watching Kid struggle for days and felt a bit guilty. However, he couldn't bring himself to directly ease the relationship with Kid. So he thought of this idea. Besides, over the past few days, he had transformed into a small, unmanned reconnaissance device, flying around the city walls, carefully avoiding the soldiers guarding them, and found a spot on the walls that went unnoticed, giving them a chance to enter the inner city. In fact, with his weapon fruit ability, if he directly took them to forcibly break into the inner city, the guards wouldn't be able to stop him. But doing so would turn them into wanted criminals in this country, facing massive military suppression. Although his weapon fruit was powerful and he wasn't afraid of these soldiers, he couldn't handle a large number of them. After all, his stamina was limited and he couldn't yet support defeating an entire nation's soldiers alone. How do we get in? Upon hearing that Dia wanted to take them into the inner city, Victoria's eyes lit up with anticipation, and Kira's eyes also sparkled with longing. Although Kid acted proud, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at Diameter. For these children who had lived outside the city since birth, the inner city, which they only heard about from adults, was the most beautiful place they could imagine. None of them wanted to miss the chance to see it, even if just for a moment, as it represented their yearning for a better life. In the midst of everyone's hopeful gazes, Dia cleared his throat and said, a bit smugly, I found out that while there are guards stationed at every point of the city walls, there's one spot that's so remote that no one pays attention to it. The guards there tend to hide and sleep at midnight, meaning it's practically empty at that time. I can take advantage of this opportunity and use my ability to fly you all over. Dia revealed his plan. If you all agree, I can take you in tonight, and then we can explore all day tomorrow and come back tomorrow night. If we don't get caught, we can use this loophole frequently to enter and exit the inner city. Sound good? I agree. Kira and Victoria nodded in agreement without any hesitation after Dia finished speaking. Only Kid seemed very awkward. He clearly wanted to go, but couldn't bring himself to nod at Dia as they were still in a Cold War. For the past half month, he hadn't spoken to Dia. He had been very angry ever since Dia hit him too hard that day. Kid, do you want to go too? Dia didn't make it difficult for Kid. He spoke up to break the Cold War between them, or rather, The one-sided Cold War initiated by Kid. Jin never had the intention of engaging in a Cold War, but unfortunately, Kid was too proud and kept ignoring him. Oomph. Jia's words gave Kid a way out, and he let out a haughty hum. This time it was you who invited me. Not that I wanted to go, he said, but since you invited me so generously, I reluctantly agreed. Looking at Kid's sulky expression, Jia felt an urge to teach him a lesson. However, he managed to suppress the impulse to scold him. Calm down, don't be too harsh on the child all at once. It wouldn't be good if he became withdrawn. Next time I'll deal with him. Jia took a deep breath and then looked at the arrogant Kid and said, yes, it was me who invited you. All right, it's decided then. Let's all tidy up, wash ourselves clean, and change into new clothes we bought these days. We don't want to go in and have people immediately know we snuck in from outside the city. With Jia's reminder, the three of them scattered and began to make various preparations. That night, the sky was completely dark, unable to see a hand in front of one's face. Jia, along with Kid, Kira, and Victoria, quietly approached a section of the city wall surrounding the inner city, taking advantage of the cover of night. This is it. You all be careful and don't make any noise. If we alert the people above, I will go up first to observe the situation. Crouching at the foot of the wall, Jia quietly instructed the three of them, then activated his ability, transforming into a small drone from their previous world, before flying up to the top of the wall. As for why a drone could be considered a weapon, Jia asserted that he could use the drone to make Kid run for his life. So how could it not be considered a weapon? On this section of the city wall where Jia arrived, two soldiers in full armor, armed with long flintlock rifles, had taken off their armor, set their guns aside, and were now lying on the ground sound asleep. Jia carefully observed and confirmed that the two soldiers were sound asleep before returning below, deactivating his abilities and transforming back into human form. How is it? As soon as Jia landed, three pairs of eager little eyes were fixed on him. No problem. Just like the last few times I secretly observed, the people above were sleeping. At this moment, if we quietly turned over, we wouldn't be discovered. Jia introduced the situation to the three little friends. In a moment, I will transform into a small aircraft, and you'll hold on below while I fly you over. However, my ability is not yet enough for the aircraft I create to support the weight of all three of you at once. So, it has to be one at a time. Who among you wants to go with me first? Di quietly discussed with the three of them. I'll go first, then Victoria, then Kid. After hearing this, Kira spoke up and made the most reasonable arrangement. Victoria is a girl, and whether inside or outside the city, it isn't safe for her to be alone. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, she won't be able to cope. So he and Kid must enter one at the front and one at the back. The years of tacit understanding between Kid and Kira allowed him to immediately grasp Kira's thoughts. So he nodded in agreement decisively, and Victoria, who usually listens to the opinions of the three boys, agreed as well. Once the order was settled, Di stopped wasting time. He activated his power and transformed into a drone much larger than before, similar in size to the agricultural drones from his past life that could spray pesticides. Seeing this, Kira immediately grabbed the two lower hovering frames of the drone, and then Di began to ascend slowly, finally flying over the towering city walls that were over 10 meters high and landing on the ground of the inner city. Wait here, I'll go get them. A small opening appeared at the front of the drone, and Di's voice came out to Kira, who then flew back again. Before long, Victoria was successfully brought in by Di, followed by Kid. Without any surprises, the four little guys who sneaked into the city found a hidden corner in the dark and quietly waited for dawn to arrive. The next morning, under the first rays of sunlight, the inner city, which had been incredibly quiet the night before, awakened. On the clean and tidy streets, familiar people began to greet each other in the morning. As time passed, more and more residents appeared on the streets, showcasing a scene of prosperity. The neat streets, bright houses, and people dressed in vibrant clothing with beaming smiles formed a stark contrast to those outside the city. Clearly, there was only a wall separating them, but the people inside and outside the wall seemed to live in two different worlds. This was the biggest impression the four little guys who sneaked into the city had about the inner city. Let's find a restaurant first and get breakfast. Jia, who had been on watch all night, was already hungry. He said to the three little friends who were looking around like country bumpkins entering the city. Jia's words brought the attention of the three companions back. At that moment, they also felt hungry, so they nodded in agreement with Jia's suggestion. They casually found a restaurant that looked decent, and the four of them walked in and found a table to sit down. The four children came to the restaurant without any adults accompanying them, which aroused the curiosity of the restaurant staff, who kept sizing them up. The children were dressed very ordinarily, and even somewhat shabby by inner city standards, which made the staff doubt whether they could afford to dine at such a high-end restaurant. However, the next moment, this doubt was dispelled. "Boss, bring us your menu. I want to order," Dia said. Victoria felt a bit self-conscious under the staff's gaze and lowered her head. Kid Kira felt very uncomfortable with the scrutinizing looks. Only Gia remained unfazed. He pulled out a thick stack of berries from his pocket and slammed it on the table, shouting loudly, "All right, folks, we'll get the menu for you right away. Please have a glass of water first." Upon seeing the thick stack of berries, the staff lost all interest in questioning why the children were dressed so poorly. After all, for him, as long as there were berries, everyone was a customer and deserved to be treated well. A waiter promptly served the group with water and then placed the menu on the table. Dia opened the menu, and several little heads immediately leaned in, curiously examining the various food pictures they had never seen before. Looking at the dazzling array of dishes and their exquisite appearance, they could tell just from the pictures that they must be delicious. 4 cups of orange juice arrived first. Dia didn't pay attention to the 3 people who were staring in shock. He flipped through the menu while pointing at the various delicacies on it. This one, and this one." Dia's fingers kept pointing, quickly selecting a dozen different dishes. "That's all for now. We'll order more if we finish these and still want more." Closing the menu and handing it to the waiter, Dia signaled for them to hurry up with the food. The waiter looked at the list of dishes in their small notebook, their mouth agape in surprise. "Isn't this a bit too much? Can you 4 little kids finish all of this?" Worried about waste, the waiter cautiously reminded Diameter, "Who are you looking down on with this amount of food? There's nothing I can't finish. Just let your chef prepare it. I guarantee there won't be any leftovers." Hearing Dia say this, the waiter inwardly scoffed at the child in front of them, thinking they were just boasting, but having already given a reminder, they said nothing more. Just nodded and went to instruct the kitchen to prepare the food. "You guys, act normal, okay? Don't look like you've never seen the world. It makes it easy for people to suspect that there's something wrong with the 4 of us." Once the waiter walked away, Dia leaned in close, somewhat helplessly educating the 3 naive companions. The 3 of them were curious about everything, even wanted to flip over the chairs they were sitting on and the table in front of them. Dia felt that if this continued, they would soon be suspected and attract official personnel to check their identities. If that happened, the way these 3 were behaving would definitely expose their covert entry right away. They had just arrived, and Dia hadn't even had a chance to enjoy himself. He certainly didn't want to be kicked out so soon. Dia's education made the 3 of them blush, and even Kid didn't refute his words. Soon, the 3 of them began to calm down and quietly sat waiting for their food to arrive. The efficiency of this restaurant was high. They didn't have to wait long before dishes were brought to the table, filling it to the brim. "All right, let's dig in," Dia said, looking at the food on the table, and then eagerly grabbed a large piece of meat in front of him and started to chew on it. This piece of meat was the kind he had often seen others eat in comics and anime, and Dia had always been curious about its taste. However, he could never find such meat in the outer city. Even the best restaurants only served minced meat. Today, finally getting to eat this food, Dia's first impression was that it was no wonder Luffy loved meat so much. The meat in one piece was indeed delicious, far surpassing the food from the world he came from. With Dia leading the way, the other 3 also began to dig into the mountain of delicacies in front of them. Just one bite, and they experienced a flavor they had never had before, instantly boosting their spirits and entering a frenzy of eating. Victoria was a bit more reserved, being a girl. No matter how delicious the food was, she managed to maintain some basic table manners. In contrast, the 3 boys, Kid, Kira, and Dia, looked like they hadn't eaten in months, devouring the food in no time. "One more serving," Dia said, patting his belly, still only half full, waving his hand to signal the stunned waiter for another plate. The waiter, having worked at the restaurant for many years, had never seen such a hungry child before, and for a moment was shocked into silence. It wasn't until Dia called out to him again that he snapped back to reality and rushed to the kitchen to order another serving. After eating 3 more servings in the restaurant, Dia, along with his 3 well-fed friends, exited the restaurant. As soon as they left, Dia took them straight to a clothing store to buy them several new outfits. Since stepping onto the street, he had noticed that their clothes were completely out of place compared to the people in the inner city. Although they had just bought new clothes outside the city not long ago, their styles, cuts, fabrics, and colors were vastly different from those in the inner city, making them very conspicuous on the street. Realizing this, Dia decisively chose to give them a complete wardrobe change. "It's so bustling here. If only we could live here every day." Wearing outfits that were no different from the inner city residents, the 4 little ones strolled around the street, with Victoria feeling the peace and beauty of the place, unable to help but express her longing. "Don't worry, Drea and Nika. We will definitely be able to move to the inner city in the future, Victoria said, her yearning prompting Kid to make a solemn promise. Kira nodded confidently as well. Seeing Kid and Kira like this, Jia couldn't help but roll his eyes. In his view, the two kids were not only in early love, but were also a couple of little sycophants. Sycophants end up with nothing in the end. Thinking of this, Jia remembered a famous saying he had seen online before his journey and felt it was very fitting for Kid and Kira's current state. Do you really think the inner city is as beautiful as you see it? Jia shook her head at a few people's words. Although she had crossed over, she understood the rules of this world better than Kid and a few other locals. If the inner city were truly that good, then the situation outside the city wouldn't exist. Moreover, you have mentioned before that the population in the outer city has been increasing over time. Have you ever considered where all those extra people are coming from? Jia was explaining the cruelty of this world to the three people. Those extra individuals are merely the ones in the inner city who have been cast aside for not being able to create value or for other reasons. This world is far more brutal than you can imagine. Sometimes, you should not let seemingly beautiful things blind you, preventing you from seeing the hidden rules and crises beneath them. Jia's words left the three companions looking confused, as if they understood yet did not understand. Jia didn't elaborate much either. Some things could only be grasped through personal experience. In the following time, Jia accompanied the group as they strolled along the street, occasionally buying things that caught their eye or seemed useful. Wait for me, you guys. As they passed a fruit shop, Kid suddenly turned back and ran towards the store, calling out to Jia and the others to stop. What's wrong? Seeing Kid rush into the store with urgency, Jia and the other three looked at each other in confusion, unsure of what Kid was up to. If he wanted to eat fruit, there was no need to be so hasty, right? With their questions in mind, Jia and the others followed Kid into the fruit shop. Inside, Kid was rummaging through a pile of black fruits and pulled out a strangely shaped one. Unlike the others, this fruit was made up of many small, shiny blackberries, each adorned with a lightning-like symbol and surrounded by a ring of yellow stripes. Hey, how did such a weird fruit end up in here? I never noticed it before. Kid's frantic search caught the attention of a shop owner, who was surprised to see the odd fruit in Kid's hand. Boss, here is the money. I'll buy this fruit. Kid quickly pulled out several bills from his pocket, handed them to the owner, and hurriedly ran out of the shop, cradling the fruit. Let us go. Follow him. Jia, having figured out what was going on, exchanged a knowing glance with the stunned Kira and the bewildered Victoria before quickly chasing after Kid. In a corner that went unnoticed, Kid stopped, and Jia and the others followed closely behind. After looking around cautiously, Kid carefully took the fruit out from his embrace and looked at Jia with a mix of anticipation, nervousness, and excitement. Jia, take a look. Is this a devil fruit? Kid held the fruit out in front of Diameter. Jia nodded, and couldn't help but marvel at Kid's good luck. The fruit he found was precisely his future iconic ability, the magnet fruit. Jia had seen pictures of this fruit online before, and it looked exactly like the one in front of him. Jia never expected that Kid would find it in such a random fruit store. He thought Kid would find it one day in a garbage dump. With Jia's confirmation, Kid trembled with excitement. He couldn't believe his luck in actually finding a devil fruit. Initially, when he passed by that store, he didn't notice anything unusual. But after walking past, he casually glanced back and happened to see a fruit sticking out from a pile, which looked different from the others. Thanks to his half a month of searching for devil fruits in the garbage dump, he had become sensitive to all strange fruits. So he ran back to take a look. Victoria was shocked to hear that what Kid was holding was a devil fruit. Her mouth fell open in surprise. She never expected to find such a treasure in a random fruit shop. Kira was also surprised, but much more than Victoria. He had seen Jia's devil fruit before. Although it was different from this one, it was equally strange and had bizarre patterns. So he had a vague suspicion while in the fruit store. After their surprise, Kira and Victoria sincerely felt happy for Kid, glad that he could acquire this treasure. After his excitement, Kid raised the devil fruit in his hand and without any hesitation, swallowed it whole in one bite. Only Jia originally wanted to remind him that he only needed to take a bite. However, it was clearly too late, so he could only look at him with sympathetic eyes. Jia had a deep understanding of how awful the devil fruit tasted. To this day, just recalling that flavor made him feel nauseous. He couldn't imagine what it felt like for Kid to swallow it whole. Sure enough, the next moment, Kid's face turned extremely ugly. His cheeks were stuffed, and he wore an expression that clearly conveyed a desire to live and die at the same time, evidently experiencing the unique taste of the devil fruit. But then, when Jia thought he would throw it up, Kid did something that amazed Diameter. Under Jia's heroic gaze, Kid held back his nausea and gradually swallowed the devil fruit, along with the food that was surging back up from his stomach. Ugh! As soon as he swallowed, Kid crouched down and began to vomit violently. But Kid was really tough. He covered his mouth with his hand to keep from throwing up, and to prevent the devil fruit from coming back up, he painfully swallowed it again. This made Jeff feel incredibly nauseous. Watching him like this, even his companions, Kira and Victoria, looked very distressed and kept their distance. Finally, Jeff couldn't bear to see him in such a state any longer and told him that he only needed to take a bite of the devil fruit. Only then did Kid start to loosen his grip and began to violently empty his stomach onto the ground. It wasn't until he had thrown up all the food he ate that day that he weakly stood up. In the corner, seeing Kid's horrific performance, Jia was educating his friends about the basic knowledge of the devil fruit to prevent something like this from happening again with Kid. Jia expressed that it was a good thing it was Kid today. If it had been Victoria, that cute little girl, he couldn't even imagine that scene. At the same time, once Victoria realized what had happened, she would likely be so embarrassed that she'd find a building to jump off. Are you doing this on purpose? Deliberately reminding me a step too late, deliberately causing me to act like that. Upon hearing this, Kid's eyes turned red, and he roared at Jia through gritted teeth. At that moment, the hatred in his heart was intense, especially when he thought about facing Drew and Nika later, knowing that the other party would occasionally recall today's events. Kid just wanted to crash into Jia and take them both down. I see you're just jealous that I also have a devil fruit, so you came up with this plan to get back at me. In response to Kid's roar, Jia remained calm. He glanced at Kid and said, "Don't accuse me here. It was your own impatience. You didn't ask for clarification and just swallowed it down. I didn't even have time to warn you." After Jia finished speaking, Kid was unconvinced and wanted to say something more. However, Kira and Victoria noticed that if this continued, the two would start arguing again, so they hurriedly stepped in. "Kid, stop it. Jia definitely didn't mean it that way, so don't blame him." Victoria gently persuaded Keith. "Yeah, Kid, we still don't know what your ability is. Do you know it yourself? If possible, show us." Kira directly changed the subject. With Kira and Victoria's intervention, Kid didn't say anything further. He just huffed and then answered Kira's question. "I already know how to use my ability. Watch closely." Kid raised one of his arms, extending a hand toward a distant, abandoned iron lock. Suddenly, the magnetic force on his hand flickered, instantly attracting the iron lock. Just as the lock was about to fly into his hand, Kid said go, and then changed the magnetic force on his hand. Ding! The iron lock flew back in the opposite direction and crashed into the wall. I ate the magnet fruit, which allows me to control magnetic forces and manipulate metal objects. Kid briefly introduced the function of his ability after the demonstration. In the following time, the group found a secluded corner where Kid kept experimenting with his new ability. Until nightfall, they returned through the weakly defended city wall back to the outer city. In the following days, the group did not go back to the inner city, but stayed with Kid to train, helping him become familiar with the magnet fruit's powers. Your ability requires more precise control. Using it like this straightforward every time, what's the use? Jia remarked disdainfully, watching Kid repeatedly attract metal objects to him, then repel them again, or directly form a metal arm on his own. Using your ability like this has some usefulness, but you're not fully unleashing its maximum potential. Why do you insist on using big, straightforward moves? Haven't you thought about controlling the trajectory of a metal object with your magnetism? Like manipulating the metal on an enemy to stab them in a vital spot? Isn't that more convenient than attracting metal and then repelling it? Bruce. This method is more elusive and harder to detect, making it harder to defend against. Also, you could carry some small knives with you and control their trajectories in battle with magnetism. Wouldn't that be like flying swords? Jia couldn't help but teach Kid how to develop his magnet fruit abilities. To be honest, Jia believes that the magnet fruit can be considered a god-level fruit. But in the original work, Kid's development of it was a bit lacking. He completely treated himself as a large magnet, which wasted his abilities. Jia believes that the true ability of the magnet fruit should be like Magneto from the movies he watched in his past life, which is a real mastery of magnetic force. Also, you shouldn't always think about attracting metal objects. If you do that, it's easy to be caught off guard. If there are no metal objects around you, how will you use your ability? Or if there are only a few metal items, your power will be directly limited. You should feel the various metal elements that exist underground and use your magnetic force to extract them, so you can have a large supply of materials anytime and anywhere. Jia thought about the king magnet he had seen before traveling here, who could extract all the metal elements from the entire world with a mere gesture and control them at will. That was the power to devastate the world. If Kid could achieve that in this world, he would probably be invincible, and destroying the world would just be a casual task. Dia taught him how to use his abilities, and for once, Kid did not refute Dia, Instead, he listened seriously and carefully considered Dia's words. Subsequently, a rare moment of harmony emerged between Kid and Dia, which was hard to come by in the eyes of Kira and Victoria. Dia shared all the possible development directions of the magnet fruit that he could imagine with Kid, who then experimented with each possibility. Dia even explained the concept of electromagnetic development to Kid, but unfortunately, before he crossed over, he was just a poor student and didn't know much about electromagnetism, only familiar with the electromagnetic canon and unaware of its principles. Therefore, he could only suggest that Kid find more books about this world to better understand some of its knowledge. Dia felt that some scientific theories from his original world might not be applicable in this world, as there are significant differences in the rules governing the two worlds. Thus, if they wanted to develop the magnet fruit, well, Dia believed Kid needed to learn more about this world's knowledge. After discussing this, to help Kid familiarize himself with the developed techniques, the two began sparring. Kid used various techniques developed from the magnet fruit against Dia, while Dia tried to find ways to counter Kid's techniques and identify their shortcomings. However, the results were not very significant, as the magnet fruit was quite effective against Dia's weapon fruit. Each time Dia conjured a weapon, it would be drawn towards Kid by his magnetic force. The end result was that if Dia wanted to avoid being pulled over, he had to retract his powers. At first, Kid was quite pleased with this discovery, thinking he could finally show off in front of Dia and that he would no longer be suppressed by Dia, but would instead suppress him. However, he soon learned a lesson. When he once again pulled Dia towards him, feeling smug, Dia suddenly transformed into a bomb and exploded right in front of Kid with a bang. Since Dia controlled the bomb's power in advance, it only had the small force of fireworks from his past life, leaving Kid's face covered in soot, but causing no significant harm. Next time he dares to be arrogant, Dia would just transform into a larger bomb and blow him away. After the explosion, Dia restored his human form from a pile of fragments. His ability to create weapons did not harm him. Even when he transformed into a bomb and exploded into pieces, he could recover from the fragments. He patted Kid's blackened face and left proudly. After spending the day with Kid developing abilities, it was now evening, and Dia prepared to go back for dinner. Dia left, leaving behind a face full of despair on Kid. After wiping his little face clean, he also headed in the direction of home. Spring came and summer went, and a year passed. During this year, Dia and the others lived quite peacefully. Every day, Dia and Kid focused on developing their abilities, while the unwilling to fall behind Kira worked hard to train his body. Victoria was responsible for taking care of their daily lives. From time to time, Dia would take the three of them to sneak into the inner city, and they were never discovered. Over the course of the year, with some money in their pockets, their living standards significantly improved. They had plenty of meat every day to supplement their nutrition, which helped Dia and the others grow taller and become stronger. Although none of the three boys were over 10 years old, they were already around 6 meters tall. Dia, our money is running low. After finishing dinner, the four of them sat around the table chatting as usual. After Victoria finished cleaning up the dishes, she also sat down and told Dia about their financial crisis. Is that so? Dia nodded after listening. All the financial authority in the family was controlled by Victoria, and the three boys, including Dia, never inquired about it. They only approached Victoria to withdraw money when they needed it. Therefore, they were completely unaware of the family's financial situation. If Victoria hadn't brought up the issue today, they wouldn't have known about it all. Dia thought for a moment and felt that it was normal for them to be out of money. After all, none of them had any source of income, and the money they had spent over the past year came from what they had received from the one-eyed. Sitting idle and consuming their resources for a year, coupled with their lack of restraint in spending, it was only natural that they were now broke. Don't worry, the three of us will find a way to handle the financial situation. It's not like before. With our capabilities, it's easy for us to get some Bailey. Dia reassured Victoria, who was frowning. Yes, Drew and Nika, with our abilities, we can easily get Bailey by just robbing a thug. Kid also chimed in, seeing it as no big deal. Why not rob the band of mountain thieves led by Straw? They have been very active around Garbage Mountain lately. When the one-eyed was around, he was the one profiting from this area and paying them for protection. Ever since we took out the one-eyed, they haven't received any tribute for a long time and have started sending their own people to operate here. Over the past month, their methods have become increasingly brutal, and their appetite has grown larger. I heard they want to start collecting protection fees from us. Everyone living here will have to pay them a certain amount of Bailey every month. Many people outside are already on edge, and those who are already poor now have to face another layer of exploitation, leaving many without hope of making a living. The composed Kira also spoke up, directly choosing the target for the robbery, the bandits led by Straw. This group had long been entrenched on a mountain near the sea and had only recently come to operate in their area. Kid and Dia were also familiar with the name Kira mentioned. It was the name they had heard most frequently from the locals recently. Then let us choose them. This group of bandits is much richer than the one-eyed. If we rob them, it will be enough for us to live well for a long time, and it will also help eliminate a cancer in our vicinity. Dia pondered for a moment, and the shop agreed with Kira's opinion. Kid also wore an expression of agreement. With a decision made, Dia and the others, that very night, took advantage of the darkness to head straight to the mountain stronghold of Strash's band of robbers. This gang's base was located on a high hillside. From below, even in the dead of night, Dia and the others could hear various noisy sounds coming from the brightly lit houses. It was clear that staying up late at night was not a sign of good people. Dia casually complained as she swaggered in with Kid Killer and Victoria. In the middle of the night, they were heading to raid someone's lair, and not wanting to leave Victoria alone at home, they brought her along. After all, the junk mountain they were in wasn't exactly a safe place, and who knew what dangers might befall a girl like Victoria if she stayed home alone. When they reached the entrance of the enemy's stronghold, there wasn't even a guard in sight. Inside, the sounds of clinking glasses, shouts from gambling, and some women's screams echoed continuously. The cacophony was relentless. While the other noises were tolerable, the women's screams made Dia frown. It was clear that there were many women inside who had been forcibly taken by this group or coerced in other ways. Moreover, it seemed they were engaged in some very disgusting activities. With some disgust, Dia kicked the door open. Bang! The huge noise of Dia kicking open the door drew the attention of the people inside, and the scene suddenly fell silent. Who is this little brat daring to come to my territory to seek death? The bald man, sitting in the highest chair in the hall, upon seeing the newcomers, fixed a fierce gaze on Dia and the others. This guy was Strak, the leader of this group of mountain bandits. Standing at 4 meters tall, he was shirtless, his body filled with explosive muscles. At that moment, he was holding 2 weeping girls in his arms, one on each side. Strak, whose good time was interrupted by Dia, was in a very bad mood. Recently, we've run out of money and came to ask you for some spend. If you know what's good for you, just call it out yourself to avoid me having to come find you. Dia arrogantly mimicked the Chinibya lines he had seen in some movies and TV shows before time travel, demanding that the other person actively call out Bailey. You damn little brat. How dare you talk to our boss like that? Dia's words ignited the anger of the other party's gang members, who all raised their weapons at them. One of the gang members fired a bullet from his flintlock pistol toward this side. Go back. On this side, Kid snorted, raised one of his arms, and activated the ability of the magnet fruit, repelling the bullets shot at him directly back to the opponent, ultimately shooting through their head. Come here. After killing one person, the magnetic force in Kid's hand flickered as he looked at the weapons in the hands of the remaining mountain bandits. With a loud shout, all the weapons were pulled away from their owner's control under his magnetic power and were sucked over to Kid's side. A devil fruit user? Straf, being more knowledgeable, recognized that the little brat opposite was using the ability of a devil fruit. He was very surprised by this. He had only heard of devil fruits and had never seen one before. However, he knew that anyone with such powers was incredibly strong and not someone ordinary people could deal with. Thus, he felt a bit terrified, especially since the other party was there to cause them trouble. Upon discovering that the opponent had a devil fruit user, Strak, out of fear, decided to soften his stance. We can talk this out. You came here for money, right? I have belly and can offer you a satisfactory amount. Strak no longer had the earlier arrogance. He forced a smile and made a friendly expression as he spoke to Dia, Kid, and the others. Dia ignored the other person's attempt at friendliness. His nose twitched as he sniffed the air in the room. Having just entered, Dia soon caught a whiff of a strong kerosene smell. Since there was no kerosene visible in the room, it indicated that it was hidden in that other room. With such a strong odor, Dia suspected there was quite a bit of kerosene stored away, and he was curious about why the other party was hoarding so much of it. We need Bailey. Do you need to give it to us? How much do we not know how to take ourselves? Now you're softening up. Where did that earlier attitude go? Useless guy. Dia remained silent, but Kid began to mock the other party. He looked at Straw with disdain, clearly looking down on such spineless individuals. Hey kid, don't get too carried away. Although you have abilities, we're not that easy to deal with. Straw's attempt to show goodwill was met with ridicule and contempt from the kid on the opposite side, which made his expression very ugly. Since the other side clearly wanted to rob them, Straw would not sit idly by. Bang! At that moment, Dia came to his senses, pulled out a desert eagle, and shot him in the leg. They had already said they were here to rob. There was no need to waste words with these guys, just act directly. After the shot, Dia began to lecture Kid, complaining about his excessive talking. I already know without you saying it. Kid was quite dissatisfied with Dia's reprimand. He snorted coldly and then controlled a small knife at his waist, sending it flying towards the remaining bandits. The flying knife shimmered in the air, slicing through a person's neck each time. Ah, ah. With the sounds of screams, one bandit after another kept falling down. Damn little brat. Dia's shot directly shattered Straka's knee. He covered his bleeding knee and let out a scream, cursing diameter bang bang bang. Dia fired a few more shots, shattering the last remaining knee of the opponent. You can't see what's happening now, can you? Still so tough with your words, shouting at me. Do you think my gun can't smash your head, or what? Dia walked in front of Strak, pointing a desert eagle at his head. You are also an ability user? Strak, after another scream, looked at Dia, whose arm had transformed into a strange firearm, and exclaimed in surprise. Bang! Dia slapped him across the face with a backhand. Now, my gun is pointed at your head. Can't tell the difference between the big and small kings, right? When did it become your turn to ask me? Dia was very dissatisfied with his attitude, feeling that the other party had no awareness of being a prisoner at all. After just one slap, he wanted to wake him up. You. Strash was stunned by the slap, and after coming to his senses, he was filled with rage, veins bulging. Smack. However, just as he was about to curse at Dia, he received another slap. Can't understand human language, huh? Still daring to bark like a dog. Dia retracted his hand and shot him a sideways glance. You. Strax still wanted to curse, but then Dia directly raised his gun and fired a shot at his arm, resulting in a bang. The shot directly broke one of his arms. He let out a scream once again. For the last time, be honest, don't ask questions, don't try to curse me. Next, I'm going to ask you some questions. Answer honestly. Do you understand? Nod if you understand. Dia pressed the gun heavily against his head. This time, Strak learned his lesson and quickly nodded. If he had listened earlier, he wouldn't have had to endure those extra hits, the worthless scoundrel. Dia cursed. I asked you, do you have a lot of kerosene hidden here? Dia asked about the kerosene. Yes, it's all stored in the basement warehouse. It's completely full. The other party answered quickly. What is kerosene used for? Dia was most curious about why they needed so much kerosene. Since there was a warehouse, there must be at least a few tons of it, with so much kerosene stored beneath their house. Weren't these bandits afraid that an accident could burn them all up one day? Dia was quite puzzled. When Dia asked this question, the guy opposite him surprisingly fell silent and did not answer him right away. This made Dia feel strange. He had thought he had the other party completely under control, yet they chose not to respond to his question, which indicated that there must be a significant issue. What's wrong? Is this question so difficult to answer? Is it more important than your life? Dia continued to press the gun against his head. If you remain silent, I'll just kill you directly, since you have no value if you don't answer. Dia's menacing threat made Strak feel the imminent danger of death. He knew that the other party was truly capable of killing him. So he gritted his teeth and looked up at Dia, saying, It's not that I don't want to talk, but this matter is too significant. If I say it, I might very well be killed. However, now that I'm being threatened by you, I have no choice but to speak. If I don't, I will die right now. This batch of oil is not ours. It was placed here by the commander of the inner city's guard. They plan to burn the garbage mountain in the outer city soon. His words revealed an astonishing secret. Why? Why are they doing this? Don't they know that if they burn the garbage mountain, a large number of people outside the city will die in the fire? Kidra, who had approached at some point, questioned in a deep voice after hearing this news. They're doing this because the garbage mountain has accumulated too much waste over the years. The stench from the garbage mountain will soon spread to the inner city due to the increasing waste, which the nobles in the inner city cannot accept. As for the people outside, if they die, they die. To them, these people can't even be called human, as they are not recognized by this country. The death of so many of them is of no importance. Straka's words made Kidra and Dia's expressions turn extremely grim. Dia has traveled through and witnessed too much death and tragedy. He feels powerless against these situations and has become accustomed to them. The chaos and darkness caused by poverty here are beyond his ability to change, as he has never cared about the lives and deaths of others. However, this particular matter clearly touches his bottom line as a person. It's important to know that there are tens of thousands of people living around the garbage mountain. If the garbage mountain is burned, at least several thousand people would be burned to death, and the remaining individuals, having lost their source of livelihood, would soon starve to death. The land here has been polluted by the garbage mountain for years, making it impossible to grow food. Burning the garbage mountain would effectively destroy the main source of survival for the vast majority of people in the outer city. How could it be like this? If the smell of the garbage mountain is too overwhelming, couldn't they find a way to move it or create another garbage mountain further away? Why choose such a cruel method? Kid and Victoria also gathered around, and the other mountain bandits had already been dealt with by Kid. At this moment, Victoria couldn't understand why the nobles inside the city would have such thoughts. The nobles in the city simply do not care about the lives of these people outside. The method you mentioned is certainly possible, but for those nobles, it is too time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it would require a lot of money, which is far less convenient than simply setting the garbage mountain on fire. Dia revealed the cruelest truth. Dia's words left Victoria in a daze. She never expected that the nobles in the inner city she longed for would be so indifferent to human life, revealing a level of depravity she could never have imagined. This shattered the perfect image of the inner city in her heart. What is the plan to set the fire in the city? After explaining to Victoria, Dia continued to ask about the time of the arson. Knowing that such a horrific event would occur, Dia would never sit idly by. He had to find a way to prevent it. To do this, Dia needed to know more information. The exact timing was still uncertain, as the city was waiting for a suitable moment to let the fire burn more fiercely, completely incinerating the garbage mountain. However, it would be no more than a month. The plan would definitely be set in motion. This was the final deadline agreed upon by the nobles in the city, and the guard commander dared not exceed it. This is all the information I have, and I don't know anything else. They wouldn't tell a mountain bandit everything. Now that I've told you everything I know, can you let me go? Having revealed all he knew, Strack pleaded with Dia to spare him. Dia nodded and then shot the opponent dead. I never said I would let you go. A guy like you, with such a notorious reputation, is better off dead sooner rather than later to prevent harming more people. And since you know so much, you must be one of the chosen accomplices from the city, right? After taking care of the opponent, Dia looked at the corpse that could not close its eyes and said, for the people in the city to execute this plan, they must be familiar with everything about the garbage mountain outside the city. This plan must be carried out quietly, without alerting the people in the outer city. Otherwise, it will cause a huge riot. The people in the city generally do not come to the garbage mountain and cannot be familiar with everything here. Therefore, it is inevitable to find a familiar force outside the city. I suppose the reason this gang of mountain bandits has been so active around the garbage mountain lately is also in preparation for this matter. Dia was speculating in his heart. After resolving everything here, Dia and Kid and the others thoroughly searched the place, packing up everything valuable to take away before leaving. As for the oil, Dia did not touch it. Those things were too dangerous, and even a small amount could trigger a huge fire, which Dia was not willing to move carelessly. Moreover, there was too much oil for them to carry away at this moment. However, before leaving, Dia transformed into a freezing gun and, with a few shots, froze the entire building to prevent any sparks from igniting the oil inside. Over the past year, Dia had made significant progress in developing the weapon fruit, and now he could transform into a greater variety of weapons, creating many effects. For example, the freezing gun could freeze a large area, the flamethrower could create large flames, and there were also high rate of fire, powerful laser weapons, among others. In the small house of Garbage Mountain, Kid and the others sat at the table, and the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Those bastards in the inner city have no humanity at all. I want to kill all those nobles. Kid was almost going mad with anger over the nobles in the city wanting to set Garbage Mountain on fire, resembling a furious lion wanting to tear everything apart. Garbage Mountain was his home, the place where he had survived since childhood. Although they could survive now without relying on Garbage Mountain, Kid absolutely could not tolerate anyone doing something so inhumane here. Kid, calm down. What's most important now is to think about how to resolve this situation. As for those nobles, while they deserve to die, the consequences of killing them are too severe, and it's uncertain whether we can kill them under the protection of so many guards, Kira said, maintaining his usual composure despite being furious about the situation. After finishing his words, Kira turned his gaze to Dia, hoping that Dia might have a good plan and could also suppress Kid's killing intent. However, Dia's subsequent words surprised Kira. Those nobles indeed deserve to die, and I don't really want to keep them around. At this moment, Dia felt an extreme, killing intent in his heart. He believed that the nobles in the city who made such decisions were nothing more than a group of executioners wielding power. If they were allowed to continue living freely, this country, this small island, would face unimaginable disasters in the future. Dia, how could you? Kira thought that Dia, with his usual indifference to unrelated matters, would only try to find a way to resolve the current incident and would not agree with Kid's opinion. However, Dia surprised him by saying this. I usually appear indifferent to certain matters and am reluctant to get involved because I know that the occurrence of those events is caused by the environment. Even if I can manage one or two issues, as long as the environment remains unchanged, those problems will continue to arise. I am just one person and cannot handle everything, and a larger environment is not something I can change alone, which is why I feel indifferent to everything here. But this time, what those nobles want to do has crossed my bottom line as a person, and I believe such people must be punished. Dia knows what Kira is thinking. He explains his thoughts to Kira, and this is the first time he has discussed his impressions and attitudes about this place with everyone since he crossed over. Kira, I know you also want to kill those nobles. It's just that you are the most composed among us. You always consider more things. This time is no different. You're thinking that once we kill those nobles, we will definitely be unable to establish ourselves here anymore. And we might also be wanted by the world government and the Navy because of it. Dia's words made Kira nod. He indeed had been considering it this way. But what I want to say is, Kira, after we finish all this, let's not stay here any longer. Let's go out to sea together. Compared to this oppressive environment and the nauseating rulers, the vast ocean is much freer and more suitable for our survival. Dia ignored the others and continued to talk about his plan. As soon as Dia's plan was mentioned, it immediately drew surprised looks from the other three. All of their gazes focused on Diameter going out to sea. What do we do out there? Bounty hunters? Adventurers? Or merchants? I feel like the Navy is out of the question. According to what you said, we need to kill the nobles here before we can set sail. And if that's the case, we would be criminals. It would be lucky if the Navy doesn't hunt us down. After his initial surprise, Kira began to speculate about the professions they could choose if they went out to sea. Why do we have to define ourselves? Dia shook his head in disagreement with Kira's statement. If we go out to sea, we can do whatever we want according to our own ideas. If we want to take risks, we will. If there are pirates we can't stand, we will kill them. If there are some navies we dislike, we can deal with them too. We just need to do what we want and roam freely on the sea. As for how the world wants to define our actions, let them do as they please. Dia said a passionate statement that made the two boys, Kid and Kira, feel as if they were meeting him for the first time. Their eyes filled with longing for the scenes he described. Dia was right. We should do whatever we want. As for what others think, we can completely ignore it. So this time, let us directly kill those damn nobles and set sail to pursue our freedom. Kid stood up, stepped on a chair, and crossed his arms as he spoke. If that's the case, then let's cause a big uproar this time. Kira no longer hesitated. At that moment, he cast aside all his worries and agreed with Dia and Kid's thoughts. Now that you have made a decision, I will always follow you and take care of all your living needs. I will also work hard to learn navigation skills to protect you during your future voyages. Victoria, the only girl among them, also firmly promised to support all their decisions. Then it seems we have reached a consensus. Next, let us plan how to eliminate all those nobles. Dia looked at his determined companions and stood up to discuss their killing plan. To ensure everything went smoothly and guarantee their safety, they discussed every detail thoroughly, and by dawn, they finally came up with a feasible plan. After finishing the breakfast prepared by Victoria, the sleepless group lay down in bed for a good sleep. That evening, after dinner, taking advantage of the darkness, Dia transformed into a small drone and flew towards the inner city. He intended to gather detailed information and scout the residences of various nobles to facilitate their actions. The drone, transformed by Dia, stealthily infiltrated the residence of the captain of the inner city guards. In 2 days, the weather would be good, and the wind would blow from the inner city outward. They could use this weather to burn the annoying garbage mountain in the outer city to ashes. A middle-aged man dressed as a noble, with short golden hair, was savoring a glass of red wine and boasting to his wife and 2 sons sitting beside him. Great, great. One of his sons, around 7 or 8 years old, with a round face and a foolish expression, clapped his hands happily, his upper lip adorned with 2 streams of snot. I've hated that garbage mountain outside for a long time. Every time I go out of the city and smell that disgusting odor, I can't even eat delicious cake. And those commoners outside, their looks at my carriage are also annoying. I hope this big fire burns them all to death, so I won't have to see those hateful gazes when I go out of the city anymore. Although he was just a child, the words he spoke were extremely vicious, even wishing for the death of all the people in the outer city. You little idiot, when I break into the inner city, I'll make sure to kill you first. Floating in the sky outside the window, Dia heard everything clearly and made a deadly decision against the malicious little fat boy in his heart. At such a young age, he was already so cruel. He would likely grow into a greater menace in the future. Even though he was just a child, Dia decided to kill him. However, it was not the right time for Dia to act. Although it would be easy for him to kill this heartless man with his abilities, doing so now would disrupt their plans. After learning the specific time for the operation, Dia quietly flew away and continued towards the next noble's manor, the homes of the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Internal Affairs, and the Minister of Military, as well as the palace where the king resided. Dia found the locations of these nobles and kings, marking them all clearly. This reconnaissance mission took him an entire night. It was not until dawn was approaching that Jia returned to his home where his companions were waiting. How did it go? What were the results of your investigation? As soon as Jia returned, the three little friends surrounded him. Kid was the first to speak up, asking Jia about his findings. I have figured out the locations of all the nobles, and I even managed to steal a map of the inner city. I marked all the nobles' positions on it. When the time comes to act, we can find them according to their locations, and none of them will be able to escape. Jia took out a map from his pocket and spread it on the table, where several locations were marked in red. Additionally, from the casual conversations of several nobles at home, it was revealed that they planned to set the fire 2 days later, as that day's weather was deemed most suitable for their scheme. On that day, the king would order all the city guards to strengthen the defense of the walls, while also mobilizing a large portion of the royal army to guard against potential disturbances from the outer city. Anyone daring to storm the city gates will be directly killed by the army. Jia shared detailed intelligence with a few companions. Therefore, we must take action before they set fire. Otherwise, once the fire spreads, it will be difficult to control. This point was previously discussed and reached a consensus among several people. In other words, we must act no later than the day after tomorrow. The method of action, as agreed, will start with individual assassinations, trying not to expose ourselves. If we absolutely cannot avoid exposure, we must first launch a strong assault on the palace, kill the king, and create chaos in the inner city so that no one can organize all the troops to deal with us. We also need to capture some nobles and bring them before everyone at Garbage Mountain to expose their plan to set fire. This is to prevent any remaining individuals from continuing with this plan after we leave. As long as we can expose this matter, we can seize a batch of weapons and distribute them to those in the outer city, giving them armed strength. Only then will the inner city be wary of the outside. The above is the plan developed by Jia and the others. And now Jia is reiterating it to reinforce everyone's memory. That's all from my side. How are you preparing on your end? Today, not only Jia is taking action, but Kid and Kira also have tasks. I have already scouted the port, where a small pirate crew has recently docked. Their strength is not strong. They only come ashore to replenish supplies and rest, and they only rob isolated individuals, not daring to make big moves. They will stay at the port for a few more days, and I think their ship is very suitable for our departure later. This is their preparation for fleeing the island after slaughtering the nobles. Once their plan succeeds, they will definitely be attacked by the military in the city and may even attract nearby naval forces. This country's army has nearly 10,000 men, which is not something Jia and the others can handle. Therefore, they need to set sail as soon as they complete their plan. And to set sail, they need a ship. Although Jia can now use his abilities to create a helicopter to fly a few people, his stamina is limited and he can't fly for long. In the end, a ship is still needed. Initially, they planned to directly steal a noble's ship at the port. However, none of them had sailing experience, and no one could operate a ship. Eventually, Jia came up with the idea to find a weak pirate crew and take control of both their ship and crew, so they would not only have a ship but also the personnel to operate it. While Jia was scouting in the city, Kid stayed at home to guard Victoria, and Kira quietly went to the port to look for suitable targets. Now that we have prepared everything, let's take action early and set the time for tonight. I will take Kid to infiltrate the inner city for assassinations and capture, while Kira will be responsible for protecting Victoria's safety and monitoring the pirate ship. Once Kid and I finish our tasks, we will go directly to the port to find you, and then we can leave by ship. All necessary information has been clarified, and Jia decided to launch the plan tonight to prevent any unexpected delays. Kid and Kira nodded in agreement with Jia's plan. After having breakfast prepared by Victoria, Jia and the others lay down on their beds to rest, waiting for nightfall. At night, Victoria packed all the family's wealth. Then, under the escort of Jia and Kid, Kira and Victoria hid in a concealed corner of the port, where they could see the pirate ship they were planning to seize. After giving the two a few reminders, Jia and Kid quietly infiltrated the inner city. They entered the house of the head of the guards, into the same room as before. Who are you? As Jia pushed open the door and entered, the male head of the house, the commander at that time, immediately scolded the two unfamiliar boys. However, Jia and Kid did not waste words with him. Magnetic flying knife. Kid controlled the flying knife at his waist, which spun around the room, and soon, several people in the room had bloodlines appear on their necks. Then, a large amount of blood gushed out, staining the surroundings red. The fool who Jia had decided to kill last night still had a confused look on his face when he died. The control of the flying knife was excellent. Jia reached out and patted Kid's shoulder, praising him like an old father, then walked towards the outside. Let's go to the next one. It wasn't until Jia left the room that his voice came through. Damn it. Kid was quite unhappy with Jia's earlier actions, but he couldn't lash out now. He could only mutter a complaint under his breath, and then followed Jia's footsteps. The next place was the home of the Minister of Finance. Calling it a home was an understatement, as it was more like a mansion, compared to the commander of the guards. The area here was dozens or even hundreds of times larger. Moreover, there were quite a few soldiers protecting the safety of the estate. Sneaking in quietly, while also bringing Kid along without making a sound, was much more difficult for Jia than sneaking in alone. After a lot of effort, Jia finally led Kid deep into the Minister of Finance's room. The plump and balding Minister of Finance was lying in bed with his wife, a woman from a noble family, deeply asleep. Jia effortlessly killed both of them in their dreams. After that, he moved on to the next place. It wasn't until Jia and Kid had killed nearly 10 noble families that there was suddenly commotion in the city. It was unclear which murdered noble had been discovered by patrolling soldiers, but soon the city began to stir, and the city guards started to mobilize in large numbers, searching for any suspicious individuals. As the scale of the commotion increased, more and more noble deaths were discovered, and the military presence on the streets grew. It was exposed. They couldn't continue killing slowly like this. Watching the increasing military presence on the streets, Jia decisively transformed into an armed helicopter he had seen in a movie before crossing over. The helicopter's doors automatically opened, and a mouth appeared on the front, shouting at Kid. After Kid entered the cabin, Jia closed the doors and directly took off into the sky. Woo woo woo. The helicopter's enormous noise roared in the sky of the inner city, attracting everyone's attention. What is that? A soldier pointed at the steel monster in the sky, letting out a terrified scream. Jia ignored all the gazes below and flew directly towards the palace. Stop that monster. The king's guard stationed at the palace raised their guns and fired into the sky. However, with the power of their flintlock guns, not to mention whether they could even reach Jia's altitude. Even if they did, the thickness of the helicopter's steel was not something they could penetrate. Jia flew straight through the palace gate and quickly arrived at the king's palace. Tot 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 tot. The multi-barrel machine guns on both sides of the helicopter fired wildly at the ground, killing all the guards in a matter of moments. Kid, go grab the king inside. Kill the rest. I'll wait for you here. Stop the other soldiers coming over. Move fast. My transformation has physical limitations and a time limit. Lower the altitude. Open the cabin door. Kazan's voice reached Kid's ears. Kid leaped from the cabin door, charging directly into the palace without wasting any words, followed by continuous screams from inside. Tat 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 tat. Outside, Jia raised the altitude, continuously sweeping the approaching soldiers with the multi-barrel machine guns. Occasionally, a rocket would shoot out, hitting areas with more people, resulting in violent explosions. I brought him. Kid emerged from the palace, holding an ugly middle-aged man, waving up at the helicopter. Unleash all firepower. Suppress all soldiers. Jia lowered the altitude and opened the cabin door, allowing Kid to drag the king inside. Use your ability to pull in more weapons. We'll distribute them to those in the outer city later. Just as Kid entered the cabin, he heard Jia's muffled voice, then activated the magnetic fruit ability, causing a large number of weapons to fly towards him, quickly filling the cabin. We're leaving. The weight of the numerous weapons caused the helicopter transformed by Jia to shake in the air. Then he ascended, flying rapidly towards the outskirts of the city. The inner city was ablaze, with the continuous sounds of gunfire and cannon blasts. This not only alarmed all the residents of the inner city, but also woke up the people in the outer city, which was just a garbage mountain, as well as those in the surrounding small towns, all of whom turned their gazes toward the inner city behind the high walls. At that moment, they saw a strange object resembling a giant steel beast flying out of the inner city. It was the armed helicopter transformed by Jia's weapon fruit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The helicopter flew straight to the highest point of the garbage mountain in the outer city, where not only could it see the entire outer city, but the people of the outer city could also see it. Ka-ka-ka. Jia transformed from helicopter form back to human form. Kid the king, and a large number of weapons fell down. Who are you to dare kidnap the king of this country and kill so many nobles? This is an unforgivable crime. And I want. The king was still shouting and yelling, but he was interrupted by a slap from Kid across his face. Be quiet and behave yourself. In a moment, I will need your cooperation. If you don't listen, I will kill you directly. Kid impatiently pressed a dagger against the king's neck. The sharp blade cutting a small opening in the king's skin, blood beginning to flow out. The king, who usually lived in luxury, had never encountered such a death threat. Feeling the dagger against his neck, he was so scared that he wet himself. Still a king, but in this cowardly state. Kid looked at the king's wet pants with disdain. Remember, we will gather all the people from the outer city soon. You need to explain clearly about your plan to set the garbage mountain on fire, or else don't blame us for being rude. Dia squatted down and threatened sternly. The king nodded vigorously, now desperate to save his life. He didn't care about anything that couldn't be said anymore. Dia nodded in satisfaction at the king's attitude. No longer wasting words. Needing to hurry, Dia transformed back into a helicopter and then flew low over every corner of the outer city. Food distribution. Food distribution. There's free food being given away at the top of Garbage Mountain. Limited quantity. First come, first served. Dia flew in the helicopter while shouting. For the people in the outer city, especially those near the Garbage Mountain, nothing is more tempting than food. Dia could only shout like this to quickly gather people together. Otherwise, no matter how much commotion there is outside, as long as it doesn't involve their own homes, these people in the outer city would never easily go out at night. This is a result of the long-standing chaotic order in the outer city, where everyone lives in fear, because you never know if you'll be able to come back after going out at night, or in what condition you might return. This was the case for Kid and Kira before as well. Sure enough, Dia's shouting was very effective. The people who were originally watching from their doorsteps began to quickly gather at the top of the Garbage Mountain. In just a short time, the summit was packed tightly. Where's the food? Where's the free food you promised us? As soon as they arrived, people began to anxiously question Kid, most of whom were those whose food supplies had run low and were desperately in need of food to sustain their families. There's no food. The helicopter of Dia flew over, and then after recovering, it descended from the air. Once on the ground, Dia immediately transformed his arms into a multi-barrel machine gun, aiming at everyone. Although he wanted to help the people in the outer city, Dia was also very cautious of them. If their greed was stirred up, they could become very frightening. Sure enough, the next moment, upon hearing that there was no food distribution, some people began to rush forward recklessly, constantly shouting, "You dare to mess with me? I don't care. You said there was free food distributed here. If there's no food today, I'll sell a few of you for money." Dia had no intention of reasoning with these people. In this place, reasoning was futile, and only force could intimidate others. The shrill screams mixed with the gunfire continued to come, and blood began to pool on the ground. It wasn't until no one dared to charge over again that Dia stopped shooting. "I'm sorry for bringing you here today. There is no food." Dia apologized very politely, as if the many people lying on the ground were not victims of his gun. Meanwhile, his machine gun was still aimed at the surroundings. However, although there was no food, there were weapons to distribute to you. I already received news in advance that the nobles in the city will let go of the Garbage Mountain they burned the day after tomorrow. The consequences of that, which I don't need to explain, you all understand very well. Therefore, to prevent an arson incident from happening, we will go to the inner city tonight to kill all those nobles and also capture the king. If you don't believe it, you can have this king explain it to you. Dia dragged the king out from behind and threw him in front of the crowd. The crowd, looking at Dia with fear like that of a devil, turned their gaze to the king, whose golden crown was very conspicuous in the night. Is this really the king? People were shocked, not expecting these two little guys to actually have kidnapped the king. No one would doubt that the king was fake. In this country, no one besides the king dared to wear a crown, and anyone who dared to wear a crown privately would be dealt with for treason. Not only would their entire family be affected, but anyone familiar with them would also be executed together. So, did these two really kill many nobles in the inner city today? And is the current chaos caused by them? The king was real, and people began to discuss what you had said. What about the arson? People started to feel half convinced. Speak. Kid was very dissatisfied with the king's silence and kicked at him directly. If you don't talk, I'll kill you. Kid's threat finally made the king filled with fear. Speak up. What they're saying is true. We want to set this place on fire and burn everything down. The king cried out, confirming Dia's words, and then turned to crawl to Dia's feet. I've said everything you wanted me to say. You have to let me go as promised. Let me go back. The king pleaded tearfully. The environment here, the way people looked at him, and the threat of death made him not want to stay a moment longer. Did you hear that? The king has admitted this matter himself. Those who are willing to believe can take weapons from under our feet right now to protect their homeland. For those who don't believe, do as you wish. We are about to leave this country, and from now on, this place has nothing to do with us. Whether you can protect this place depends on yourselves. Dia pointed to the weapons at his feet. After a moment of silence, someone began to quietly pick up a weapon, and soon more and more people started to pick up weapons from the ground. Dia nodded in satisfaction. There was no shortage of tough people in the outer city. Even those who were not afraid of death were plentiful. He believed that as long as they were armed, even though the number of troops and weapons in the inner city was greater than here, it would not be so easy to control the outer city. There were too many people and too few weapons. Soon, the weapons on the ground would be depleted. Kid, seeing this, Dia transformed into a helicopter and decided to take Kid to get some more. Dia and Kid left, leaving the king behind, ignoring his pleas. With the two devils gone, everyone's gaze turned to the king, filled with disgust, greed, hatred, and murderous intent. Although many wanted to tear apart this king who attempted to burn their homeland, they hesitated to act in front of so many people, fearing retribution from the city's army if they were betrayed. For a moment, no one dared to move. Meanwhile, the king trembled under the malicious stares. What should we do? A group of 4 or 5 people huddled together, whispering. They were secret informants of the revolutionary army lurking in this country, and today's events had caught them off guard, leaving them unprepared. Killing the king would create chaos in the country. Despite lacking orders from above, they felt it was a good opportunity. If they killed the king here, it would spark turmoil, and the nobles would surely fight among themselves for the throne. The people in the outer city were already filled with hatred for the nobles, and to protect their homeland, they would band together. Now that they had weapons and people, as long as their propaganda was effective and they awakened the people here, they could use this force to overthrow the brutal and decaying regime, liberating the populace of this country. One of the revolutionaries, likely the squad leader of the group, clenched his fists and analyzed the situation for his companions. All right, let us do it. The others nodded in agreement and turned their eyes toward the king above. 2 of them quietly moved to change their positions, tearing off pieces of clothing to cover their faces. This soulless bastard doesn't deserve to be king, let alone live. The 2 revolutionaries, thoroughly disguised, began to incite the crowd. One picked up a stone and threw it at the king, striking his forehead and causing blood to flow. Kill him. Another revolutionary threw a stone as well. The king cried out, clutching his head. Don't kill me, I don't want to die. Please, I beg you. Seeing that someone had called for his death, the king was terrified, abandoning his royal dignity and pleading desperately with the crowd. Kill him. The king's pleas did not evoke any sympathy or mercy. Instead, with someone leading the charge, more and more voices joined in the shouts. The cries grew louder, eventually merging into a sea of sound. Bang! It was unclear who fired the first shot, but it hit the king's body. Amidst the king's scream of agony, more gunshots rang out. The increasingly furious crowd surged forward, stabbing the already shot king into a pulp. After an unknown amount of time, the crowd, having vented their rage, began to slowly disperse. Let us agree, whoever participated in killing the king today is in this together. So if the inner city army comes to retaliate, it concerns all of us. No one is allowed to back down. Otherwise, you become the enemy of us all. Some tough individuals stood up, warning everyone not to harbor any other thoughts. As one person stood up, more and more tough individuals began to rise, urging everyone to maintain a united front moving forward. Dia and Kid had just arrived at the city gate when they encountered a large group of soldiers who had rushed out. Dia mercilessly opened fire with a machine gun mounted on the armed helicopter at these soldiers. Meanwhile, Kid was hanging at the open door of the helicopter, using his ability to continuously the weapons below into the cabin. Once the cabin was full, he had a large number of them onto his arm, forming a massive sphere. Stop ing, I can't hold on much longer. Dia's struggling voice reached Kid's ears, and only then did Kid stop absorbing the weapon below. After the last wave of attacks, he finished and left. The machine gun swept across, forcing the soldiers to huddle together, and then several rockets were fired, instantly clearing out the enemy. Kaka! Dia's helicopter climbed to a height with some difficulty, then wobbled and flew away. Hey, are you okay? I feel like we're going to fall. Kid shouted worriedly in the high altitude. If you ask me if I'm okay, then no matter what, I have to be okay. A man cannot say those words, I can't. Dia said a very convoluted sentence that Kid couldn't understand at all, and then wobbled off toward the garbage mountain. Clatter. As Gia and Kid released their abilities, the weapons that had just been picked up were instantly piled up into a small mountain again. Where did these 2 kids come from? They are both ability users. I've never heard of them before. Watching the weapons pile up again, a few members of the Revolutionary Army gathered to discuss. The red-haired one is Kid, and he has a companion named Kira, who isn't here today. These 2 are known troublemakers. As for the black-haired child, I have no idea. I've never seen him before. A member of the Revolutionary Army familiar with Kid introduced him, and when he saw Gia, he shook his head. Gia rarely appears at the garbage mountain to pick up trash, so most people don't recognize him. These 2 kids are quite promising. They have such strong combat power at such a young age. I wonder if we can recruit them into our Revolutionary Army. If we can bring these 2 in, They will definitely add 2 important combat forces for us in the future. The squad leader of the Revolutionary Army thought about recruiting Dia and Kid into their team. He planned to find these 2 kids to chat with them after everyone dispersed. Let us go. However, his hopes were destined to be dashed, as Dia and Kid were preparing to leave here today. This time, Dia didn't turn into a helicopter, but instead transformed into a small infantry fighting vehicle, quickly carrying Kid toward the port. You 2 are here. I can hear the commotion from the inner city over here. You really caused a ruckus tonight. Kira quickly approached with Victoria upon seeing Dia and Kid arrive. Are you 2 okay? Victoria, being more delicate, immediately expressed concern for their safety. We're fine. Everything here is resolved. Let us hurry and leave. The battle just now exhausted most of my stamina, and I can't engage in too much more fighting. We need to set sail before the large army arrives. Dia turned around in place to show Victoria that he was fine, then instructed a few people to prepare to set sail. He needed to replenish his strength. Captain, it seems something big has happened in this country. There have been gunfire sounds for several hours. Should we leave? On a pirate ship in the harbor, all the pirates gathered on the deck at the bow, constantly gazing towards the inner city and Garbage Mountain. A pirate underling, somewhat worried, suggested to his captain, a middle-aged man dressed in a black captain's coat and wearing a captain's hat. The middle-aged captain was about 1.7 meters tall, with grayish-white skin, looking old and emaciated, with sunken eyes and green pupils that appeared very frightening and terrifying in the dark. Not for now. The gunfire has stopped. The situation is probably over. We've been severely pressed by the Navy lately, and it's hard to shake them off. It's better to rest here a bit longer, the captain said hoarsely, indicating he wasn't ready to leave just yet. However, we must remain vigilant. If the chaos over there spreads to us, we will set sail immediately. Though reluctant to leave, the pirate captain reminded his crew to stay alert, as they were just small-time pirates facing the turmoil of the country. Once targeted by the military, they would be in danger. While the pirates were still observing the situation inside, for small figures were quickly approaching their pirate ship. Little ghost? Where do they come from? Seeing Dia and Kid running over, the pirates thought they were fleeing the chaos. Just in time. Let's catch them and ask what exactly happened and why the fighting is so intense. The pirates had no guard against the 4 children. Just right. I see there's a little girl among them. The batch of women we captured from that small village recently has all died from the torment. So this little girl is just perfect. Some pirates were already grinning, eyeing Victoria. Get on board. Dia and the others quickly arrived beneath the pirate ship, swiftly boarding it along the wooden planks set up on the shore. Little guys, you must have come to the wrong place. This is not a merchant ship where you can take refuge. It's a pirate ship. You little ones are just walking into the wolves' den. As soon as they boarded, Dia and his companions were surrounded by a few lecherous pirates, one of whom reached out his filthy hand toward Victoria's face. The young girl was truly beautiful. The pirate leered lewdly. Bang! However, before his dirty hand could touch Victoria, Dia's desert eagle made a large hole in his head. Who is the captain? Step forward. Dia's sharp gaze swept across the entire pirate ship, finally landing on the pirate captain wearing a captain's hat. From now on, this ship will be under our command. Those who want to live should obediently follow our instructions. Otherwise, this guy will be your fate. Dia pointed at the corpse he had taken down, threatening everyone like a superior, issuing orders to subordinates. What kind of little brat dares to come here to seek death? His arrogant tone, combined with the tragic death of his companion, filled the pirates with rage as they brandished their weapons, ready to charge at Dia and his crew. However, before they could make a move, they found their weapons becoming uncontrollable, flying towards the opposite side, and some even began to float in the air. The pirates hurriedly released their weapons, which then fell back to the ground. But by that time, all their weapons had already flown into Kid's hands. I'm not going to waste any more time with you. Those who can understand, follow my orders. Those who can't, go die. Bang Diaz showed no hesitation and took out another one of the loudest and strongest guys with a single shot. What kind of sorcery is this, able to disarm us? And this guy can turn his arm into a weapon. The pirates were so intimidated that they dared not make any further moves. They looked up in awe at Kid and Diaz, who possessed sorcery. Devil fruit users. The pirate captain, being more perceptive, recognized that Kid and Diaz were users of such powers. We will obey your commands. Whatever you ask us to do, we will do. A fawning smile appeared on the pirate captain's zombie-like face, as he knew well that the devil fruit was a treasure of the sea, and anyone who possessed it, even a child, had formidable combat power that their small pirate crew could not confront head-on. Thus, he decisively expressed his willingness to cooperate with Diaz and the others. Although Gia found it awkward to see the flattering smile on the other person's withered, terrifying old face, he was still satisfied with the other person's attitude. They needed to set sail immediately and leave this place. Jia issued commands, and under the leadership of the pirate captain, the others dared not slack off. Moreover, the strength and ruthlessness of the few children on the opposing side made them fearful. Thus, after a moment, the sails of the pirate ship were raised, and the ship slowly left the port. Finally at sea, after more than a year of being stuck in this small place, Jia was eager to see the vast ocean. Kid and Killer, also experiencing their first time at sea, gazed at the dark sea surface with longing expressions. They didn't know what kind of people or events they would encounter on the ocean, but they believed it would surely be more exciting than living in this decaying country. Only Victoria, the only girl among them, felt a hint of worry and fear about their journey. However, looking at Jia, Kid, and Killer beside her, she felt a strong sense of security. After sleeping all day, the four were not tired at all. They sat on the deck, enjoying the night view of the ocean while surrounded by pirates. Although the pirates were intimidated by their strength, no one could guarantee that these evil guys wouldn't take action while they were asleep, so vigilance was necessary. Soon it was morning, and the pirates began preparing breakfast. They originally wanted to ask Jia and the others what food they wanted, so the ship's cook could prepare it for them. However, Jia directly refused and went to the ship's storage to get the ingredients himself. They had the pirates eat a little bit of each portion to ensure it wasn't tea poisoned before letting Victoria cook breakfast for them. Damn, they're so cautious. The pirate captain looked at Jia and the others, who were being extremely careful to guard against his schemes, and secretly resented them. He indeed wanted to poison their food to take them down, but Jia completely denied him that opportunity. I can sense that the pirate captain is not genuinely submissive to us. He might secretly plot against us. Kid and Killer, who grew up in a dark environment, had a keen intuition to judge whether someone harbored malice towards them. They sensed the pirate captain's hostility and alerted Diameter. It's all right, as long as we are careful. Moreover, once we successfully land on the next island, we can just kill all these guys. Jia remained calm, but his words revealed a full intent to kill. At Jia's request, the pirate ship sailed for 3 days across the sea, eventually arriving at an inhabited small island. The pirate ship could not dock openly at a regular port, so they circled to the back of the island, where beneath a cliff was a dilapidated port, and the pirate ship docked there. Since it is a pirate ship, it cannot dock at a regular port on any island. The island's country would not allow it, and it could easily be spotted by passing Navy ships. Therefore, most islands have such a concealed port where pirate ships can dock. This is also the case for all the islands in Kid Killer's territory. The port where the pirate ship initially docked next to the garbage mountain was not the regular port of that island either. As the pirate ship approached the shore, Jia looked at the empty port, nodded in satisfaction. This place, far from the gathering points of residence, was a good place for killing. Tot. Without warning, Jia opened fire on the entire ship with a machine gun as soon as it docked. The unsuspecting pirates were instantly turned into a sieve, but one person, the pirate captain, jumped into the sea at the first moment to evade Jia's gunfire. He was quite cunning. It was evident from Jia and the others' methods and caution that these kids were not soft-hearted. Once they were on land and no longer useful, they might not be spared by the enemy. So he had always kept a watchful eye, carefully guarding against Jia and the others. Jumping into the sea to save his life was part of his premeditated plan. He knew that devil fruit users were all landlubbers, unable to swim for life. After jumping into the water, the two users could not chase after him. As for the remaining girl and child, he did not pay them any mind. Did he think he could escape by diving underwater? How naive. Kid used the power of the magnet fruit to control several flying knives to shoot into the sea. With a chaotic barrage of knives, soon the surface of the sea was stained crimson, and then the pirate captain's corpse floated up. Jia shot a few more times at the direction of the corpse's head until it was completely blown apart before leaving with a few others. As they passed through the forest and were about to enter a bustling area with people around, Jia and the others put on hats to cover their eyes, and then used a scarf to cover most of their faces. They had brutally killed nobles in their own country, which was a serious matter and could likely lead to being wanted. Therefore, Jia and the others were very careful to conceal their identities. The island they arrived at also belonged to a country, but the situation here was clearly different from their own. The people here were not separated into inner and outer cities, nor were there high walls dividing them. Although the people here were somewhat poorer compared to the residents of their inner city, at least on the surface, everyone appeared equal, and smiles were visible on their faces. This place is truly wonderful. There is no distinction between people. Everyone lives in the same area. Victoria gazed at the scenery that was different from her birth country and sighed in admiration. Dia knew that the so-called equality was only for ordinary people. It was impossible for the rulers of the country, such as nobles and kings, to be equal to ordinary citizens. However, he was unwilling to shatter Victoria's imagination, so he remained silent. Have you seen the recent news? Something truly significant has happened. Dia and the others were wandering the streets, with constant chatter reaching their ears. The neighboring island nation saw half of its nobles killed overnight, and the king was also murdered, along with hundreds or thousands of soldiers. It's truly frightening. But that's not all. Didn't the newspaper say that the culprits were actually 2 kids in their teens? That's really shocking. Dia and the others could clearly hear the conversation between the 2 people nearby and realize they were talking about them. Kid and are not in our teens. Dia murmured to himself, thinking that it was probably because both of them were tall and strong that others misunderstood their age. In reality, neither kid, nor he was even 10 years old yet. These 2 kids were truly evil, having committed such heinous acts. And the newspaper had mentioned that it was these 2 children who attempted to set fire to their country's waste processing plant, which housed a large number of innocent civilians. Once the fire started, many people would die. Ultimately, their crimes were discovered by the country's nobles, who quickly dispatched troops to stop them, preventing a tragedy. Those 2 little devils were so deranged that they launched a crazy revenge against the nobles of the country because of this, which led to the current situation. The 2 of them discussed the news they saw in the newspaper, completely disregarding the facts and reversing right and wrong, absurdly placing the crimes the nobles intended to commit on Dia and the others. This made Victoria's eyes well up with tears. The little girl felt extremely wronged. She believed that Dia and Kid should not be slandered like this. She wanted to speak up to defend Kid and Dia, but Dia covered her mouth with his hand. It's okay. I anticipated that such things would happen. As long as we know what we've done. Let others think what they want about us. We don't care about that anyway. Moreover, now that our infamy has reached here, if you speak up in our defense, it will expose our identities, making it impossible for us to stand here. Dia was comforting Victoria while explaining and analyzing the situation to her. Unfortunately, they didn't catch those 2 little devils, allowing them to escape. However, the government and the Navy have issued a wanted notice for these 2 little devils, so it won't be long before they are captured. Their 2 accomplices are also wanted, and among them, the little girl seems quite cute. It's surprising that at such a young age, she has already gone down the wrong path and is mixed up with these naturally evil beings. Dia kept listening until the 2 stopped discussing the topic, then pulled Victoria and Kid Kira away. They found a secluded corner and stopped. How can the news slander you like this? And the Navy and the government don't even investigate, just believing those despicable nobles' words? They are so foolish. I used to think the Navy was the embodiment of justice. Stopping, the young girl Victoria still felt wronged. She kept defending Dia and the others, feeling disappointed in the Navy. This world is like this. Sometimes what you do doesn't matter. What matters is what position you stand in and at what level. On the Navy's side, they will only believe the words of those high-ranking rulers. How could they doubt them? Even if there are smart people in the Navy who can see something is off, they either don't want to offend the nobles or drowned out by the voices of the majority within. They want to even have the chance to question what the truth of the matter really is. Dia gently explained many things that the little girl still didn't understand, urging her not to feel wronged anymore. Yes, Drianika, you shouldn't worry about this matter any longer. Just as Dia said, we won't care about how others evaluate us. Kid and Kira were also comforting their little friend. After a bit of effort, Dia and the others managed to calm Victoria's emotions. Now that we are being hunted, the wanted notice has reached here, so we need to be more careful and not expose ourselves easily. Kira, with his calm personality, analyzed their current situation for everyone. Moreover, we need to find a newspaper that reports on us to understand some details, and we must also check our wanted notice. Dia and Kid, you 2 might have been photographed while in the inner city, but Victoria and I have never been seen. Those nobles are unlikely to have our photos. At most, they might have heard about our existence from others and possibly have sketches based on descriptions. We need to see if the images on our wanted notices resemble us. If they don't, then on this island, it will be our responsibility to go out and move around. Kira's thoughts were clear, and he analyzed the problem thoroughly. Dia and Kid nodded in agreement with his analysis. Then, they went out to the street, where Dia and the others saw the newspaper about them and the wanted notices on the bulletin board. This was taken by that bastard. How could he have captured such clear images of Kira and Victoria? Standing in front of the bulletin board, looking at the clear faces of the 4, Kid's expression turned grim. He muttered curses at the bastard who managed to photograph Kira and Victoria so clearly. He also looked at the wanted poster, where both his and Kid's photos were taken against the backdrop of the battle in the inner city, showing their faces clearly. He was offered a bounty of 40 million berries, while Kid had 30 million, both of which were very high amounts. For a child facing a bounty for the first time, this was an unprecedented sum in the South Blue, indicating the Navy's seriousness about them. Next to him and Kid, there were also wanted posters for Killer and Victoria, with their photos taken during a time when they sneaked into the inner city, set against the backdrop of a street. Dia lamented that those nobles still had some abilities, as they were able to find photos of Kira and Victoria. On the wanted poster, Kira had a bounty of 12 million berries, while Victoria had 5 million. The two of them were wanted as accomplices to the main culprit. The photos on the wanted poster shattered Kira's previous assumptions. Now, the four of them had to ensure that none of their true identities were exposed to the public if they wanted to stay safely on this island. Let's go. Gia left the place with a few people, as there were too many of them. It would be troublesome if they drew attention. They found a less populated and poorer area, where Gia and the others rented a house and settled down temporarily. They needed to plan their next move here. Since they were unfamiliar with places in the South China Sea other than the island they escaped from, they started by going out discreetly in the first few days to gather information. The situation was not good. From the information they gathered, news and wanted posters about them had spread throughout the South China Sea. Now, wherever they appeared, as long as they revealed their true faces, there was a high probability they would be recognized and reported, leading to a crackdown by the Navy and various national militaries. Considering various intelligence, Kira felt their situation was grim. They had become like rats in the South China Sea, universally hated. In such circumstances, even if Jia and Kid were powerful fighters, they couldn't eliminate all those who were hostile to them. Therefore, they decided to leave the South China Sea and seek refuge in other waters. As long as they could find a ship to take them to the Red Land continent, with my fruit abilities, I could help you cross the Red Land continent to any sea. After thinking it over, Jia made a decision. His weapon would be a transforming armed helicopter. This would allow him to easily take a few companions across the treacherous red line and the reverse mountain currents that are perilous for ordinary ships. However, his endurance was insufficient, and he needed a ship to help cover some distance. Where to? After considering Dia's decision, Kid Killer thought it was fine. He then asked Dia which sea area he planned to head to. The Grand Line was not an option. It was too dangerous for them at the moment. Any of the other 3 seas would be fine, as there wouldn't be too many powerful threats to their safety, and the environment was relatively stable. Gia feels that as long as it's the sea, it doesn't matter which part of it. After all, there aren't many strong individuals who can threaten them. But do you really want to go to the East Sea? After all, aside from a few top-tier powerhouses, there aren't many strong characters left in the East Sea. It is known as the weakest sea area, so going there would allow them to live more freely. Moreover, there are still important characters from the original story, like Luffy, Ace, and Zoro from their childhood, and Joe wants to see them. However, he has never been to Reverse Mountain and doesn't know exactly which sea area it is. A few novice sailors can't tell the direction either, so they will just have to choose randomly when the time comes. Jia's decision received unanimous approval. So let's stick to the old method, find a pirate ship and take control of them to take us to Reverse Mountain. Kira suggested using the same method we used to get to this island. Either way is fine, whether it's taking control of a pirate ship or casually finding a merchant ship or another type of vessel. As long as it's the most suitable for us, it's good. Dia didn't mind this at all. If it was a pirate ship, they would kill everyone once they reached their destination. If it was another type of ship, they would let them go. It didn't matter. After discussing it thoroughly, the group began to frequently go to the port, whether it was a legitimate or illegitimate port. They had to go several times a day. For several days, no ships came to the hidden port, while at the legitimate port, a merchant ship was scheduled to set sail in a few days, headed for an island near Upside Down Mountain. Naturally, it became the target chosen by Dia and the others. After finding out the exact departure time of the ship on the night before, Dia and the 3 others secretly sneaked into the ship's cabin, hiding among a pile of cargo. No one noticed their infiltration. The next morning, the ship's sailors took their positions, and the merchant ship slowly left the port. After sailing for 2 hours and completely leaving the island, Dia and his companions emerged from the cabin. The next steps were simple. Their faces instilled fear in everyone on board. And after teaching a lesson to a few unruly individuals, Dia successfully took control of the merchant ship with a mix of carrots and sticks, forcing them to take them to Upside Down Mountain. Behind a reef along the route that Dia and the others had to take, a small naval warship quietly docked there. The islands where Dia and his companions slaughtered the nobles, as well as the island they fled to, are surrounded by a dangerous reef. To sail from these 2 islands to other places, one must pass through the sea area. No matter where those little brats want to escape to, they have to come through here. As long as we block all passing ships, checking each one carefully, I don't believe they can get away. On the naval ship, a dark, lewd Navy lieutenant quietly watched the distant sea, waiting for other ships to arrive, smugly showing off to his subordinates. That dark lieutenant thought, if those murderers of the nobles are hiding on the two islands, do we have to wait here forever? A Navy sergeant questioned his superior. They had been waiting here for many days, and there were quite a few simple boats passing by. Yet they had not spotted the wanted little brats. Impossible. Those kids can't stay on those two islands forever. The island where they committed their crimes is now being searched by all the surviving nobles and military. The moment they show up, they will be discovered. So they want to go back, and the other island is too close. Their wanted notices are all over it. They can only hide there for a few days before leaving, otherwise the risk of being caught is too great. So we just need to wait here for a few days, and those little brats will definitely show up. The dark lieutenant was full of confidence, believing there was no problem with his judgment. Slap. He gave the questioning subordinate a hard slap across the face. After that, the lieutenant said, "You just need to obey and not question." The dark lieutenant was very unhappy with his subordinate's doubts. The soldier, covering his swollen face, dared not speak again and quietly stepped aside to wait. He knew his superior's temper. Although he was in the Navy, he was very brutal. Sometimes, if he was unhappy, it was normal for soldiers under him to be beaten to death or seriously injured. So he didn't dare to provoke his displeasure again. The scenery on the sea is still as vast as ever. Dia and Kid had no idea that the Navy was waiting for them. They had taken control of the people on board the merchant ship and sailed into this area, entering a zone filled with reefs. Kid stood at the bow of the ship, enjoying the pleasant sea breeze on his face. Boom! Just as Kid was savoring the moment, a cannonball landed in the sea beside their merchant ship, splashing a large amount of water. The ship in front stopped immediately. "We are the Navy, and we need to conduct an inspection." Colonel Hebei, seeing another ship approaching, immediately fired a cannonball as a warning for the opposing ship to halt. The Navy? Kid was startled by the sudden cannon fire. He looked at the warship emerging from behind the reefs, feeling a mix of confusion and surprise. Be careful. Prepare for battle. At the moment the shell fell, Dia stood side by side with Kid at the bow of the ship. After reminding Kid, he gazed at the warship across from them. "Colonel, those little brats are on the ship over there." The Navy soldier on lookout duty was the first to spot Kid and Dia. He pointed them out to Colonel Hebei below. Upon hearing this, Hebei quickly picked up his binoculars and immediately saw Kid and Dia at the bow. "Ha, I knew it. Those little brats would definitely pass through here." The scene through the binoculars excited Hebei greatly. No need to intercept, just open fire and sink that ship. Those two brats are ability users. As long as they fall into the sea, we can easily deal with them. Colonel Hebei waved his hand, and the cannons on the warship began attacking the merchant ship without hesitation. Boom! 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 The continuous cannon fire sent the sailors and captain of the merchant ship into a panic, forcing them to huddle in a corner trembling. Why did the Navy open fire directly? Although we're wanted, these people are innocent. Don't they fear implicating the innocent? Victoria, protected by Kidra, huddled with the sailors, struggling to understand the actions of the Navy across from them. "Little girl, stop being foolish here. The one over there is Colonel Hebei, the head of the naval base in this area. Although he is Navy, he is more like a pirate than a pirate. He usually doesn't go after pirates. Instead, he collects escort fees from passing ships in the name of the Navy. If you don't pay, he will treat you as a pirate ship and sink you." As soon as Victoria finished speaking, a sailor squatting beside her began to introduce Colonel Hebei's situation. The sailors displayed a grim expression when mentioning him, clearly having been frequent targets of escort fee collection. Isn't chasing pirates and protecting civilians the Navy's responsibility? Why do they still charge fees? Victoria's Na'vi mind found it hard to understand, her face filled with confusion and shock. Chasing pirates? Don't joke around. The guy over there will let even pirate ships pass as long as they pay. As for protecting civilians, that's even more ridiculous. The Navy led by Hebei is utterly corrupt, and we civilians don't expect their protection at all. The sailors continued to recount the Navy's malice. These little things, what use can they have? Kid looked at the shells being fired over and scoffed. Magnetic reflection. Activating his ability, all the shells stopped mid-air. Then, under Kid's magnetic influence, they flew back towards the warship at an even faster speed. Bang, bang, bang. The reflected shells created several large holes on the deck of the warship, injuring many Navy soldiers in the process. Indeed, they are ability users. It's hard for ordinary people to deal with them. Hebei muttered as he looked at the holes created by his own shells on the deck. However, for me, they're still a bit inexperienced. Don't think that just because you're ability users, you can do whatever you want in front of me. After all, I have weapons that can restrain your abilities. Colonel Hebei was not affected by Kid's counterattack at all. He touched the pistol at his waist, revealing a cunning expression. Be careful, and don't have any direct contact with them or their weapons. Dia kept a cold gaze on the Navy on the opposite warship when Kid made his move. The sinister calmness and the cunning on his face were clearly seen by Diameter. Dia instantly realized that the other party had the confidence and means to subdue him and Kid. Otherwise, the Navy wouldn't possibly be unaware of his and Kid's strength. That night in the inner city, they had faced an entire nation's army together and managed to escape. Such strength was not something an ordinary naval branch from the South China Sea could handle. Dia guessed that the other party was either also a person with abilities or had weapons made of sea prism stone. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so confident. The possibility of them having sea prism stone weapons seemed greater. Dia watched the movement of the figure across from him as he touched the pistol at his waist, secretly speculating. Bring the warship closer, Colonel Hay ordered his soldiers. Just as Dia had guessed, the weapon he possessed had sea prism stone ammunition. The bullets in his pistol were made of sea prism stone. Once he hit the two abilities users across from him, they would definitely lose their ability to resist. Right now, he needed to close the distance to ensure the accuracy of his shot. Boom, boom, boom. The warship moved closer while firing shells, and Kid continuously reflected the shells back. However, the Navy on the warship was clearly well-trained, working together with exceptional coordination. They were able to dodge most of the reflected shells during their advance. And for the few that they couldn't avoid, the Navy managed to ensure that they only hit unimportant parts of the warship. The Navy was the Navy, regardless of their personal qualities. But in terms of controlling ships and combat, their long-term training had developed an organizational ability and teamwork that ordinary pirates or civilian ships simply could not match. Dia looked at the operations on the warship across from them, comparing it to the pirate ships and merchant ships they had been on, and nodded, acknowledging the strength of the Navy. However, even so, I can't just let you get so close to us. Dia's arm transformed into a grenade launcher, firing several grenades at the warship. The power of his grenades was not comparable to the spherical cannonballs in the world of One Piece. Bang! Each large grenade that hit the warship caused a violent explosion, blasting a huge hole in the hull and igniting the wooden warship with flames. Rocket! Dia's arm transformed. Taking advantage of the opposing warship being busy extinguishing fires, a rocket was fired towards the ship's mast. Boom! The tremendous power of the rocket instantly shattered the mast, which crashed heavily onto the warship's deck, injuring several sailors while causing the ship to sway violently. Damn it! Dia's devil fruit ability is too tricky, causing Major Hebei's thoughts of approaching to shatter, and his expression turned ugly. In that case, I'll just take you out first. Hebei drew his pistol and aimed at Diameter. Bang! The gunshot rang out, but it wasn't Hebei's gun. Instead, Dia transformed his arm into a Barrett sniper rifle, having detected Hebei's movement and striking first. After one shot, the bullet fired by the Barrett had immense power, directly shattering Hebei's hand that held the gun into a mist of blood, while the pistol was also destroyed, dropping several greystone bullets that were different from ordinary metal bullets. Covering his empty wrist, Hebei let out a piercing scream. I am not a character who can let the enemy attack. No matter what confident means you have to stand before us. As long as I can take you out before you unleash them, it's all good. Dia's Barrett sniper rifle was aimed at the center of Black's forehead, and then another gunshot rang out as a bullet was fired. Bang! The bullet predictably struck Black's forehead, and the power of the large caliber bullet caused Colonel Black's head to explode. The colonel is dead. Colonel Black's death plunged the remaining naval soldiers into panic. Hot. Dia conjured a multi-barrel machine gun and began firing wildly at the deck of the warship. He had just heard the sailors' comments about these naval forces. Dia showed no mercy when it came to such scum. In just a moment, under Dia's barrage, there was not a single living person left on the deck of the warship. Hey, your hands are too fast. You didn't leave me a single one. Dia quickly eliminated all the Navy, and Kid pouted in dissatisfaction. He hadn't even had a chance to make a move before the enemy was taken out by Dia, which made him a bit unhappy. Who could he blame for being slow? Dia responded to Kid without holding back. Then he leaped onto the deck of the warship, crouched down, and searched around, finding a few stone bullets. Dia's hand gently touched the stone bullets, and a wave of weakness instantly spread throughout his body, leaving him unable to exert any strength. Indeed, it was sea prism stone. The intense feeling of weakness confirmed Dia's initial suspicion that the confident Lieutenant Hebei relied on these sea prism stone bullets, believing they could restrain him and Kid. Hey, What's wrong with you? Why have you suddenly become like this? Kid looked at Dia, who had suddenly collapsed on the ground and was unable to move, and nervously jumped over, crouching beside him in an attempt to lift him up. You're not dying, are you? Although concerned about Dia, Kid still made a habitual jab. You're the one who's going to die. Dia slapped Kid on his head of red hair, and Kid pulled him back, causing the sea prism stone bullet to slip from his hand, slowly regaining his ability to move. The few bullets on the ground were made of sea prism stone, a material that is the nemesis of all ability users. As soon as an ability user comes into contact with it, the effect is similar to falling into the sea. So in the future, you need to be careful when fighting others. After giving Kid a slap, Dia took the opportunity to educate him about sea prism stone to prevent him from suffering losses due to ignorance of this material. Sea prism stone? There's actually something like this that restrains ability users. Kid was drawn in by Dia's words, and his curious gaze landed on the grayish-white sea prism stone bullet on the ground, temporarily forgetting that Dia had slapped him. Kid curiously touched the sea prism stone bullet, and then, just like Dia moments ago, he instantly collapsed on the deck. Idiot! Dia mocked Kid, then kicked away the sea prism stone bullets with his shoes, completely forgetting that he had just done the same thing as Kid. He carefully tore a piece of cloth from the nearby Navy corpse and used the weapons on the ground to collect the sea prism stone bullets, wrapping them up afterward. The sea prism stone is a very rare material, and Dia clearly intended to keep these items. Damn, why is the weather in this godforsaken place like this? It's so hard to fly. How did those ships manage to get up here? On the red soil continent, with the currents of the four seas converging, above the upside-down mountain leading to the Grand Line, an armed helicopter was flying in the sky, shaking violently due to the strong airflow. Hey, fly a little steadier. With all this shaking, I feel like we're going to crash any moment. Inside the cabin, Kid, feeling dizzy from the turbulence, was desperately holding back the urge to vomit and shouted anxiously. He regretted not understanding the upside-down mountain better before rashly agreeing to Dia's plan to fly over it. Drianika, are you okay? If you don't believe me, just throw up. You'll feel much better. Killer, also feeling very uncomfortable from the shaking, still prioritized the only girl. At this moment, Victoria looked extremely pained. Her physical condition was not as strong as that of Kid and Killer. If it weren't for Killer constantly holding on to her, she would have already been rolling around in the cabin from the shaking. Hey, if you're going to throw up, just hold on a bit longer. Let me find a place to land first. Right now, you're in my stomach. Killer's words didn't seem to affect Victoria much. Instead, it made Dia anxious. The helicopter was his ability, and the cabin where the few of them were situated was essentially inside his stomach. He couldn't even imagine the scene of having someone vomit inside him once he recovered. If you don't want us to throw up, then you better fly properly, you bastard. Kid covered his mouth, suppressing the urge to vomit, and shouted through gritted teeth. At this moment, Dia couldn't care less about arguing with Kid. He noted down Kid's insults in his mind while trying his best to stabilize the flight and comfort the people in his stomach. Just hang in there a little longer. I'll soon be over the upside-down mountain. Once we pass it, the airflow will stabilize, and it won't shake as much. Under Dia's efforts to soothe them, the people in the cabin managed to hold back their nausea. After a while of swaying, Dia finally flew over the red soil continent's upside-down mountain and entered another sea area. Once they exited the upside-down mountain, the unstable, strong airflow disappeared, and Dia's armed helicopter became steady. With stable flight, Dia no longer worried about throwing the people in the cabin out and opened the cabin door. Wow! As soon as the door opened, the three companions instantly appeared at the doorway, uniformly leaning over the edge and violently vomiting into the sea below. Captain, we finally made it here. After passing through the rising currents of the upside-down mountain, that's the Grand Line, the place where our sharp hammer pirates will make a name for ourselves, and where you will become the new pirate king. On the sea, a pirate ship was speeding towards the rising current not far away, a group of pirates dreaming of becoming the pirate king. They were filled with immense anticipation for the Grand Line. Of course, once we enter the Grand Line, I will definitely be the next pirate king. By then, you will all be the crew of the pirate king. Countless treasures, beauties, and power are beckoning us. On the pirate ship, the captain, flattered by his underlings, was feeling elated as he raised his head and laughed heartily, seemingly envisioning the wonderful life that awaited him after becoming the pirate king. Gulch. However, while he was lost in thought, a large unknown object fell from the sky and landed in his mouth, causing the pirate captain to choke and involuntarily swallow a large portion. Ugh! He spat out the foreign object, wiping his face with his sleeve while shouting, "What the hell is this?" After cleaning his face, he opened his eyes, which had been covered, and the first thing he saw was a large puddle on the ground that was obviously vomit. Damn it, what kind of bastard is this? I'm going to kill him. After realizing what had happened, the pirate captain's mind went blank for a few seconds. Then he exploded in rage, cursing at the sky. As he cursed his ancestors, a black dot slowly grew larger, and finally, a black steel monster landed on his deck. What luck! I just arrived, and I can encounter a ship. Dia's ability was revoked, restoring his human form as he stood on the deck, casually looking around without paying any attention to the astonished crew. At the same time, Kid, Kira, and Victoria also appeared on deck due to Dia's ability being withdrawn. The three of them looked pale, feeling as if they had been completely emptied out. Just moments ago, in the sky, they had vomited everything in their stomachs, even expelling a considerable amount of stomach acid, so it was a miracle they were still standing. Little Ghost, ability user? As pirates about to embark on the Grand Line, the crew on the ship clearly had some knowledge. They immediately recognized that Dia, who had transformed from a steel monster into a human, was the legendary Devil Fruit user. The pirate captain was clearly furious about what had just happened, and he didn't care whether they were ability users or not as he prepared to curse at Dia and the others. Bang! But before he could finish his tirade, a gunshot rang out, and his head was blown apart. I certainly wouldn't allow anyone to insult me and remain indifferent. Dia blew on the muzzle of the Desert Eagle on his arm, and his faint voice spread across the entire deck. From now on, this ship is under my control. Who is in favor? Who is against? Dia's gaze swept across the faces of all the pirates. Then, using a line from his past life that was quite pretentious, he asked aloud, looking at the decapitated corpse on his ship, and then at Dia. All the pirates couldn't help but swallow hard, confirming that the person before them was someone they couldn't provoke. The pirates, understanding the situation, nodded in agreement with Dia's words. Dia nodded in satisfaction and then, by questioning the group of pirates, learned about their current location. It turned out they had arrived in the West Sea. Dia was unclear about the direction and just relied on luck to choose a path up the upside-down mountain. The West Sea? Isn't that Robin's hometown? Robin should still be only in her teens now. I wonder if I can encounter her. Regardless of whether I can or not, I have to go look for her. As soon as Dia heard this was the West Sea, she immediately thought of Nico Robin, the character in One Piece who had the darkest and most tragic childhood. Dia felt very sympathetic towards her circumstances. Since she was here, Dia decided to find Robin and protect her, who was still just a little girl. Controlling a group of pirates to navigate their pirate ship, Dia and the others arrived at the nearest small island. After reaching their destination, Dia ruthlessly eliminated all the pirates. And then, after disguising themselves, they boarded the island called Walha. This island is similar to Lowtown in the East Sea. It is the last island before the West Sea enters the Grand Line and is a mandatory stop. Therefore, even though the Navy has set up a base here, it still cannot prevent a large number of pirates from landing. There is only a fragile balance maintained between the pirates and the Navy. As long as the pirates do not cause trouble on this island, the Navy turns a blind eye to them. As soon as Dia and his companions arrived on the island, they discovered after some investigation that there was basically no attention paid to the news about their group in the South China Sea. After all, they were not in the same ocean, and even if someone had heard about it, they didn't know the specific details, let alone the true identities of the culprits. Since no one recognized them, Dia immediately discarded his disguise and walked boldly down the street. The West Sea was different from other places. Not only were there naval pirates and armed forces from various countries, but there was also a very powerful force, the Mafia, commonly known as organized crime. After walking for a while on the street, Dia had already seen several waves of gangsters dressed in black suits and black top hats. Each of these guys was flaunting weapons as they walked down the street, and many of their weapons were much more advanced than those of other factions. Dia noticed that many people were carrying handguns or rifles that were rare in this world, featuring automatic firing capabilities. Wherever the Mafia went, even the most ruthless pirates would retreat and dare not provoke them. If you remember correctly, there were 5 major Mafia factions in the West Sea, and the future superstar Capone Becky would be the godfather of one of them. Dia thought of Capone Beach, the future superstar, when he looked at these Mafia members. This guy was originally a Mafia boss in the West Sea. After eliminating all his rivals and unifying the Mafia in the West Sea, he felt there was no more fun and decided to become a pirate. Capone Beach's favorite pastime was assassinating the leaders of other factions. Even after entering the New World, he was thinking about taking action against the Yonko Big Mom. He is a very cunning and ruthless person, willing to do anything to achieve his goals. It's unclear whether Beach has eaten the castle fruit at this time. If he hasn't, there might be a way to intercept him first. Dia tilted his head and thought that the castle fruit, in his eyes, was just like the storage rings he had seen in those fantasy novels before. capable of storing a large amount of things within, even living beings. Moreover, the defensive power of the transformed castle was astonishing. Even the Empress of the Four Emperors would take some time to break it. In Jia's opinion, this was much more advanced than those storage rings, which made him very interested. Jia was lost in thought and didn't notice the situation in front of him, colliding with a member of the mafia. Where did this little brat come from? Not watching where he's going and bumping into me. Is he tired of living? The bumped mafia member was furious and reached out a hand to grab Diameter. Coming back to his senses, Jia frowned and, before the other party could touch him, quickly extended his hand and grasped the opponent's wrist. With a forceful twist, the mafia member cried out in pain, not expecting such strength from a kid. At this moment, he couldn't pull his hand away. Jia's grip was like a vice, holding him tightly. After a long period of training, combined with the effect of passive life regeneration, Jia's strength has been increasing every day. Now, without using his abilities, he can easily overpower several adult men. Where do these vicious dogs come from, running wild on the streets without any reason? Jia gave a contemptuous glance and directly threw the mafia member out. The mafia member fell to the ground in embarrassment, flexing his wrist, unable to swallow his anger at being mocked by a child. He was about to pull out his handgun to eliminate the opponent. However, before he could make any move, a dark gun barrel was pressed against his forehead, instantly making him dare not move at all. Be honest, I have a few questions to ask you. If you can't answer, then you can die. Jia's cold voice reached his ears, making him involuntarily shiver. The mafia, whose life was grasped in someone else's hands, could only nod. The first question was, where's Capone Becky now, and is he a devil fruit user? Becky is the godfather of our arch-nemesis, the Capone family. He usually stays at the Capone family stronghold, Rumik Island. It is said that the Capone family has a large number of members and strong firepower, but there are no reports of what kind of ability user he is. The mafia shook his head and honestly answered his question. So it is likely that Becky has not yet obtained the castle fruit. However, it cannot be ruled out that Becky has eaten the fruit but has not revealed it. Jia was analyzing several possibilities, planning to find an opportunity to sneak into Becky's base to take a look. Anyway, with his abilities, as long as he didn't provoke the group of green peppers from the Flower Kingdom in the West Sea, no one could do anything to him. The next question is, you should know Nico Robin, right? Recently, do you have any news or traces of her within your mafia? Jia asked the question he wanted to know most, about Robin's current situation. Nico Robin? That demon child? Upon hearing Robin's name, the mafia member seemed very surprised. He glanced at Jia, not understanding why the other party was looking for that person. Of course I know Nico Robin. At just 8 years old, she was wanted by the world government with a bounty of 79 million berries. For a time, she was the target of all our mafia groups. At such a young age, she couldn't possibly have any real power. If we could just find her, we could expose ourselves overnight and live a life of luxury without worries. Jia nodded. In this world, nearly 80 million berries is indeed a large sum. With this money, an ordinary person can basically achieve financial freedom. So, Jia felt that the situation described by the mafia was normal. However, that Nico Robin is indeed formidable. Over the years, people have often discovered her whereabouts, but no one has ever been able to capture her. The mafia's introduction continued. Sometimes she would join certain factions seeking protection, but none of those factions would truly accept her. Each time, after using her, they would think about abandoning her to the Navy. The mafia chuckled at this point. But those fools are always detected by her in advance, and then a little girl betrays them before they can escape, revealing all their secrets. As a result, none of those who took her ended up well. The most recent time she appeared was on Gemmet Island, where a small mafia boss, after taking her in, wanted to sell her to the Navy. However, after being detected, he was betrayed and all his secrets were revealed, leading to him being swallowed whole by his opponents. After finishing, the mafia glanced at Diameter. That's all I know. I've told you everything. Jia nodded, and then a gunshot ended him. In the shocked and stiff gaze of his opponent before death, Jia slowly spoke. For someone like you, who would definitely seek revenge after being let go, it's better to kill you first. Jia, why do you care so much about that person named Nico Robin? Is she someone you know? On the street, Jia and the others walked casually, while Kira looked at Jia with curiosity. For so many days, Jia had been asking around for information about Nico Robin, which made Kira think that Jia must know her and have a close relationship. Otherwise, Jia had never cared so much about a single person before. It would be wrong to say they were acquaintances. Jia held his hands behind his head, walking and answering Kira. He was indeed familiar with Robin through anime and manga, so saying she was an acquaintance posed no problem for him. However, in this world, he knew Robin, but she did not know him. So you actually have acquaintances? I thought you just dropped down from the sky. Kid said, looking down his nose at Dia, subtly mocking him. Yeah, I did drop down from the sky, but unfortunately I didn't land on you, redhead. In terms of arguments, Dia had never lost. He retorted sharply at Kid's remark. So, Dia, you were born in the West Sea? How did you end up in our South Sea? You didn't have the ability to fly before. Victoria was also curious about Dia's background. He was their companion, but for so long, apart from knowing his name, they had never learned anything else about him. Now that an opportunity to understand Dia's past had arisen, Victoria was eager to explore it. I'm not from the West Sea, nor from any other sea or the Grand Line. My arrival in this world was completely a mysterious accident, Dia said, reflecting on his identity as a traveler, uttering something that others could not comprehend. Not from the West Sea or any other sea, nor the Grand Line. Could there be other unknown seas in this world? The other three were puzzled by Dia's words, but they could tell he didn't want to discuss his origins further, so they stopped asking. Strange. I feel like someone has been watching us all along, but I've looked around, and I don't see anyone focusing on us, yet this feeling persists. After a while, Kid looked around, puzzled, and spoke to the others. I feel that way too, just not as strongly. Since you say that, Kid. Kira's words were cut off loudly by Diameter Kid. Kira, you two must be too sensitive because of our identities. Always feeling like someone has discovered who we are and wants to capture us. You're just too nervous. Dia's words left Kid Kira scratching his head. Is that so? Both of them were puzzled, but they also felt that Dia's words made sense, so they didn't pay much attention to it. However, after this, Dia quietly transformed his eyes and the back of his head into miniature high-definition cameras, continuously scanning everything around them. As for why the ability of the weapon fruit could turn into a camera, Dia explained that information weapons are also weapons, and the development of devil fruit abilities, especially in the paramecia category, means that as long as your imagination is rich enough, anything is possible. Found it. The high-definition camera locked onto a frail figure, and Dia's lips curled slightly. After Kid Kira spoke, Dia confirmed that someone was secretly watching them, and it was definitely not an illusion. Characters like them, who could grow into top-tier experts in the world, usually have keen instincts. This is a talent that comes with being a genius, although Dia is currently stronger than them. Unfortunately, he is not a native and lacks such a strong sixth sense. However, Dia believes that Kid and Kira won't be wrong in their feelings. Therefore, he intentionally spoke ambiguously to avoid letting the people in the shadows think they have been discovered, and then he secretly searched for his target. How strange. These few people have been looking for me lately. I thought they had malicious intentions. But from their conversation, it seems I was mistaken. They not only have no hostility towards me, but are actually concerned for me. That black-haired little boy seems to be an acquaintance, but I don't remember knowing him. In a dark corner, not far from Dia and the others, Robin wrapped herself tightly in a cloak, completely obscuring her face. At this moment, she retracted the eyes and ears she had created around Dia and the others using the powers of the flower fruit. Lowering her head to ponder the conversation she had just overheard. Let's observe a bit more. Unable to make sense of it, Robin decided to continue watching and listening. She raised her head. Hey, where did that black-haired boy go? Robin was surprised to find one person missing from the four. She was about to search for him when cold sweat broke out on her. Don't move, little girl. From now on, you are my captive. The sound of a sinister laugh behind her, along with something gun-like pressed against her waist, made Nico Robin realize she had been exposed, and from the voice, she could tell it was the little boy who had suddenly disappeared. When did this happen? Robin was initially panicked. She had no idea someone was approaching her. She had eyes and ears all around her, so anyone getting close would be detected immediately. However, the person behind her had completely avoided those. Of course, it was Dia who appeared behind Robin. He had quietly transformed into a small drone and approached her from above while she was looking down. Therefore, Robin's methods could not detect his arrival. Hee, little girl, be a good girl and surrender. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Dia threatened Robin like the villains he had seen in movies. You're called Dia, right? I can sense that you mean no harm to me. What exactly do you want? Robin continued, and although you can sneak up on me, don't think that gives you the upper hand. Even in this situation, dealing with you is quite easy for me. You have no idea about my methods. Robin quickly regained her composure and calm, smiled slightly, crossed her arms, and then curled her fingers into hooks ready to strike. Dia only felt a pair of icy hands gripping his neck tightly, trying to twist it off. Hee, I certainly know your abilities even better than you know yourself. In an instant, Dia transformed his neck into a cannon barrel, making it impossible for Robin's abilities to grip him. He chuckled and said to Robin, "Let go." Dia's finger turned into a lighter and struck Robin's arm, created using her abilities. So hot. Robin instantly deactivated her powers due to the intense burning sensation, frowning. Although the creations of her abilities aren't her actual body and won't cause her harm when they are injured, the sensations from the created parts can still be felt by her body, just like pain and burning, as long as the created part is harmed. That pain will be felt by her. Having freed herself from Robin's abilities, Dia decided to have some fun with her. Little girl, now you're my captive. You're a bounty of 79 million berries. As long as I hand you over to the Navy or the world government, I can live comfortably for the rest of my life. Faced with Gia's threat, Robin was initially panicked, worried that she might really fall into the hands of the Navy. All her years of hiding and enduring humiliation would become meaningless. But then, as if recalling something, she quickly regained her composure. A smile appeared on her face under the hood, and a soft, pleasant voice emerged. Hand me over to the Navy? Do you dare? Although I am a wanted criminal, it seems you and your companions aren't exactly innocent either, little demon diameter. You have a bounty of 40 million berries from the South Sea. After years of hiding, Robin had not been caught due to her cautiousness and her keen attention to information, carefully reading news articles. Just a moment ago, she felt that Gia and a few others looked familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had seen them until now. With Gia pointing a gun at her and demonstrating his devil fruit powers, which reminded her of the few individuals from the South Sea referred to as little demons that she had seen in the newspapers. Gradually, the faces of Gia and his companions began to match with the photos she had seen in the newspapers and wanted posters. TCH, you've discovered my identity. How boring. Gia curled her lip, feeling a bit annoyed that Robin had seen through her identity. Since that's the case, then I can only kill you, little girl, to silence you. Gia had not given up on the idea of pranks. He put on a fierce expression and threatened Robin, while pressing his Desert Eagle pistol forward. Facing Gia's threat, Robin curved the corner of his mouth. Although the guy behind him was acting intimidating, Robin did not sense any killing intent from him. So, what do you want from me? Stop playing your childish pranks, little boy. Robin asked Gia about his intentions. What little boy? I am clearly a man full of masculine vigor. Gia was quite dissatisfied with Robin's remarks about the little boy, and he argued in a low voice, word by word. What exactly do you want from me? It seems we have nothing in common, and I don't have any value for you to utilize. Robin did not argue back. What she was most curious about was why he wanted to find her. Little lady, I'm happy to look for you, and I don't need a reason. From now on, you'll stick with me, and I'll take care of you. Dia, looking quite full of himself, proudly said to Robin that he could only deflect Robin like this. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly say that he had traveled through time and knew all of her experiences, and then felt an overwhelming sense of sympathy wanting to protect her. Dia really couldn't bring himself to say such things, and even if he did, Robin wouldn't believe him. And such sympathy would only make Robin feel uncomfortable. What a strange guy. Robin shook her head, completely unable to understand what the other party was thinking. Since that was the case, Robin decided to follow these people for a while to see if she could figure out what they really wanted. After all, she currently had nowhere else to go, and since she could keenly sense that they had no ill intentions towards her, she might as well stick with them for a while. Since that's the case, then you can protect me well, little man. With her decision made, Robin smiled slightly and agreed with Dia's words. Dia, did you catch the one secretly spying on us? At this moment, Kid and the others also arrived in the alley. Let me see who it is that has bad intentions towards us. Kid strode over, abruptly lifting the hood off Robin's head. Before Dia had a chance to sneak over, he had already informed them that someone was indeed spying on them and asked Kid and the others to cooperate in acting to catch the person. What? It's a woman? Kid was surprised to see that under the hood was a very beautiful woman. The sudden lifting of the hood made Robin, who had always hidden herself, feel very uncomfortable having her face exposed in broad daylight. Therefore, she frowned, showing a somewhat worried expression. However, even if you are a woman, if you have ill intentions towards us, I won't go easy on you. Although she was a beautiful lady, Kid had no chivalrous spirit. Aside from his good friend Victoria, he didn't have any special feelings for any woman. In his eyes, as long as someone was an enemy, there was no distinction between genders. Kid, don't be so aggressive. Dia reached out to block Kid's hand that was about to strangle Robin by the neck. Thinking that this guy Kid was not only impulsive, but also completely lacked appreciation for delicate matters. This is the Nico Robin I've been looking for. She means no harm. She just knows that we are looking for her. So she just wants to investigate our intentions. Dia explained to his partners, fearing that Kid Kira might misunderstand and cause unpleasantness. For the time being, Robin will be with us, and from now on, she can be considered one of our companions. So there's no need to be overly hostile towards her. After Dia finished speaking, Kid took a close look at Robin. What? So you're the person that Dia has been looking for all along? But aren't you two familiar with each other? Why not just come to us directly instead of sneaking around to observe? Kid always thought that Dia and Robin were old acquaintances, which is why he found it strange that Dia didn't explain clearly that he was familiar with Robin, but Robin didn't know him at all. So Dia began to explain to Kid, Killer, and Victoria. What? So you know her, but she doesn't know you? I thought you two were close. Kid exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Dia and curling his lips. I said, you little guy, you're not just looking for her because she is pretty, are you? But you're just a kid. It's not good to think so much. Kid had a knowing look as he lectured Dia seriously. I see you're a bit restless, you damn red hair brat. Dia was quite angry with Kid, who had such a vile thought about her. And what was worse was that he said it in front of so many people, making Dia feel extremely embarrassed, wishing she could just dig a 3-bedroom apartment out with her feet. Bang, bang, bang. Then Dia started her daily love education on Kid. And several big bumps appeared on Kid's head. Unwilling to back down, Kid began to fight back, and the two started to exchange blows. Don't mind them. These two are like this, often arguing and fighting over trivial matters. Victoria was already used to Dia and Kid's antics, being very delicate as a girl. She came over to greet Robin and introduce their group. Kid likes to say nonsensical things, so you don't need to take it to heart. Dia definitely isn't like what he said. Victoria explained for diameter hello. I'm Kira. Kira also came over to greet Robin, and like Victoria, he was immune to the daily conflicts between Kid and diameter hello. I'm Nico Robin. Robin smiled politely in response to Kira and Victoria, then turned her gaze to Kid and diameter. Although the two were fighting, Robin could sense the strong bond between them. They were very close. With Kira and Victoria added to the mix, Robin felt this was a very harmonious team, giving her a sense of closeness. She thought this was a small group, completely different from the forces she had joined before. Dia and Kid's playful scuffle ultimately ended with Kid being severely suppressed. All right, where are you living now? We currently don't have a fixed place to stay, so if it's convenient, we'd like to use your place as our base from now on. After giving Kid a good beating, Dia felt refreshed and didn't treat himself as an outsider, immediately suggesting that he wanted to crash at Robin's place. During their time on this island, they had always been staying in a small inn, which Dia found quite uncomfortable. I have rented a small house myself. It has quite a few rooms, so if you all move in, it should be fine. Robin didn't mind Dia's abruptness. Since she had decided to temporarily join this small group, she thought it would be nice to spend more time together and get to know each other better. Robin led the group toward a secluded spot. Damn it! Kid walked at the back, rubbing his head, which was swollen from the beating, with a bruised face. He glared angrily at Dia's back, feeling very unconvinced. Despite both of them being capable, he still couldn't beat the other, which strengthened his resolve to train harder and vowed to suppress Dia fiercely in the future. They passed through bustling streets and arrived at a slum. Walking over ground littered with garbage and excrement, Robin brought everyone to the outside of a 2-story building. The building was small, surrounded by a tiny courtyard made of stones. The conditions are a bit shabby, but please don't mind. Leading them inside, Robin pushed open the big door. The interior was very ordinary and even a bit run down, but it was kept very clean. Robin turned back to look at Dia and the others, politely gesturing. It's fine. This is already much better than where we used to stay. Victoria quickly waved her hand, indicating that this place was quite good. The house they previously lived in next to the garbage mountain was much worse. However, Dia didn't understand Victoria as consideration. He looked around and waved his hand dismissively. It's a bit shabby, but still livable. After saying this, Dia began to scrutinize Robin. Robin was always very cautious when going out, wrapping herself tightly in a wide cloak and hood, making it impossible for anyone to see her appearance, which led to Dia never being able to clearly see what kind of person Robin was at her age. Now back at her own home, Robin had no need to hide herself. She removed her disguise, giving Dia the chance to see her current appearance. The young Robin, only in her teens, looked much more innocent than the mature image in the original story. However, one could still see the shadow of what she would become in the future, though her figure was quite a bit less developed than what was seen in the original story. Now, Robin was just beginning to show her potential. Her skin was as healthy and wheat-colored as depicted in the story from 2 years ago. She was also a bit shorter, but still taller than the 10-year-old Dia, who stood at 1.6 meters. Due to her love for reading and studying various historical knowledge, Robin exuded an intellectual elegance and a scholarly aura. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something strange? Feeling a bit awkward under Dia's gaze, Robin looked down at herself, finding nothing inappropriate, and asked Dia in confusion, It's nothing. I just think that Sister Robin, you haven't fully developed yet and still need to grow more. Dia is very thick-skinned and said it without any embarrassment. As I guessed, it's because she's attracted to the person's good looks, definitely a little flirt. Dia's words prompted Kid to quietly complain in the corner. However, Dia, with his keen ears, shot him a glance. Kid felt a bit flustered under Dia's gaze, but he didn't want to lose his cool. So he crossed his arms and struck a cool pose, tilting his head to the side. Dia, you are so rude. How can you so openly criticize a girl? A girl from Victoria, feeling that Dia's words were a bit excessive, stood in front of Robin and accused Dia of being impolite. He's just like that, sometimes really offbeat, but he's actually a good person. Don't take it to heart, Robin. Although Victoria criticized Dia, she still helped explain for him to Robin. What a mischievous little boy. Robin showed no signs of embarrassment or displeasure. After years of grappling in the darkness, she had seen too much, having heard words far worse and more explicit than what Dia said. She grabbed Victoria's hand, letting out a tinkling laugh, then turned to tease Diameter. In the following days, Dia and his friends settled into Robin's little place. The three boys continued to train together every day, while Victoria went shopping with Robin, also procuring supplies for the group. Robin would also gather various intelligence when they went out. For the safety of the two girls, Dia, although not following them, used one of his eyes to create an electronic eye and placed it on Victoria. The electronic eye was connected to Dia's brain, allowing him to sync everything happening around Victoria, so he could know immediately if they encountered any danger. The detached electronic eye could be reattached to Dia after Victoria returned. As long as it was reattached while his ability was still active, it wouldn't affect him at all. This was also one of the techniques Dia developed after enhancing his abilities. As he delved deeper into the capabilities of the weapon fruit, Dia increasingly felt that it was a god-tier fruit. With sufficient stamina and combined with his knowledge from his past life, it could almost allow him to do anything. Attack, defense, speed, surveillance, flight, reconnaissance. Aside from not being able to go to sea, the abilities of the weapon fruit were nearly omnipotent. Mafia gathering? During another outing, Robin brought back important intelligence for Diameter. In a few days, all the mafias from the West Sea would gather on an island to redefine their territories. The method of reassigning territories was for the major powers to send out experts for duels, with the number of wins and losses serving as the standard for dividing the land. It was said that the faction with the most victories would even receive a devil fruit purchased collectively by all the mafias. Robin shared the information she had eavesdropped from mafia members on the street. Devil fruit? Could it be that Becky's stronghold fruit was obtained during this gathering? Dia propped his feet on the table, stroking his chin in thought. In the end, he decided that regardless of whether that devil fruit was the fortress fruit or not, he had to go take a look. After all, no matter what abilities a devil fruit had, having it in hand was always good. After all, even if he didn't need it, selling it would at least fetch 100 million berries. Mia Island, the venue for this mafia gathering, was currently filled with various mafia forces. Mafia members in black suits were wandering around everywhere, each holding weapons and displaying a spirited demeanor. After all, no faction wanted to be looked down upon by others at such a large gathering. At the very center of the island was a huge outdoor venue, a place where only important figures from all mafia factions and their families could enter. Countless dining tables were set up here, laden with all kinds of delicacies and wines for everyone to help themselves. Various big shots and socialites mingled among each other, laughing and chatting, completely devoid of the tense atmosphere usually present. Boss Capone, your Capone family has been developing very quickly recently, outpacing us old-timers and making me quite envious. We should definitely collaborate more in the future when the opportunity arises, said a tall old man with graying hair, raising his glass toward the young Capone Becky, his tone laced with flattery and ingratiation. In recent years, the Capone family had developed rapidly after the young Capone Becky took power, not only becoming one of the 5 major mafia forces in the West Sea, but also subtly showing a trend of overshadowing the other major factions. Consequently, many small or medium-sized mafia forces held a deep respect for the young mafia boss Capone Becky, with many wanting to board the big ship of the Capone family. That's only natural. There will be plenty of opportunities for collaboration in the future. Becky elegantly wiped the soup from his mouth with a napkin, raising his glass in acknowledgement, appearing very polite and composed, showing no signs of arrogance. Satisfied with Becky's promise, the old man retreated. Boss Becky, are we really going to cooperate with such trash? Aren't you still thinking about swallowing their power? Becky's trusted subordinate, the negotiation expert for the Flame Tank Pirate Group he would later establish, Strange Gun Vito, stretched out his long tongue and asked Becky quietly with a strange smile. You fool, how could I possibly cooperate with this garbage? My goal is to unify all the Mafia forces in the West Sea. The Mafia in the West Sea has become too comfortable. They have lost the courage and bloodlust they had during the initial struggles for dominance. I really dislike this atmosphere. Even the division of territory isn't done through competition, but through this ridiculous gathering. What kind of Mafia is this? Becky was very dissatisfied with the current state of the Mafia, feeling that they shouldn't even be called Mafia, as it would be more fitting to describe them as a group of armed merchants. Becky, wanted to change the situation. He aimed to eliminate the other forces one by one and unify all the Mafia powers in the West Sea through blood and fire. The only reason I agreed to cooperate with these guys now is just to keep them complacent. Once my forces are sufficient, I'll deliver a fatal blow to these guys. Becky showed no signs of hiding his ambitions and goals in front of his trusted subordinate. I don't know what ability this devil fruit obtained with a hefty sum has, but with our current strength, it's unquestionable that we will secure the most advantageous position. I hope this ability can provide me with immense support, accelerating my unification efforts. I can no longer tolerate these fools. Becky looked at the core figures of various forces coming and going around him, a contemptuous smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and he held great expectations for this devil fruit that he was determined to obtain. Becky's gaze turned toward a high platform in the center of the venue, where the grand prize, the devil fruit, was stored. At this moment, a large number of people were gathered around to watch. The devil fruit was displayed openly, without any cover, allowing everyone passing by to clearly see what it looked like. On the platform, the largest members of several Mafia forces were guarding the devil fruit with weapons to prevent any greedy individuals from snatching it. Below the platform, a Mafia member was carefully examining the devil fruit on the platform. On his shoulder, there was a small black electronic eye attached. If one didn't look closely, no one would notice this little thing on his shoulder. As this Mafia member was engrossed in watching the devil fruit on the outskirts of Mia Island, Joe was also observing the devil fruit through the electronic eye secretly placed on a Mafia member's shoulder, synchronizing the footage. The fruit had a gray exterior covered in patterns resembling castle walls. Joe looked at the devil fruit, very certain that this devil fruit was the ability of the future Capone Beach castle fruit. It seems I was right. Now that I have confirmed it is the castle fruit, this fruit belongs to me. Dia smiled greedily to himself. Dia transformed directly into an armed helicopter. It left to seize the treasure. Dia's voice came from inside the helicopter, followed by Kid Kira, Victoria, and Robin entering Dia's cabin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The enormous noise of the helicopter's rotor attracted everyone's attention on the island. They looked up at the giant steel monster in the sky, all curious about what it was. Not good. Watch out for an enemy attack. Only a few could sense the danger. The sudden appearance of the steel beast was bad news for them. Sure enough, the next moment, the two multi-barrel machine guns on the black steel monster began to unleash a torrent of fire on the venue. The sudden heavy fire caused heavy casualties at the venue, and the remaining people screamed as they began to seek cover, with some socialites collapsing in fear on the ground. However, the situation was dangerous, and no one had time to care about these fragile flowers who were usually pampered. I'll suppress the fire below. You all get ready. Once I get close, snatch that devil fruit. After a moment of panic, many of the mobsters found cover, and various weapons began to counterattack Diameter. Dia suppressed the enemies below while transmitting his voice into the cabin for everyone to hear. At the same time, Dia's goal was clear. He continuously approached the platform where the devil fruit was placed. Don't worry, just watch my power. Kid stood at the open door of the cabin, using his abilities to bounce back all the incoming shells and bullets, while controlling metal weapons with magnetism, making them fly back and forth below, taking lives. Boom, boom, boom. The firepower below was extremely fierce, with a significant number of rockets and machine guns shooting crazily at the low-flying helicopter. However, unfortunately, under the combined abilities of Dia and Kid, their firepower couldn't harm Dia and the others in the slightest. Boss, those damn bastards are targeting the devil fruit. At this moment, the strange gunman Vito was protecting Capone Becky, hiding in a corner. He was shooting with his rapid-fire pistol while observing the movements of the enemy. Noticing that they were constantly getting closer to the devil fruit, the scene Vito saw was also seen by Becky, but at this time, they couldn't do anything about it. He felt utterly helpless. We should retreat, get out of here. After a moment of contemplation, Becky made a decision that surprised Vito greatly. But boss, Vito wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Becky. The enemy has abilities. Flying in the sky gives them the advantage, and our firepower is ineffective. Continuing like this will only increase our casualties, so it's better to retreat directly. As for the devil fruit, we definitely can't protect it today. We can only give up. However, this matter cannot just end like this. We didn't bring sea stone weapons today. Once we go back and prepare, we will come back to settle the score with this guy. I don't believe someone can escape our mafia's investigation in the West Sea. Becky's face darkened as he crushed his cigar and then retreated to the outskirts. Seeing this, Vito hurriedly followed and contacted the Capone family to retreat. Under the intense firepower suppression from Dia, the helicopter had arrived at the high platform where the devil fruits were stored. A burst of bullets wiped out all the guards protecting the fruits. Robin used her abilities to stretch her arms and easily grabbed the Kyo no Mihi. It's done. With the devil fruit in hand, Dia happily chuckled, then launched several rockets that caused a violent explosion at the venue. He then ascended in altitude and flew away swaggeringly, leaving the severely damaged mafia in a state of furious helplessness. Randomly hijacking a pirate ship in the sea, Dia released his powers, and everyone appeared on the deck. Here you go, the devil fruit you wanted. Robin casually tossed the Kyo no Mi to Diameter. Dia held the devil fruit in his hands, unable to take his eyes off it. It was just a devil fruit, not some god-level ability. Logically, Dia shouldn't be this excited, but the fact that this fruit had capabilities comparable to the storage rings he had seen in fantasy novels made him very fond of it. It fulfilled Dia's long-held dream of having a storage ring. You seem to really like this devil fruit. Do you know what its ability is? Robin noticed Dia's excitement and was curious about why he liked this fruit so much, especially since no one knew exactly what the ability was. Of course I know. Dia replied. This is the superhuman type, stronghold fruit. The person who eats it can create a castle inside their own body. They can shrink people or objects to scale and store them inside the castle space. Additionally, the user can further transform themselves into a gigantic castle, with extremely strong defense that is rarely broken. Alternatively, the user can turn their legs into treads and move quickly like a walking battle tank. Dia introduced the abilities of the stone fruit he saw in an anime in his past life. It is indeed a good ability. Robin nodded in understanding, but she still couldn't comprehend Dia's excitement. Although the stone fruit abilities are very strong, Robin felt that they were still inferior to Dia's weapon fruit abilities. She had been watching Dia use the weapon fruit abilities for the past few days, which were incredibly versatile and capable of doing many things with strong offense, defense, and even flight. Now, only Kira and Victoria in the group did not have abilities. Since this fruit has decent abilities, it should be given to either Kira or Victoria. After all, Dia, you can't eat a second one. After hearing Dia's introduction, Kid felt that the ability of this fruit was indeed impressive. Naturally, he thought of his good brother Kira and good friend Victoria, who still didn't have abilities. This is definitely possible. Kira and Victoria. Which one wants to eat this devil fruit? Dia thought the same way. No matter how good the devil fruit's ability was, it was useless if no one could eat it. In their small team, only Kira and Victoria could consume it. So he tossed the sturdy fruit in his hand, asking Kira and Victoria. I don't need it, it's for Victoria. Kira shook his head, directly refusing Dia's request. He always had the most meticulous thoughts in the small team, considering that the team couldn't consist entirely of ability users. Otherwise, if an accident or danger occurred and someone fell into the water, there wouldn't be anyone to save them. Therefore, a non-ability user was needed to hold the fort, but it was clear that the fragile girl Victoria couldn't handle such situations in the future. It had to be him. Moreover, Victoria's physical fitness was just that of an ordinary person, unable to grow stronger through training like him and Kid Diameter. So Kira believed that if Victoria could eat such a powerful defensive devil fruit, it would be a huge guarantee for her safety. Although Kira didn't say it. His good friends Kid and Dia understood what he was thinking, and they didn't press Kira. Dia nodded and turned his gaze to Victoria. Victoria, you see that Kira doesn't want to eat this devil fruit, so that leaves you. What do you think? Do you want to eat it? Fasing Diaz Gaja, Victoria Nudda. Kid and Dia could guess Kira's thoughts, so how could the perceptive girl Victoria not understand? She didn't reject everyone's goodwill. She knew that if she didn't want to hold them back in the future, choosing to eat this devil fruit today was the best option. Ugh. Although she had seen how Kid looked when he ate the devil fruit last time and knew it was very unpalatable with mental preparation after trying it herself, Victoria still felt she had underestimated the horrific taste of the devil fruit. The flavor was indescribably bad. After taking a bite and spitting it out, she began to gag repeatedly. After finally suppressing that nauseating feeling, Victoria looked up and saw the curious gazes of the three boys, Dia, Kid, and Kira, fixed on her. How is it? How is it? Is it really that bad? She had a somewhat gloating attitude. Victoria, you are now an ability user. Show us your powers. Kid Kira was curious about the abilities of the fortress fruit. Victoria sensed her body and found that she had some differences, able to do things she couldn't do before. She casually picked up a leftover devil fruit nearby, and under a pull of suction, the leftover devil fruit drilled in her body and then disappeared. Inside the castle space, Victoria was able to condense a clone, and she surveyed her ability space. It was enormous, capable of accommodating thousands of people without issue. The castle had 3 floors, with countless rooms, and as soon as Victoria focused her mind, she could easily change the layout inside the castle. Everyone, do not resist. I will take you inside the castle to have a look, Victoria said clearly from outside. After everyone nodded, a wave of suction emerged, shrinking several people before they entered the castle inside her body. It was truly luxurious inside, and all kinds of facilities were complete. In the future, we can all live in the castle. It's much more comfortable here than outside. Dia entered and looked around the castle, imagining the comfortable life he could have living there. The others were also exploring, and then Victoria showcased her abilities to everyone, with Dia offering her some guidance. A few days later, in the luxurious headquarters of the Capone family. So, have you found out where those guys are? Capone Becky, sitting in the boss's chair, asked his subordinates with a grim expression. Ever since the attack at the gathering and their retreat back to his headquarters, Capone Becky had gathered all his forces to thoroughly search for the whereabouts of those who attacked them that day, seeking revenge. Many surveillance bugs from the scene clearly captured images of Kid and others inside the open cabin. Therefore, the Capone family's forces had several photos of Kid and the others. A few days ago, those guys attacked the venue, stole the devil fruit, and then hijacked a pirate ship to leave Mia Island, heading for Krea Island. After they arrived at their destination, all the pirates on that ship were killed. Now, not only us, but other forces have also gathered on Krea Island, surrounding the entire island. That group is definitely still on the island, just hiding well. However, we have already searched house by house, and we believe we will find them soon. The subordinates quickly reported the current situation to Becky. Additionally, we have also investigated the identities of that group. One of them is the only survivor from O'Hara, the Devil's Child, Nico Robin, who was offered a bounty of 79 million berries at a young age. The remaining members are all from the South Sea. They slaughtered a large portion of a country's nobility overnight, and are referred to as the Little Demons by the South Sea people, all around 10 years old. Among the remaining 3 from that steel monster, besides Nico Robin, one is Yuta, one of the masterminds behind the South Sea incident, with a bounty of 30 million berries. This red-haired kid is an ability user who can control metal within a certain range. The other 2 kids, the blonde boy is Kira, with a bounty of 12 million berries, and the little girl is Victoria's Drawanica, with a bounty of 5 million berries. Both are accomplices in the incident. And that steel monster should be another mastermind of the South Sea incident, Dia, who has a bounty of 40 million berries. This kid is also an ability user, but it's unclear what his specific ability is. However, from the intelligence, it appears that he can not only transform into a flying steel monster, but can also conjure various strange weapons. His abilities are very powerful and make him the most troublesome existence among the group. The intelligence about Dia and the others has been thoroughly gathered by Capone subordinates. Therefore, their identities and the incidents they caused in the South China Sea have all been exposed before Capone. Although they're just small fry, they are well-known small fry with considerable momentum and audacity. No wonder they dare to disrupt our venue. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Becky let out a cold snort. However, even so, daring to provoke me, regardless of who they are, I will send them to hell. Since they're trapped on Krea Island, inform all the combat personnel of the family to mobilize. I will personally go and twist their heads off. Becky stood up from his chair and strode towards the outside. He was going to deal with Gia and his group personally. On Krea Island, in a remote corner, Victoria sat alone in the hall of a building, while the others were all inside her castle. Although they were in the castle, everyone could still see the outside situation through the windows created by Victoria's eyes. Moreover, Gia had transformed one of his eyes into an electronic eye and placed it on top of the best building around them. Through the electronic eye, Gia could know everything happening within a radius of several hundred meters. What should we do now? The entire island is surrounded by the mafia, and they're searching for us house by house. Our identities have also been thoroughly investigated. They're searching with our wanted notices. If this continues, they will eventually find us here. Kira spoke about their current predicament, asking Gia how to handle it. Although no one explicitly stated it, everyone, including Kid, regarded Gia as their cornerstone. All decisions were to be made by Diameter. Not only that, but besides the mafia, the Navy and the world government have also deployed a large number of personnel to land on this island, targeting me, who was exposed in the last operation. and with the intention of capturing you as well. Robin added, the Navy and the world government would definitely not let her go after finally discovering her whereabouts. As for Jia and Kid, even though they committed crimes in the South China Sea, the Navy and government personnel from the West Sea wouldn't team mind capturing them as well. The current situation is extremely severe, and everyone's eyes turn to Jia, hoping he would make a decision. It's just that there are many people. What is there to be afraid of? On that night, in the South China Sea, we have experienced this before. Although we do not have the strength to take down everyone, can they really do anything to us? With my abilities, no matter how many come, what can they do except for taking down some of us and watching us escape? Jia was completely unconcerned, not paying attention to the people outside searching for them, and spoke to everyone with a relaxed attitude. After all, what good is their numbers? With Jia and I providing cover, we could burst out at any time and leave them in a river of blood. Kid fully agreed with Jia's viewpoint, also appearing fearless as he spoke arrogantly. However, we had already offended all the mafia forces in the West Sea. Even if we weren't afraid of them, what awaited us would be endless pursuit, leaving us with no place to settle quietly. Kira knew that Jia and Kid had the ability to fight their way out, but he was worried about what they would do in the future. Would they be entangled with these mafias forever? Let them chase us. Why should we be afraid of them? We can keep fighting them as long as they can't catch us. Once we get stronger, we'll eliminate all those who dare to hunt us down. Kid was very confident, believing that even though he and Jia couldn't handle all the enemies for now, given time, they would quickly grow stronger and take down anyone who dared to pursue them. Kid was right. It could indeed work that way, but it would be too troublesome. I preferred peace and quiet. If this continued, wouldn't they be chasing us? I suggested, let's fight our way out. Robin, you should know where the strongholds of these forces are, right? Take us there, and we'll destroy them one by one. Let them chase us, and we'll loot them first. Anyway, with Victoria's castle, we can empty their wealth. Just set his sights on the headquarters of all the factions. Now, many members of the mafia have come out to hunt them down, so the headquarters must be vulnerable. He can take this opportunity to loot them all. In the end, we will still use the old method. Since we can't stay in the West Sea any longer, I'll take you away to other seas, just in time to see the scenery of other regions. After hearing Jia's plan, everyone nodded in agreement. At the port of Captain Becky on Cree Island, Captain Becky led all the forces of his family, with dozens of large ships grandly entering the port. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, just as Captain Becky landed, he saw in the distance a steel monster soaring into the sky. He recognized it at a glance. This was the ability used by the group that attacked them that day. Damn those guys. Do they know they're surrounded and want to escape? But isn't it a bit too late now? Becky sneered, then led many of his subordinates quickly towards the direction of the steel monster. On Jia's side, the huge noise of him transforming into a helicopter alerted all the enemies searching for them nearby, and soon a large number of enemies surrounded him with heavy weapons. Having learned from a last experience that ordinary weapons were no match for this group, the Mafia brought out their most powerful weapons. One by one, rocket launchers, cannons, and machine guns began to unleash a frenzy of firepower towards Jia in the sky. No matter how many of these scrap weapons came in front of him, they were nothing in the eyes of Kid. Watching the attacks below, Kid remained completely calm. He activated his ability, causing all the incoming ammunition to stop mid-air, and then reflected back at an even faster speed. Boom, boom, boom. The Mafia members were killed or injured in large numbers by the weapons they had fired. Come to me, Kid commanded, amplifying his power as blue-purple magnetic energy flickered around his arms. Countless weapons below were drawn upwards by the magnetic force, and their owners were unable to hold onto them no matter how hard they tried. Ka-ka-ka. All the weapons circled around Kid's arms, and under the immense magnetic attraction, they crushed against each other, losing their original shapes and becoming battered and broken. Back to you, Kid said as he reflected all the non-functional weapons back down. A large number of weapons fell, and to those below, it looked like it was raining weapons from the sky. Boom! A massive amount of weapons fell together, burying many people beneath them. The multi-barrel machine gun of Jia's armed helicopter also began to sweep below, with a large number of Mafia members being shredded by the dense bullets. Bang bang. Jia fired several rockets at the enemy's most concentrated position, blowing up a large number of foes. Let's go. After dealing with the obstructing enemies, Jia began to ascend, trying to fly towards the sea surface. Whoosh. However, at that moment, Captain Becky also arrived with his men, launching a small missile towards Jia, attempting to shoot him down from the sky. Jia formed a firepower defense net with the helicopter's mounted machine gun, detonating Becky's small rockets in the air ahead of time to avoid being shot down. Kid, be careful of their sea stone weapons. For now on, we can't let anything from the enemies below touch us, Dia warned Kid after intercepting Becky's rocket. Capone Becky, as seen in the original work, is a ruthless and meticulous person. After suffering losses at their hands last time, he would definitely be well prepared to face them again. Therefore, Dia needed to be cautious about him using sea stone weapons against them, as sea stone is rare, but as the godfather of the West Blue Mafia, Becky would surely have some in stock. With Gia's reminder, Kid became more serious, focusing intently on defending against the attacks from below, rebounding every weapon fired at them. As Gia expected, after seeing that multiple attacks were ineffective, Becky decisively ordered his men to change weapons. The Capone family members pulled out several net guns and aimed at Gia before pulling the triggers. Then, several large nets wrapped in gray stone shot out. After unfolding in the air, they began to envelop diameter Dia. These nets aren't team metal. I can't reflect them. Be careful. There's a good chance they contain sea stone, Kid shouted to Dia after realizing his ability was ineffective against the incoming nets. After hearing this, Dia quickly adjusted the direction of the helicopter, and the rockets were launched in rapid succession, intercepting several nets in the air. These guys just wouldn't quit. Did they really think that with so many people, I couldn't do anything about them? Dia had been besieged for so long that he was getting angry. His armed helicopter began to spin in place, while the machine guns and rocket launchers on the helicopter started to unleash a relentless barrage of fire. Boom, 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 to the explosions of the rockets and the gunfire suppressed all the mafia below, forcing Captain Becky to take cover. After a continuous barrage for more than 10 minutes, when there was no one left daring to show their face, Gia finally stopped firing, quickly gained altitude, and flew rapidly toward the sea. The people below had been bombarded for over 10 minutes, and everything around them had been destroyed. At this moment, the dust was swirling, obscuring everyone's vision. After another 10 minutes, as the smoke and dust cleared and the sound of gunfire and explosions faded, the remaining mafia dared to lift their heads to look outside. By then, there was no shadow of the enemy in the sky. Gia and the others had long flown far away, leaving behind a mafia in disarray, cursing and stomping their feet. The ground was covered with their dead and wounded. This area was already remote, with very few people around. When they surrounded the place, the few residents had long since fled. So here lay only the bodies of the mafia, and Gia had precisely counted on this before daring to fire wildly. Otherwise, if there had been many innocent people living here, no matter how cold-blooded he was, he wouldn't have massacred civilians like this. Godfather, the enemy has escaped again. What should we do now? Vito pulled Becky out from the ruins nearby. A large rocket had just struck here, and if not for a few subordinates shielding him with their bodies, Becky would have been killed. Even so, he was buried under the rubble, looking very disheveled. What else can we do? Of course, we chase them. I don't believe these kids can keep flying forever. Having suffered such a significant loss, Captain Becky could not swallow this anger. He grimly brushed off the dust from his clothes and turned ahead toward the port, prompting Vito and the other subordinates to hurriedly follow their godfather. Many other factions shared Becky's thoughts. As members of the mafia, they usually operated in the West Sea, where the Navy, government officials, and various kingdoms had to give them face and would never easily provoke them. When had they ever suffered such a significant setback? Repeatedly being humiliated by a few kids, sustaining heavy losses, was a disgrace for them. Thus, the remaining mafia also headed toward the port one by one. Their purpose was clear. Just like Becky, they wanted to catch up with those kids and return all the harm they had suffered. However, when Becky and the others arrived at the port, the scene before them left them dumbfounded, followed by a surge of anger. All the ships docked at the port had been blown to pieces by cannon fire. A large number of wooden planks were floating on the sea, engulfed in flames, and the massive fire painted the port bright red. It was obvious to everyone that this was the work of Gia and his group of kids. They had undoubtedly destroyed their ships out of fear of being pursued. This was the consensus among all the mafia bosses. Do they think they can stop our pursuit like this? How naive. Our mafia-esque power in the West Sea is beyond what these kids can imagine. Becky bit down hard on the cigar in his mouth. Vito, use the phone bug to notify our affiliated factions to send ships to Krea Island as quickly as possible. Any faction that is slow to respond can forget about doing business in the future. Becky's voice, filled with suppressed anger, rang out. Upon hearing this, Vito quickly took out the phone bug and began making calls. The other mafia factions were doing the same. These mafias controlled all the merchant associations in the West Sea. To do business in the West Sea, one must have the mafia backing them. Otherwise, business would be impossible. Thus, with just a command, they could mobilize all the merchant ships in the West Sea. While Becky and the Mafia were gathering ships, Dia had already flown dozens of kilometers away from Korea Island. On the sea, a magnificent ship appeared in front of Diameter. After Robin, who loved to collect various intelligence, identified it, they realized that this luxurious ship belonged to a noble family from Korea Island. Didn't say a word and flew directly to the deck of the ship, then released his powers. In the center of the deck, surrounded by a large number of guards, an ugly noble youth was lying on a lounge chair, while two young girls with slave collars were gently massaging him. On the ground lay the corpse of a girl, who also had a collar around her neck, covered in countless whip marks, clearly having been whipped to death. "Who are you?" The sudden appearance of Dia and the others put the guards on high alert, and they tightened their protection around the noble youth while loudly questioning Dia and the others. Where did these lowly commoners come from, daring to invade my ship? Do they want to die? The noble youth was startled and opened his eyes to see Dia and the others, speaking with a huge sense of superiority. In his eyes, Dia and the others, dressed in ordinary clothes, were just a bunch of commoners. When he got up and took a closer look, his eyes lit up upon seeing Victoria and Robin among them. He sniffled greedily at the two young beauties, his eyes filled with possessiveness. However, these two young beauties were quite nice. Just today a lowly slave had died, and these two could just fill in. The rest of the kids could just be killed. The noble youth had an attitude that treated human life as worthless, completely disregarding Victoria and Robin, directly ordering his subordinates to take them as slaves. However, this fool didn't realize that he had provoked the wrong people today. On Dia's side, there was no time for nonsense. As soon as the guards surrounded them, he transformed his arms into multi-barrel machine guns and began to spray bullets. Tot 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 tot. As a machine gun fired in a sweep, all the guards were turned into a mist of blood amid their screams. "What do you want?" The noble youth stammered, terrified by the approaching Diameter. However, Dia paid no attention to him and simply walked straight towards him. I'm a noble. Do you, a commoner, want to rebel?" Dia ignored him, but the foolish noble youth continued to bark like a dog, while also threatening Dia with his noble status. Slap! Diaz didn't show him any mercy. He stepped in front of him, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up, delivering a hard slap that made blood pour from the other's nostrils and the corner of his mouth. "Open your eyes in your next life and use your brain." Without further ado, Diaz showed no interest in the idiot before him. One hand transformed into an axe, pressing the opponent down onto the ground. Then, with the other's terrified gaze fixed on him, he brought the axe down, decapitating him. Thud! He casually tossed the terrified noble's head onto the deck, producing a crisp sound. "From now on, this ship will follow my orders." Who agrees? Who disagrees? The bloody axe in Dia's hand, combined with his cold expression, made everyone lower their heads in fear. No one dared to voice any objections, afraid that this young demon would chop off their heads in the next moment. Bizijijia. The two slave girls were trembling in fear. "It's okay. You don't need to be scared. We're not bad people. Once we reach the next island, we will set you free, and you will never have to be slaves again," Victoria said kindly as she approached the two girls to comfort them. With Victoria's reassurance, the two girls finally calmed down a bit. Under Dia's intimidating presence, the sailors on the ship, following Robin's instructions, headed towards the nearest mafia stronghold. On the way, they passed a small island and dropped off the two slave girls. After some time sailing, Dia and the others finally arrived at the nearest mafia stronghold. This mafia group was a medium-sized power in the West Sea, but their headquarters was very luxurious and expansive, composed of a large villa area that formed a vast estate. Dia arrived at the entrance of the mansion and, without saying a word, transformed into a walking tank, firing madly inside. One villa after another was reduced to ruins under the bombardment, and all the remaining mafia members who appeared in Dia's line of sight were turned to dust by a single shell, without exception. Dia's armored vehicle pushed forward without any force being able to stop him, and in a very short time, the entire manor was flattened by Diameter. Kidra followed behind Dia, scavenging valuable items from various buildings, and a large amount of treasure, Bailey, artwork, and all kinds of food were thrown into Victoria's castle. "Gia, you shouldn't destroy it too severely. Many valuable things have been damaged by your shells, which has caused us to lose a lot of treasure." Kid complained as he picked up the loot behind him, lamenting Gia's thorough destruction. Boom! However, Gia paid him no mind and continued to fire another shot, destroying the last building in the manor. Boom, boom, boom. On the sea, a luxurious ship was being pursued by dozens of other vessels, fierce cannon fire pouring down relentlessly, forcing the luxurious ship to evade continuously. The ships in front were those plundered by Dia and the others, belonging to noble youths, while the fleet behind was composed of numerous mafia groups, relentlessly pursuing them. During this time, Dia had been rampaging between major mafia strongholds, having destroyed and looted more than a dozen mafia bases, including one of the largest mafia powers in the West Sea. The mafia forces were tracking Dia, and upon seeing one destroyed base after another along the way, their faces turned ashen. They never expected that a group of kids would dare to steal from their lairs while being pursued. Some of the mafia forces, upon seeing their strongholds turn to ruins, were left speechless. The older ones couldn't bear the immense blow and fainted after spitting blood. Their strongholds contained wealth accumulated over generations, and now, because of a few kids, it had all turned to nothing. This ignited a great hatred in these mafias. They wished they could flay Dia and the others alive. One by one, they pursued Dia with all their might. Those who hadn't yet been looted were also determined not to fall behind, desperately chasing after them, fearing that their strongholds would meet the same fate. They frantically used phone bugs to notify their remaining personnel to quickly move the wealth out of their bases to prevent the enemy from getting to it. This way, although the buildings would be destroyed, at least the wealth could be preserved. After a relentless pursuit by all the mafias, they finally caught up with Dia and the others today. The firepower from behind was too fierce. With just their ship, it was impossible to evade, and sinking was only a matter of time. What should we do now? The sailors on the ship were so frightened by the daunting display behind them that they were almost in tears. All of their country's military combined might not have the firepower of those pursuers, leaving this small figure in a panic, having no choice but to seek help from Dia and the others. You keep sailing your ship forward without paying attention to anything else. Leave the rest to us. Remember, no matter what happens, do not stop the ship. Otherwise, if you get killed, don't blame us for not reminding you. Dia transformed directly into an armed helicopter, sending a few companions into the cabin before taking off into the sky. I want to show my power, and you all think I'm sick? You haven't learned your lesson at all. While flying in the air, Dia launched several rockets toward the ground. Boom! However, the mafia members, having fought a few times, clearly had experience and understood Dia's attack methods well. As the rockets were fired, the fleet on the sea also launched numerous rockets and machine gun fire, intercepting Dia's attacks in advance. Kid absorbed their weapons. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Dia opened the cabin door and released Kid. Standing at the door, Kid activated his ability, and under magnetic control, weapons began to be pulled towards him. The ships retreated to test the range of the enemy's capabilities, while sea stone weapons were prepared for launch. Becky's snail was connected to the other mafia bosses, and seeing the enemy's metal-absorbing ability in action, he calmly commanded the many ships. Prior to this, the mafia bosses had already agreed to jointly pursue the enemy and choose one person to command the operation. They could no longer act like loose sand as they had in the previous two encounters, only to be crushed by the enemy and then swagger away. Becky was the one chosen as the commander. Through previous battles, Becky had carefully analyzed the opponent's abilities and formed his own guesses about them. Thus, he issued such orders to test the range of the metal controlling ability. He did not believe that the opponent's ability could be activated without regard to distance. Under Becky's command, all the ships dispersed, continuously increasing the distance between themselves and diameter. As Becky had guessed, when the distance reached a certain extent, the metal weapons in their hands could no longer be absorbed by the one in the sky. Damn it, these guys have gotten smart. After pulling away, my ability doesn't work. Kid in the sky shouted angrily to Dia after noticing this phenomenon. So it's about this distance. Understanding the distance, Becky was clear in his mind, and then he issued another command. He ordered several ships in the middle to transfer all their metal weapons to the remaining ships, then to pursue the enemy at full speed, equipping these few ships with a large number of sea stone weapons. To ensure the safety of the front ships, he had a dozen ships equipped with heavy firepower follow behind to counter the aerial assault of the steel monster. Boom, boom, boom. Da-da-da. At this moment, Dia in the sky also realized the intentions below and frantically unleashed firepower, attempting to destroy the ships equipped with sea stone weapons that posed the greatest threat to them. However, he was madly intercepted by the dozen ships behind, causing his attempts to fail. We don't need to rush to eliminate the enemy. As long as we can keep them tightly held and not give them time to stop, that's enough. Becky looked at the steel monster in the sky and continued to issue commands. The steel monster flying above must have some limitations on its flying time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have chosen to escape by boat every time. Becky analyzed Dia's ability weaknesses and believed that the steel monster and the metal controlling ability both had limitations. If the limitation of controlling metal was distance, then the limitation of the steel monster must be flying time. Otherwise, it wouldn't keep hijacking ships on the sea while escaping. If there were no time constraints, the steel monster could fly indefinitely. In that case, with the advantage of flight, they would never have a chance to catch up with the enemy here. It must be said that Becky, years later, became a member of the Supernovas and the Worst Generation, and his mind was very sharp. Previously, he had always suffered losses at the hands of Dia and others, mostly due to a lack of understanding of their abilities. After 2 battles, he began to explore limited methods to counter Dia and others. Thus, Dia's helicopter was firmly held by the ships below. Whenever he had the idea of creating distance, a ship would rapidly approach, even at the risk of being destroyed to hold him down. Moreover, the occasional attacks mixed with sea stone made it exhausting for Dia and Kid to cope. After being dragged by the fleet below for nearly 2 hours, Dia's stamina could no longer support him in maintaining his current state for long. He urgently needed to find a way to break the situation. At the same time, Dia also realized the truth. He had previously underestimated the enemy. Relying on his identity as a traveler and the development of the weapon fruit, he always thought there were no strong individuals among the natives of the West Sea who could pose a threat to him. Today, Becky had given him a good lesson. The reason these natives of this world had previously been unable to deal with him was merely due to their lack of understanding of his abilities. However, when it came to intelligence, they were definitely much smarter than Dia at present. Dia quietly noted this lesson, reminding himself to be more cautious in the future and to never underestimate anyone again, or he might very well find himself in trouble. Through the open hatch, Kuroidoria and Robin also understood their current situation and were very worried about it. However, they couldn't help much, so they could only remain silent to avoid affecting Kid and Dia's battle. Think of a way out. This can't go on any longer. Your abilities probably won't last much longer. Kid knew Dia's capabilities well, as they often trained together, and he calculated that Dia's flying time was running out. So he urged Dia to come up with a way to break through their current predicament. This time he had indeed been careless, but fortunately, he still had a hidden trump card that could be used to deal with the current situation. Dia's confident words reassured his companions in the cabin. Since Dia said so, they believed he must have a way to escape their current situation. Victoria, you bring the others into the castle. I won't have enough space in my body to accommodate so many people. Following Dia's instructions, Victoria quickly brought Kid, Kira, and Robin into the castle, and then waited for Dia's next orders. It'll be a bit thrilling next. Victoria, be mentally prepared. As Dia finished speaking, the exterior of the armed helicopter began to change rapidly. In just an instant, the helicopter transformed into a fighter jet from Dia's world, and a very advanced one at that. After a brief transformation, Victoria found herself inside the cockpit of the fighter jet. According to Dia's instructions, Victoria quickly secured the cramped cockpit and ensured all safety measures were in place. Rumble. The enormous noise of the fighter jet flying filled the air, the piercing sound echoing over the sea below as it flew at supersonic speeds close to the surface, creating large waves. In an instant, Dia disappeared from above the sea, moving so fast that those below didn't have time to react. Escaped? What is that? How did that steel monster change so suddenly and move so quickly? After about 10 seconds, the Mafia members finally realized they had allowed their opponent to escape. They were all in a daze, discussing among themselves. Damn, I didn't expect those little brats to have such a trick up their sleeves. Becky slammed his fist against the ship's railing, staring begrudgingly at the empty sky. He hadn't anticipated that the opponent had such means to achieve such high speeds. What to do now? Vid asked Becky about the next steps. His godfather was the commander of this operation and needed to provide an explanation to other factions. They continued to search the sea for any traces of them, knowing that such speed had to be their trump card and couldn't be sustained for long. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited until now to use it. Becky quickly calmed down and, after some analysis, reached a conclusion. Vit then relayed Becky's words to the other factions. And due to the trust in Becky's excellent command during the previous action, the other factions agreed with his thoughts. Thus, this large combined force began to utilize various connections and intelligence networks to search for Dia and the others again. Meanwhile, on Dia's side, he indeed could not maintain the fighter jet form for long, just as Becky had guessed. One reason was that his stamina had been greatly depleted, and the other was that the more powerful the weapon, the faster it consumed stamina. The fighter jet consumed stamina significantly faster than the armed helicopter. After randomly choosing a direction, Dia quickly flew far away, and just as his stamina was about to run out, he finally spotted a ship on the surface of the sea. Dia dove down, landing on the deck and deactivating his ability. Ugh. As soon as Victoria stood on the deck, she began to vomit uncontrollably. The speed of the fighter jet was simply too much for her body to handle. After a long time of vomiting, Victoria finally felt a bit better. She then released the other companions from the castle inside her body. Victoria, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Kid Kira, who had just appeared, noticed Victoria's pale face and approached with worry. Did we escape? Robin began to survey the surroundings, clearly realizing they had shaken off their pursuers, but the time was too short. Robin felt like she had only been in the internal castle for a few minutes. I'm fine, it's just that Gia's flying speed was too fast, and I wasn't used to it. I just need to rest a bit. Victoria responded to Kid Kira's concern and then said to Robin, we've already gotten far away. Gia's new form is much faster than his helicopter. He can cover an incredible distance in an instant. While the group was exchanging words, Gia had already skillfully taken control of the ship. This ship was a pirate vessel, and the captain was just a minor character. After Gia shot him down, the remaining pirates became exceptionally obedient. What do we do next? After Gia had controlled the situation, Robin stepped forward to ask, and the other companions gathered around. We need to keep a low profile. We can't cause any more commotion. Our opponents have figured out our details and have methods to deal with us now. We can't take any more risks, or it might really become dangerous. Gia paused for a moment before speaking. We can't stay in the West Sea any longer. As long as we are in the West Sea, the major mafia forces will not give up. With their immense power in the West Sea, no matter how we hide, they will eventually find us. So let's stick to the old plan. We'll head directly to Reverse Mountain. Then I'll fly over from the Red Earth continent and take you to other sea areas. Gia expressed his thoughts, and many companions nodded in agreement with his decision. Their current situation was indeed, as Gia said. It was not suitable to stay in the West Sea any longer. It would be better to explore other seas and see the scenery there. So in the following time, Gia led the pirates towards the upside-down mountain, and they did not need to stop for supplies along the way. After all, besides treasures, they had gathered a large quantity of food from various major powers. Just a few of them could not possibly eat all the food in Victoria Castle for years. And the castle itself was a natural refrigerator, keeping the food in its original state without spoiling. Without stopping, Gia and his crew moved quickly, and before long, they reached the foot of the upside-down mountain. While the various mafia forces in the West Sea, along with the Navy and the world government that joined later, were still searching for them, Gia had already taken his companions over the upside-down mountain and arrived in other seas. Brother Gia, Brother Kid, Brother Killer, Sister Robin, Miss Victoria. Early in the morning, a slender figure appeared at the entrance of Gia and the others, politely greeting everyone. The visitor looked like a child about 7 or 8 years old, with golden long hair, a prominent nose, and a very fair complexion, a handsome boy. However, the child's eyebrows grew in a strange manner. Instead of normal growth, they branched into 3 vertical strands growing upwards, looking very odd. The child was dressed in rags and held a tattered deck of tarot cards in his hands. Hawkins, you came over so early today. Victoria warmly welcomed him and served him breakfast. The child looked at the breakfast Victoria offered, his throat bobbing twice, clearly wanting it, but ultimately shook his head firmly. I've already had breakfast. I'm here today to thank you for helping me yesterday. Hawkins bowed and turned to leave. Wait a moment, little guy. Aren't you planning to set up your tarot card stall for fortune-telling today? If this goes on, it won't be good. You got beaten up yesterday because of your fortune-telling. If we hadn't shown up in time, you might have been beaten to death. As the child named Hawkins was about to leave, Gia appeared at the door and called out to him. Upon hearing Gia's words, a look of dejection appeared on Hawkins' face. He knew that, after what happened yesterday, it was dangerous to go back to fortune-telling. However, he had no choice. Giving readings was his only source of livelihood. He had been an orphan since he was very young, having lost his parents. If he couldn't be self-sufficient, he would starve to death living alone. How about this? From today on, you can come with us. After all, you're alone too. Help us with our work, and I will pay you and take care of all your living expenses. What do you think? Want to consider it? Gia noticed the other person's dilemma and understood that they were not someone who easily accepted charity from others. So, he proposed a condition that was very tempting for the other person and also did not hurt their pride. Gia's words lit up Hawkins' eyes. Really? Can I really work for you? And will there really be compensation? Hawkins couldn't quite believe that such good fortune would come to him, but he was also looking forward to the possibility that the other person was telling the truth. Of course, I never lie. A man should keep his word. Gia nodded, confirming that he was not joking with him. That's great, big brother Gia. I will definitely work hard to help you all in the future. After receiving confirmation again, Hawkins was very happy and made a promise to Diameter. All right, you can come in now. Gia waved to the other person and called them in, then handed the breakfast in Victoria's hands to Hawkins, signaling him to eat first. This time, Hawkins didn't hold back. He devoured a serving of breakfast. And as an orphan since childhood, this breakfast was the best thing he had ever eaten in his life. After Hawkins finished his serving, the rest of the companions also finished their food, and everyone gathered around the dining table. Dia looked at Hawkins and said, "You just joined us today, and everyone isn't very familiar with you yet. Why don't you introduce yourself to everyone?" Dia opened his mouth to speak, and Hawkins stood up from his position to introduce himself to everyone. "My name is Basil Hawkins. I've lived on this island since I was little. I'm an orphan, and I should be 17 or 18 this year, but I can't remember." Hawkins' introduction surprised everyone. They didn't expect him to be so old. However, from the outside, it was completely unnoticeable, and everyone thought he was still under 10 years old. After all, Dia, Kide, and Kira were around 10 years old, all about 6 meters tall. But this Hawkins looked like he was half a head shorter than Dia and the others, making it hard to believe he was of such an age. According to this world, whether he was 17 or 18, he was already an adult. However, no one could see any trace of adulthood in him. Compared to the others, Dia was surprised, but quickly understood that in the world of One Piece, people's development differed from that of his previous life. A person's changes could be significant, and Hawkins' appearance was likely due to malnutrition. He had been an orphan since childhood and rarely had enough to eat, let alone proper nutrition, which had stunted his growth. However, Dia believed that as long as he received adequate nutrition, Hawkins would grow tall quickly. After all, this Hawkins was one of the supernovas of the future generation of Luffy. In the anime, Hawkins was over 3 meters tall. Dia was also quite fortunate. After escaping from the West Sea, they randomly chose a direction, leaping over Reverse Mountain, and ended up in the North Sea. They had been in the North Sea for over a year, where no one recognized or paid attention to them. Dia and his companions roamed around the North Sea and happened to land on the current island yesterday. At the port, they encountered Hawkins being beaten on the ground by several strong men. The reason was that Hawkins had done a fortune-telling for someone, saying that the person would face a calamity and had a high probability of dying, which made the strong men furious, believing Hawkins was cursing them. And then they beat him up. Fortunately, Dia appeared and saved Hawkins. Otherwise, even if Hawkins wasn't killed, he would at least have to lie in bed for a while. After recognizing Hawkins at the port yesterday, Dia decided to bring him into their little group. After all, Hawkins has the potential to become a supernova of the worst generation, with undeniable talent and potential. Bringing him to their side would only be beneficial, especially since he is still young and hasn't eaten a devil fruit yet. From now on, having him around would definitely make for a reliable partner. "You don't look like you've already grown up. You're older than me, Dia, and Kira. So calling us big brother doesn't seem appropriate. Just call us by our names from now on," Kid said as he patted Hawkins on the shoulder. Looking at Hawkins, he seemed to see a reflection of himself and Kira before they met Dia, in a state similar to Hawkins now. Thus, he felt a certain resonance with Hawkins. Hawkins nodded at Kid's words, feeling that Kid was a good person. In the following days, Hawkins began living with Dia and the others, and he was very diligent. Since Dia said he was hired to work, he would eagerly take on any chores around the house. Life passed by in this ordinary manner day by day. Since Hawkins joined, Dia started continuously searching for information on the island, keeping an eye on any news. Because Hawkins was here, Dia felt that Hawkins' straw fruit might also be on this island. Since Hawkins joined their little group, Dia believed it was necessary to help him find his destined fruit. The straw fruit sounded like just an ordinary paramecia type. However, it was later developed by Hawkins into something remarkable. He could use the straw men created by the fruit to take death and absorb damage for himself, essentially giving him multiple lives. Moreover, he could also utilize the abilities of the straw fruit for precise divination, predicting the probabilities of certain events, maximizing the fruit's potential. However, Dia searched for a long time without seeing any sign of the straw fruit, which made him question himself. Perhaps the straw fruit was not on this island at all, and Hawkins gained his powers after leaving here. Unable to make sense of it, Dia pushed these thoughts aside. During this time, under Victoria's careful nutritional diet, Hawkins' height began to increase steadily within just 2 months, reaching towards adult height. Now, Hawkins had grown from being half a head shorter than Dia and the others to being a head taller than them, standing around 8 meters tall. He was no longer weak. Through training with Dia and the others, he had developed noticeable muscle tone. While training, Hawkins also enjoyed seeking knowledge from Robin. He asked Robin many questions about tarot cards and divination, and Robin, appreciating Hawkins' eagerness to learn, generously shared all the knowledge she had. This greatly broadened Hawkins' horizons. He started to arrange tarot cards in various strange shapes to predict certain events, showing a tendency to develop into the mystic character as depicted in the original story. Eventually, Hawkins became dissatisfied with just practicing at home. He began to venture outside, wandering the streets to experiment with his new tarot card divination techniques. He did not mind Hawkins' behavior. He recognized that Hawkins had a talent in this area and could utilize it well. Dia saw no need to restrict his development, so he maintained a carefree attitude. However, Hawkins' actions soon brought him a big surprise a few days later. Boss Diameter. Today, after going out to do fortune-telling, Hawkins returned home and started shouting for Diameter. Since Kid pointed out that Hawkins was older than them, he began to call Dia boss instead of Brother Diameter. Hearing Hawkins' call, Dia stepped out of his room and into the hall, where he saw Hawkins entering with a yellowish-brown fruit that had straw-like patterns on it. Devil fruit? Dia let out a surprised gasp. He was astonished that Hawkins had found this thing there. Moreover, it seemed to be his fated straw fruit. Big Brother Dia, is this the kind of devil fruit that you, Kid, Sister Robin, and Victoria ate? Having spent some time together, Dia and the others had not hidden anything from Hawkins. Therefore, he knew that several of them had eaten a magical fruit and gained powerful abilities. So when Dia shouted out devil fruit, he immediately came to Dia and asked, The one in your hand is indeed the same devil fruit we ate. Where did you get it? Dia is very curious about where Hawkins got the straw fruit, which he's been looking for a long time, but hasn't been able to find. Is it really because this fruit is his destined fruit, so only Hawkins can find it? Dia and Hawkins' conversation attracted the other companions, who gathered around curiously when they heard Dia mention that Hawkins had a devil fruit. They were eager to see it. It was indeed a devil fruit, but they didn't know what abilities it possessed. The other companions confirmed that what Hawkins held was indeed a devil fruit. This was a result of me continuously helping the old lady in the back street with divination for the past few days. She said my divination was very accurate, and that I was a natural diviner. So, she gifted me this strange fruit that had been worshipped in her home for a long time, hoping that this offering would bless me with smoother divination in the future. Hawkins then introduced the origin of the devil fruit in his hand. Dia nodded. No wonder he couldn't find this devil fruit. The back street was a slum, densely populated with impoverished people. Finding a devil fruit there was something Dia couldn't possibly notice at this point. This also indicated that this straw fruit had a connection with Hawkins. If he hadn't liked divination and met that old woman in the back street while doing it, he would never have obtained this fruit. Since this fruit was given to you by someone else, then it belongs to you. If you want, you can eat it, and then you will gain magical powers just like us. No one objected to Dia's words, since it was a devil fruit found by Hawkins. The other party had the decision-making power over it. Really? Dia said this. Hawkins was very pleased, and he looked at everyone who nodded, then took a bite, making a dent in the devil fruit. The taste of the devil fruit was extremely unpleasant, causing Hawkins to frown. However, his endurance was extraordinary, and he handled it much better than Kid and Victoria did back then. He merely frowned and swallowed the devil fruit. How does it feel? Did he realize what abilities he has? Kid and the others curiously surrounded Hawkins, eager to see what abilities he had gained. It was a straw fruit. Hawkins felt around and introduced to Kid and the others, I can turn into straw. As he spoke, his arms began to transform into a bundle of straw in front of everyone, which then scattered into individual strands. Not just his arms, other parts could also transform. As Hawkins spoke, the rest of his body began to turn into straw, and finally, he completely transformed into a scarecrow. What? Can only turn into straw? What use is this ability? Kid looked on with confusion and disappointment, thinking that he could burn Hawkins' scarecrow form with just one fire. There's more. Hawkins returned to his human form in response to Kid, and then a large scarecrow appeared floating behind him. With Hawkins' control, it could perform various actions, even more flexibly than a human. And there was one more important ability. Before anyone could ask further, Hawkins touched Kid with one hand, and a small scarecrow burrowed into Kid's body. Now hit me and see what happens, Hawkins said to Kid. Kid looked puzzled at the spot where the scarecrow entered, and then at Hawkins, feeling confused about why he should hit Hawkins for no reason. However, before Kid could act, Dia moved instead, slapping Hawkins hard across the face. The sound echoed throughout the hall. Dia, you. The other companions were shocked by Dia's sudden action, especially with such force, and they were worried about Hawkins, the new member. However, Hawkins, the one who got slapped, showed no reaction as if Dia hadn't hit him at all. Instead, it was Kid, who was watching from the side, who suddenly flew off to the side, landing on the ground, covering his face. It hurts. Everyone looked at Kid on the ground, and they saw that his face was quickly swelling where he was covering it. What happened? The partners looked at Kid, confused as to why the one who got hurt was Kid when Dia had hit Hawkins. Was it because of the scarecrow that had burrowed into Kid's body? Robin, being clever, quickly guessed the reason. Yeah, Hawkins didn't expect Dia to be so ruthless. It seemed like Kid was indeed in pain, and he awkwardly scratched his head. One of my fruit's abilities is to transfer the damage I receive through the scarecrow to someone else. Hawkins' words made the partners suddenly understand. They began to exclaim about how bizarre Hawkins' ability was being able to do something like that. "You bastard, did you know this all along and hit me hard on purpose?" Kid climbed up from the ground, gritting his teeth as he glared at Dia, convinced that Dia had known all along, which was why he had hit him so hard. "Yeah, I didn't know Hawkins ate the straw fruit and was well aware of its specific abilities. Dia did not intend to argue at all and said it directly. As for being heavy-handed, it's because I want to take this opportunity to teach you, an idiot, not to carelessly test others' abilities, especially those you are not familiar with. This time, it's just that Hawkins is one of our own. If it were an enemy and you were so careless, you would already be lying on the ground, lifeless. It wouldn't be something that could be resolved with just a slap." Dia's defiant attitude made Kid tremble with anger. "You bastard. Saying all this is just to cover up the fact that you want to hit me. I'm not an idiot. Why would I casually test someone else's abilities? Hawkins is our partner. That's why I'm like this. You bastard. I will definitely return this slap today. This is simply too much." Kid shouted as he charged at Dia, vowing to teach him a lesson. "Here we go again." Victoria covered her face with her hand, looking very helpless. "Let's give them some space." Robin chuckled and slyly took 2 steps back, signaling the others to clear a path for the two. Every time Dia and Kid fought, Robin was the best audience. She loved watching their clashes and enjoyed the drama more than anyone else. Hawkins, who had just joined and wasn't used to this kind of scene, looked a bit lost and was pulled back by Kira. "It's fine. They do this all the time. We're used to it. After Kid gets beaten up, it will be over," Kira explained to Hawkins, already guessing the outcome. In the end, it would just be Kid getting beaten to the point of being unable to move. All this time, there had never been an exception. Kid had never won against Diameter. The ending was just as Kira expected. After breaking countless pieces of furniture with loud crashes, Kid lay on the ground, unable to move. Even so, he kept cursing Dia under his breath. "Not bad. There's progress. This time he's tougher than before," which made me exert quite a bit of effort. Dia didn't pay attention to Kid's curses and beat him to the point where he couldn't move. Yet he couldn't let Kid have the upper hand verbally? That doesn't make sense. Otherwise, it would be too much of a bully towards Kid. Dia thought to himself that he was really a great person, treating Kid like a brother, being so tolerant and kind to him that he almost moved himself. After the battle, Victoria began to prepare dinner for everyone, and Hawkins sensibly assisted her. Life for everyone passed peacefully day by day. However, the North Sea wasn't very peaceful lately. The Don Quixote family had been causing quite a stir, giving the Navy a lot of headaches. It was said that Admiral H.S., the Chief of Staff of the Navy headquarters, had personally taken action to pursue this group. In the dining room, Kira sat in his place reading a newspaper and introducing its contents to his companions. The Don Quixote family? Are they really that powerful? How do they compare to the Mafia in the West Sea? Kid had no concept of the current Don Quixote family. He only knew that the toughest opponents they had encountered were the Mafia in the West Sea, so he compared them to the Mafia. The Don Quixote family is very powerful. Their captain, Don Quixote Doflamingo, is a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. Usually, pirates like this are extremely strong. The West Sea Mafia only has numbers and firepower. But in terms of strength, they are no match for a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. Robin, as an information expert, had some understanding of the Don Quixote family and explained their power to Kid. "So they're pirates? I thought they were just a family, like some Mafia." Kid appeared naive, as if he had never seen the world. Pirate crews can take various forms. Some are named after their captain or a symbol from a specific ship, while others are referred to by family names. It generally depends on how the pirates introduce themselves to the outside world. Robin explained some knowledge to Kid. "Regarding the Don Quixote family, we should keep our distance and not provoke them, or we might end up on their radar." They also spoke up. "Otherwise, with their strength, especially that guy Doflamingo, we wouldn't even have a chance to escape." Dia, who has read the original work, is very aware of Doflamingo's power. Even if he can fly, once targeted by the opponent, with Doflamingo's mastery of the string fruit and his formidable strength, there would be no chance to escape. So powerful? Kid was surprised. Dia rarely evaluates someone like this. In the past, no matter what force they faced, Dia was always confident. He would never say things like "stay away." Because in Dia's view, if an enemy is unbeatable, escaping is still an option. Dia said this, and everyone knew how impressive it was. So they all nodded and kept his advice in mind. At this time, Luo should already be in the Don Quixote family, and he hasn't escaped from there yet. Dia was indeed thinking about things related to law. Mentioning Don Quixote Doflamingo inevitably reminded him of the Ope no Mi and its owner, Trafalgar Law. One of the notorious supernovas of the worst generation in the original work, he is a powerful figure who could be ranked among the top 3 alongside Luffy and Kid. 2 years after the Marineford War, he first allied with Luffy to defeat the Don Quixote family, and then, in Wano country, he teamed up with Kid to defeat one of the four emperors, Big Mom. Both his talent and strength are exceptionally formidable. Another force in the North Sea that deserves attention is Germa 66. They not only exist in the manga, but also in real life. However, due to being boycotted by the countries of the North Sea long ago, their strength has been significantly diminished, and they have become very low profile, hardly appearing in public. As a result, everyone thinks they are just a legend. Since they need to be cautious of the Don Quixote family, Dio mentioned the Germa 66 force as well, advising his companions to be careful and not to provoke them easily. Among the companions, those not born in the North Sea had no concept of Germa 66, with only Robin knowing a bit about them. She was surprised that the existence in the manga was actually real. On the other hand, Hawkins, a local from the North Sea, was very excited. Does Germa really exist? Then their battle suits are real too? Are the Sky Warriors of Justice also real? Stars sparkled in Hawkins' eyes. The Germa manga was the one he yearned for the most in his childhood. Although he was somewhat disappointed that the Sky Warriors were fictional, Germa 66 still fulfilled his fantasies. He wondered if Germa 66 had gone to the East Sea at this time, and whether Sanji had escaped from his family. Dia also thought of Sanji, lamenting that as time passed since his crossing, he could see more and more characters from the original work. In a certain sea area of the North Sea, a pirate ship was sailing. Captain Diaz was thrilled. He never expected the devil fruit he accidentally obtained last time to be worth so many berries. That group of fools in the government was actually willing to pay 5 billion berries for this devil fruit. With this money, we can live like nobles in the future and no longer have to endure this hard life at sea. On the pirate ship, a group of pirates surrounded a robust middle-aged man, their captain, who was holding a red heart-shaped devil fruit in his hand. All the pirates were excited as they looked at the devil fruit. Captain Diaz Bareilles was once a naval officer. For some reason, he chose to defect from the Navy and became a pirate, regarded as a disgrace by the Navy and constantly pursued. Diaz Bareilles and his crew had been living a life of hiding. However, not long ago, after they accidentally obtained this red heart-shaped devil fruit, their days of hiding came to an end. The devil fruit he obtained was the Ope no Mi, and the Navy and the world government were willing to pay 5 billion berries for it, promising not to pursue Diaz Bareilles for his past actions. This made everyone in the pirate crew very happy. It was just an Ope no Mi, which could only be effective in the hands of Doctor. He really didn't understand what the government and Navy were thinking to offer such a sky-high price. One pirate looked at the Ope no Mi and mocked the Navy and the government. It must be prepared for those bigwigs, after all. With the Ope no Mi and a skilled doctor, there is almost no disease in this world that can't be cured. Those bigwigs have everything, and what they fear the most now is death. With the Ope no Mi, they have the possibility of extending their lives. After hearing this, another pirate speculated that the people wanting the Ope no Mi indeed wanted to extend their lives. But it wasn't just a few years they wanted to extend. It was for the immortality surgery that could be performed after the fruit awakened, allowing one to achieve eternal life. Let us not think too much, no matter the reason. It has nothing to do with us. Now, we just need to find a place to quietly wait for the government to send someone to trade with us. Once we have the money, we can live carefree lives. Captain Diaz Bareilles spoke, putting away the Ope no Mi, and then instructed the navigator to head towards the island where they would make the trade. While the entire pirate ship was excited about the impending wealthy life, in a corner of the ship, a child stood out from everyone else. He crouched in the corner, watching the excitement ahead, his eyes filled with confusion. "Father, what has happened to you? You were once a naval officer, not like this. Back then, you were full of justice and vigor. You were the person I admire the most. How could you have changed like this?" The boy's heart was filled with confusion, sadness, disappointment, and various negative emotions. He was Captain Diaz Bareilles' son, ex-Drake. Strictly speaking, he couldn't be considered a child, as he was already 19 years old, but his height still resembled that of a 7 or 8-year-old, making it difficult for others to accurately judge his age. Drake had lived a tough life over the years. Ever since his father left the Navy and became a pirate, Drake had been following his father, believing that his father had no choice but to become a pirate and that one day, he would return to the way he once admired. However, reality had led him from disappointment to despair. His father had truly fallen. Drake watched as he took step after step into the abyss of sin. He had tried to persuade his father multiple times, but each time resulted in beatings, making his father's attitude towards him increasingly cold. By now, his father hardly treated him as a son. He felt like a transparent person on the ship. His father's abandonment had left him with a very low status on the ship, often not even getting enough to eat, which was why he still looked like a small child at 19. The malnutrition from not having enough to eat had stunted his growth. In the world government, within the Five Elders office, a government agent was reporting to the Five Elders. They had already negotiated with Dias Beryllus for the trade of the no me on Minion Island in 3 weeks. This transaction must not have any accidents. We will notify the Navy to send people to cooperate with this trade. The no me can only be in our government's hands and must not fall into anyone else's possession. The Five Elders placed great importance on the no me. They were willing to pay any price for this devil fruit that could grant eternal life. Under the orders of the Five Elders, a fleet formed by the government and the Navy began heading towards the North Sea. At the Don Quixote family's residence in the North Sea, Doflamingo sat on a high throne. Haven't Corazon and Law been found yet? A few days ago, his younger brother Corazon had left with his prized Law, and they had not been seen since, which made Doflamingo feel inexplicably irritated. We still haven't discovered their whereabouts. Doflamingo, right now, our most important task is to obtain the no me. Everything else can be set aside for now, reminded Toribol, a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family. Corazon, you must not let me down. I don't want to kill my family with my own hands again, especially you. My only family. Thinking of the recent abnormal events, and some reports from Virgo, who was an undercover agent in the Navy, Doflamingo frowned, veins popping out, indicating that he was in a very bad mood. He didn't want to believe his instincts. Go to Minion Island and get the no me before the Navy and the world government. As for those stupid guys in the Navy, let them wait slowly at Rubeck Island and Suero Island. Doflamingo stood up and instructed all the members of his family. The Navy was also planning to ambush him during this opportunity and capture them all, but he had planted a piece of dark chess in the Navy, allowing him to foresee their actions. Thus, the Navy's plan was destined to fail. Subsequently, the Don Quixote family's ship, the Flamingo, set sail with all of the family's combat power towards Minion Island. Meanwhile, Dia and his group had stayed in one place for too long and recently planned to change locations, so they hijacked a pirate ship and set out to sea. As the government and the Don Quixote family headed towards Minion Island at the same time, the oblivious Vice Admiral Tsuru was still heading towards Suero Island as planned, preparing to ambush the Don Quixote family, whom she had been tracking for years. In the upcoming events, due to the lack of influence from the butterfly effect of Dia's crossing, just like in the original work, Corazon and Law arrived at Minion Island and took the no me before anyone else, forcing Law to eat it. When Doflamingo arrived at Minion Island, he discovered that the no me had been stolen by Corazon. In a fit of rage, he killed Dias Beryllus, then opened the birdcage that covered the entire Minion Island. Angry, Doflamingo found Corazon and was furious about his own brother's betrayal and the loss of his eternal dream of the no me. Doflamingo personally shot Corazon. Law, who was hidden in a box behind Corazon, witnessed everything. However, the box was tightly pressed by Corazon, making it impossible for him to rush out. Additionally, due to Corazon's silence fruit, Law's movements inside could not be detected from the outside. All of this contributed to Law not being discovered by Doflamingo. Just now there was news from outside that a child indeed escaped before the birdcage, and the Navy has already arrived outside. From the figure, the child looks about the same age as Law. After shooting Corazon, Doflamingo sent someone to confirm if Law was really as Corazon said, before he unleashed the birdcage. Law had already left, and now Torpole was back to report. Then where is that child? Was he taken away by the Navy? Law questioned with a pale face, his anger reaching its peak. No, Torpole shook his head. The child was originally fleeing towards the coast, and if he had run a little further, he would have encountered the Navy. However, he was swallowed by a gigantic steel monster that fell from the sky and flew away. Torpole was puzzled about where this suddenly appearing steel monster came from. Could it be that there are other forces on this island besides them and the Navy? Damn it. If that's the case, then there's no need for the birdcage. Since the Navy didn't capture Law, we don't need to trouble them. Let's leave directly and mobilize all our forces when we return to find the one who took Law away. A flying steel monster? It must be some kind of ability user. Such a person wouldn't be unknown. Doflamingo retracted the strings of the birdcage and then withdrew with the other members of the Don Quixote family. I will find that guy who ruined my plans and tear him to pieces. After leaving this statement, Doflamingo was already far away. It wasn't until a long time later that Law finally freed himself from the box. At this moment, the island was silent. Dias Beryllus and his gang were killed. The Don Quixote family had retreated, and the Navy had pursued, leaving only Law and Corazon's corpse on the ground. Law lay on Corazon's body, crying loudly. This was the only person who had given him warmth since he escaped from his hometown, and now he was gone. At that moment, Law was heartbroken. And when Doflamingo fell from the sky, what he saw was Law lying on Corazon's body, mouth open, unable to make any sound. Let's bury him first. Dia came to the back of Luo, feeling the heavy atmosphere of sadness around him, sighed, and patted Luo's shoulder. Who are you? Luo instinctively jumped up, turning around with a wary look at the few people who suddenly appeared behind him. He hadn't even noticed when they had come. Are you here to get the surgery fruit too? Go die. At that moment, Luo was very sensitive. He felt that everyone appearing on this island was there for the surgery fruit he had consumed, and they were all enemies. Therefore, even though there were many of them, he decided to strike first, quickly charging at Dia and pulling out a small knife to stab. Kid, we're not bad people, we just happened to pass by here. Dia tried to block Luo's knife, but he couldn't manage to do so. During his years with the Don Quixote family, Luo received proper training, making him very agile. His knife swiftly curved around Dia's large hand and stabbed into Dia's chest. A crisp sound echoed. I didn't expect you, little brat, to be not only ruthless but also quite nimble. Dia reached out and grabbed Luo's arm, rendering him immobile. The previous strike was very tricky. If Dia hadn't used his ability to create a shield in front of his chest, he might have been pierced by the opponent. I have already eaten the surgery fruit, and I will never yield to you. All you could get is my corpse. After struggling a few times without success, Luo realized he was no match for his opponent. He glared fiercely at Dia and uttered a harsh remark. I told you I have no ill intentions. I was just passing by. Why are you so agitated? You don't listen to anyone at all. Dia let go of his hand, and a sudden sharp pain made Luo jump up. Are you really just passing by? Luo rubbed his forehead and still looked at Dia and the others with a wary expression. However, he was starting to believe them a little. After all, he had fallen into their hands, and they had let him go. Of course, it was certain and definite. Dylan nodded repeatedly. What a stroke of bad luck today. He didn't expect to end up in the sea area just by randomly choosing a direction. If he had known earlier, he would have definitely chosen a different direction today. Dia is also helpless. He just planned to change his living place and casually hijacked a pirate ship on the sea, randomly pointed in a direction, and unexpectedly ended up here. As soon as they entered the waters of Minion Island, they were spotted by the government and Navy fleets trading for surgical fruits on the surface of the sea. Since they were flying a pirate flag, the government and Navy warships, fearing any unexpected events today, decisively decided to eliminate them without hesitation. Before Dia and the others had a chance to react, the ship was pierced by cannonballs. With no other options, Dia transformed into a helicopter and flew away with his companions. Minion Island was the closest land, and Dia didn't know that it was the island where the surgery fruit trade took place. He dove down, and as soon as he landed, he saw countless white lines shooting into the sky. Familiar with this scene, Dia quickly realized that Doflamingo had activated the birdcage. He immediately understood what was happening and cursed his bad luck, taking off again while also carrying away a child who had rushed out. Before leaving, Dia transformed one of his eyes into an electronic eye and tossed it into the birdcage to gather information about everything inside. It wasn't until Doflamingo and the Navy had left that Dia flew back from a nearby deserted island. Let's bury this person first, and then we should leave quickly. Otherwise, the Navy and that pervert in the pink outfit might come back, and we would be in trouble. Dia noticed that Luo was not as agitated anymore and pointed at Corazon's corpse, indicating that Luo should bury him first. Luo nodded, lowering his head with a very affectionate expression as he looked at Corazon's body. With the help of Dia and others, they found a spot in the forest on the island where the ocean could be seen and buried Corazon there. A month later, in the far north of the North Sea, which is also the northernmost part of the world, the weather was freezing and thick ice covered the ground. Amidst the heavy snowfall, several figures walked across the ice. Drake, just like Hawkins back then, you've grown so tall so quickly. In just over a month, you've gone from being the same height as Luo to being taller than Dia and the others. Among the crowd, Victoria looked at a tall young man, marveling at his rapid growth. Drake was the young boy who had escaped from the birdcage and was saved by Dia when he first arrived on Minion Island. In fact, he was not really a boy anymore. He was already 19 years old. He was just like Hawkins, having been stunted in growth due to malnutrition. At the same time, this Drake would later become a member of the worst generation of supernovas, a spy intentionally placed among the pirates by the Navy. And he was originally a Navy rear admiral. If he hadn't been saved by Dia, he would have escaped to the coast and been rescued by the Navy, following the trajectory described above. But now, due to Dia's intervention, his future life path was destined to be different from the original storyline. Hearing this, Luo, wearing a white spotted plush hat, grunted in dissatisfaction. What's so great about it? He's just older. I'll definitely grow taller than him in the future. Ever since burying Corazon on Minion Island, Luo had been following Jia and the others. Now, being alone and still young made survival difficult for him. So choosing to stick with Jia and the others was a good decision. In this past month, Luo had also become familiar with Jia and the others. It was normal for Drake to grow quickly. He was a year or two older than Hawkins. The reason he was short before was also due to malnutrition, just like Hawkins back then. Recently, having been able to eat so much food every day allowed his height to rapidly reach what it should have been. Just spoke up while tightening his coat. This cursed place was the coldest he had encountered since crossing over. If it weren't for the fact that the Navy and Doflamingo were both searching for Law's whereabouts lately, and that this extreme northern land was rarely noticed due to its environment, Dio wouldn't want to come here at all. Hit him, this monster. A polar bear that can actually talk. Ha ha ha, Shaki, let's see who can hit him harder. Dia and the others continued walking when they suddenly saw two little boys in white clothes in front of them, surrounding a small white bear and throwing snowballs at each other while laughing loudly. Bear, I'm not a monster. The little white bear pitifully hugged its head and squatted on the ground, surprisingly speaking up. Huh, did that white bear just talk? Or am I hearing things? Kid looked shocked, doubting whether he had misheard. You're not hearing things. That white bear really spoke, Luo said coldly, then quickly rushed forward and kicked the two boys away. Get up. Why don't you fight back when you're being bullied? Luo struck a cool pose and coldly asked the white bear. Bear. The white bear clearly felt very inferior and couldn't say a word in response to Luo's questioning. I'm sorry. In the end, not knowing how to respond, the white bear could only use an apology to cover its inferiority. Who are you? How dare you hit us? The two boys on the ground got up and quickly surrounded Luo, ready to teach him a lesson. Luo didn't waste words with the two little brats and directly went 1 against 2, beating them up. Bully. After finishing, Luo left that remark and began to squat down to talk to the speaking white bear. The two little boys, seeing Luo so fierce and realizing that many of his companions were approaching, ran away in defeat. The white bear can talk. How amazing. Did you eat a devil fruit? What's your name? Dia and others gathered around, curious about the talking white bear. Kid, Killer, Victoria Hawkins, and Drake all asked questions at once. The bear, named Biteto, felt very shy being watched by so many people. He lowered his head and softly said, I'm sorry. Once again, the white bear began to apologize, not knowing how to answer many of the questions. Still a very shy white bear, Victoria found the white bear's shy appearance very cute. She patted the bear's head and said, Don't be afraid. We are not bad people. Victoria's gentleness encouraged the bear to muster the courage to look up at her. He thought this beautiful girl was very kind and nice, something he had never encountered before. This white bear belonged to the mink tribe, a race that resembles various animals, possessing intelligence equal to that of humans and capable of speaking human languages. They usually live on Zo Island in the Grand Line and rarely drift at sea. Jill explained to the white bear that he had recognized this as Bippo, the fur tribe companion of Law from the original work, who had accidentally drifted to the North Sea. This is a race I have only heard about, and it's my first time seeing one. Robin was surprised by Jia's extensive knowledge, knowing even about the fur tribe and being able to speak clearly about it, while she only knew a little about this race from the books in O'Hara. Is there really such a magical race? Victoria was amazed, feeling that the ocean is truly vast, where anything can be encountered. So, for your race, doesn't that mean everyone is essentially a Zoan-type devil fruit user from birth? What a lucky race. Kid remarked on the fortune of the fur tribe, naturally possessing the power of animals. Are you here alone, or do you have other kin? Drake asked Bippo. The bear only had himself, unsure of where the others were. Bippo lowered his head, looking somewhat sad. Then why don't you come with us? Victoria felt a surge of compassion and gently patted Bippo's head. Is that really okay? Bippo raised his head in slight happiness, then shyly lowered it again. Of course. It's fine. With so many of us, adding one more ISNTA burden. Yeah, the core of the team, nodded in agreement, and the others had no objections. So, Bippo naturally followed behind Dia and the others. Not far from them, there was a small village. Dia led his companions there, and after some negotiation, they rented a room from a local family, and Dia and the others began to settle down in this far northern land. Dia and the others had been living in this village in the far north for over a month, and life had been quite peaceful. The village was also very harmonious. Usually, apart from necessary hunting and fishing, no one would wander outside in the freezing cold. However, this peaceful life was suddenly disrupted today. Not good. Shachi and Pei Jin had been attacked by a wild boar. There's a huge hole in their stomachs, and the bleeding won't stop. An anxious voice rang out in the village. Soon, everyone opened the door to see several men hurriedly carrying 2 children on a stretcher into the village. The villagers were startled and rushed out to watch. The only doctor in the village examined the 2 and shook his head. It's no use. The injuries are too severe. There's no way to save them. The doctor's words made the onlookers sigh in despair. Poor kids, they lost their parents at such a young age and finally grew up only to. A sigh escaped someone's lips, and they couldn't finish their sentence. Although they were a bit mischievous, they were good kids. How could this happen so suddenly? An old man wiped away his tears. Everyone step aside. Let me take a look. I'm also a doctor. Luo pushed through the crowd and came to the 2 children. He recognized them as the 2 who had bullied Babwa when they first arrived. Ignoring that, Luo bent down to examine their wounds. There's no hope, little ones. These kids are too badly injured. The village doctor sighed as he saw Luo inspecting the wounds. The wounds caused by the wild boar's tusk weren't too serious. They just needed to be stopped from bleeding and stitched up. The most severe issue was their internal organs, which had been severely damaged by the impact. They needed to find a way to repair them. I know that too, but repairing internal organs requires surgery. And with our conditions here, it's impossible. Rushing to treat them might worsen their injuries, and repairing internal organs is extremely difficult. My medical skills are truly insufficient. The village doctor said, I have a way to treat them. Everyone step aside and help me carry them inside. Luo cleared the crowd and directed the villagers to bring the children inside. Seeing Luo's confidence and realizing there was no better option, the villagers cooperatively placed the children in Jia's living room. Everyone go outside. You stay here to help me. Luo ordered the villagers to leave, keeping only the village doctor and Jia's companions in the room. He took out his medical kit and first stitched up the external wounds of the 2 children. Then, a white semicircular vortex appeared in Luo's palm. As the vortex spun, it expanded, ultimately forming a semicircular space that enveloped the 2 injured children. Inside this semicircular space, as Luo waved his hands, the damaged organs inside the 2 were gradually extracted one by one. This was the unique ability of the surgical fruit, allowing for the cutting of everything within the surgical space without leaving any wounds or causing harm. The village doctor was stunned by Luo's methods. As a doctor in a small area, he had never seen such a miraculous scene. Quickly help me prepare the sutures and other sterilized materials for the surgery. I can't maintain this for long. Just a little time had passed, and the physical burden from the surgical fruit was already causing Luo to sweat profusely. Prompted by Luo, the village doctor quickly prepared the necessary items and even wiped the sweat from Luo's forehead to prevent it from dripping onto the children's wounds. Taking the instruments from the village doctor, Luo swiftly repaired the areas of the organs that needed suturing and fixing. Just as Luo's strength was about to give out, he quickly returned the repaired organs to their places using his ability. With the final step completed, Luo's strength finally gave out, and the surgical space collapsed. He sat down on the ground, drenched in sweat. The power of the surgical fruit was indeed formidable, as long as someone was enveloped in Luo's space. Their life and death were essentially in his control. Kid watched the entire process of Luo performing surgery with his ability and gained a profound understanding of the power of the surgical fruit. However, the physical consumption was too great. Not only did it consume stamina much faster than his own abilities, but even Jia's ability consumed stamina at a far lesser rate compared to Luo's. Having frequently sparred with Jia, Kid was well aware of the stamina consumption speed of Jia's fruit ability. Jia consumed significantly more stamina when using his ability than Kid did. But compared to Luo, the situation was much better. It was indeed true that the greater the power of an ability, the greater the stamina consumption. These 2 aspects were inversely proportional. Jia nodded in agreement with Kid's viewpoint. While Jia and the others were discussing, the village doctor was examining 2 injured individuals. After a series of operations, he nodded. Their injuries were under control, and they were no longer in life-threatening danger. All that remained was time for recovery. The doctor, looking at the 2 little ones who had been unconscious since they were brought into the village, exited the room with a sense of relief. He conveyed the news to the anxious villagers outside, prompting a wave of cheers. From that point on, Luo became the most popular person in the village. Time passed, and one day, Jia and the others gathered in the dining hall. Everyone sat around the dining table, and the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Recently, even in our remote location, the Navy and the world government had started to appear. According to the villagers who went out fishing, it seemed that the Navy and the government were looking for someone. Jia sat in his seat and said, while the others listened quietly, "It's probably unnecessary for me to say that they are looking for someone. The allure of the Ope no Mi for the higher-ups of the world government and for Don Quixote da Flamingo is immense. Now, if we continue to stay here, peace won't last for long. Dia had already mentioned in previous conversations that the Ope no Mi could help others achieve eternal life through surgery. And this has been acknowledged by law, so everyone understands the seriousness of the situation. Let's stick to the old plan. We should head to Reverse Mountain. Dia, take us away from the North Sea to other seas. After all, the North Sea is no longer a suitable place for us. Killer spoke up, suggesting that everyone leave the North Sea together. So now we only have the East Sea left. We've already caused quite a commotion in the South and West Seas. Although it's been a few years since we left, the heat we created probably hasn't faded, and we would be recognized as soon as we show up. Even though our strength has increased significantly and our numbers have grown, there's no need to worry about those troubles. However, they will still disturb our peace. So the East Sea is the best choice. Joe was quite in favor of Kira's suggestion. He proposed to everyone to go to the East Sea, as he could take a look at the current appearances of the most important characters from the original work. Sure, no objections. The remaining companions all nodded in agreement. Hey, bosses and big sister, take us along too. We'll leave with you and fully follow your orders from now on. Since Rocky treated them, Shaki and Pei-Jean had been staying with them to recuperate. Hearing that Dia and the others were leaving, they couldn't sit still and pleaded with Dia to take them along. The two of them were orphans with no attachments and had no worries about leaving with Dia and the others. After their request and discussions among the group, it was finally agreed to take them along. On the vast sea, a pirate ship was sailing, and Dia stood at the bow, feeling the comfort of the sea breeze. We need to find a way to get our own ship. It's not practical to keep hijacking other ships every time we go to sea, Joe was thinking while enjoying the sea breeze. However, having his own ship was quite troublesome. It was easy for them to cross the seas, as they could just fly straight across. But with a ship, he currently had no way to fly with it, and whenever they encountered danger, Joe could simply abandon the ship and fly away with his companions. After all, it wasn't his ship, so it didn't matter if he lost it. However, once he had his own ship, that wouldn't be possible anymore. He couldn't just discard a ship every time they faced danger. Joe was somewhat troubled. It seemed that there was a bamboo boat on Sky Island that could fly. This ship would be more suitable for them, as it could fly in the sky at any time. Joe thought for a long time and finally remembered the arc maxim created by Enel on Sky Island. He felt that this ship would be very suitable for their use. However, the arc maxim is powered by the Rumble fruit's lightning, and he wasn't sure if Enel had eaten the Rumble fruit by this time. If he hadn't, they could go and intercept this top-tier Logia fruit in advance, especially since Kid and Drake still didn't have any fruit abilities at the moment. Joe was thinking about these things and finally decided that no matter what, he had to find a way to go to Sky Island as soon as possible. If he went now, there was still a chance to intercept the Thunder Fruit. If he waited a few more years, the Thunder Fruit would definitely end up in the stomach of Enel, that heavy middle schooler. Gia, there's a Navy warship appearing ahead on the sea, and they have already set their sights on us. While Gia was deep in thought, Kira's shout interrupted him. Kia, who was on lookout duty, had spotted a Navy warship targeting them. Boom! Before Gia could check, a cannonball landed in the sea around them, splashing a large amount of water. Did enemies appear? The sound of cannon fire caused the rest of the crew in the cabin to rush out. They stood next to Gia, looking out at the sea. It was a Navy warship, likely attacking them because they saw they were a pirate ship. However, it could also be possible that they had discovered their whereabouts. Gia's eyes turned into high-powered telescopes, observing the deck of a distant warship and answering her companion's questions. With the aid of the high-powered telescope, Gia could see everything clearly on the warship's deck. She noticed a naval colonel holding a stack of wanted notices, using the telescope to observe their situation, seemingly comparing information. After a while, as if confirming something, the warship's artillery began to launch a fierce attack on them under the colonel's command. Kid, block all the cannon fire. I'm going to see what's going on. Dia transformed into a small drone and took to the skies, leaving behind a command for Kid. Meanwhile, after Dia left, Kid activated his fruit ability, causing all the cannonballs to be suspended in midair due to magnetic forces, and then they were reflected back towards the Navy ship at a faster speed. Boom, boom, boom. Some of the reflected cannonballs landed in the sea beside the ship, while others struck the ship, causing a series of explosions. While the Navy on the ship was busy extinguishing fires and repairing breaches, Dia's drone had already flown overhead. Through the high-definition camera scan, he clearly saw the wanted poster in the hands of the Navy colonel, featuring photos of several of them, along with an enlarged photo of Law on another piece of paper. Is it coming for us? Dia understood the other party's goal. They were not pirates controlled by them, so he decisively switched to armed helicopter mode. Since they were coming for us, I wouldn't hold back either. Dia's multi-barrel machine gun aimed at the deck and then began a frenzied barrage. The Navy was caught off guard by the sudden attack, and those who couldn't dodge were instantly killed or injured in large numbers. After several minutes of continuous fire, Dia stopped the assault. At this point, there was not a single intact person left on the warship's deck, only a pile of dismembered flesh and blood. Boom, boom, finally. Dia destroyed the warship completely with 2 rockets and then flew back to their own ship. We need to speed up. The Navy is locked onto us, and more people will come to capture us. We won't be able to handle it then. Dia released his abilities on the deck and introduced the situation he observed to his companions. Understanding the seriousness of the matter, everyone nodded without saying much and split up to urge the pirates to increase their sailing speed. A few days later on the sea, the ship that Dia and the others were on was being bombarded furiously. Under the powerful firepower, the ship beneath their feet was already swaying precariously, at risk of sinking at any moment. This was already the 3rd ship they had changed in the past few days. Since encountering the Navy's warship that day, although Dia had left no survivors, people had been continuously chasing after them. Moreover, the numbers were increasing, and today 5 ships were blocking their way. What worried Dia the most was that among these ships, not only were there Navy warships and world government vessels, but one of them also bore the flag of the Don Quixote family. This meant that Don Quixote Doflamingo was already aware of their location and could soon be on their tail. Dia believed that with Doflamingo's ability to move through the clouds using the string fruit, it wouldn't take long for him to appear before them. At that moment, the Navy and the world government were one side, and the Don Quixote family was the other. Both forces were attacking Dia and his group. And there were also occasional exchanges of cannon fire between the 2 side ships. Dia didn't care about much. He decisively chose to abandon the ship beneath his feet and flew directly into the sky with his companions, quickly leaving the area. To save time, he couldn't be bothered to sink the 5 ships opposite them. As a result, after he left, the ship that Dia was originally on was directly turned into fragments by the cannon fire of the Navy, the world government, and the Don Quixote family, with no survivors on board. To avoid implicating the innocent, Dia had chosen pirate ships in the past few days. He had no psychological burden about involving those guys. After flying for a while, an island appeared in Dia's sight. He landed at the island's port, inquired about the distance to Reverse Mountain, and chose to hijack a pirate ship to continue his journey. After sailing on the sea for some time, with the joint efforts of Dia and his companions, they defeated pursuers one after another, and they were finally only a short distance of a few dozen kilometers away from Reverse Mountain. At this point, the peak of Reverse Mountain was already within sight from the deck. Dia looked at the outline of the upside-down mountain, about to breathe a sigh of relief, when he heard a unique laugh in the air. Victoria, gather everyone into the castle. As soon as Dia heard the voice, he knew who had arrived. He decisively instructed Victoria and then transformed directly into battle mode. You little brats, you can really run, he said. But you Luo, no matter what, you won't escape my grasp. After putting in so much effort, he finally found Luo again after such a long time, especially since the other party was a user of the surgery fruit. Doflamingo felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration, as if he had completely rid himself of the discomfort of losing the surgery fruit. He had already thought about how to deal with Luo, the traitor, to make him obedient and, once the fruit awakened, to perform the immortality surgery on him. Luo descended onto the deck with a wild grin, but his smile froze. There was not a single person on the deck. Only a string of words floated in the air. Doflamingo, you fool, grinning like an idiot, wearing that flashy pink and looking like a sissy, thinking you have such a unique personality. I'm leaving first. Neither you nor the surgery fruit will get anything. Aren't you angry? If you're not happy, come bite me. But don't bite me. Wait a few years, and I'll come find you and beat the crap out of you. Dia had already taken Victoria away at supersonic speed in a fighter jet before Doflamingo arrived. Dia's words caused Doflamingo's veins to bulge with anger. He personally took action this time. Not only did he fail to catch a group of kids, but he was also openly humiliated. Doflamingo had never encountered someone so provocative before, and at this moment, his hatred for the person who left that message was even stronger than for Law. The saddest part was that he didn't even know who among the crowd had left that message. He hadn't had the chance to see clearly the person on the deck before they disappeared. Damn little brat, daring to provoke me like this. I will definitely kill you with the most cruel methods. Doflamingo, having searched the area in the air without seeing any trace of the person, was filled with impotent rage. At that moment, Dia had already crossed the upside-down mountain at high speed in his fighter jet and arrived in the East Blue. He found the nearest deserted island to land and released his powers. That idiot Doflamingo, if he wanted to come, he could just come without making that crazy laugh. As if he was afraid we wouldn't know he was here. If it weren't for his laughter alerting me, I might have really fallen into that idiot's hands today. After the others were released by Victoria, they heard Dia cursing Doflamingo, although they didn't know what idiot meant. It was clear from Dia's tone that it wasn't a good word. The group ignored Dia and quietly waited for him to finish cursing before asking where they should go next. It was not far from Lowtown, just in time for us to take this opportunity to see it, as it was the starting point and legendary place of the Pirate King Roger. Dia's familiarity with the East Sea is arguably the highest among everyone. After all, in his previous life, he saw the most scenes of the East Sea. Hearing Dia say this, everyone became interested, especially the boys, who have long admired the story of Pirate King Roger since childhood. The great treasure that Roger mentioned before his death made everyone eager to search for it. Having the opportunity to see Roger's birthplace and execution site excited them all. Before heading to Lowtown, I have something to show you. While everyone was looking forward to Lowtown, Drake suddenly pulled out a strange fruit from his pocket to show everyone. Wow, where did you get this devil fruit? How come we didn't know about it? Joe was so shocked that he almost jumped up. He really didn't expect Drake to pull out something like this at this moment. Drake, when did you get your hands on a devil fruit? You kept it from us until now. Kid, killer, and the others were also shouting. I didn't mean to hide it from you. I found this devil fruit just now on that ship. When I discovered it, Doflamingo happened to show up, and then Dia led us to escape. So I didn't have time to mention it. Drake explained the origin of the devil fruit in his hand. Where did you find it? We searched that ship thoroughly when we got on. We scavenged everything valuable. There's no way we could have missed such an important treasure. Everyone was curious about where Drake had found it, since they had clearly searched the ship carefully. It was in a pile of fruit in the kitchen. I was planning to find something to eat, and I accidentally saw this thing in the pile of fruit. Then Doflamingo came in, and I didn't have time to look closely, so I just stuffed it into my pocket, Drake said, feeling that the appearance of this devil fruit was indeed quite strange. What kind of devil fruit is this? Yeah, can you tell? Everyone was no longer curious about how the devil fruit came to be. After all, it was just Drake's good luck. They started to wonder what kind of devil fruit Drake had obtained. The devil fruit was dark brown, with strange patterns on the outside that didn't reveal anything. Thus, everyone turned their attention to Dia, as he was recognized as the most knowledgeable among them, surpassing even Robin in many aspects. Furthermore, Dia had always been able to recognize their devil fruits at a glance and could describe the characteristics of their abilities in detail. So they naturally assumed that Dia would know this time as well. Dia rolled his eyes at everyone's gaze. How would I know what kind of devil fruit this is? I've never seen it before. As for being able to identify your abilities before, that's because I've read part of a specialized devil fruit encyclopedia that just happened to have information on your devil fruit abilities. Dia used the devil fruit encyclopedia to cover up the reason why he knew so much about devil fruits, while also stating that he hadn't seen Drake's fruit before. I see. Everyone felt a bit disappointed, and then turned their gaze to Drake. Since you found this devil fruit, Drake, you have the decision-making power. Why don't you eat it and see what ability it has? Kid encouraged Drake to eat the devil fruit in his hand to satisfy his curiosity. All right. Drake nodded in agreement with Kid's suggestion. Wait a minute. Kira stopped Drake from eating the devil fruit. Have you considered it? After all, you don't know what ability it has. If it turns out to be a useless ability, you won't even have the chance to regret it. Don't take Kid's provocation too lightly. Kira cautiously advised Drake. It's okay, I think since I was lucky enough to get it. It shouldn't be a useless ability. I have a feeling it will suit me very well. Drake didn't hesitate because of Kira's words and took a big bite. After Drake ate the devil fruit, Kid, Kira, Law, and Hawkins watched him curiously. How is it? Do you know what ability you have now? Show us. Kid, being the most impatient, urged Drake to demonstrate his ability. Drake clenched his fist, nodded, and then, under everyone's gaze, his skin began to turn a greenish brown. His hands transformed into claws, and his body rapidly expanded, finally turning into a dinosaur over 6 or 7 meters tall. It's actually a Zoan type. Everyone could tell from his appearance that Drake had eaten a Zoan devil fruit. Previously, everyone had obtained paramecia abilities, and this was their first time seeing a Zoan, so they all gathered around Drake to observe. Zoan dragon fruit, ancient type, distinct dragon form. Dia directly called out Drake's ability, which he had consumed, reflecting the power he possessed in the original work. This made Dia feel that fate is truly extraordinary. Despite having altered Drake's future trajectory, he still acquired the ability from the original story. This is an ancient species within the Zoan type, a rarity second only to mythical beasts among the Zoan types, and it is also stronger than most ordinary Zoan types. Dia introduced the rarity of ancient Zoan fruits to everyone. This fruit is a perfect match for Drake. He already possesses strength far beyond that of an average person, and now with the enhancement of this ancient Zoan fruit, his power will surely become even greater. Kidra spoke up, saying that this fruit is like adding wings to a tiger for Drake, amplifying his strengths even more. This type of animal is something we, the Ming tribe, do not have. Bippo looked up at the dinosaur Drake had transformed into, and in his memory, there were no such tribe members. After moving around in the beast form of this Zoan, Drake released his ability and transformed back into his human form. Everyone's curiosity was satisfied, and after taking a break, Dia replenished his energy by eating food retrieved from Victoria's castle, then transformed into a helicopter to take everyone into the air, hijacking a ship on the ocean and heading towards all the islands of Rogue Town. In East Blue's Rogue Town, Dia and the others arrived here. After visiting Roger's execution platform, Robin dragged Victoria out shopping, which made Dia sigh. No matter which world it is, women have an innate love for shopping. The rest of the group split into small teams to explore their interests. After continuous enemy pursuits, everyone was eager to relax, leaving Dia alone in place. After some thought, Dia asked a passerby for directions and then walked in a certain direction. After about 10 minutes, Dia arrived at his destination, an ordinary weapon shop. As soon as he entered, the lackluster owner at the counter perked up with excitement, welcoming him. "What do you need, sir?" "The weapons here are the best in all of Road Town." The bald owner with hair only on the sides and a wine nose rubbed his hands together, enthusiastically promoting his shop. Looking at this familiar minor character from the original story, he seemed much younger than when Zoro first arrived here. Dia has arrived at the weapon shop where Zoro compared luck with Sandai Kitetsu in the original story. This time, Dia intends to get the Sandai Kitetsu and see if he can persuade the owner to sell the heirloom quality sword, the 50-work name blade, to him. Since he has come to the East Sea, Dia must visit Zoro, his favorite character, before crossing over. These two swords are the gifts Dia has prepared for Zoro. "I want to buy a sword. What's the best sword in your shop?" Dia spoke up, then scanned the surroundings with his eyes, finally fixing his gaze on a pile of swords inserted in a wooden barrel. If he remembered correctly, the third-generation ghost cutter was hidden among this pile of cheap goods. Dia was unsure if Guiche was still placed inside like in the original work at this time, so he walked over, preparing to take a look. "Guest, the knives here are all failures, cheap goods with poor quality. The good knives you need are behind the counter," the weapon shop owner said, following behind Dia, hoping that Dia would go to the counter with him. "The knives in your counter don't meet my requirements." Dia shook his head and continued walking forward. "Only the ancestral snow knife from your family and the cursed sword, the third-generation Onitachi, which you might have placed here, meet my requirements." Dia said something that shocked the weapon shop owner. "Guest, how do you know?" The weapon shop owner asked Dia in astonishment. He had never told anyone about Yukizu and the third-generation Onitetsu, except for his wife, and now this young man was mentioning it. "I have my channels." "So, are you selling your ancestral Yukizu?" "You can name any price, and I won't bargain." Dia reached into the knife barrel while asking the shop owner. "The conditions you offered are indeed very tempting, but the Shuezo is a treasured blade passed down in my family, and I won't sell it until I meet the right person." The weapon shop owner shook his head, rejecting Dia's request. As for the third generation of Guiche, that's a cursed sword. Every owner who has wielded it has met a terrible fate. It ultimately backfired on them, leading to their tragic deaths. "You'd best not have any thoughts about it." The weapon shop owner advised Dia again not to seek the third generation of Guiche. Dia replied, "Don't worry. I plan to bring the third generation of Guiche as a gift. The person I'm giving it to, no matter how fierce the third generation of Guiche is, can subdue it, so you don't have to worry." Dia chuckled lightly and spoke. "As for your snow walk, I entrusted it to the person who is to deliver the sword. I believe he is the most suitable. In the future, he will become a great swordsman whose name will resonate around the world. It should be an honor for Snow Walk to be by his side." In Dia's view, if Snow Walk could always follow Zoro, and Zoro eventually became the world's #1 swordsman, it would indeed be an honor for Snow Walk. The weapon shop owner, upon hearing Dia's words, secretly scoffed, thinking that this customer really knew how to boast. "Found it." After feeling through numerous weapons, Dia pulled out a katana, the Sandai Kitetsu. Holding the sword, Dia felt a chill rush towards him, and it had a sharp, glaring presence. Dia nodded. The third-generation Ghost Chaser truly lives up to its name as a demon sword, exuding an aura of malevolence. "Guest, you should give up. I can help you choose another good sword. This third-generation Ghost Chaser is really a demon sword. It will bring misfortune to its owner." "I'm not lying to you." Seeing that Dia was truly set on this sword, the weapon shop owner became anxious and hurriedly advised him. "It's fine. I'm determined to buy this one." Dia insists on choosing the third generation of Guache. Also, your snow walk. I'm not joking with you, boss, plus Guache. I can give you 100 million berries. I hope you can sell it to me. The person I want to give the sword to can definitely become a great swordsman known throughout the world. Just as I said, boss, you can rest assured to entrust your man's dream to him. Dia's serious and determined gaze made the weapon shop owner realize that the other party was not joking, and he was shocked. After a long period of hesitation, the weapon shop owner decided to take a gamble. This was not only for the 100 million berries, which far exceeded the price of the two swords, but also for Dia's dream of entrusting a man. After reaching an agreement, Dia brought Victoria over, as all their berry treasures were kept with her. After paying 100 million berries, Dia left the weapon shop with the Sandai Kitetsu and the Snowwalkers. This left the owner staring at the 100 million berries with a dreamy expression. Dia, who are you giving these two swords to? On the way out of the weapon shop, Victoria was very curious. Did you have any friends in the East China Sea? What made him spend such a huge sum of 100 million berries to buy two swords as gifts? The reason she didn't think Dia was planning to give them to his companions was that she knew none of them practiced swordsmanship. Robin, who came with Victoria, was also curious and looked at Dia with great interest. I can't say they're friends just yet, but there's a guy here in the East China Sea that I really like. He will definitely be the world's greatest swordsman in the future, and I think he deserves a few good swords. Dia vaguely mentioned that he really liked Zoro. As the most masculine character in One Piece, Zoro almost fulfills all the romantic ideals of men. Moreover, all of his achievements in the later stages come from his relentless effort, unlike Luffy, who relies on his lineage to gain an advantage. I see. Victoria didn't ask too many questions. She just saw the smile on Dia's face and felt that he must be very happy right now. On the island where Frost Moon Village is located in the East Sea, Dia and his companions set foot on this land. This time, Dia didn't choose to hijack a ship to hurry. He waited for a few days in Log Town until a merchant ship passed by the small island beneath him, paid for a ride, and arrived here. After asking a passerby for directions to Frost Moon Village, Dia led his companions forward. Along the way, there were lush green farmlands, indicating that this was a fertile island. Hey, do you know where Frost Moon Village is? Suddenly, a little boy with green hair burst into their view from a nearby path. The boy was dressed in a kendo dojo outfit, holding a bamboo sword in each hand and carrying another on his back. Seeing someone appear, the impatient Law asked for directions. Oh, you're looking for directions? I just happen to live in the dojo in the village, so I can take you there. The green-haired boy looked up at the little boy who blocked his way and generously offered to guide them. Dia immediately recognized that this little boy was a young Zoro. At the same time, he found the interaction between Law and Zoro amusing. One dared to ask, and the other dared to agree, and Zoro, known as the biggest directionally challenged character in the entire manga, actually had the audacity to offer to lead the way. While Law wasn't even worried that he might get everyone lost, Dia just quietly watched without intervening. Follow me, Zoro said, turning and running ahead without caring about the others behind him. The others, except for Dia, heard that this little boy was from Frost Moon Village, so they followed Zoro without suspicion. 2 hours later, at the tent spot where they had encountered Zoro, everyone exchanged glances. That green-haired brat, are you messing with us? I remember we passed this place 10 times already. Luo was somewhat frantic under the guidance of the other party. They had been turning in circles for 2 hours without making any progress and had returned to the starting point. Oh, is that so? No wonder I have this familiar feeling. Zoro, completely unaware of the problem, scratched his head in confusion. It's fine, just a few more steps. We'll definitely reach the village. Zoro was still thinking of leading everyone. I say, you must be a super directionally challenged person. How can you dare to lead others when you're like this? You don't even know how to get back to your own village. And how could your adults let you, such an idiot, wander around alone? Luo jumped up, accusing Zoro of being directionally challenged, his expression filled with anger. You are the one who is directionally challenged. Your whole family is directionally challenged. I obviously know the way to the village. Just keep going straight ahead, and it's definitely right. Zoro was very unconvinced by the accusation of being directionally challenged and confronted Luo. You green-haired brat, so arrogant. Looks like you need a lesson. Luo was also at a rebellious age, standing on tiptoe to confront Zoro, ready to teach him a lesson. You sickly black-eyed brat, do you want to fight? I happen to be bored and want to fight. Luo had dark circles under his eyes, and Zoro naturally assumed he was sickly, refusing to back down as he faced off with Luo. The two little boys, neither willing to lose, had equally bad tempers and soon started fighting. Although very angry, Luo didn't use his powers to bully others. Otherwise, this fight would have been over in an instant. So the two little brats fought evenly matched. All right, you can stop now. Seeing that the fight was getting more intense, Dia stepped forward, grabbing each of them by the back of their collars and lifting them up. Let me go. I must beat this green-haired, directionally challenged brat into a pig's head today. Luo struggled hard in Dia's grip, throwing punches and kicks toward Zoro, but unfortunately, Dia had pulled them too far apart for Luo to hit Zoro. I'll smash your sickly black eyes. Zoro was also struggling, swinging his bamboo sword towards Luo. You should hurry back to your village. That's the important thing. It's almost dark, and your family must be looking for you. Dia tossed Law to his companion behind him, and then walked forward with Zoro in tow. Law was caught by Drake, and then Victoria began to calm him down. At the entrance of Frost Moon Village, the sun was about to set, and Kina stood there looking around anxiously. That idiot Zoro had sneaked out of the village again and hadn't returned yet. Honestly, he shouldn't be running around like a lost puppy. It's really worrying. Seeing that Zoro still hadn't come back, Kuna was about to leave the village to search for him when she noticed a large group of people approaching the village entrance. To her surprise, the Zoro she was worried about was walking next to a black-haired boy who was leading the group. Zoro, you idiot, where have you been? You're just now coming back. You, the lost one, should stop wandering around. As soon as she saw Zoro, Kuina rushed over to complain and gave him a heavy punch on the head. Who has the lost one? I just want to stay outside a bit longer, Zoro protested, his face turning red as he tried to defend himself in front of so many outsiders, feeling quite embarrassed. See, you're a lost one. Even your own people say so. Law seized the opportunity to mock him. Who are they? I've never seen them in the village before. Zoro, how did you end up with them? At that moment, Kuina also noticed Dia and his group, examining them curiously. They're outsiders who wanted to come to our village, but got lost and ran into me. So I brought them here, Zoro explained loudly to cover his embarrassment. What do you mean you brought them here? You don't even know the way back. We found our way here ourselves and just happened to bring you back along. Law did not miss the chance to ridicule the annoying green-haired lost boy. What are you all doing in our village? Compared to Zoro's carefree demeanor, Kuina appeared much more cautious. She was aware that there were many pirates on the sea who often attacked various villages, and she needed to clarify the intentions of Dia and his group first. Dia looked at the ancient Guena in front of her, deeply lamenting her fate. In the original story, she had exceptional swordsmanship talent, and Zoro never won a single match against her since childhood. However, due to her identity as a girl, as she grew older, she gradually became unrecognized by anyone, including her father. Everyone believed that with a girl's physical condition, it was impossible to go far in the way of the sword. This led Guena, as she matured, to often suffer because of her identity as a girl, while feeling envious of Zoro's identity as a boy. Under immense psychological pressure, Guena desperately wanted to prove that a girl could also go far in swordsmanship and become the world's greatest swordsman. However, the rumors eventually overwhelmed her, leading her to doubt herself. Her unexpected death was not without reason in this regard. The immense psychological pressure caused her to become distracted. Otherwise, how could someone with the physique of a character from One Piece die from simply rolling down a small staircase? Moreover, she had long been able to defeat everyone in the dojo except her father. Her physical condition made it unlikely for her to die from such a minor accident. Since I am here now, and your accident has not yet occurred, I will do my best to prevent your death. After sighing inwardly, Dia answered Guena's question. We are travelers. We've heard that Frost Moon Village is a wonderful place, so we wanted to come and see for ourselves. If it really is as great as people say, we would like to stay here for a while. Dia fabricated a reason to deal with Guena, mainly because their identities were indeed not easy to disclose. Most of them were wanted criminals. Telling ordinary people would make them extremely wary, and they wouldn't be welcomed. Guena nodded, temporarily believing Dia's explanation. And then she led Dia and the others toward her family's dojo, where her father was. She believed that even if these people were bad, her father could handle it. Well then, it's already late today. If you don't mind, you can stay at my place for the night. Tomorrow, I'll take you around the village. Inside the dojo. After listening to Dia's spiel, Guena's father, Keishur Shimatsuki, didn't say anything. Instead, he allowed Dia and the others to stay in his dojo for the night. Keishur was a very kind person. During dinner, he had Guena prepare a meal for each of Dia's group. That night, on a clearing on the hillside next to the dojo, Guena and Zoro were practicing as usual. Their bamboo swords swung rapidly in the air, constantly intertwining and creating loud, clashing sounds. The battle lasted for quite some time, ultimately ending with Zoro's bamboo sword being knocked away. Naturally, Zoro had lost to Guena once again. Damn it, I lost to you again, Guena. I've been trying so hard, yet I'm still no match for you. On the grass, Zoro lay back, gasping for breath, his face filled with frustration. I need to train even harder from now on. Next time, I will definitely defeat you. Zoro encouraged himself. Stop talking big, Zoro. You say that every time you lose to me, but you've never won. Each time, you still lose to me. Guena's bright eyes held pride and triumph. Zoro was so irritated by her words that he fell silent, sulking alone in a corner. The two continued to rest on the hillside for a while, and Zoro left first, while Guena remained sitting in place, gazing up at the stars in a daze. Although she had just said that, after so many matches with Zoro, she slowly realized that it was becoming increasingly difficult for her to defeat him. Moreover, Zoro was improving rapidly, getting closer to her level. Meanwhile, as she grew older, her physical condition as a girl made her progress in kendo slower and far behind Zoro. She was aware of all the discussions around her, including those of her father, who believed that Zoro was the future of the dojo. As a girl, she had inherent limitations, making it hard for her to go further in kendo. All of this left a mark in the girl's heart, making her feel confused and lost. What are you troubled about on such a beautiful night? Dia, who appeared out of nowhere, stood behind Guena and startled her. When did you get here? Guena turned to look at Diameter. I've been here for a while, since before you started fighting with that directionally challenged guy. Dia sat next to Guena, resting his hands behind his head, looking up at the stars and the moon in the sky. Why are you worried? Didn't you just win a battle? Dia asked Guena again in a relaxed manner. You don't understand. Dia's inquiry made Guena lower her head in silence. What is there to not understand? It's just that because of your identity as a girl and the comments of those around you, you have fallen into self-doubt, feeling that your body limits your swordsmanship. Dia's words made Guena tilt her head towards him. The fact is, I increasingly feel the limitations of my body. Being exposed by Dia, Guena vented her emotions loudly, marking the first time she expressed her thoughts in front of others. Dia ignored Guena's excitement and continued speaking to himself. Indeed, being a woman, as you grow older, may increasingly limit your current development in swordsmanship. However, this is not a reason for you to doubt yourself. It can only be said that this limitation is a challenge in your swordsmanship. Just like your pursuit of the peak of swordsmanship, aspiring to become the world's greatest swordsman, you will inevitably face various difficulties and unimaginable strong opponents in order to achieve this goal. In this regard, it doesn't matter whether you are still that directionally challenged person. Whether you're a boy or a girl, the challenges you face will not lessen just because you're a boy, nor will they increase simply because you're a girl. If today you start to doubt yourself because of the limitations imposed by your identity as a girl, then when that day comes and you encounter a swordsman so powerful that you find it hard to compete, you will also doubt yourself, thinking that your talent in swordsmanship is just so, and no matter how hard you try, you can never catch up with the other person. Dia glanced at the deep in thought Guena and continued to speak. Think carefully, what you are facing now is just a difficulty on your swordsmanship path. At most, this difficulty is just a bit larger than others, is not so great as to be despairing. What you should be thinking about now is how to find a suitable path for women in swordsmanship to break through this barrier and limitation, rather than having this self-doubt. As for the opinions of others and your father, you don't need to pay attention to them. A true strong person does not care about others' evaluations. They only focus on their own goals and strive to move forward. As for the opinions of others, as long as you work hard and one day become incredibly strong enough to overpower any opponent, those rumors will naturally disappear. After Dia finished speaking, he left, leaving Guena alone to ponder. His purpose for appearing today was to enlighten Guena, and he didn't expect to succeed in one go. There was still plenty of time ahead. It was most appropriate for Guena to think through her issues by herself now. Guena sat there in a daze. No one had ever spoken to her like that before. Not even her father, who only lamented that she was a girl. This was the first time she heard someone educate her with such words. The next day, Dia and the others got up early, and after having breakfast at the dojo, they were shown around Frost Moon Village by Guena. After what Dia said the night before, Guena had a very strange attitude towards him today. While leading the way, she occasionally glanced at Dia, as if she had something to say. Think it over carefully, and come talk to me when you're ready. Dia noticed Guena's state, clearly affected by what happened last night. She had a lot to say or many questions to ask. However, Dia decided to let her think it through before asking. Hey, little road idiot, you took the wrong path again. I really don't know how you can be so foolish to get lost even while following a group. Luo pulled Zoro back, who had been walking behind them, but had inadvertently taken a side path. The others turned back, attracted by the commotion, and saw that Zoro had already walked several steps ahead, with everyone internally criticizing this green-haired kid for being hopelessly directionally challenged. I didn't take the wrong path. This side road can get us to that intersection faster, Zoro insisted, pointing to a fork in the road and stubbornly arguing. Zoro, stop making excuses. That path clearly leads to the same mountain. When would it ever connect to the front road? Goena exposed Zoro's flimsy argument. Then I must have remembered wrong. Zoro still refused to admit his poor sense of direction. But no matter how he argued, everyone already knew that he was a major road idiot. To prevent him from getting lost again, they decided to place him in the middle of the group. After wandering around for half a day, they returned to the dojo in the afternoon. Gia made the excuse that the place was quite nice and wanted to stay longer. Then, she rented a house next to the dojo and settled in with her companions. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had gone by. During this time, the entire Frostmoon village was very peaceful, and no one disturbed Dia and the others. Only Zoro and Goena often came to visit, and the two of them were now quite familiar with Dia and her friends. Dark circles are about to come out. Today, I've thought of a way to deal with your devilish powers. I'm definitely going to beat you into a pig's head. Early in the morning, Zoro ran to Dia's house to challenge them. Over the past month, he frequently visited and clashed with Luo, as the two of them couldn't stand each other. So, conflicts would occasionally erupt. At first, Luo held back and didn't use his abilities against Zoro. However, without using his powers, Luo found that he couldn't hold his own against Zoro for long, and ultimately, to avoid losing to a road idiot, he decided to use the powers of the surgery fruit. The results were predictable. Zoro's current strength was completely unable to counter Luo's abilities, and each time he ended up getting beaten up by Luo, watching him revel in his victorious pose. Zoro was extremely frustrated about this, so he tried various methods to counter Luo's abilities. After coming up with a good idea last night, he couldn't wait to try it out early this morning. I've told you many times, this is the treasure of the sea, a magical ability brought by the devil fruit, not some sorcery, Luo said as he rubbed his still sleepy eyes and walked out of the house. And Haven TU had enough of getting beaten up, you road idiot, coming to get hit again so early in the morning? With a bit of energy, Luo put on a cold expression and looked at Zoro at the door. Less talking. Dark circles. Come over and take your beating. Zoro was full of confidence in the method he had come up with. Goena, who was following behind, ignored the conflict between Zoro and Luo, walked past them, and entered Dia's house. Over the past month, she had come to find Dia every day to share her thoughts, and Dia often helped her through her self-doubt. Now, Goena was gradually shedding the shadows of her self-doubt. She continued to visit today to hear more about the news from the sea, as she believed her neighbors had a much broader perspective than anyone in her small village. Many of the things that Dia and the others talked about were things she had never seen or heard of before, which greatly broadened her horizons. Yesterday, she heard that there's a restaurant on the sea near Donghai, and the chef's skills are quite good. Should we go try it? Just as Goena walked in, she heard Kid excitedly talking about something. Besides, we have been too bored in Frostmoon Village lately and need to go out and have some fun. Kid was trying to persuade everyone to eat at the seaside restaurant. Having grown up on Garbage Mountain, he was particularly interested in food, especially delicious food. I can't believe there's such a thing. Where did you hear about it? How come I haven't heard of it? Dia is also interested. He wants to know where Kid got his information. A restaurant on the sea immediately reminds Dia of Zep and Sanji. Could this sea restaurant be their Bartai? Dia thought to himself that he should go take a look, regardless of whether Barati was open or not. His interest in food was even stronger than Kai's. Having crossed over, he was an undeniable foodie. Yesterday, at the port on the island, he heard from passing merchant ships that the people on one of those ships had eaten there once, and they said it was the most delicious food they had ever tasted in their lives. Kai recalled the expression on the faces of the people from the merchant ship when they said that, filled with nostalgia, their mouths watering as if they could almost taste it again. He was convinced that the food at that restaurant must be delicious. Since that's the case, let's go there tomorrow and see just how good it really is. Dia slammed the table and made a decision. All right. Shaki and Pekin applauded in strong support. Beepo was already imagining himself enjoying delicious food. Hawkins and Drake had no objections either. Robin and Victoria, the two girls, were indifferent to the matter. Since everyone agreed, they wouldn't oppose it either. Dia, can you take me with you? Goena, who had just entered, heard everyone talking about going to sea and hoped Dia could take her along. Goena wasn't particularly concerned about the food. She wanted to go out to see the world. She had never left this small island since she was born. Goena, you're here. No problem. If you want to go, we can take you with us. Dia looked at Goena, who walked in and waved his hand generously, indicating that he could take him along. I want to go too. At that moment, Zoro, bruised and limping, walked in, shouting that he wanted to join as well. He had lost his battle against Law, as expected, and the method he had devised to deal with Law's abilities was completely ineffective. Sure, taking you along is no problem at all. Dia is very generous. Luo, you were too heavy-handed. Zoro is much smaller than you. How can you always be so rough? Victoria gently applied medicine to Zoro while telling Luo, who had just walked in, that he shouldn't be so harsh. It's his own fault for being so useless. He got beaten into a pig's head with just a few hits this time. Luo looked at Zoro with its Sundara expression and snorted coldly. Next time, I will definitely turn you into a pig's head. Zoro was still arguing back stubbornly. Hiss, but the next moment, he gasped as the medicine Victoria applied to his face stung. He might act tough, but the pain was real. Ding ding ding, on the deck. Kuina and Zoro were in an intense battle. Kuina hit him, turned that directionally challenged guy into a pig's head. Luo stood by, cheering loudly for Kuina. Dia and the others were on their way to the seaside restaurant. After further inquiries, Dia confirmed that the newly opened seaside restaurant was indeed the Bartai run by Zeph. So, Dia rented a small, single-masted sailboat from a fisherman on the island where Frost Moon Village was located. This boat was slightly smaller than Luffy's Mary in the original story. The boat was operated by Shaki and Pekan, who were quite familiar with handling boats, as they often went out to sea to fish with adults when they were in the North Sea. Bippo served as the navigator. He spent a year intensely studying navigation skills to find his way home, so he was very familiar with sailing. Being a temporary navigator in the calm waters of the East Sea was no problem for him. Goena, who accompanied Dia, brought along her blade, Wadu Ikamanji, one of the 21 great swords. Zoro, however, did not have his own sword yet and could only take out a bamboo sword. Seizing the opportunity, Dia presented Zoro with the Snowwalk and Sandai Kitetsu he had purchased at the weapon shop in Rogue Town. Zoro was thrilled to receive two good swords and immediately wanted to challenge Goena to a duel. When he first held Sandai Kitetsu, Zoro felt an urge to swing the cursed sword. However, Zoro's swordsmanship talent had always been exceptional. At such a young age, he understood that as a swordsman, the most important thing was the person, not the sword. One must use the sword, not be controlled by it. Zoro managed to control the influence of the cursed sword with his strong willpower. At this moment, the battle on the deck reached its peak. Although they were both young, their swordsmanship was already impressive, and their attacks were sharp amidst the flashing blades. Goena's fighting style this time was different from before. It was more agile and light, with quick changes in moves and tricky angles, which suited her feminine fighting style much better than the fierce and aggressive swordsmanship she had before. This change was also due to her interactions with Gia, who helped her overcome her mental barriers. She realized that since women are naturally weaker than men due to physiological differences, she should adopt a more flexible and cunning approach to avoid her shortcomings. This battle lasted longer than any previous ones. In the end, Goena used an agile maneuver to avoid Zoro's two-sword style when he was exhausted and ended the match by putting the tip of Wadu Ikamanji against Zoro's throat. Goena, your swordsmanship has changed a lot, but it seems to me that your strength has declined, Zoro remarked, keenly sensing the shift in Goena's swordsmanship style. His comment about Goena's decline in strength was simply because she wasn't yet adept with her new style. I'm just exploring a swordsmanship style that suits me better. It's not a decline in strength. Once I master this style, I will definitely be the world's greatest swordsman, and Zoro, you will never win against me in your lifetime. Goena said cheerfully, provoking Zoro's complaint. Goena, you're too cunning for secretly practicing a new sword style. But even so, I will definitely defeat you. The title of the world's greatest swordsman should belong to me. Zoro was equally obsessed with the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Oh, that's bad. Just then, a large fish was too much for their small boat to handle, and it was about to capsize. Just as Zoro and Goena finished, a small boat appeared ahead, where two boys around 15 or 16 were struggling to control a large fish with a harpoon. However, the fish was too large, and they couldn't manage it, causing their small boat to sway dangerously. Splash! In a struggle between the boys and the fish, the boys ultimately lost, and their small boat was overturned by the fish, sending both of them into the sea. Smash! The large fish swiped its tail and shattered the capsized boat, then opened its massive jaws to swallow the two boys. Seeing someone in danger, Dia acted swiftly. He extended a finger that transformed into a gun barrel, and a laser beam shot out. With a crisp sound, the laser pierced through the fish's head, exploding it. The fish's blood turned the surrounding seawater red, and its corpse floated on the surface. It's a laser beam. Gia, when did you develop such an impressive technique? It's so cool. Gia's move drew kids' envy. He thought Gia's technique was very cool. This is a technique I developed recently. The laser gun, which can emit laser waves with exceptional penetration and power, much stronger than bullets and shells. Dia proudly showcased to Kid that this was his latest technique inspired by Admiral Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi. His move was identical to Kizaru's ability, allowing him to shoot laser beams at will. Not only could he fire single shots, but he could also shoot in rapid succession, as long as he had enough stamina. He could even replicate the large-scale attack, known as the Yada no Kagami from the original work. This attack on the big fish was also an experiment to test the power of his new technique. No, when I go back, I need to study my abilities seriously and develop even more powerful techniques. I can't be outdone by this guy. Kid was motivated and secretly decided to focus more on developing his abilities when he returned. First, let us rescue the two people from the sea. Their small boat has been destroyed, and the blood in the water is too strong, which might attract other ferocious fish. Dia ignored Kid and pointed to the sea, indicating to save the people first. After stopping, Shaki and Peijin quickly brought the boat closer to the two individuals. Then, everyone on the boat threw down ropes, allowing the people in the water to climb up. That was close. We almost got eaten by a big fish. Thank you for saving us. After the two boys climbed onto the boat, they sat down on the deck, dripping wet, and patted their chests in fear. They then stood up to express their gratitude to Dia and the others. Sword God? Sword Saint? Dia didn't expect that the two people he saved were Johnny and Joseph, who had been teased online as the Sword God and Sword Saint before his time travel. The two looked no different from their original descriptions, perhaps just a bit youthful, and Dia recognized them at a glance. Are you two local fishermen? It's dangerous to be out fishing at such a young age. Don't your elders worry? Victoria asked concernedly, handing them towels she had taken from the castle. From the looks of it, they were just young boys, only a few years older than Dia and his friends. And going out to sea was quite dangerous. We're not from around here. I'm Joseph, and this is my good friend Johnny. The boy in green introduced himself, explaining to Victoria, we're from the same village, but we lost our families when we were very young, so we had to fend for ourselves. Last year, we left our village and started wandering the sea, living by fishing. The boy named Joseph shared their situation. After saving Johnny and Joseph, Dia and the others continued towards the location of the sea restaurant Bartai. Since Johnny and Joseph's boat was destroyed and they couldn't sail, Dia temporarily kept them on his ship. This restaurant is amazing. It's actually a giant ship fixed in the sea, Victoria exclaimed, her eyes filled with surprise as she looked at the unique vessel. Their ship docked next to the expanded deck of Bartai. Dia glanced around at the Bartai, which looked no different from his memory, and pushed open the restaurant's big door with his companions. Welcome, guests. As soon as they entered, a chef who looked like Popeye warmly greeted Dia and his group. The restaurant was very lively, with almost all the dozens of tables occupied, leaving only a few poorly located tables empty. You have many people, and one table won't be enough. I'll combine a few tables for you. I wonder where you would like to sit? The Popeye-like chef enthusiastically called out. Over there, Dia casually pointed to a slightly spacious area, and soon the chef set up the table. After Dia and the others sat down, they ordered a lot of food according to the menu and began to wait. Soon, some of the food was served. Dia and the others took a few bites and found it extremely delicious. Unable to resist, they started to eat heartily, and once they started, they couldn't stop. They had never had such delicious food before. It wasn't until a voice interrupted their ravenous eating that they paused. Hello, beautiful ladies. I am Sanji, the chef of this restaurant. I'm very happy to serve you 3 beauties. If you need anything, just let me know, and I will do my best to satisfy you and make the most delicious food for you. The boys looked up and saw a small boy with yellow hair and arched eyebrows, staring at the 3 girls in their group with heart-shaped eyes, being overly attentive and completely ignoring the fact that there were other male patrons at the table. The boy with arched eyebrows was being rude by staring at others like that. Zoro stood in front of Kuina, glaring at the obvious little pervert. Kid, you only need to serve the food here. There's no need for your service. You can leave now. Kid stood in front of Victoria, telling him to go away. Even the usually honest and steady Kira secretly moved to block the boy's leering gaze at Victoria. You 3 sisters are truly the most beautiful ladies I have ever seen. Don't worry, today I will only serve you 3 beauties. Sanji treated the boys as if they were air, completely ignoring their glares, and kept moving quickly between Robin, Victoria, and Kuna, his enthusiasm not diminishing at all. Hey kid, did you not hear what I said? I told you to leave. We don't need you here. Sanji ignored his attitude and his attentiveness to Victoria, which only made Kid angrier. He shouted loudly and then grabbed Sanji by the back of his collar, lifting him up and throwing him out. Kid, you're too rough. Yes, just a child. Victoria quickly helped Sanji up after he fell. You're so gentle, miss. Sanji, once lifted, didn't mind at all. He just looked at Victoria, lost in his own fantasies and happiness. Sanji, you little brat, you're harassing the customers again. But in the next moment, Sanji's fantasy was shattered when a wooden prosthetic limb heavily struck his head, causing a large bump on his scalp. Ouch! Sanji cried out in pain, covering the bump on his head. Old man, why did you hit me again? Sanji angrily looked at Zeph, who had appeared behind him. Why aren't you staying in the kitchen? You snuck out to the front again and are bothering the customers. Hitting you is being merciful. Zeph glared at Sanji, clearly displeased with his behavior. Hurry up and get back to the kitchen. If you sneak out again to bother the customers, I'll break your legs. The kitchen is so busy right now, and you're slacking off here. Frustrated that Sanji wasn't living up to his potential, Zeph gave Sanji's head a few more hard knocks with a wooden prosthetic. Old man, fine, I'll go. Sanji covered his head and made a face. Beautiful ladies, I have to go work now. Come to our restaurant often, and I'll personally make food for you. My cooking is the best in the restaurant. Before Sanji left, he made sure to flatter them once more and quickly ran into the kitchen before Zeph's prosthetic came down again. I'm very sorry for the disturbance from our little brat. After Sanji left, Zeph apologized to Dia and his table. Seeing the one-legged owner of the restaurant being so polite, everyone indicated that it was no problem. Boss, the food in your restaurant is very delicious. It's the best food I've ever had. Dia gave Japu a thumbs up, praising his cooking skills. Yes, boss, your cooking is the best I've ever seen. No wonder your business is so good and you're so famous in the EC. Kid and the other guys also sincerely complimented him. Haha, the compliment from a guest made Chef Japu very happy. In his view, nothing could make a chef prouder than having his culinary skills recognized. He thanked the guests for their praise and welcomed everyone to come back often. Chef Japu stroked his two twisted mustaches to express his hope for their next visit. Then, Chef Japu chatted with everyone for a while, answering some culinary questions from Victoria before returning to the kitchen. Dia and the others continued to focus on the food on the table and work hard at it. Finally full. After a full 2 hours, the boys finally stopped eating, leaning back in their chairs, comfortably rubbing their bellies. Each of them was round and stuffed, unable to even walk. Ugh, I need to lose weight when I get back. Robin also rubbed her slightly protruding belly. The food was too delicious, and she had eaten too much today, determined to eat vegetarian for a few days to lose weight. Victoria and Gwaina nodded in agreement. Regardless of age, fearing weight gain and loving beauty are innate traits of girls. Burp. Dia and Kid burped loudly, their stomachs looking the most exaggerated, bulging out as if they had eaten the most food, making onlookers worry that they might explode at any moment. Are you guys okay? Gwaina looked at their stomachs in shock, wondering how they could fit so much food in. At the same time, she was concerned. It's fine, don't worry, Victoria reassured Gwaina, knowing Dia and Kid well. Sure enough, Dia and Kid's stomachs rapidly shrank down at a visible speed, and in a moment, they returned to normal, revealing their strong 8-pack abs. This miraculous scene left Gwaina and Zoro, who were seeing it for the first time, in awe, both guessing whether their body structure was different from that of normal people. It had been a few days since they left the Bartai restaurant. Dia and the others chose not to return to Frost Moon Village. According to Dia, since they were already out, there was no need to rush back. They could take their time to explore and see the scenery of the East Sea, experiencing various places here. Their ship docked at a small island not far from Bartai. The island was small, with only a few villages and a small town, and it was quite poor. As they walked along, Dia and the others noticed that most of the people they saw had sallow faces, looking malnourished, and the houses on both sides of the street were all shabby. You little thief. How dare you steal my master's food? You poor bastard can only rely on these sneaky skills. In the middle of the street, a plump man with slicked back hair, standing out sharply against the surrounding people due to his luxurious clothing, was leading a few strong men to beat up a young boy. It seemed the boy had stolen food from their master. Hey, they're gonna kill someone like this. It's excessive to beat someone to death over a bit of food. Kid frowned. He could tell that the strong men were clearly using lethal force. And if this continued, the guy on the ground wouldn't last much longer. Stop it. Unable to tolerate this scene, Kid stepped forward and pushed the strong men aside, stopping their continued assault. Where did this dog come from, daring to meddle in my business? I see you're in cahoots with this thief. Beat him up. If he dies, it's on me. As the butler of the wealthiest man on the island, he was used to being domineering and had noticed that the people around him dared not intervene in his affairs. This time, however, he was disturbed by a stranger interrupting his enjoyment of teaching a thief a lesson. The slick-haired man was quite displeased and ordered his men to beat up Kid as well, falsely accusing him of being the thief's accomplice. Initially, Kid had only intended to save the person on the ground, but after being falsely accused and seeing the other party so arrogantly wanting to beat him up too, Kid's short temper couldn't take it anymore, and he exploded. Without even using his powers, he took down a few thugs in just a few moves. You're a bit too arrogant, fatty, but being arrogant also depends on the target. You've picked the wrong person to mess with. Kid kicked the plump man to the ground, stepping on his chest, and drew a dagger from his waist, pressing it against his neck with a cold expression. Damn guy, how dare you treat me like this? Do you know who I am? Let me go quickly and apologize to me. If I'm happy, I might just break your legs and let you off. The arrogant fat man, used to being in charge, had no awareness of his predicament and continued to threaten Kid with a lofty demeanor. What is the point of talking to someone like this? Kid, this isn't your style. Just kill this guy already. Gia slavly upproshid. He had just quietly listened to the whispers of the people around him. This fat man was a complete villain, having committed numerous heartless deeds on the island for his wealthy master, with the lives of many innocent people on his hands. Gia had always taken the opportunity to deal with such scum whenever he encountered them. That damn guy, always talking big, do you dare to kill me? The greasy fat man continued to shout, but Kid let out a cold laugh and swiftly cut his throat, a large amount of blood gushing out, leaving him to die in confusion and disbelief. Are you okay? Dia pulled the guy on the ground up and asked, Are you okay? I'm fine, the boy looked up, and Dia was surprised to see his face. It was actually Akin. Dia looked at the face that was just like Akin's from the original work, appearing at the Bartai restaurant on the sea, and was very surprised to encounter him here, especially since he was saved by Kid. Thank you for saving me. If it weren't for the fact that I was about to starve, I wouldn't have resorted to stealing. Akin expressed his gratitude while explaining the reason for his theft. Dia nodded, indicating that he understood. From the discussions of the people around him, it was clear that all the wealth on this island was concentrated in the hands of that one rich man. He maintained a large group of thugs and controlled the entire small island, with everyone here working for him for free. Every household had to work for him every year, earning a pitifully low wage that barely covered their basic needs. Moreover, the wealthy man imposed taxes on the island, making it even harder for ordinary people to survive. Every month, there were cases of people dying from starvation on the island. Victoria took out some food, and Akin devoured it hungrily, clearly having been starved for a long time. When Victoria offered food to Akin, the eyes of the people around them fixed on her like hungry wolves. Victoria was very familiar with this kind of gaze. It was exactly the same as the eyes of the desperately hungry people back in her hometown in the South China Sea. The temptation of food for the people around was immense. If it weren't for Kid having just killed someone, they would probably have rushed in to snatch it away. Why not play the role of a robber today? This wealthy man on the island seemed very rich. Let us go rob him. Dia spoke with a teasing tone to his companions. However, those familiar with Dia knew that this was a sign he was feeling murderous. Dia is not a warm-hearted person, but he genuinely detests those who are wealthy yet heartless, worse than pirates. The highest point on the island is the location of the wealthy man's mansion, where he keeps his thugs. There are about 100 thugs here, all armed, and to ordinary people, this place seems heavily guarded. However, in Dia's eyes, they are merely child's play. Boom! Drake transformed into his beast form, a dinosaur, and smashed through the mansion's front gate. As the mansion's thugs rushed at him, Drake did not flinch or dodge, allowing their attacks to land on him. The tough skin of the Allosaurus provided him with the best defense. Ordinary swords and bullets couldn't even tickle him. With a single swipe, he tore apart the surrounding thugs. Drake's dinosaur rampaged through the mansion, wildly destroying everything in its path, and nothing could stop his advance. Dia and the others followed closely behind Drake, strolling leisurely. Monster! Soon they found the billionaire's location, and Drake's dinosaur appearance scared him into collapsing to the ground. Don't eat me. He thought Drake was a man-eating monster, so scared that he wet himself. The others, disgusted, stayed far away. Drake swatted him away with a claw, sending him crashing against the wall, and then he slowly slid down. By the time the billionaire hit the ground, he was already dead. The probability of external interference was 100%. Hawkins followed behind Dia, muttering and calculating various probabilities with tarot cards, saying things like the success rate of actions was 100%, the death probability of the billionaire was 100%, and now he calculated an external interference probability of 100%. External forces? What other forces on this island, besides this mansion, are worth noting? You must be wrong. Fortune teller. Hawkins' odd habit of muttering was referred to as fortune-telling by Kid and the others. Facing Hawkins' strange divination, Kid raised a question. According to the tarot reading, another force would come to this island, with a probability of 100%. Hawkins pulled out a tarot card to show everyone, but unfortunately, No one else could discern anything from it besides him. Boom! A cannon shot from below interrupted everyone's inquiries. There really was a force coming. The fortune teller might have some skills after all. Make sure to give me a reading when you have time. Hearing the cannon fire, Kid felt a bit impressed by Hawkins' divination. Enough talking. Let's hurry over and take a look. Our ship is still below. If it's destroyed, how are we going to explain that? The ship was rented. Dia tapped Kid on the head, telling him to stop talking nonsense and hurry down the mountain. Ha! Everyone, hand over your valuables, or I'll kill you all if you dare to disobey. Several pirate ships docked on the island, and a large number of pirates rushed up, laughing wildly with weapons pointed at everyone. This girl looks good. Come here to me. One pirate pulled a somewhat attractive girl into his arms. The girl's family cried and pleaded to get her back. The pirate, annoyed by the commotion, swung his knife down to eliminate the trouble. Whoosh! A yellow beam of light shot out, and the pirate's raised knife froze in midair. After a moment, he fell backward, a hole the size of a thumb appearing in his forehead. How dare anyone resist? Kill all these ungrateful bastards. The death of their comrade ignited the fury of the other pirates, who began searching for the killer and prepared to indiscriminately kill everyone in sight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But before they could act, several more laser beams shot in, causing pirates to fall one after another. Where did this brat come from, daring to kill my men? More and more pirates fell, drawing the attention of those at the seaside as a tall man clad in golden armor approached. He pointed at Dia and noted that one of his subordinates had just died. Dia was happily shooting with lasers when he heard a sound and looked over, only to see a familiar figure from the original work. Click! The captain of Ajin in the original work, the man with the highest bounty in the East Sea, had unfortunately set out with a huge fleet to venture into the Grand Line. First, he encountered a superstorm, then the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. After a series of setbacks, out of a fleet of 50 ships, only a tattered flagship managed to escape back to the East Sea. Wanting to seize the floating restaurant Bartai, he unfortunately ran into Luffy, who had just set out to sea, and after another defeat, he never appeared again. We're the Click Pirates. Our Captain Click is the strongest pirate in the East Sea. We're a few kids thinking, daring to oppose us. It looks like you want to die. A lackey from the Click Pirates cooperatively came out to proclaim his captain's fame. How dare this kind of trash claim to be the strongest? Let me take care of him this time. Kid looked disdainful. Both Drake and Dia had already made their moves, and he wanted to enjoy himself too. So he stepped forward to deal with the opponent. These kids don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Click extended a multi-barrel pistol from his armor and fired several powerful armor-piercing bullets at Kid. This kind of thing is useless against me. Kid reached out, and the armor-piercing bullets hovered in the air, then were reflected back at an even faster speed. Ding ding. 2 armor-piercing bullets hit Click's golden armor, cracking part of it. A devil fruit user? Click recognized that Kid was a devil fruit user. And you, little brat, are also a user, right? At this moment, Click remembered Dia's earlier attack method and realized that the opponent was also a user. What a lucky little brat, but I'm not that easy to deal with. Click's shoulder armor opened, and cannon barrels extended from both sides. No matter who you are, under my attack, you'll have to obey. Click sneered, knowing that his opponent was not an ordinary person. He directly used his most powerful weapon, the gas bombs hidden in his shoulder armor. The gas released by the bombs could cause anyone to instantly lose their ability to move and then quickly rot to death. How could I let you launch an attack so easily? Kid didn't give Click a chance to act. Crack, 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 increasing the magnetic force. Click's golden armor and hidden weapons detached uncontrollably from his body and were all attracted to Kid. This gear of yours only looks good. In reality, it's just a pile of junk. But you're a bit insidious, hiding so many weapons on you. Kid looked at the pile he had attracted, many of which were hidden in Click's armor, looking down on his cunning. Click was stunned. He had just wanted to unleash his ultimate move. But in an instant, he was stripped down to nothing. How could he fight like this? A large part of his combat power came from his weapons. Run. Realizing he had run into a tough opponent today, Click turned around and ran towards his ship without any hesitation, thinking about escaping from here. Want to run in front of me? Kid snorted coldly. If he let the opponent escape, wouldn't that be slapping his face? Go. Kid threw a flying knife from his waist, controlling it with magnetism as it flew through the air. Then it circled around Click, continuously spinning, and in a moment, it turned Click into a bloody mess. Bang! Click's corpse fell heavily to the ground. Click the captain was dead. Click's death caused panic among the pirates, and they all scrambled to escape towards several pirate ships. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dia turned his legs into jet boosters, propelling himself into the air. His 10 fingers transformed into laser beam emitters, shooting wildly at the fleeing pirates, akin to a miniature version of the Yata no Kagami. The dense barrage of laser beams caused many pirates to fall en masse. Meanwhile, Kid didn't let Dia steal the spotlight alone. His flying knives darted through the crowd, claiming a life with each strike. In just a matter of seconds, the two of them sent hundreds of pirates to their doom. This move was indeed exhilarating and cool, but it did take a significant toll on their stamina. Dia descended from the sky. The previous laser beams fired in succession. The energy consumption was much greater than when he transformed into guns and cannons. Dia decided to go back and work hard to enhance his endurance in battle. After dealing with the Krieg pirates, Dia and his companions traveled around the East Sea for a few more days before returning to Frostmoon Village. This time, they not only brought back a large amount of sea treasure and berries, but also gained 3 new members for the team. Akin, out of gratitude for saving his life, decided to follow Dia and serve them. Johnny and Joseph also wanted to stay by Dia's side. Dia agreed to the request of the 3 and allowed them to join the small team, and the other members did not oppose. They needed to find a way to build a sturdier small boat, as Dia was preparing to go to the Grand Line. After returning, Dia shared his thoughts with his companions. He wanted to go to Skypiea to see if he could intercept the Rumble fruit and find the blueprints for the Arc Maxim. To go to Skypiea, a sturdy ship was necessary. Although with his abilities, he could fly directly to Skypiea. The White Sea and White Sea above were similar to the Blue Sea below, and without a ship, there was no way to navigate. Dia cannot maintain the flying posture indefinitely. For safety reasons, a ship is still needed. This ship cannot be too large, as it needs to be brought into Victoria's castle. He plans to fly directly to the Sky Island himself. However, he cannot directly lift a ship. He can only use Victoria's castle fruit to bring the ship up and release it when needed. At the same time, due to the different environment of the Sky Island, the ship must be sturdy, as ordinary ships may not suffice. This raises several issues. Are there really islands in the sky in this world? After hearing Dia's analysis, the companions were first amazed that such a magical island exists. Even Robin only vaguely knew from some books that there were islands in the sky, according to legend. As for whether it is true, she is not certain. Therefore, this journey has everyone particularly excited, as it involves going to the sky. As for the ship, we can find someone to build it. Dia, you can specify your requirements and the level of craftsmanship needed. There are many shipbuilders in the East Blue, and we have plenty of money, so the size of a ship is not a big issue. Kira expressed that there is no need to overthink the ship. Dia wasn't too worried about the ship issue. He was contemplating whether everyone should go or just take a portion of the people to Sky Island. In his view, Sky Island was still a very unfamiliar place, and all the information he had was based on what he had seen in comics in his previous life. No one knew what the actual situation was. Moreover, to reach Sky Island, they first had to enter the Grand Line. With Dia around to help navigate through Reverse Mountain, he didn't need to worry too much about that part. The key issue was sailing through the Grand Line after crossing Reverse Mountain. The dangers of the Grand Line were different from those of the Four Seas. There were not only numerous pirates with strength far surpassing those in the Four Seas, but also a complex sailing environment. These were all factors that needed to be considered. Any one of them posed a danger. Although Dia and the others currently have decent strength, they are not yet confident enough to ensure absolute safety in the Grand Line. There are definitely a considerable number of ability users there, and if they accidentally encounter a tricky ability user enemy, it could pose a danger. The navigation in the Grand Line is also a challenge. They are all inexperienced sailors, and none of them can handle the extreme weather of the Grand Line. These are the real critical issues. Dia expressed his concerns and hoped that his partners could think of solutions together. Regarding sailing with the bears around, I will put in more effort to learn nautical knowledge and find more information about the Grand Line to study. Bippo is the only partner who understands nautical knowledge, and he took the initiative to take responsibility for the sailing issues. Well, Bippo, you will have to work a bit harder for a while. Everyone knows you understand sailing. So during this time, please research more information. Robin and Victoria, you two should help Bippo and strive to understand the characteristics of the Grand Line better. I also know a bit about the Grand Line, and I will. In terms of sailing, Dia can only rely on Bippo now. However, he will also mobilize everyone to fully support Bippo's growth during this time. As for other dangers, they are unavoidable, and we can only make adequate preparations. Kira, after thinking, offered his opinion. With so many of us, Dia, you, and Kid have the strongest combat power and can handle more unexpected situations. Therefore, when we go to the Grand Line, the rest of us should try to stay inside Victoria's castle. This way, if any dangerous situation arises, you two only need to protect Victoria, which will make things much easier for you. Kira's suggestion is very reasonable. No matter how many people go to Skypiea, on the surface, Dia and Kid are the strongest, along with Victoria. This can prevent any unexpected situations from becoming overwhelming due to too many people. Although the others also have some strength, ordinary people are no match for them. However, if they encounter enemies that even Jia and Kid cannot handle together, having others along would be pointless. Then we can make our ship a bit smaller, one that I and Kid can operate. During this time, we will learn how to maneuver the ship, and Bippo can observe the outside situation from the castle and command me and Kid when the time comes. Jia felt that Kira's proposal was acceptable, as it could minimize danger to the greatest extent. After discussing everything, they began various preparations. At a shipwright on the island, they learned the location of the best shipyard in the EC. Jia took everyone out to sea to find someone to customize their ship. This voyage was conducted at a slow pace. Whenever they reached an island, they would stop and purchase any nautical materials and books available for Beibo's reference. Along the way, whenever they encountered pirate ships, Jia would directly take control of them, loot their nautical materials, and have the opposing navigators explain sailing knowledge to Beibo. In this learning environment, Beibo's skills as a navigator grew rapidly. Finally, they arrived at an island in the East Sea famous for shipbuilding, where they found the best shipwright in the EC. After Dia's demands, the craftsmen drew up the blueprints for the ships they needed. Dia looked at it and felt quite satisfied. A few months later, Dia's ship was already built, and Bippo's navigator had accumulated enough experience. They were ready to set sail soon. Dia, big brother, can you take me with you to the Grand Line? Kuina heard the news about Dia's journey to the Grand Line and came to ask to join them. Zoro followed behind, also requesting to be taken along. No, this voyage is quite dangerous, and I can't take both of you. You're still too young, and Mr. Yasaku won't allow you to come with us to the Grand Line. Dia firmly rejected their request. Moreover, we are only going for a short while, and we'll be back in a few months. We prefer Frostmoon Village and haven't stayed there long enough yet. Dia was calming down the two of them. Under Dia's insistence, the two little ones reluctantly went back. On the surface of the East Sea, a single-masted sailboat was sailing. Different from ordinary ships, as its important parts were wrapped in metal. This was the small boat crafted by Dia and the others, carrying them towards Upside-Down Mountain. Is everything really okay? Goena, won't Master be very worried if he finds out we're missing? Don't worry. Before we came out, I secretly left a letter in my father's bedroom, clearly stating that I went to sea with Big Brother Diameter. In the ship's storage room, a wooden chest, Goena confidently responded to Zoro's concerns. Dia and the others won't let us come along. Is it really okay for us to sneak onto the ship? Zoro was a bit worried. He and Goena had sneaked onto the ship last night, and Dia and the others still didn't know. What does it matter? If they find out, they'll just scold us a bit. After a while, when we go out, we'll be far away, and they won't turn back to send us back. In the end, they'll have to take us along. Goena said carelessly. Zoro, how can you be so timid as a boy, worrying so much? If I had known, I wouldn't have brought you along. Goena was somewhat dissatisfied with Zoro's words. I'm not timid. I'm just worried. Zoro defended himself vigorously, as he was concerned about Goena's safety. After all, Dia had said this trip was to the Grand Line, which was dangerous. Dia and the others had no idea that Zoro and Goena had boarded the ship. Everyone was on the deck enjoying the scenery and dreaming of the adventures in the Grand Line and Sky Islands. It wasn't until a day later, when the two little ones, unable to bear their hunger, crawled out of the chest. You two actually sneaked on board. I'm not afraid of your father worrying. In the dining room, seeing the two of them gobbling down food, Dia felt a bit helpless. I left a letter for my father. He should already know that we want to sea with you. Being with you, my father will be very reassured. Goena quickly answered Dia while eating. Now that we've been traveling for more than a day, you can't possibly turn back to send us home. So just take me and Zoro along. We want to see the outside world. With Goena's plea and the fact that he really didn't want to turn back, Dia ultimately agreed to take them both along. The following voyage was very calm. They only encountered 2 waves of small pirates who tried to rob them, easily dealt with by Diameter. Finally, they arrived at the foot of Upside-Down Mountain in the EC. Dia and the others had seen the magical ocean currents of Upside-Down Mountain many times and felt nothing special about it. However, Goena, Zoro, Akin, Johnny, and Joseph, who had never left their home in the East Sea, found it very magical and marveled at the upside-down currents for a long time. We're about to go to the Grand Line. Dia ordered Victoria to bring everyone back to the castle, except for Zoro, and transformed into a helicopter, carrying Kid and Victoria as they flew across Reverse Mountain, successfully arriving at the Twin Gorges on the other side of the Grand Line. To think they crossed Reverse Mountain in such a way. The lighthouse keeper at Twin Gorges, Old Man Coloca's, was seeing Dia's unique method of traveling to the Grand Line for the first time. He couldn't believe such a small kid was capable of this. Had everyone who went to sea gotten so young? Coloca's looked at Dia, who had transformed back into human form, and at Kid and Victoria, who were released from Dia's cabin, feeling amazed that kids were starting to go to sea now. As a doctor, he could tell that the three little ones were only about 11 or 12 years old, although the two boys were around 8 meters tall. It was just a sign of them developing well. During their time in the East Sea, Dia and Kid have grown taller, now around 8 meters. Is this the Grand Line? Why is there an old man here? Kid curiously looked around and then focused his gaze on Grandpa Kuroka's. Hello, Grandpa. After Victoria politely greeted Kuroka's, she released their ship and other companions. Boom! The small boat crashed onto the sea surface, causing a large splash. Seeing the girl produce a ship and people from her body, Kuroka's was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the delicate girl to be an ability user. Are ability users now so common? At least two among this group of kids. Kuroka's muttered to himself. You little brats. Why are you here on the Grand Line at such a young age? Kuroka's was quite interested in this team, mostly composed of minors. Is there an age limit to come to the Grand Line? Who says you can't come to the Grand Line when you're young? Law, always with an aloof demeanor, felt that the old man was looking down on them and was a bit displeased. Let's just set off directly. There's nothing to see here. Kid urged Dia to hurry and leave. Apart from a lighthouse and an old man, there was nothing else. He was eager to experience the real Grand Line. One by one, everyone ignored the old man Kuroka's, making him feel a bit awkward, and the only one who spoke was retorting him. I'm sorry, Grandpa. They're just like this, but they're not bad people. Fortunately, Victoria spoke up, easing his embarrassment. The little girl was very polite, and with her cute appearance, she was quite liked by the old man. Girls are better. Today's boys have such bad tempers. Kuroka's kindly looked at Victoria. Where are the big whales here, Grandpa? Dia asked about the whereabouts of Labu's whale on the island, wanting to clarify things before deciding whether to set off. Otherwise, if they just entered the sea and Labu's surface from the seabed, their small boat wouldn't withstand the commotion. Labu had gone into the water to hunt and would take a while to resurface, so there was no need to worry. Kuroka's took a glance and thought that the leading little ghost had some insight. It seemed he had learned something about the Grand Line and knew that there was a whale here. He also understood what the other party was worried about, so he explained not to worry. Dia nodded and felt relieved. Old man, do you have a record pointer here? Would you mind giving us one? Or we can buy it if necessary. Knowing that Lab was not around, Dia posed a new question to Kuroka's. While sailing on the Grand Line, ordinary pointers are ineffective. We need a more precise record pointer. They didn't find it in the East Sea, so he thought about getting one from Kuroka's. According to the original work, Kuroka's should have this item. Here you go, it's a gift. No chari. Kuroka's pulled out a pointer covered by a glass dome from under the chair. This is the recording pointer used in the Grand Line. Thank you, old man. Dio wasn't polite and handed it over to Bippo, the navigator. With everything he needed, Dio wasn't interested in staying to accompany an old man, even if he was the ship's doctor of Pirate King Roger. Driving the small boat, Dio set off towards the next island. There are a total of 7 routes from the twin gorges of the Grand Line to the Shambody archipelago. Dio chose the same route as Luffy because Gaia Island is on this route, and he only knows this way to get to Sky Island. Therefore, his route is fixed, and he has no choice. The first island on this route is Cactus Island, which only has a small town called Whiskey Peak. At this time, Crocodile has not yet begun to plot for the power of Alabasta, and the Baroque works has not been established. So this place is not a base for Baroque works as in the original story. During this period, Whiskey Peak is still a lawless area occupied by pirates, bounty hunters, thugs, and mafias. Gia and Kid docked the ship at the port and took Victoria with them to the small island. They needed to wait here until the recording pointer storage was full before they could continue their journey. Oh, where did this little child come from? How dare they come to the Grand Line? Not afraid of being taken away by bad people. And there's a pretty little girl too. Little girl, come to Uncle's arms. Uncle will protect you. As soon as Gia and the others landed on the island, they were targeted by a few fierce men. The 3 children were the weakest beings on this island, and everyone wanted to bully them a little. Bang! Gia's expression was cold and silent as he directly shot the loudest troublemaker in the crowd with his Desert Eagle. In this sinful place, the best way to deal with trouble is to retaliate with absolute force, making everyone aware that you're not to be messed with. Otherwise, once you show weakness or tolerance, you invite more harassment and trouble. People tend to bully those who seem easy to pick on. It's human nature, and Gia learned this lesson during his time at the Garbage Mountain in the South Sea. Kid, kill them all. After taking a life, Gia protected Victoria and coldly said to Kid, swish, swish, swish. Several throwing knives at his waist flew out on their own, swiftly slicing across the throats of the remaining few, blocking their path, instantly killing them. After doing all this, Kid shot a warning glance at the onlookers. And once Victoria had secured their boat, the 3 of them left. Although they were just 3 kids, they were not to be trifled with. It wasn't until Kid and Gia had walked far away that anyone dared to comment softly. It seemed they were all capable individuals. Don't provoke them. Real tough characters. Gia and Kid's displayed strength and ruthlessness made the people on site realize that although they were young, they were not to be trifled with, causing many people's malicious thoughts to dissipate. They found a hotel on the island to stay in, and since it was already late, Gia and the others went straight to sleep. The next morning, Gia and his companions got up early, ready to explore. After all, it was the first island of the Grand Line, and they wanted to see something new. However, not long after they set out, they were surrounded by a group of menacing individuals. Leading them was a tall, muscular man wearing a black skull hat, standing over 3 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming presence, and holding a massive axe. It was clear at a glance that he was a pirate. Are you 3 little brats the ones who killed some of my subordinates at the port yesterday? The people Gia and his companions had killed at the port yesterday were crew members of this pirate captain. Although the people around the port had decided not to provoke Gia and the others, that didn't mean they wouldn't incite others to take action. This pirate captain had been informed by the onlookers from yesterday, and, maliciously, they had not mentioned that Gia and his companions were capable individuals, which led this guy to bring people to confront Gia and the others early in the morning. Are you little brats too scared to speak? The pirate captain looked at Gia and his companions, believing he had frightened them into silence. He had no intention of letting them go, raising the massive axe in his hand, preparing to chop down at them. Swish! Gia pointed out, and the laser beam shot swiftly into the opponent's forehead. The penetrating power of the laser was too strong. While piercing through the pirate captain's forehead, it also took down the 2 unfortunate souls behind him. Bang! The over 3-meter-tall giant corpse crashed to the ground, causing a slight tremor in the earth. Huff, huff, huff on Kid's side. This time, without Gia having to say a word, he was already controlling the giant axe to sweep through the surrounding pirates. One head after another rolled to the ground, making the scene extremely bloody. Whoosh! Gia's eyes scanned the surroundings and directly shot dead a guy who had appeared at the port yesterday. This was a warning to everyone. Those who dare not confront them openly should better not cause trouble in the shadows either. As for whether the person killed was innocent, Gia couldn't care less. After all, in this small town, there wasn't a single good person. It wasn't unjust to kill anyone. Gia and his companion's coldness once again intimidated a group of people, and for the entire day that followed, no one dared to trouble them. However, while their 2 displays of power had deterred quite a few, it also made more people aware that they were devil fruit users. This caught the attention of many, and some individuals secretly prepared to join forces to create trouble for them. How about it? Should we cooperate? In a dim room on the island, 4 groups of people gathered together. The 4 groups consisted of the wild boar, Captain Gatlin, who had a bounty of 37 million berries. The leader of the bounty hunter squad, Vagel, the local underworld boss, Gret, and the independent assassin known for his superb sniping skills, Kurt. These 4 were the most powerful individuals on the island, all gathered at Gret's invitation to discuss how to deal with Gia and his 2 companions. In Gret's eyes, these 3 youngsters, all devil fruit users, must be exceptionally wealthy. While some individuals might accidentally obtain a devil fruit, it is usually just one, but a group of 3, all capable, likely indicates they are not just lucky but rather wealthy, having purchased the fruits with a substantial amount of berries. Thus, he was tempted by the possibility of such a lucrative target, thinking about taking them down and seizing their treasures. However, he realized that his own strength was insufficient, so he invited the other 3 to join him. Haha, I'm an assassin. I work for money. As long as the payment is sufficient, I can help you. But you need to give me a price first, a suitable offer, before I take action. As for how many berries I can get from those 3 kids, that's none of my concern. Kurt, stroking his sniper rifle, spoke first, feeling that Gret was somewhat presumptuous in thinking they should just unite to attack based on suspicion alone. What if the other party was just lucky and found 3 devil fruits, but was actually a poor guy? So he thought it best to get paid up front. Regardless of whether the other party was poor or not, he wouldn't lose out. Moreover, if he later discovered they were indeed a group of wealthy individuals, he could still demand a share of the spoils. After all, with his strength, Gret wouldn't dare to give him nothing. Upon hearing Kurt's words, Gatlin, the captain of the Wild Boar Pirates, and Vagel, the leader of the Poison Sting Bounty Hunter Squad, brightened up. They also felt that attacking 3 devil fruit users for such a reason was somewhat absurd, and they might end up with nothing. However, Kurt's words inspired them. My Wild Boar Pirates are the same. You can hire us if you pay enough. I can mobilize my entire crew to help. My Poison Sting Squad is also on board. As long as you provide adequate compensation, I won't compete with you over the spoils. Gret's expression darkened. These guys clearly didn't trust him and wanted to shift all the risks onto him. After contemplating for a moment, he agreed to the other three's terms. He was greedy and willing to take a gamble for greater rewards. After discussing the specific price, they got down to business, how to deal with the 3 devil fruit users. After discussion, the 4 came up with a plan and ultimately decided to take action 3 days later. They left 3 days for preparation since the record of the next island would only be filled in 4 days. 3 days later, Dia and his companions walked down the street, having lived quite peacefully over the past few days with no one daring to provoke them. However, Dia and Kid remained vigilant, knowing that the island was filled with unsavory characters, making it necessary to stay alert. How about it? Are you confident at this distance? On top of the tallest building in the town, Kurt set up his sniper rifle, aiming at Dia and his companions, while Gret asked him from the side. I've given you a precious sea stone bullet that I've treasured for a long time, so don't waste it. Gret solemnly reminded Kurt. Don't talk. It will affect my shot. Kurt told Gret to be quiet. Don't worry, at this distance, I'm confident I can hit. Kurt focused on the crosshairs of his sniper rifle, aiming at Dia, who in their eyes was the core of the 3. Taking him out with a single sea stone bullet could impact the other 2 and give them a greater advantage. Something's not right. One of Dia's eyes transformed into an electronic eye, scanning everything in his line of sight. This had become his habit over the past few days, as a precaution against potential ambushes. In the images transmitted to his mind by the electronic eye, he keenly detected several guys. They had been following them since they left. Kid, be careful. There might be someone trying to play dirty with us, Dia reminded Kid, and then his eyes transformed into high-definition electronic eyes, adjusting the visible distance to the maximum. Dia continuously scanned everything around him and even farther away. When his eyes swept over the best building, he happened to see a guy aiming at him with a sniper rifle, just about to pull the trigger. Bang! At the moment the gunshot rang out, Dia quickly sidestepped, narrowly dodging the bullet as it grazed his cheek. He felt a sense of disgust from the bullet passing above him, and just as it brushed past, he experienced a slight feeling of weakness. The bullet was made of high loose stone. Dia's expression darkened. The opponent had clearly invested heavily to deal with him, even using such a precious item. At the moment the gun fired, people rushed towards the 3 of them from all directions. The most noticeable were 2 individuals. One was a large black man who, during his run, suddenly transformed into a wild boar, clearly an animal-type ability user. The other was a muscular giant standing 4 meters tall, carrying a rocket launcher on his shoulder. Charging towards them were Captain Gategreen of the Wild Boar Pirates, Captain Vager, the Poison Spike Squad, and their subordinates. It was a prearranged plan. As soon as Kotez's gun went off, they would all rush in. Take them down. Dia glanced over and shouted at Kid. Then his 10 fingers changed, and 10 small gun barrels appeared. The electronic eye firmly locked onto the highest point. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dense laser beams shot out, and in an instant, they turned the building to dust. Dia needs to deal with the sniper first, as this enemy poses the greatest threat to them. Moreover, the opponent has sea stone bullets that can restrain them. Bring it to me. Kid stood in front of Victoria, extending his right hand, and all the metal around them was drawn towards him. Reflect, then scattered and shot out. As soon as Kid made his move, he caused massive casualties among the enemy, with many of the henchmen suffering heavy losses. However, there were still many enemies charging towards them, especially the wild boar and the 4-meter-tall strong man, who had the most momentum. Just try to test my new move on you too. Kid remained unfazed, his magnetic force flickering as a large amount of metal was struck in front of him. Ka-ka-ka. With the influence of the magnetism, various metal products quickly assembled into a battle vehicle, with sharp weapons protruding at the front and a huge cannon barrel extending out. Magnetic cannon. Aiming the cannon at the wild boar, a metal sphere wrapped in magnetism shot out from the barrel. Boom! The wild boar was knocked back by the metal sphere, crashing into a building behind it, and then buried in the rubble. Battle vehicle charge. Kid then controlled the battle vehicle to charge at the 4-meter-tall strongman, moving at lightning speed. Puff puff. The speed of the battle vehicle, enhanced by magnetism, was something Vager couldn't evade. The sharp metal weapons at the front of the vehicle all pierced into his body, and Vager was pushed back against the vehicle. Finally, Kid used magnetism to affect the distance between the sharp metals, causing the metals embedded in the opponent's body to continuously spread outward, and Vager was directly dismembered. After killing Vager, Kid continued to control the battle vehicle to charge through the battlefield, with pirates being stabbed to death by the sharp metal at the front. Within just 2 minutes, there were no living enemies around. There was only one unexpected event. The wild boar crawled out from the rubble. Blood was continuously oozing from its two tusks, clearly suffering internal injuries from the earlier magnetic cannon. You brat. Injured himself, and having lost all his subordinates, the wild boar. Gagelin was furious. He got on all fours and charged toward Kid. Magnetic cannon, rapid fire. Kid aimed the cannon at the wild boar's head. And under the influence of magnetism, the metal inside the battle vehicle was continuously molded into metal spheres, which were then launched from the cannon. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the cannonball struck, causing the wild boar to retreat step by step. Each metal sphere was controlled by Kid to hit the same spot. Finally, the wild boar's head exploded from the continuous impacts. In the rain of blood, the wild boar transformed back into a black fat man, and his corpse fell to the ground. Oh, Kid, you little brat, you've been secretly practicing your big move. After Jia eliminated the enemies with a round of gunfire, he stood in place watching Kid's battle while also protecting Victoria. Once Kid's fight was over, Jia started teasing him. Of course, don't think you're the only one who could develop new techniques. I'm not falling behind. Don't worry, I'll get stronger and stronger. I could take on 10 of you. Kid, feeling a bit inflated, began to brag to Jia, completely forgetting the beatings he had received at Jia's hands. I'll find a time to teach you a lesson. Jia patted Kid's shoulder, and his hands itched again. Then, Jia began the familiar task of looting the corpses, cleaning all the enemies' bodies thoroughly. He even asked passers-by for directions to the enemy's hideout, and then looted it completely. They were very lucky. During the looting, they found several permanent record pointers. These pointers were no different from regular record pointers, but their direction would never change, always pointing to a specific location. One of the record pointers pointed directly to their destination, Gaia Island. With the permanent record pointer for Gaia Island, Jia could save a lot of time, traveling straight to Gaia Island without any stops along the way. The next day, after a night's rest, Jia immediately decided to set off again. Although their record pointer had also recorded the direction to the next island today, they no longer needed to proceed from one island to another in that manner. At the port, Victoria released their ship, and the three of them were about to board. Thump! A young boy emerged from a corner and knelt straight in front of Jia's feet. Please, take me with you. The boy looked to be around 17 or 18 years old, about 1.8 meters tall, extremely thin, resembling a skeleton. His naturally white, curly hair fell over his shoulders, appearing messy, and his waxy yellow skin clearly indicated malnutrition. If he weren't so thin, he would look like a very handsome boy. A few people were puzzled by this, so no one spoke. I am a mechanic and a sailor, and I have a good understanding of navigation. I can fix any issues on the ship, big or small. My skills are the best on this island, so with me around, you won't have to worry about the ship in the future. The young man was trying hard to sell himself. Why do you want to come with us? Joe was very curious. This was the first time a stranger had actively requested to follow them. Could it be that they had already developed the kind of kingly aura that only protagonists in novels possess? One that could make people bow down in reverence? Joe was puzzled. Because you are strong and also good people. The boy's answer left Jia confused. They could barely be considered strong, as their 2 battles on the island had indeed shown impressive combat power. But as for being good people, Jia wondered how he could tell. Didn't he see that I never leave anyone alive whenever I clash with others? Jia asked in confusion. How do you judge whether I am a good person? Do I look so kind that you can tell at a glance? The young boy looked up at Jia and timidly said, It's this young lady. She has been frequently giving food to those who are about to starve on the roadside these past few days. The boy pointed at Victoria. This has never happened on this island. Even when someone is dying of hunger right in front of them, the people on the island won't spare a glance. That's just how the people here are. They're always indifferent to others' lives. So that's how it is. Jia nodded to show understanding. Victoria is indeed quite kind. She is always willing to help those in need. What's your name? Why are you on this island? Do you have any relatives? Jia inquired about the boy's situation. My name is Tony Atlantis, and I was born on this island. I'm the only one left in my family. My mother passed away last month, and she told me that this place is a hell that devours people, urging me to leave as far away as possible. She said that with my personality, I wouldn't last long on this island after losing her. Mentioning his mother, the boy's eyes dimmed a little. I have always liked machinery. Since I was little, I would search through piles of junk for useless items to study. My mother also found many books for me to learn about mechanics. As I grew up, I started helping others on the island with repairs. There's nothing I can't fix. Additionally, I learned the trade of shipwright by stealth at the port, and I excelled at it. Over the past 2 years, many people have asked me to help them repair their boats. Tony Atlantis is once again promoting himself. Joe was contemplating whether to take the other person away after they fell. Victoria felt some sympathy for the young man, but she didn't speak up to interfere with Jia's decision. In matters like this, she usually followed Dia's decisions. Kid, on the other hand, had a nonchalant attitude. Tony Atlan's. This wild offspring left by some unknown guy probably dreams of climbing up to have a relationship with these three terrifying individuals. Dia, while thinking, also turned her ears into eavesdropping devices, listening to the discussions of the people around her. From their conversations, Dia learned more about the boy's background. The boy's story was quite tragic. His mother was a prostitute who unexpectedly became pregnant with him, and his father was an unknown passing pirate. He was supposed to be aborted by his mother, but ultimately, due to her soft heart, she decided to keep him. The prostitute struggled to make a living during her pregnancy, leading to a very difficult life, and she gave birth to him when she was only 8 months along. This caused the boy to be physically weak from a young age, and he often came close to not surviving, only getting better as he grew older. In the eyes of others, the boy was honest and insecure, a target that anyone on the island could bully. What others said about him was similar to what he himself had shared. His mother passed away last month. The boy was indeed the best on the island when it came to machinery and ship repairs. All right, you can join us from now on. After learning everything, Dia nodded in agreement to take him along. Since he was not a deceitful or malicious person, there was no problem in bringing him along. Moreover, after they got their own ship, they indeed needed someone like him to maintain and take care of it. Dia agreed to take him along, which excited Tony Atlantis greatly. He bowed to Dia to express his gratitude. Dia helped him up and asked Victoria to escort him to the castle, explaining the situation to everyone. Then, Dia set off again on a small boat. After a month of sailing, the three of them encountered many dangers, including pirate attacks and extreme weather. However, with the cooperation of Dia and Kid, they finally arrived safely at Gaia Island. On the sea near Gaia Island, Dia looked up at the clouds in the sky. 10,000 meters above the sea was the Sky Island. After resting for a day to adjust their condition, they would set off for the Sky Island tomorrow. Dia made a decision, so their ship docked in a calm sea, waiting for tomorrow to arrive. The next day, after the discussions in the castle space the night before, it was finally decided that today Kira would accompany Victoria and sit together in Dia's fighter jet cockpit to prevent any possible unexpected situations. I'm ready, I'm taking off. After confirming with Kira and Victoria in the cabin, Dia's fighter jet roared into the sky. The enormous sonic boom startled the entire Gaia Island, and everyone looked up, only able to see a small black dot in the air that grew smaller and smaller until it disappeared. This brought several days of gossip to Gaia Island, with people making various speculations. The fighter jet's ascent speed was very fast, and it didn't take long for Dia to reach the altitude of 7,000 meters, with thick clouds appearing above him. Boom, boom, boom. Dia's fighter jet fired several small missiles, creating a huge gap in the clouds of Baisha Enji. And then Dia charged through the gap into the Baisha Sea. Dia hovered and opened the cabin. Victoria released the ship. Dia's ability to lift fell onto the deck. Let's release the others too. Now that we're at Sky Island, they're no longer in any danger. Before Inaru obtained the Rumble fruit and became the god of Sky Island, the overall strength of Sky Island was quite weak, with no notable strong individuals to pose a threat to them. Is this really 7,000 meters high? So beautiful. As soon as they stepped out, everyone's gaze began to spread around, taking in the blue sky and white clouds, and they all exhaled in awe. After admiring the scenery, the group continued to navigate their ship forward. The White Sea at 7,000 meters is not the height of Sky Island. They need to pass through the Gate of Heaven and ascend another 3,000 meters to reach the White Sea at 10,000 meters, where many Sky Islands are located. Dia saw the Gate of Heaven as soon as he arrived at the White Sea. Its height made it visible from any position in the White Sea. Without any surprises, Dia and their ship arrived at the entrance of the Gate of Heaven. The inspector here was not the old lady from the original story, but a young girl who did not deceive Dia and the others. Instead, she carefully explained the entry fee and the exchange rate between Sky Island currency and berries. After Dia paid the required amount of berries, the inspector summoned a special express shrimp from Sky Island to take Dia and the others to the White Sea. Angel Island in the White Sea is where Luffy and the others arrived in the original story, the island ruled by Inaru, and half of Jaya Island was washed up here. The people of Sky Island were curious about Dia and the others from the Blue Sea. However, it did not attract a crowd. Although it is difficult to come up here, there are still occasional people who arrive from the Blue Sea through various means. Dia has no intention of staying here. He asked someone for the location of Baika. This is the main purpose of their trip to the Sky Island. Baika is Enel's hometown, the place that was destroyed by Enel in the original work. Enel's Rumble fruit and the blueprints for the Arc Maxim were both obtained from Baika. Dia needs to hurry to get there and find the thunder fruit and the arc blueprint in advance. After asking many residents of the Sky Island, he finally learned the exact location of Baika. Dia and the others did not stop, continuing towards Baika. The distance between Baika and Angel Island was not far. It only took them a few hours to arrive. The attitude of the Baika people towards them was far from as good as that of the Angel Island inhabitants. In their eyes, those without wings were outcasts, monsters, and they were very hostile towards Dia and the others. Get lost, you wingless monsters. Dia just wanted to ask a Picard for some local information when he was scolded with a look of disgust from the other person. Do you think I owe you something? Dia was extremely furious at the other person's attitude. He directly lifted the other person off the ground and pressed a knife against their neck. His fierce gaze made the other person tremble. Now I ask, you answer. If you don't cooperate, you can go die. Dia was very rude, directly threatening the other party. Is there someone here named Enelu? Where does he live? In your temple. In which direction is it? Dia asked a critical question. On Enel's side, he wanted to confirm whether the other party had eaten the devil fruit. The temple was mentioned in the original work, and the blueprints of the Arc Maxim are enshrined in the temple. Enel lives at the location on the island closest to the White Sea. The person holding the Baika pointed in one direction. The temple is on top of the mountain. Then he pointed to the best mountain. How has Enel been doing recently? Dia wants to determine whether Enel has eaten the rumble fruit by observing his current state. What else can he do? That guy is an oddball who enjoys wandering around every day, which is quite annoying. He was just beaten up by a few people yesterday, and now he's probably at home nursing his injuries. Speaking of Enel, Dia has a face full of disgust. At the same time, it's clear that Enel hasn't been doing well. He got beaten up just for being bothersome. You deserve to be destroyed by Enel in the future. Bullying him like this every day. If it were me, I would have wiped you all out too. Dia glanced sideways at the thing in his hand. However, Enel should not have eaten the rumble fruit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken a beating yesterday. Dia thought to himself and directly threw the Baika person in his hand out. Without caring about the other party, Dia led everyone towards the direction of Enelu's house. At this moment, Enelu was lying on the ship at home, his face covered in bruises and swelling, groaning in pain on the bed. Damn it, they all deserve to die. This Baika island and everyone here should be destroyed. Enelu's face was twisted with rage. The long-term oppression had completely warped his mind. After shouting out his pent-up anger, Enelu felt a bit hungry. So he got up from the bed and limped towards the table. On the table was a basket of apples, his favorite food. Enelu picked up an apple and started eating. The sweet and delicious apple improved his mood significantly, making the pain in his body feel much less. When did this strange fruit get mixed in? As Enelu was eating, he noticed a golden yellow peculiar fruit at the bottom of the basket, covered in lightning-like spikes. He was puzzled, as he had picked the apples one by one from the mountain, and he hadn't noticed this fruit at that time. With a sense of curiosity and confusion, Enelu picked up the golden yellow fruit. I wonder if it tastes good, he thought, preparing to bring the fruit to his mouth to give it a try. However, just as he brought the fruit to his lips, the door of his house was pushed open by a group of people. Bang! The noise of the door being pushed open and the appearance of a large group of people caused Enelu to pause his actions. Dia walked in and locked eyes with Enelu, who was holding the rumble fruit and was about to take a bite. Whoosh! Enelu tried to bite the fruit before speaking, but Dia immediately shot a laser beam that struck him in the forehead. Bang! Enelu, still with his mouth wide open in the act of biting, fell to the ground, with the rumble fruit dropping from his hand beside his body. In the urgent situation, Dia hadn't expected to walk in and see Enelu preparing to eat the devil fruit. So he chose the safest method and directly killed him to ensure the rumble fruit wouldn't be consumed. Is this the rumble fruit you were talking about? Kid walked over to the body, picked up the rumble fruit, and examined it closely in his hand. Dia nodded. He had already told his companions the purpose of coming to the Sky Island, which was to obtain the thunder fruit and a blueprint for a flying ship. Although everyone was surprised, Dia was known for knowing some little-known information, so his companions did not ask too many questions. A natural-type fruit, and one of the top-tier natural types at that. If someone were to eat it, they would instantly become the strongest among us. Kid continued to examine the thunder fruit. He was no longer clueless. Under Dia's influence, everyone basically understood the power of the thunder fruit's natural abilities. For them now, such abilities were practically invincible. However, it can't be said that way. Although the thunder fruit is powerful, it also has weaknesses. Not being able to swim is a given. And Sea Prism Stone goes without saying. This is a weakness for every devil fruit user. But the thunder fruit has another weakness. It can be countered by rubber. Dia explained to everyone that he was also puzzled by this setting. Logically speaking, the thunder fruit should not only generate lightning, but also produce high temperatures. As long as the amount of lightning is large enough, rubber should not be able to completely avoid all lightning. However, in the original work, even currents of over 100 million volts had no effect on Luffy's rubber body. Although in later plot developments, Luffy's rubber fruit is actually the human fruit mythical type, sun god Nika form. This does not change the fact that Luffy is inherently a rubber man. Kira, do you want to eat this thunder fruit? Dia set aside other thoughts and inquired about Kira's opinion. Now, within their small group, as the number of people increased, there were also more individuals without abilities. However, Kira was from the South Sea, and he had been with Dia since he first crossed over, experiencing so much together. Therefore, Dia hoped Kira would consume the thunder fruit. This was also a bit of Dia's selfishness. Kira, just eat the thunder fruit. After all, there are many people here who can swim. We don't really need you. Moreover, Shaki and Peking have much better swimming skills than you, and their contributions at critical moments are greater than yours. Kid also persuaded his good brother Kira, fearing that Kira would refuse again. So he analyzed their team's current situation. There were others: Bepo, Shaki, Peking, Johnny, Joseph, Akin, and Tony. You guys also don't have devil fruit abilities, so this devil fruit should be decided by everyone's opinion, since we are all part of the same team. However, I do have a selfish wish. I hope Kira can eat this thunder fruit, so please help me out and don't compete with Kira. Kid candidly expressed his selfishness to the other non-ability partners and sincerely requested their support. And if any of you want a devil fruit ability, just let me know. After this, I will definitely do my best to help you find a suitable devil fruit. Kid made a promise to everyone. His openness won the favor of everyone. And those who joined later had no intention of competing with Kira. They also felt that the devil fruit should go to Kira. Everyone nodded, indicating that the thunder fruit should be eaten by Kira. In the end, Kid placed the thunder fruit into Kira's hands. Alright, now that everyone agrees this devil fruit is for you, you shouldn't have any reservations and can eat it now, right? Kid's persuasion and the approval of his partners made Kira not refuse like he did with the stronghold fruit last time. He picked up the thunder fruit and took a bite. Come on, show us your natural abilities. I've never seen a natural ability before. Kid circled around Kira, eagerly hoping to witness the so-called strongest natural ability. Crackle, crackle. Kira nodded, and blue electric arcs flickered around him. He pulled a flying knife from Kid's waist and chopped down at his own arm. Sizzle. The sharp flying knife directly severed his arm. However, the cut did not bleed. Instead, electric arcs flickered. Zzz. The severed arm on the ground disappeared into electric arcs, and a large amount of electric arcs surged from Kira's arm stump, instantly regenerating his arm. The natural ability is quite amazing. Now I can fear no physical attacks, as they can't cause me any harm. Kira demonstrated to everyone. Zzz. Kira transformed into an electric arc, moving at lightning speed, and instantly teleported outside the door. Moreover, the thunder fruit has also granted me the speed of lightning and powerful attack power. Kira raised his hand and shot an electric arc toward the distant forest. Boom! After the thunderous roar, a large area of the forest was turned to scorched earth by the lightning. Dia watched Kira's demonstration and nodded. The thunder fruit indeed had almost perfect abilities. In terms of speed and attacks, it was among the strongest in the world. Kira had just acquired the ability and had not yet developed its full power. Given time, with Kira's talent, his use of the thunder fruit would definitely surpass that of Enel in the original work. Snap! Dia stretched out his hand and transformed it into a gun barrel, firing a shot at Kira. Hiss, that hurts, Kira said, covering the spot where Dia had hit him. Just a test, I used a rubber bullet. It seems that the thunder fruit is indeed restrained by rubber. Dia explained to everyone that, indeed, besides Luffy, other rubber users could also attack the entity of the thunder fruit user without using haki. After everyone stayed in place and accompanied Killer for a while to experiment with his abilities, Dia led them toward the location of the temple. Now that they had the thunder fruit, they only needed the blueprints for the Ark Misaki to complete all their goals. At the foot of the mountain, where the temple worshipped by Baika was located, Dia and his companions arrived here. As the most important place for the residents of Baika Island, the temple is guarded by a large number of guards. For under the command of the god who rules Baika, they guard this place under the god's orders and without the god's instructions. No one is allowed to approach the temple. Dia and the others wanted to go up, but they were naturally blocked at the foot of the mountain, and their attitude was very aggressive. The guards not only roughly drove Dia and the others away, but they also looked at them with disgust. Like all the Baika people, these guards extremely hated the wingless freaks. You dogs! Dia and the others were no longer polite. Kid absorbed all the surrounding metal into his arm, forming a massive metal arm, just like in the original. Bang! The huge metal arm swatted the guards away effortlessly. With no obstacles left, Dia and the others continued toward the temple at the mountain's peak. At the temple entrance, there were even more guards blocking their way. However, they were similarly swatted away by Kid, causing no hindrance to them. They decided to split up and search for a thick stack of blueprints, being careful not to damage them. The interior of the temple was vast, resembling a small palace. To find the blueprints more quickly, Dia decided to let everyone search separately. Soon, loud crashing sounds echoed throughout the temple. The boys' movements could hardly be described as gentle. They had no fondness for the Bika people and showed no respect for the temple, as statues were toppled and all items were roughly tossed aside. There was a hidden chamber. Before long, Drake discovered a concealed dark room. Dia walked over and entered the dark room. In the middle of the small dark room, there was a stone platform, and on top of the platform was a stone chest. Dia pried open the stone lock on top of the box, revealing a stack of yellowed blueprints inside. He called Tony over. Dia took a look, but with his knowledge, he couldn't make sense of the drawings in his hands. Although it was shaped like a ship, he wasn't sure if it was the blueprint for the Ark of the Covenant he was looking for. So he asked Tony to confirm, as he was the professional and should be able to understand these drawings. Soon, Tony Atlantis arrived and examined the drawings one by one. This is really advanced design. The person who created these blueprints is truly a genius, Tony exclaimed after reviewing them. This set of blueprints should be the Ark of the Covenant you were looking for, diameter. The ship designed here has a flight system and a power system that allows it to fly using the energy from lightning. The design of this set of blueprints is very clever. It can be said to be a work of art. With Tony's confirmation, Dia nodded. Now that he mentioned it, it was indeed the blueprint for the Ark of the Covenant. It could fly and used lightning as energy, perfectly aligning with the image of the Ark created by Enel in the original work. He put away the blueprints and said, "Let's leave here for now and look at them later." Dia handed the blueprints to Victoria, who had just arrived, and asked her to take them into the castle. Just as Dia was about to gather everyone to leave, a huge explosion suddenly erupted at the entrance. "You guys still dare to come and trouble us?" Kid's voice also came through. Dia led everyone to the entrance and saw a large number of Bika guards surrounding the temple gate, with Kid confronting them. "Damn monsters! You dare to injure my guards and intrude into our temple. Now I, the god, announce the death sentence for all of you." A middle-aged man with beautifully adorned wings, resembling the gods of ancient Greek mythology from Dia's world, spoke in a commanding voice, announcing the death sentence for Dia and the others. "A group of fools. Dia is very disdainful of this so-called god. Eliminate them all." Dia waved his hand, feeling disdain for the guys from Bika. In their eyes, any being without wings was the greatest sin. With Dia's command, the gathered companions wasted no time and unleashed their skills, launching an attack on Bika's team. Roar! Drake's dinosaur charged wildly. Hawkins' giant scarecrow puppet floated in the air, wielding a pitch-black scythe to reap heads. Kid's flying knives flickered through the crowd. The fastest at taking down enemies was Kidra, as a massive storm of lightning enveloped the area, with one bolt causing numerous casualties. Finally, with a laser shot from Dia that took out Bika's deity, the battle officially ended, leaving a ground littered with corpses. Dia led his companions down from the mountaintop. Arriving beside the White Sea, they released their ship and just set sail towards Angel Island, having no desire to stay in this cursed place called Bika Island. Now that he had the Thunder Fruit and the Ark blueprint in hand, Dia needed to start preparing the materials for the Arkansas. He remembered that this great ship, the Ark of the Covenant, required not only wood, but also a large amount of gold to be constructed, as mentioned in the original work. Dia asked Tony about this issue and received his confirmation. The ship flies using lightning energy, which requires a large amount of well-conductive metals to manufacture its parts. And gold is the best conductive material. However, the amount of gold needed is quite substantial. Tony's words confirmed Dia's thoughts, and he is now heading to Angel Island, where half of the island of Gaia has been washed up by the raging currents. And there is a ruin of a golden city that contains a vast amount of gold. Dia wants to get hold of the gold, and there's also a piece of historical text there. For Robin, it's excellent historical material for research. With these thoughts in mind, Dia returned to Angel Island. Everything here made Dia feel much more comfortable. The people of Angel Island did not regard them, the wingless people from Qinghai, as outsiders, and treated them warmly. They found a restaurant and tasted the local specialties of Angel Island. Last time they came in a hurry and didn't have much time to stay, so they didn't get to try these dishes, but today they could make up for it. After eating and drinking to their fill, Dia learned some basic information about the situation here through conversations with the residents of Angel Island. The current god of Angel Island is Gonfer. who was driven out by Inaru in the original story. However, Inaru is now dead, and the Rumble Rumble fruit has been consumed by him. So Ganfor's position as a god will no longer be threatened by Inaru. Similarly, the war between the Sandians, who were washed up together with Skypiea, and Angel Island continues as they strive to reclaim their land. Kia, take Hawkins and Drake to the Sandians and tell them I will help them return to their homeland and reclaim their land. Take them to Biteto. Dia pointed to the best location on the island. It is a part of Gaia Island that was thrust into the sky, the original site of the ancient golden city of Ciendola, and the land that the Sandia people have long sought to reclaim. Now, it is a sacred place of the empty island, where only gods and their priests can reside. The Sandia people are warriors, and they may have a volatile temperament. You can intimidate them with force, but it's best not to kill. They have an old chief who is easier to communicate with. When you go, focus on talking to him. After hearing about the current situation on Angel Island, Dia is ready to end the war between the Sky Island people and the Shandians. Dia is set to take a large amount of gold from Shandora to help them end the war, considering it a reward for their assistance. Due to the irritable temperament of the Shandians, it is most suitable for Kira, the most level-headed among them, to engage in talks, especially with the power of the Thunder Fruit, which gives Kira the ability to control the situation. Meanwhile, Gia is preparing to take the remaining companions to the divine location of Biteto to have a serious discussion with Ganfor. Ganfor is a peace-loving ruler who has always wanted to coexist peacefully with the Shandians and end the war between their two races, but unfortunately, he has never had the opportunity to do so. In fact, this matter is relatively simple, yet also quite complicated. The Sky Islanders are obsessed with the soil of Shandora, which they perceive as base. This is the most precious resource on the Sky Island. The Sky Islanders initially occupied Shandora for the soil, not the land itself. On the other hand, the Shandians care about the land, not the soil. The demands of both parties do not conflict at all. It is just that neither side has had the opportunity to sit down and communicate properly, which has led to hundreds of years of war due to a lack of effective communication. Now, with overwhelming weapons, Dia has the ability to suppress both forces and bring them together for dialogue, which could potentially allow both races to set aside their grievances and the war and embrace peace. Kira nodded and then, along with Hawkins and Drake, arrived at the Shandian base through their search. Who are you? You can't just barge into our Shandian base. Get out. As soon as Kira and the others reached the entrance of the Shandian base, they were stopped by several warrior-like individuals who shouted at them to leave. We come from Qinghai, looking for your old chief to end the war between you and the Sky Islanders and help you return to your land. Kira did not mind their rough attitude and communicated as Jia suggested. What nonsense are you talking? I see you are either spies sent by the Sky Islanders or ill-intentioned people from Qinghai coveting our Shandian wealth. In any case, you can't have good intentions. Get out of here. The Shandian warriors did not believe Kira and, shouldering their rocket launchers, fired a shot beside Kira and his group, making their warning clear. Kira remembered Dia's words to be gentle and avoid killing if possible. Knowing that reasoning with the Shandians was futile, he prepared to take a more forceful approach, but still reminded Hawkins and Drake not to be too heavy-handed. Roar! Drake transformed into his dinosaur form and charged at the Shandian warriors, swiping them away one by one. The opponent's weapons had no effect against his tough skin. As Drake attacked, Kira and Hawkins followed closely behind. Soon, the commotion attracted a large number of Shandians, who thought the Sky Islanders were attacking and rushed in with weapons. Kill them. The Shandian warriors surged toward Kira and his companions. Kira knew that explaining was pointless at this moment. He could only subdue them before discussing anything else. Crackling arcs of electricity danced around him as he moved with lightning speed among the Shandians, taking them down with powerful electric currents. Boom! Boom! Drake continued to knock Shandians away in the crowd. Swipe! Hawkins stood still, manipulating his tarot cards. He was hit by some attacks, but they caused him no harm, as he had previously inserted several scarecrows into the bodies of the Shandians. Until those Shandians were dead, any attacks directed at Hawkins would be redirected. Soon, the Shandians realized something was wrong. They were attacking the still figure of Hawkins, yet their companions were the ones getting hurt. Sorcery. The Shandian warriors were terrified, believing Hawkins to be a monster skilled in sorcery. For a moment, no one dared to strike at Hawkins. However, Hawkins moved. He summoned a giant scarecrow to float behind him, swinging its massive scythe to take down the Shandian warriors one by one. Under the overwhelming offensive of the three, soon there were no standing Shandian warriors left. However, they remembered Dia's instruction not to kill, so the fallen warriors merely lay on the ground groaning and wailing. with no fatalities. Who are you? What do you want to do to us, Shandians? The adult warriors had been defeated, and the old chief came out with the weak and elderly from his tribe. The old chief could see that the other party had no intention to kill them. We want to invite you Shandians to Biteto to resolve the war with the Angel Islanders and help you return to your land. Unfortunately, when I first said this, the guards did not believe us and attacked us, leaving us no choice but to resort to this method. Kidra stood in front of the chief and spoke to him. Can you come with us now? Our people have also gone to find the god of the Sky Island, and they're probably waiting for us now. Kidra estimated that with Gia's strength, they would act faster than here. The old chief was shocked by Kira's words, not expecting such a purpose. He believed the other party's words because the lives of his entire tribe were in their hands. They had no reason to fabricate such a story to deceive them. However, this only made the old chief more bewildered, as he did not understand what the other party was after, considering they were not relatives and did not know each other. Nevertheless, for the Shandians, this was a good thing. Since the other party claimed they would help them return to their land, they must have the strength to do so. He did not believe that the god of the Sky Island could resist just 3 people who had defeated a group of Shandian warriors. Finally, the old chief nodded, bringing along several elders from the tribe and helping up some of the most outstanding warriors who had a say in the tribe. With these people, the old chief, along with Kidra and his companions, set out for Biteto. On Gia's side, the progress is indeed much faster than Kidra's. By the time Kidra arrives with the Sandians, Gia is already there waiting together with Gonfer. Gia, along with his companions, headed towards the goddess dwelling in Biteto, but initially encountered some members of the goddess guard who blocked their way. They were easily taken down, which then attracted Gonfer. Dia did not attempt to communicate with Gonfu at first. Instead, he showcased his own strength. He knew that only with enough power could one earn the respect of others and have them willing to listen to one's suggestions. It was only when Kid easily held a flying knife to Gonfu's neck that Gia stated his purpose. After listening to Gia's introduction, Gonfu agreed to Gia's suggestion and sat down to have a serious discussion with the Sandia people. On one hand, he was forced to yield with a knife at his throat, and, on the other hand, he harbored the thought of ending the war between the 2 clans in his generation. It's been many years, Gonfu, the old chief of Sandia. It's been so long. As soon as the Sandia people appeared, the old chief and Gonfu greeted each other. In their youth, both were the most outstanding warriors of their clans, leading their people into numerous battles. Thus, they were old acquaintances. The war between the 2 clans had lasted for hundreds of years, and both sides had paid a heavy price. It was time to put an end to it. Taking this opportunity, let us have a good discussion. Gonfu spoke first, expressing his willingness to communicate. The old chief nodded in agreement. In the divine abode, within the magnificent hall, representatives of the 3 factions took their seats. This matter was initiated by me, so I will first share my opinions. As for whether you 2 clans will ultimately agree, that depends on your communication. Dia was the first to stand up, controlling the rhythm of the entire situation. The conflict between your 2 tribes is nothing more than over the land of Apaya. On the side of the Sky Island, you want the soil of the land, while on the side of the Shandians, you want the land beneath your feet, because this is your homeland. Dia first mentioned the demands of both tribes. In fact, these 2 are not in conflict. On the side of the Sky Island, you can agree to return Biteto to the Sandia people. As for the Sandia people, you should not prohibit the Sky Island people from obtaining mudbays from your land. This way, the conflict between your 2 tribes will no longer exist. Dia expressed his opinion for both tribes to discuss. In fact, this suggestion from Dia was already considered by the high-level leaders of both tribes many years ago. However, due to the hatred brought about by the century-long war between the 2 tribes, no one dared to bring up first. After Dia finished speaking, he sat down and did not say anything further, giving the time to the leaders of the 2 tribes. After several hours of discussion between Gonfu and the old chief, the 2 tribes finally reached an agreement for peaceful coexistence. They decided that starting today, Biteto would be returned to the Sandia people. However, the Sandia people must allow the Sky Islanders to conduct a certain degree of extraction of the soil from Biteto. The extraction must be carried out by Sky Islanders who have the consent of the gods, and it must not cause damage to Biteto. Starting today, the warriors of the Sandia people will be integrated into the Divine Guard, jointly responsible for the task of protecting the Sky Island. The Sandia people will be able to live and work normally on Angel Island, just like the Sky Islanders. These are the main points, along with some additional minor details. Dia ignored the content of their discussion, only needing to know that they would coexist peacefully in the future. Since you have reached an agreement, there are some things I need to discuss with both of you. My facilitation of your reconciliation is not without purpose. I need to receive compensation. Appiato has a lot of gold, which is what I need, and I will take a certain amount of gold with me. Dia stated his purpose. For Dia taking away the gold, Gonfuer and the old chief didn't care. Gonfuer only cared about the soil. The value of gold in his eyes was far less than that of the earth. As for the old chief, they only cared about the land, which is their homeland. Gold, to them, was merely a pile of decorations. Whether it existed or not made no difference. As long as you don't take away the lights of Zyanguilla, you can take as much of the remaining gold as you want. Only the old chief made one request. The lights of Zyanguilla, specifically that golden bell, which is a sacred object for the Sandia people and holds special significance. Don't worry, we don't need the golden bell. The rest of the gold is already more than enough. We estimate we won't be able to carry that much anyway. We only need a portion. Dia reassured the old chieftain that the gold would definitely be taken away using Victoria's castle. However, the entire city's gold could not be taken away in Victoria's castle. They could only take a portion, enough to fill the castle. They arrived at the ruins of the ancient golden city of El Dorado after negotiating with both tribes. The site was filled with dazzling golden yellow. The ground and buildings were all made of gold. Seeing so much gold for the first time left everyone in awe. After touring the city ruins, Dia and his companions began the task of transporting the gold. Since the gold was in irregular shapes, it would waste a lot of space if placed directly into Victoria's castle. Therefore, Kira used the heat from the Thunder fruit to melt the gold, and then shaped it into uniform gold bars. They then stacked the gold bars into Victoria's castle. This task took them 2 full days. After 2 days, Victoria's castle was finally filled, but they had not even finished half of the gold from El Dorado. Dia is not greedy. Having so much gold is enough. He decides to leave the remaining gold here. After handling the matter of the gold, Dia leads everyone to search for the location of the Golden Bell, which holds an important historical text for Robin. After the Golden Bell surged up, it completely separated from the city and was finally lifted into the air by massive vines. Dia flew everyone to the base of the Golden Bell. Next to the enormous Golden Bell base, there quietly lay a gray giant stone, which was the historical text recording the blank history. Robin stood in front of the text, carefully observing the characters on it while deciphering the content. So that's how it is. After about 10 minutes, Robin figured out what was recorded on it. It recorded the location of one of the 3 ancient weapons, Poseidon. Although it wasn't the historical text directly documenting history, which disappointed Robin a bit, it was still a gain. What's wrong? The text records information about Poseidon, not historical content. Are you a bit disappointed? Noticing Robin's emotions, Dia spoke up. However, his words surprised Robin greatly. Dia, you can also interpret the historical text? Robin was astonished that Dia knew the content on the stone tablet. I wouldn't be able to do that. I struggle with ordinary text, let alone this ancient script. Dia tenia Robin's idea. I just have some special channels and learned some information a long time ago. Even if I hadn't come here, I would have already known what was recorded above. Dia spoke up to explain to Robin. So that's how it is. Robin nodded. It was no surprise to him that Dia was being mysterious, as everyone knew that about him. Robin then looked around and eventually noticed the inscription left by Roger on the Golden Bell. I came to this place and guided this inscription to its final destination, GOLD, Roger. Robin was puzzled by this inscription and also curious as to why Roger understood ancient writing. Dia resolved her doubts and told her that this text was written by a guy from Wano that Roger had asked to write on his ship. That guy's family was one of the artisan families that created the historical stone tablets back in the day, so he could certainly interpret the historical texts. As for the final destination, it is Laugh Tale, the ultimate place that only the Pirate King Roger has ever visited, where the entire truth of the world lies. If you want to know more, I can take you there later. Dia told Robin all the information he knew and promised her that whenever she wanted, he could take her to find Laughter in the future. After staying in Sky Island for a few more days and being entertained several times by Gonfer and the Shandians, Dia and the others collected some special shellfish from the Sky Island and prepared to return to Qinghai. During this time, Dia also shared the story of Nolan with the Shandians, hearing that their ancestor's friend lost his life due to being misunderstood while searching for them. The Shandians were moved to tears and decided to send someone to Qinghai in the future to find the descendants of Rolando. They bid farewell to Gonfor and the Shandians. Dia first descended from the edge of the clouds to the White Sea, then found a suitable position, transforming into a fighter jet to break through the clouds and begin a dive downwards. As the altitude decreased, Dia got closer to the Qinghai, eventually hovering at about 10 meters above the sea surface. Inside the cabin, Victoria released the small boat. Boom! The small boat hit the sea, creating a large splash of water. Dia fell onto the deck, while Victoria also released everyone else. having left Shanghai for so many days. It was time for everyone to get some fresh air. Dia, along with everyone else, we are currently not far from Gaia Island, only a few dozen kilometers away. Babwa immediately took out the compass to confirm their direction. The location where Dia fell and the position of their sky island are not too far apart. Confirm the direction. We need to head back to the East Sea. Dia asked Bippo to find the direction back to the East China Sea, as he did not intend to stay in the Grand Line any longer. Most of their group were still minors, and, aside from a few individuals, they had not yet developed any combat capabilities, making it a bit premature for them to venture into the Grand Line. Moreover, Zoro and Kuina had snuck out, and Yasaku was surely worried, so Jin needed to send them back. After listening to Jia, Bippo began to work hard to confirm the direction. The journey there was simple. They just had to follow the direction of the log pose and advance from island to island along a fixed route. However, for the return trip, they couldn't use the same method, as the log pose could only record the direction of progress, not backward. Therefore, they had to use a permanent log pose to confirm the direction. Fortunately, Dia and Kid had obtained several permanent log poses at Whiskey Peak, including the one for Cactus Island, which would allow them to reach Cactus Island directly, and then it would be easy to get to Reverse Mountain. After resting for a day, Dia and the others set off again. This time, besides Dia, Kid, and Victoria, Kira was also outside the castle. With the power of the Rumble Rumble fruit, there were almost no threats to him in the first half of the Grand Line. What kind of place is this? They were completely lost. In an unfamiliar sea area, the items on their small boat were tossed around, and they looked very disheveled. Kid surveyed the surroundings, felt the strange environment, and frowned as he spoke. They had been smooth sailing until now, but this time they encountered extremely harsh weather. The small boat was pushed off course by the storm, arriving in an unfamiliar place. Whatever, as long as we're safe. As for the direction issue, they could let Bippo out later to confirm it again. Dia felt a lingering fear from the storm he had experienced. It made him fully aware of the terrifying power of extreme weather on the Grand Line, a force of nature that humans could not contend with. They were merely lucky. Otherwise, they might have been overwhelmed by the massive waves. Ahead, there was a small boat with a person on it. We could ask him and confirm our current location. Kira was also observing the surroundings. Being attentive, he noticed a small fishing boat not far away, where a person was desperately rowing. This guy looked like he was fleeing for his life, his expression filled with panic, as if something terrifying was chasing him from behind. Kid also saw that small boat and noticed that the person didn't seem to be navigating normally. Instead, it looked like he was running for his life. Indeed, he was escaping. A large ship was quickly approaching from behind, and the people on it looked frantic, seemingly chasing the person in front of them. Dia confirmed Kid's conjecture. His eyes turned into high-powered telescopes, allowing him to see what was happening further away. Moreover, this guy, Dia also saw clearly that the one fleeing for their life was one of the worst generation supernovas from the original work, Scratchman Apu, that guy from the Long-Handed tribe. He later joined the Beast Pirates and then tricked Kid and Hawkins. Help, help, please help me. At this moment, Apu also spotted Dia in their ship. He waved vigorously, as if he were seeing a family member, filled with joy. Let's save him first. Dia had no intention of standing by and doing nothing. He let Kid Kira rescue the person first and planned to understand the situation clearly before taking further action. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Apis kept expressing his gratitude to Dia and the others. At this moment, he had yet to become the superstar he would be more than a decade later. He was still just a 13 or 14-year-old boy, dressed in tattered clothes similar to a Tang suit from Dia's world. As a Longhand tribe member, he had 2 elbow joints, which was different from ordinary people. You look so strange having 2 joints, Kid remarked, observing another being that was different from the norm, suspecting that the other was also from a special race like Bippo. How did you end up at sea alone at such a young age? Especially in a small broken boat? And why are those people chasing you? Kid asked all his questions at once. I'm a Longhand tribe member. We have an extra elbow joint compared to ordinary people, Apis explained, knowing that the red-haired boy was curious about his 2 elbow joints. So he began to share his background. I didn't go to sea by choice. I was kidnapped from my hometown. As a rare race, the Longhand tribe is highly sought after by slave traders, and people often come to our country to try to steal or capture some of our people to sell. However, our people are very united, making it difficult for them to succeed. Apis began to recount his experience at sea. I'm an orphan. No one took care of me since I was little, and I was overlooked. A group of human traffickers set their sights on me, and while my tribe members weren't paying attention, they forcibly kidnapped me, intending to take me to the Shambadi archipelago to sell me as a slave. Fortunately, I was clever and found an opportunity to steal one of their small boats to escape, along with one of their treasure chests. Now they're chasing me, and it seems they're even more focused on that treasure chest than on my escape. However, when I opened that chest, it only contained a strange fruit, which is hard to eat. I don't understand why they would consider it treasure. As Apis spoke, he began to complain, feeling that a disgusting fruit couldn't possibly be considered a treasure. Oh no, I've said too much, and the people behind are about to catch up. You all need to hurry and sail away, or we'll be too late. Realizing that the pursuers were close behind, Apis anxiously urged the group before him to escape. In his eyes, Dia and the others were all children around his size, and the pretty girl looked even younger than him. Naturally, he assumed that these people could not possibly stand against the fierce and ruthless slave traders behind them. Apis didn't want to risk the safety of these kind individuals who had saved him. Dia glanced at AP. The anxiety and worry on his face were very genuine, which made him sigh in his heart that the current AP was still a simple boy, unlike in the original story where he had a heart full of darkness, betraying his allies without batting an eye. Moreover, from AP's description just now, it was obvious that what he had stolen from the slave trader and eaten was a devil fruit. It was just that AP didn't recognize the value of the devil fruit. What he had eaten should be the ability he had in the original story, the sound fruit. Jim made a reasonable guess that Apu's fate had not intersected with his before today and should not have been affected by his butterfly effect. So it was impossible for him to gain any abilities beyond the Yun fruit from the original work. Hurry and escape, or it will be too late. Seeing that the four of them were still motionless, Apu urged again. Kid and Killer, don't let a single one of those slave traders on the ship escape. Take their heads off. Dia ignored AP and coldly spoke to Kid Killer. Having crossed over from a civilized society, Dia, although sometimes indifferent, absolutely could not tolerate the act of slave trading. In Dia's eyes, those who treat people as commodities are not human and deserve to die. Don't worry, none of them will escape. Kid also said coldly that even if Dia didn't mention it, he wasn't planning to let the people on the opposite side go. Having experienced the near sale of Victoria, he harbored a strong hatred for slave trading. You guys, AP felt that these two were out of their minds, still boasting at such a time. He couldn't imagine that Dia and the others, who were about the same age as him, or even younger, were truly formidable. Rest assured, the three of them are very powerful. The people opposite cannot be their opponents. Victoria, who understood and trusted the strength of Dia and the others very well, gently spoke to calm AP's emotions. Little brat from the Longhand clan, why aren't you running? Realizing you can't escape? Huh? Hand over our treasure, and I might go a little easier on you. At that moment, the slave trader's ship had already approached. A well-dressed man, looking refined, coldly laughed as he looked at AP on the deck. And these little brats, since you've unfortunately run into us, we'll take you back together. The three boys aren't worth much, but the little girl looks good. If packaged nicely, she could sell for a good price. The slave trader then looked at Dia and the others, focusing on Victoria, preparing to take all four of them back to sell as slaves. Scum like you shouldn't be allowed to live. Dia coldly looked at the other person, as if looking at a dead man. Fire fist. A large amount of flames erupted from Dia's fist. As Dia punched forward, a fireball with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters was launched, enveloping the slave trader on the opposite side. From within the flames came the slave trader's piercing screams as he rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the fire. But no matter how much he rolled, the flames on him persisted, and finally, amidst his increasingly faint cries, he was burned to ashes. This move was developed by Dia based on Ace's Mera Mera no Mi, transforming his fists and arms into numerous small fire-spewing nozzles, simultaneously releasing flames to achieve an effect similar to Ace's fire fist in the original work. Since developing the laser, he had been trying to mimic many powerful devil fruit abilities from the original work using the powers of the weapon fruit. So far, he had succeeded in many ways. The laser, the small Hachiki Magatama, and the fire fist were just two of many techniques. Thunder. Kira raised his hand, creating a thundercloud above the ship, with numerous electric arcs descending indiscriminately, striking everyone. With each scream, charred corpses fell to the ground. Magnetic push. Kid created a wall of metal on the opposite deck and controlled it with magnetism to push forward, with the metal blades mercilessly penetrating one slave trader after another. A group of slave traders who could only bully ordinary people were all taken down in a short time by the combined efforts of Dia and the others. This level of combat was merely a warm-up for the three of them. Watching the cool Dia and his companions, Appo's eyes sparkled with admiration. Big brothers, you are so amazing. You easily took down so many people. And you can use magic too. Appo didn't know about the devil fruit powers. He thought what Dia and the others were using was legendary magic. This isn't magic. It's the secret treasure of the sea, the power of the devil fruit. Kid crossed his arms, coolly accepting Appo's admiration, and explained what devil fruit abilities were. What you stole and ate from the ship should also be a devil fruit. Haven't you noticed anything different about yourself? After Kid's explanation, Dia also spoke up, telling Appo that he was now a user of a devil fruit ability and encouraged him to see if he could feel his own power. Now that you mention it, I really do feel something. After Dia's reminder, Appo noticed his own abnormality. He had been too focused on escaping earlier to realize these changes. After feeling around, he discovered his ability. His teeth transformed into 2 rows of piano keys. His chest became a large drum. His chin turned into a bow, and his arms morphed into trumpets. Every part of his body transformed into a musical instrument. Yo, check it out. He could actually turn into musical instruments. It was amazing. He had loved music since he was a child, and now he could play any time as an instrument. After experimenting with his instruments and playing a piece, Appo was very excited, feeling that this so-called devil fruit ability was perfectly in line with his wishes. After dealing with the slave traders, Dia discovered a large number of imprisoned slaves in the hold of the ship. Dia released all these people and gave them the slave ship beneath his feet, allowing them to return on their own or go wherever they wished. They can only do so much. Although he knows that sending these people back on their own will lead to many problems along the way, it's beyond his control. He can kill all the slave traders and release the slaves to let them return home, but that's his limit. As for escorting each slave to their destination, Dia doesn't have that kind of time. It's something that couldn't possibly be completed in less than a year. Dia asked Victoria to release Babua, and after Babua reconfirmed the direction, Dia continued on the way back to Donghai Shuangyue village. However, this time, their group had one more person, the recently rescued AP. AP is an orphan, and he has no fond memories of his hometown, so he requested to join Dia and the others. After thinking it over, Dia agreed. Although Appo is a petty person in the original work, secretly joining the Beast Pirates and pretending to ally with Kid and Hawkins to betray them, the current Appo is still just a teenager who has not yet gone to sea as a pirate and has not developed the petty character from the original story. Instead, he is quite grateful, so Dia feels that keeping him around is not a problem. Having followed them since childhood, Dia believes that he will form a deep friendship with everyone and that betrayal will not happen again. We are only 2 days' sail away from Whiskey Peak Town, and soon we will be back in the East Blue. Beppo just came out to confirm the course, and Killer looked at the sea, speaking to Gia and Kid. It has been several months since they left Frost Moon Village, and they want to return and rest there. Bang bang. However, while Killer, Kid, and Gia were discussing their return to the East Blue to feast at the Bartai restaurant, 2 seagulls landed on their deck, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. Those reckless pirates want to treat us as easy targets again. Kid looked towards the sound of gunfire, thinking that another group of pirates had set their sights on them. Since bringing Appo aboard, they have encountered over a dozen waves of pirates trying to plunder their ship, but all were easily defeated by the 3 of them. I'll go first. I can take them down alone. Killer, India, you 2 can't steal my target. Kid warned his companions not to interfere while eagerly looking for a target. In previous battles, Killer India's speed had been too fast, leaving Kid with few opportunities to strike, which made him quite resentful. I'm going to disappoint you. Dia rolled her eyes at Kid. This time it seemed like they weren't pirates. The other party should be hunters, and these 2 seagulls were someone else's prey. They just happened to land on the deck of our ship. Dia's high-power binoculars had already made it clear who was shooting. On a small boat, 2 boys around 14 or 15 years old were holding a sniper rifle from this world, continuously aiming at the seagulls in the sky, attempting to hunt them. TCH, boring. Upon realizing they were not enemies, Kid instantly lost interest and lay down on the deck, looking utterly bored. Who were these 2 guys hunting seabirds out at sea? Moreover, their shooting skills seemed quite impressive. They were at least 1,000 meters away from us, yet they could hit such a distant moving target with an ordinary sniper rifle. Kira was astonished. The 2 who were shooting had now appeared in his line of sight. He estimated the distance between them to be over 1,000 meters. A marksman capable of hitting targets at such a distance was indeed rare, especially considering they were just 2 boys, clearly indicating that their skills were not just a result of practice, but rather talent. Let's get closer and check them out. Since he was bored, Dia decided to meet these interesting boys. Hey, it seems like we might have caused a misunderstanding, one of the boys on the small boat said. The 2 boys looked very similar, both with brown skin, short black hair, strong facial features, and about the same height. One appeared more robust, while the other was slightly weaker. The stronger boy, noticing Gia and the others approaching their boat, reminded his weaker brother. Judging by their conversation and resemblance, they should be siblings. Ah, I was too absorbed and didn't notice there were people over there. It would be bad to cause a misunderstanding. I'll explain well once they come over, the weaker boy, the older brother, said, pulling his gaze away from the sniper scope after his brother's reminder and finally seeing Jia's boat. He awkwardly scratched his head. Here, your 2 catches. To the surprise of the brothers, when the opposing boat approached, they were quite friendly. Not only did they not make things difficult for them, but they also tossed the seagulls they had hunted onto their boat. Are you residents of the nearby island? After Jia threw the seagull to the other party, he inquired about their identities. The 2 boys said shyly, we are from Aldo town nearby. We went out to hunt and practice our shooting skills. I am Anthony A1, and this is my brother Anthony A4. The older brother introduced himself and his younger brother to Diameter. Sorry, we didn't know your boat was in that direction and disturbed you. After the introduction, A1 apologized again to Diameter. It's okay. Jia shook his head without any concern. If that's the case, your town is nearby. Could you take us there to rest for a while? We've been quite exhausted from sailing lately. Jia heard that there were islands nearby, so he thought about stopping there to rest before setting off again. The long sailing life at sea had become a bit too monotonous. No problem. Ada and a C nodded. They saw that Jia and his companions were about the same age as them, and they didn't look like bad people, so they agreed to Jia's request. Jia pulled the 2 brothers' small boat onto their deck and, guided by them, set sail towards their town. As they traveled, they chatted, and Jia learned more about their story from the 2 brothers. They were born in the nearby town of Aldo, and their father was a famous marksman on several small islands around. No one on the surrounding islands could surpass their father's shooting skills. Ada is the eldest son, and a C is the second son. Originally, there should have been an older brother and an older sister before a C, but due to inadequate medical conditions, the older brother and sister both died shortly after birth. Our shooting skills were all taught by our father. He says that both my brother and I are born marksmen, with talents even greater than his. A C proudly introduced his father to Diameter. Your father must be an impressive person to have raised both of you. Once we reach the island, I must pay him a visit. Jia said after listening that their father is an amazing person. There is no opportunity left. As soon as Jia spoke, Ada and a C simultaneously lowered their heads, their expressions suddenly turning sorrowful. 6 months ago, a group of pirates attacked our town, and my father fought against them. Although he repelled the pirates with his incredible marksmanship, he was severely injured himself and passed away just a few days later. Ada sadly explained the situation to Jia, expressing the hatred both brothers felt towards those pirates. Jia felt a bit sorry for unintentionally touching on the painful memories of the 2 boys. I'm really sorry for bringing up your sad memories, but you need to be strong. Your father is no longer here, and as the men of the family, your mother needs you to take good care of her. Jia tried to comfort the 2. Over a month after their father's death, their mother fell ill and ultimately couldn't survive, passing away 2 months ago as well. However, Jia's words not only failed to soothe the Anthony brothers, but instead made their eyes even darker. This Jia was somewhat speechless and didn't know what to say for a moment, so he could only remain silent. After Jia had exhausted the conversation, a small island finally appeared in their sight amidst the quiet atmosphere. Something's not right. Although they had arrived at Anthony and the others' island, Jia's keen ears faintly picked up the sounds of gunfire and screams coming from the island. There was fighting on the island ahead. Kid also noticed, and he sprang up from the deck to the bow of the ship to observe the situation on the island. What? How could there be fighting on our island? The Anthony brothers were surprised by Jia and Kid's words. I don't know, it could be pirates or something. Anyway, there's indeed fighting happening on your island right now. As they got closer, the sounds in Jia's ears became clearer. Kid, you protect Victoria and slowly bring the ship closer to the island. Kira and I will take the 2 brothers and go ashore first. Jia shouted to Kid, then transformed into an armed helicopter, taking them into the cabin in front of the stunned Anthony brothers before flying towards the island. Kira transformed into lightning, moving faster than Jia, appearing in the sky above the island in the blink of an eye, then finding the right direction and disappearing again. Wait for me, you 2. Realizing a battle might occur, Kid was anxious. He didn't want to fall behind Jia and Kira. He could only desperately maneuver the small boat to catch up. At the same time, Kid secretly resolved to develop flying techniques when he returned. Otherwise, every time he encountered situations like this, his inability to fly would mean he could never keep up with Jia and Kira, always lagging behind. Kira arrived at the battle scene first. When he got there, he saw a group of pirates slaughtering the villagers on the island. The villagers, not wanting to sit idly by, fought back, but unfortunately, their weapons and the number of people who could participate in the battle were not advantageous against the pirates. Under the fierce onslaught of the pirates, People were continuously getting injured or killed. Seeing this, Kidra quickly activated his powers to help the villagers on the island. Thunder Whip. Kira's arms were wrapped with two whips made of lightning, dragging them from the air down to the ground. Bang! Kira shook, causing the lightning whips to emit a crisp sound in the air. Whoosh! Controlling the two lightning whips, Kidra surrounded the pirates, and the high-voltage current zapped the pirates who were touched by the whips, instantly turning them to charred remains. Devil Fruit User? On the pirate ship, the moment Kidra appeared, the one who sensed danger quickly hid behind, avoiding the fate of being electrocuted by Kidra. He was shocked to find such a powerful ability user on this island, especially since there hadn't been one when he arrived 6 months ago. Due to Kira's intervention, the battle between the pirates and the villagers came to a halt. The pirates suffered heavy losses from Kira's casual attack, and at that moment, they all began to retreat, trying to distance themselves from the devil surrounded by lightning above. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Dia's armed helicopter also arrived at the scene with the sound of whirring propellers. Damn it, these pirates dare to come to our town. The Anthony brothers recognized the pirates below through the open cabin. They were the same group that had attacked their town 6 months ago, and their father had died because of them. Seeing their sworn enemies, especially the murderers of their father, the Anthony brothers' eyes turned red, with flames of hatred burning fiercely within them. Bang, bang, bang. Without a second thought, the two aimed their sniper rifles at the pirates below, starting to take them out one by one. The pirate ship received a focused attack, with half of the brothers' bullets aimed at the one who had sensed the danger. However, the opposing pirates were skilled enough to navigate the Grand Line and survive until now. Their agile movements allowed them to dodge most of the bullets, and the few that couldn't be avoided were blocked by the large sword in their hands. Boys, the wind is tight. Knowing they had two ability users assisting the opposition, the pirate captain, realizing he had no chance of winning, began to call for his subordinates to retreat. He had originally come back to take revenge after hearing that the sharpshooter who had driven them away last time was severely injured and dead. But he did not expect to encounter two even more terrifying foes this time, resulting in greater losses than before. However, the pirate captain was not thinking about that now. He desperately started to flee, knowing that if he was late, he might not make it out alive. Damn it, don't let them escape. Seeing the enemy begin to run into the island's forest, the Anthony brothers were anxious to jump from the helicopter, which was over 10 meters high. Don't worry, not a single one of these pirates will escape. Dia's voice echoed in the cabin as he reassured the two brothers not to panic. At that moment, Kidra had also stopped hovering in the air. He transformed into lightning and directly appeared in front of the pirates' escape route, blocking everyone's way. Get out of my way. Although he knew that the person in front of him was a capable user and difficult to deal with, he was too desperate to escape to care much. He raised his large sword and swung it, cleaving Kidra in half. I thought you were strong, but it turns out like this. Without the devil fruit, you're just trash. Seeing the opponent split in two, the pirate captain felt a sense of pride. However, his smile had barely lingered for 2 seconds before it froze. The guy he had just cut in half transformed into blue arcs of electricity. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he reformed into a single entity. Watching Kidra fully restored, with not even a tear in his clothes, the pirate captain felt like he was about to collapse. He had no idea what kind of monster was in front of him. He couldn't believe that someone could survive being cut in half. As an ordinary pirate in the Grand Line, knowing about devil fruits was already the limit of his knowledge. He had no idea that there were Logia-type abilities among them. Scum like you deserve to go to hell. Let my lightning send you off. Kidra ignored the pirate's astonishment, releasing a massive amount of electricity that enveloped the entire area. The powerful current coursed through all the pirates' bodies. The pirate captain tried to dodge with agile speed, but Kira's range of lightning was too vast. He couldn't escape before being touched by it, ultimately having to watch helplessly as the thunder wrapped around him. Kira's electricity shocked the pirates so severely that they could see their own skeletons through the lightning. Finally, when Dia landed with the Anthony brothers, the two could only see a ground full of charred corpses, with not a single living person in sight. They should have been happy to see their father's murderer dead before them, but the gruesome scene made them swallow hard. The impact of what lay before them was too great. It was at this moment that they realized they had encountered a group of terrifyingly powerful monsters today. Let's go see how the others in your town are doing. The pirate attack was so intense just now. Many must have been injured. Fortunately, we have a doctor among us who can help them. Dia patted the shoulders of the two brothers, pulling them back from their shock, and gestured for them to first look at the other people in their town. Reminded, the two brothers finally put away their astonishment and quickly ran towards the townspeople. Dia and Kidra slowly followed behind. At this moment, the townspeople were still in a fog, not understanding what had happened, who had helped them, and why the Anthony brothers knew such powerful individuals. They had many questions. Just then, the appearance of the Anthony brothers gave them a chance to ask. They surrounded the two brothers and began to ask questions all at once. Faced with the townspeople's confusion, the brothers could only recount in detail how they came to know Diameter. Upon hearing this, the townspeople looked at Jia and Kira coming from behind, filled with gratitude. With appreciative expressions in their eyes, they surrounded Jia and repeatedly bowed in thanks. After Jia calmed everyone's emotions, the scene finally quieted down, and they began to treat the injured. The battle? Is it over? Did you take down the enemy without waiting for me? It was only at this moment that Kid arrived late. As soon as he appeared, he started complaining to Jia and Kira. Stop messing around here. Jia gave Kid's head a slap, ignoring his complaints. Let Luo and the others out to rest for a while. This place happens to need Luo's help as a doctor. Jia spoke to Victoria. Victoria nodded, and then one by one, the people inside her body appeared, astonishing Anthony and his brother, revealing that a little girl could be such a magical existence. As everyone came out, they began to engage in free activities. Inside the castle, they learned about the events happening outside through the windows of Victoria's eyes and the explanations provided by Victoria's avatar, so no one was curious. Only Ro started to join in the aid of the wounded, and with his help, the injuries of the wounded were quickly controlled, with no one at risk of death due to their injuries. By the time this was all done, night had fallen. To thank Jia and their companions for their help, the townspeople came together to hold a grand feast for them. After being warmly welcomed by everyone, Jia and his group stayed on the island for 2 days. After 2 days, Jia decided it was time to set off again. Before leaving, he found the Anthony brothers. You too, would you like to leave with us and see the outside world? Your shooting talent is exceptional, and you should venture into the outside world. It will help you go further on the path of becoming snipers and gain more experience. Before they left, Jia extended an invitation to the Anthony brothers. After that, their group would certainly be venturing out to sea, facing various dangers and challenges, and they needed more talents to join them. The profession of sniper was what their team was currently lacking, and Jia thought these two brothers were quite good. Not only did they have a high talent for shooting, but Jia also recognized their character. From what he learned from the townspeople over the past 2 days, the brothers had been kind and helpful since childhood, often assisting everyone in the town, and they were also very brave, willing to fight against pirates. Jia felt that this sniper was a true marksman, much stronger than Usopp, who merely relied on following the protagonist and trembled in fear whenever faced with danger. When Jia extended his invitation, the Anthony brothers agreed without much hesitation. After their parents passed away, they had been longing to see the outside world. Now, with Jia's invitation to join a powerful group to explore the seas, it was the perfect opportunity. Having decided to leave with Jia, the Anthony brothers bid farewell to everyone in the town. The townsfolk were very supportive of the brothers going to sea with their benefactors. Each family offered their best food to the Anthony brothers, who then boarded Jia's ship, leaving the island together. After departing from the Anthony brothers' hometown, Jia and the others did not make any further stops and quickly sailed towards Cactus Island. A few days later, they successfully arrived at the town of Whiskey Peak on Cactus Island. Upon landing here again, having learned from their previous experience, no one on the island dared to have any designs on Jia and his group. Instead, everyone avoided them as if they were plague. After resting on the island for a day, Bippo confirmed the direction to Reverse Mountain, and Jia set off again. Soon, they arrived at the familiar foot of Reverse Mountain. Kuroka's was surprised to see this group of kids back again. However, Jia and the others clearly did not want to engage with him, which made him lose interest in approaching them. Using the old method, Jia transformed into a helicopter and flew everyone over Reverse Mountain, returning to the East Sea. Finally back, looking at the sea surface of the East Sea, Jia sighed, reflecting on the significant gains from this voyage. In addition to the Thunder Fruit and the blueprints for the Arc Maxim, they also acquired the shipwright and mechanic Tony Atlantis, the future supernova Apua, and the sniper brothers Anthony A and Anthony C. They had strengthened their small team. Let's head back to Frost Moon Village first. Zoro and Kuina, you two have snuck out for so long. Mr. Yassup must be very worried. Jia decided to return to Frost Moon Village first, to send Zoro and Kuina back. In the East Sea, it has been more than a year since Jia and the others came back to Frost Moon Village, and during this time, the East Sea has been very peaceful. Jia and the others didn't idle when they returned to the East Sea. Now that they had the blueprints for the Mine Arc and the Thunder Fruit for energy, it was natural to build the ship. This time, they didn't look for other shipyards but instead assigned the task to Tony Atlan, the mechanic and shipbuilder of their team. After taking on this important responsibility, Tony diligently studied the blueprints and analyzed the materials needed. Dia and the others then began to search for these materials throughout the EC, where they had plenty of gold at their disposal, so there was nothing they couldn't find. Meanwhile, Tony collaborated with Kidra to manufacture the golden components according to the blueprints. Over the course of a year, in this busy environment, Tony managed to produce more than half of the materials needed for the Arkansas. One day, Dia and the others didn't go out to search for materials. Instead, they all gathered near a cliff close to Frostmoon Village. This was a secret port they had established specifically for building their ship. They had nearly collected all the materials available in the EC, and the only thing left to find was the wood needed for the hull. However, Dia had no intention of looking for suitable materials to build the ship. Having traveled through time, he had seen too many steel warships. He looked down on the wooden ships of the Pirate King world and deemed them too inferior. If he were to build a ship himself, it would naturally be an ironclad vessel. He shared his thoughts with Tony and introduced him to various ship designs and knowledge from his world. After hearing this, Tony was not only unfazed, but also very excited. He felt that Dia's idea was truly genius. Such an ironclad ship had never been attempted or imagined in the entire world. If he could build it, it would be a milestone in shipbuilding history. Tony immediately expressed his intention to modify the blueprints, adding more ideas to the original Mayan arc design. As Tony replanned, everyone stayed by his side, offering their suggestions and opinions. Brother Dia, just as the discussion heated up, Kuina and Zoro came running towards them. Kuina and Zoro, why aren't you two practicing swordsmanship today? How did you end up here? Dia was a bit confused. The two of them had been practicing swordsmanship during the day, and they only had time to come find him before dinner. It was unusual for them to come at this time. I'm here to tell you that a group of pirates has recently arrived in the EC. I've heard they came from the Grand Line, and they're a pirate crew made up of fishmen called the Evil Dragon Pirates. This Evil Dragon Pirates has already attacked many villages in the EC recently. Kuina came over to tell Dia that she had heard others discussing a group of pirates during training today. Fishmen? Evil Dragon Pirates? Dia was a bit surprised, not expecting that this time was when along came from the Grand Line to the EC. This means that Jinbei has become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Dia thought to himself that in the original story, Arlong was imprisoned and impelled down after failing to attack the Navy's warship in an attempt to avenge his brother on the day Tiger was killed. It wasn't until Jinbei became one of the 7 warlords of the sea that he was pardoned and released. Since Arlong had come, it was likely that Nami's hometown had either already been occupied by the Arlong pirates or was about to be. Nami's adoptive mother, Belle Ri, couldn't have fallen victim to Arlong's hands, could she? Dia is somewhat worried. She admires Nami's adoptive mother, a woman who, despite not being married, adopted 2 children and worked hard to raise them, choosing to remain unmarried for that purpose. In the end, unwilling to deny the fact that she is the mother of the 2 children, she calmly faced her death, causing the 2 children to worry. Dia does not want such a great mother to die like in the original work. She has left, and a few people are coming with me to set sail. I want to meet this evil dragon pirate crew. Dia greeted everyone, preparing to take down the evil dragon pirate crew. He only hoped it wasn't too late to save Belumel. I'll go with you. Hearing that there was a fight to be had, Kid, the belligerent one, was the first to jump up. We want to go too. Johnny, Joseph, Shachi, and Pekin also stepped forward to sign up. Although Law didn't speak, he stood forward with a proud demeanor, his gaze fixed on Diameter. Even without words, Dia understood his intention. He wanted to join as well. The other boys, though not making a fuss, looked at Dia with eager eyes. Me too. Take me along. My swordsmanship is already quite impressive. I can help you fight. Zoro raised 2 swords that Dia had given him, which were even taller than he was, and shouted that he wanted to go too. Kuina, carrying the Wado Ikamanji, also thought about joining the fight to gain practical experience. You 2 little brats can forget it. It's not your time to shine yet. Zoro and Kuina were still too young, and Dia was not prepared to take them into battle, so he decisively rejected their requests. As for you 2, go practice your swordsmanship properly. You're grown-ups now, and with your level, you can't even last 10 rounds against Zoro and Kuina. Aren't you embarrassed thinking about going out to fight? With your skills, you just be handing over your heads to the enemy. Dia then sternly refused Johnny and Joseph. Since returning to Frostmoon Village, Dia had been taking them to the dojo to learn swordsmanship. Their fundamentals were too weak, and they had no talent. If they didn't lay a foundation in their teenage years, they would likely achieve nothing in the future. Therefore, Dia was quite strict with them. After Dia's words, Johnny and Joseph stopped clamoring to go. They lowered their heads, feeling a bit embarrassed. Indeed, they couldn't even defeat 2 small children, and they were the kind who could be beaten with one hand. I want to go. I'm a doctor. I want to see the anatomical structures of mermaids and humans, to see if there are any differences. Jia was thinking about rejecting Luo because Luo was still young. However, Luo preemptively interrupted Jia's words. Jia thought what he said made sense, so he nodded in agreement to bring him along. He then called on Xiaoqi and Pei Jin, as both of them were particularly skilled in underwater combat, no less than the mermen. Jia brought them along just in case Aaron and the others escaped into the water. He then called on Kid and Drake, who were also among the stronger members of the team. Kira, I'm counting on you to keep an eye on them and not cause any trouble. Finally, dia reminded Kira, who was the most reliable one in the team and also possessed strong abilities to guard the home and watch over the remaining partners. Jia felt very at ease with this arrangement. After preparing everything, Jia set out to sea with a few people on their small boat. After Jia set sail, he did not specifically seek out the traces of the Arlong pirates. Instead, he went straight to Coco West Village. If Belmere was still alive, then Arlong would come here after her, and Jia could intercept him in advance. If Belmere was dead, then the Arlong pirates base would also be on this island. To better utilize Nami's talents and control her, Arlong chose the location of his base in his hometown. When Jia and the others had just landed on the island, in front of Balumel's house in Coco Village, Balumel had a huge tooth mark on her shoulder, with blood continuously flowing from it, while two little girls were being firmly protected under her. Since you only have 200,000 berries, can only choose to protect 2 people. The remaining one has to be killed by us, Arlong said, looking arrogantly at Balumel. Then this 200,000 berries is the protection fee for my 2 daughters. As a former member of the Righteous Navy, how could I ever submit to a pirate? Just like in the original work, Balumel chose to use the 200,000 berries to protect her 2 children, Nami and Nojiko, and she was prepared to die. Then go die, you lowly human. Your weak race is destined to be ruled by our powerful fishmen. With a choice made, Arlong shouted, raising his large serrated sword Shanfeng, ready to strike at Balumel's neck. The surrounding humans turned away sadly, unable to bear to watch, while the fishmen excitedly looked at their captain, making the humans tremble in fear. Clang! However, Arlong's serrated sword did not manage to strike down. A flying knife shot through the air and deflected his sword, striking the ground beside Balumel. Who is it? Which fool dares to interrupt my good deed? With the execution interrupted, Arlong's mood soured significantly. He felt his reputation was being challenged. You, a foul fish, talking about how humans are lowly and fishmen are noble. It's really disgusting. You can only bully ordinary people. Today I will let you see reality. Kid descended from the sky. Behind him were a pair of metallic wings. This was a new technique he developed specifically for flying, and the wings were sharp, making them a good choice for a weapon as well. The metal was extracted from the Earth's elements and successfully fused through magnetism. This was a significant breakthrough in his recent ability development, allowing him to extract metal elements from the environment at any time, even without nearby metal weapons or products. His ability could still exert power. This was the result of his research after eating the devil fruit, following Dia's suggestion. However, there were still some difficulties. The range and quantity of metal elements he could absorb were quite limited. Where did this kid come from? Don't think just because you're an ability user, you can be arrogant here among us noble fishmen. Arlong recognized that the red-haired kid opposite him was an ability user, after all. He had been in the Grand Line for many years and had encountered many ability users. I don't have time to waste with you. That guy behind is about to catch up. Kid flapped his wings and got closer to Arlong. This time he arrived before Dia, aiming to have more combat opportunities before Dia arrived, as his chances to make a move would decrease afterward. Swish! Kid flew low, changing direction and slashing the sharp edge of his wings toward Arlong. Bang! Arlong blocked with his serrated sword, but the immense force made him stagger backward. Impossible. Our fishman's strength is 10 times that of humans. Arlong is one of the strongest among us fishmen. How could he be pushed back by a little human? Arlong's retreat left the surrounding fishmen in disbelief. You despicable human, you must have used some underhanded means. I will kill you. One fishman lackey, unable to bear the fact, raised his weapon and charged at Kid. Swish! A flying knife whizzed by, slashing the fishman's neck before he could take 2 steps. Trash shouldn't interfere with me. You'll end up dead, Kid said dismissively. Damn it! How dare you kill our fishmen? Arlong was furious. Seeing his kin killed made his eyes turn red, and he charged at Kid, vowing to kill him. Bang! Kid kicked out to block Arlong's weapon. Seizing the opportunity, he chose not to use his powers to kill Arlong immediately, but instead decided to use his body to confront him, just to test his recent physical training. Kid's natural talent was among the best among humans. Although he wasn't as powerful as in the original work yet, He was not at a disadvantage when facing a fishman with 10 times the strength. In fact, he seemed to have a slight edge over Arlong in terms of strength. Great. A human can hold off those fishmen. Balumel is safe. The villagers of Cocoa Village watched Kid and Arlong's battle with excitement. Balumel also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she didn't want to die, as she still hoped to raise Nami in Nojiko. Damn humans, how can they still fantasize about Arlong losing? Unforgivable. On the fishman's side, they couldn't intervene in Arlong and Kid's battle. Upon hearing the villagers' discussions, they vented their anger on the villagers. Raising their weapons, they moved toward the villagers. Oh no, the villagers thought it was bad. That red-haired kid was being held up by Arlong, and they were no match for these fishmen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, before the villagers could worry, several yellow laser beams shot from a distance, piercing through the first few charging fishmen. There are others. That red-haired guy isn't alone. Seeing their comrades fall, the fishmen looked at Dia and the others slowly walking toward them and retreated a few steps, shouting. Clang! A sword blocked Kid's wings, and Arlong took a few steps back voluntarily. The ability of the Navy's Borsalino? Seeing Dia's laser beams earlier made him feel a wave of panic. It was that Navy officer who could shoot lasers that easily defeated him back then. Looks like you're quite afraid of Borsalino. You're not as dismissive of all humans as you claimed, are you? Dia tilted his head, revealing a mocking expression. If you don't have the strength to show off in the Grand Line, coming to the East Blue to seek superiority, you should at least consider whether I, the Great One, agree with that. Stinky fish and rotten shrimp. Gia Mircilizli, Machiadarlo, showing disdain for such an extreme racist who only bullied the weak and feared the strong. You guy, you're just a fake. Today I'm going to kill you. And then I'll go kill that despicable Marine, Borsalino. Stung by the opponent's words, Arlong was furious, his anger turning into a fit of rage. He was only loud in his threats. Dia looked disdainful. Stop playing around, quickly take care of this guy. Just watching him bounce around is already annoying. Dia signaled Kid to finish off the opponent quickly and not linger to annoy him. Although Kid was somewhat dissatisfied with Dia's orders, he obediently complied. Magnetic battle car. Kid pressed his hand on the ground, causing the earth around him to tremble, and then a large amount of metal elements surged from beneath the ground, quickly forming a cool metallic battle car in front of him. Die, all of you! Provoked repeatedly, Arlong angrily raised his serrated knife and charged forward. Let go! Kid glanced at Arlong's weapon, and at his command, the serrated knife was attracted by magnetic force and flew out of Arlong's hand, no matter how hard Arlong tried. He couldn't stop it. Battle car charge with a wave of his hand. The battle car charged toward Arlong, with sharp metal spikes growing at the front. Being hit would instantly turn a person into a porcupine. Damn it. Weaponless. Arlong could only helplessly rage. How could such childish things pierce our fishman's tough skin? Watch me crush your toy. Without a weapon, Arlong could only charge and barehanded. However, despite being unarmed, he was confident in the toughness of his fishman's skin, believing that the spikes posed no threat to him. Fool, don't compare my synthetic metal to ordinary trash. Kid mocked Arlong's ignorance and controlled the battle car to charge at him. Buffed, with just one collision, 2 spikes from the battle car pierced through Arlong's palm. Realizing he was in trouble, Arlong gripped the metallic battle car tightly with his pierced hand, trying to halt its charge. Magnetic cannon. However, Kid calmly manipulated the magnetism, and a cannon barrel appeared aimed at Arlong's chest. Boom! A large metallic sphere was shot out, sending Arlong flying and crashing onto the ground far away. Magnetic mechanical arm. Kid swiftly appeared beside the magnetic battle car, pressing down on it. The battle car disassembled into metal elements, wrapping around Kid's right arm to form a massive metallic mechanical arm. This mechanical arm was different from the techniques in Kid's original story. It was not a hodgepodge of various metal weapons and products, but rather tailored for metal elements, fitting perfectly while also being aesthetically pleasing. Smack! Kid didn't give Arlong the chance to get up, delivering a metal slapdown. While Kid was incapacitating Arlong, the others were also busy. Drake transformed into dinosaur form, rampaging through the fishman ranks, with no fishman able to withstand his charge. Drake's strength was already far beyond that of an average person. Without consuming a fruit, he was stronger than a fishman, and having eaten the dinosaur fruit, he was like a giant compared to the fishmen, who seemed as weak as infants in his hands. Drake sent fishmen flying into the air, making them crash down hard. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if fishmen were falling like dumplings from the sky. Law, on the other hand, stood still and unfolded his surgical space. Any fisherman who stepped into his surgical space was automatically dismembered, while he carefully studied the fisherman's body structure. Dia pointed with his finger, and under the laser beam, whoever he pointed at would die. Where did these people come from? The vicious fishmen in their hands were as weak as children. The surrounding villagers watched in shock as Dia and the others easily slaughtered the fishmen using various methods. Barumel was also quite surprised. Having been in the Navy, she had experienced many battles and faced numerous pirates. However, she had never encountered anyone as strong as these individuals. At least in the East Sea, Barumel believed that no navy could match up to them. The battle soon ended, with fishmen corpses lying all around Dia and the others, including the cadres of the evil dragon pirate crew. Not a single fishman was left alive. Even the octopus fishman, who practiced the 8-blade style, was included. He didn't care whether he was the deputy of the pirate king, Rayleigh, who had saved him. He didn't have a habit of Luffy's straw hat crew. He would only defeat his opponents and never give them a finishing blow. His habit was that as long as it was an enemy, he would leave no survivors, and those who were still alive would receive a couple more slashes. At this moment, Kid dragged Arlong by one leg, treating him like a dead dog, and tossed him in front of Dia, leaving him with a breath, waiting for Dia to deal with him. Dealing with a weakling like Arlong, who could only act tough in the EC, was too easy for Kid. Swish! Facing the barely alive Arlong, Dia swiftly struck, decapitating him with one blow, firmly implementing his policy of leaving no survivors. Thank you all for helping us defeat the evil dragon pirate crew. Only then did the villagers of Cocoa West Village dare to approach the battlefield to thank Dia and the others for their help. Thank you for saving me, allowing me the chance to raise Nami and Nojiko. Barumel held one of each of her 2 adopted daughters and came to thank Dia and the others. No need for thanks. This group of fishmen was a bit arrogant, and I found them quite displeasing. I had long wanted to deal with them. Helping you is just a matter of convenience. Dia waved his hand, unwilling to be seen as a good person by others. In his mind, being a good person was a difficult task. No matter what you say, I still want to thank you. Barumel ignored Dia's words and expressed his gratitude anyway. Speaking of which, you are all quite young, yet your strength is so impressive, and you are all devil fruit users. Would you be interested in joining the Navy? I used to be in the Navy, but retired for some reasons. If you agree, I can recommend you to join the Navy. With your strength and talent, I believe you will receive significant training and have a high chance of being sent to the Navy headquarters for further development. Barumel tried to persuade Dia and the others to join the Navy, hoping that their powerful abilities could be used for justice. We become a Navy. Dia smiled and thought that even if he wanted to join the Navy would have to agree, and he and Kid were both wanted criminals. Moreover, they were wanted for the massacre of nobles and kings of the world government's allied nations. Generally, pirate fugitives might have a chance of being pardoned, but for them, it was destined that they could never be pardoned and would always be wanted. As long as they dared to appear in front of the Navy, let alone join, they would probably be immediately targeted and captured by the Navy. Forget it. We prefer freedom and can't stand the constraints of the Navy. This current situation is pretty good. Sailing around the sea. Whenever they find a place they like, they can stop and stay for a while. This kind of free and easy life is quite good. Dia shook his head to decline Balumel's invitation, but he didn't mention that he and Kid were wanted criminals. Will you be sailing around? Balumel noticed that the group of boys was unwilling to join the Navy and didn't press them. But at that moment, Nami, who was beside her, perked up when she heard Dia mention sailing. Her dream was to draw a world map, and to achieve that, she had to go out to sea and explore. Therefore, she envied those who could sail freely, but unfortunately, she was still too young to go out to sea. Nami's voice drew Dia's attention to her. Little Nami was just a few years old at this time, but it was already evident that she would grow up to be a beauty. Yes, we often go out to sea, the West Blue, South Blue, North Blue, and the Grand Line. We've been all of them. Nami was the 3rd member of the main character group he encountered, and she was also recognized as the most talented navigator in the pirate world. Dia answered Nami's question. You guys are amazing. Not only have you traveled through the 4 seas, but you've even been to the dangerous and mysterious waters of the Grand Line. Nami looked at Dia and the others with admiration and envy. She was thinking about what those places were like in the South Sea, dreaming of one day being able to set sail like them. Can you take me with you when you set sail? I'm really useful. I'm a skilled navigator and can help you solve many sailing problems. Nami looked at Dia with hopeful eyes, wishing to sail with the people who saved her adoptive mother today to fulfill her dream. We can't take you. You're still just a little kid. Dia made a face and rejected Nami's request. Nami's expression clearly showed disappointment. Nami, you're still too young. How can you go out to sea with them? her sister Nojiko said, pointing out that it was impossible for someone Nami's age to think about going out to sea. Nojiko was right. At such a young age, wanting to run away is not something I will agree to, Belmare said, while pinching Nami's ear as a lesson. You should honestly focus on growing up first. Nami struggled hard and escaped from Belmare's grasp, making a face at her. So when I grow up, can you take me out to sea? Before that, I will definitely work hard to learn navigation and become an excellent navigator. Nami, still undeterred, looked at Dio with hope. Since they didn't agree to take her now, she thought about going with them after she grew up. Let's talk about it when you grow up. Did it not give Nami a definite answer? Nami is not Zoro. Zoro is someone Dia definitely wants to bring into a small group. However, Dia is very hesitant about Nami. In the original work, Dia has a neutral view of Nami, neither good nor bad. As for being his companion, Dia first rejects the character of Nami from the original work, believing it does not fit his team. Dia also dislikes some of Nami's actions, but that was in the original work. Nami grew up wildly after losing Belmare's guidance. Now, because of his changes, Belmare did not die, and with her teachings, Nami will definitely be very different from her original character. At the very least, Nami will not resort to theft. Although due to her family's poverty, she may still have a love for money. However, it will definitely not be to the same obsessive degree as in the original work. Dia wants to see Nami's growth before deciding whether to bring her into his team. Dia did not give a precise answer, which left Nami a bit disappointed. However, she quickly regained her spirits, determined to work hard, prove herself to the other party, and then join them when she grew up. After wrapping up this topic, Dia and the others were warmly received by the villagers, who thanked them for their help that day. After eating and drinking to their fill, Dia was ready to leave with Kid and the others. Before departing, Nami asked Dia to tell her about his current stay in Frostmoon Village. On the small boat, Dia and his companions slowly left while waving goodbye to the villagers. Since they were out this time, Dia did not intend to return to Frostmoon Village so soon. He took his companions back to the Bar-Tai restaurant, ready for a hearty meal. Welcome back, guests. What would you like to eat this time? The chef, who looked like Popeye, greeted them at the restaurant door. This was their third visit. They had also come once after returning from the Grand Line, so the restaurant staff was quite familiar with them. Beautiful ladies, your food has arrived. Dia and the others found a table and sat down, waiting for their food to arrive. Sanji came rushing out from the kitchen with his short legs, each hand carrying a dish of food, very steady. Upon hearing that the previous guests had returned, he eagerly served the dishes while also taking a look at the beautiful ladies. Why are there only you few? The beautiful ladies didn't come? As he saw that only Dia and a few others were there, and that the three beauties were absent, Sanji instantly lost his enthusiasm and casually placed the food on their table, turning his head away in displeasure. Damn little pervert. What kind of attitude is that towards guests? Be careful, or I'll have your restaurant torn down. Kid was very unhappy with the little pervert's attitude. TCH, Sanji shot a sideways glance at Kid, ignoring his outburst, and returned to the kitchen since there were no beauties to serve. Well, what is the point of fussing with the kid? We're here to eat. Let's not ruin the mood. Dia held back the angry Kid, allowing him to eat his food in peace. As for Sanji, Dia didn't feel much either. Although Sanji is one of the three main powerhouses of the Straw Hat crew and performs well in the original work, his flaws are too obvious. Any woman can easily take down Sanji. His chivalrous spirit prevents him from laying a hand on any female opponent. Whenever he encounters a female adversary, without the help of his companions, Sanji is often the one getting beaten up. Dia really wants to complain about Sanji's personality. If it weren't for being in the main character group and having the protagonist Halo, he would have had no chance of making it to the New World. He would have been dealt with by a woman somewhere in the East Blue or the Grand Line. This is also the reason why Dia has come to Bar-Tai so many times, but has never tried to get closer to Sanji or bring him into her small group. Sanji's fatal flaw, without a certain amount of luck to back it up, would only lead to him dragging his companions down. Dia does not want any bad teammates in his small team. His team is already perfect, consisting of a group of like-minded individuals. They have been together since childhood, sharing deep bonds, and each person has their own abilities and roles. With their division of labor and cooperation, they work very well together. In Shuangyue Village, the port where Dia and his team are building the Ark has changed significantly. Various parts and a large amount of steel are neatly stacked on the ground, which is a result of their hard work over a long period. During this time, apart from training, sleeping, and eating, Dia and his team have spent all their time helping Tony build the warship. Tony's blueprints have been revised, and now they just need to follow the designs to fabricate the parts and assemble them onto the ship. However, this is a massive project that cannot be completed in just a day or two. According to Tony's estimates, with everyone's help, It will take several years to successfully build the warship. After finishing the fabrication of one part from the blueprints, Dia and the others are resting at the port. A messenger seagull flies overhead, and Dia waves his hand, signaling for the seagull to come down. He wants a copy of today's newspaper. Diana took out a coin and placed it in the small pouch hanging on the chest of the newspaper gull. After the newspaper gull handed Diana a newspaper, it flew away again. Dia finds this aspect of the One Piece world very interesting. Newspapers are delivered by special seagulls, completely eliminating the need for human labor. Moreover, these delivery seagulls can ignore the barriers of the four seas and the Grand Line, easily flying to any location. This allows newspapers to spread quickly in a world where transportation is very inconvenient. The specially trained delivery seagulls have high intelligence and can communicate simply with humans. The celestial dragons are coming to the East Blue. Dia looked at the news in the newspaper, which reported that the celestial dragon Charlemagne would soon be visiting the kingdom of Goa in the East Sea. Dia was deep in thought. This matter was described in the original work. Due to the visit of the celestial dragons, the high-ranking officials and nobles of the Goa kingdom wanted to make a good impression on them, so they planned to burn down the Uncertain Dump. The Uncertain Dump was similar to the place in Kid and Killer's hometown, where people in the city of Goa disposed of various garbage and household waste. Many impoverished people relied on the Uncertain Dump for their livelihood, and a large number of poor people lived around it. The Great Fire in the Goa kingdom showed no consideration for these individuals. Sabo, one of the brothers of Luffy and Ace, discovered this in advance and tried to stop the fire but failed. Eventually, Sabo, who had lost hope in the entire country, decided he didn't want to stay in the Goa kingdom anymore. He chose to set sail early but was severely injured and lost his memory when a small boat obstructed the celestial dragon's vehicle on the day of departure, resulting in him being cannonied and falling into the sea, where he was ultimately rescued by Dragon of the Revolutionary Army. Remembering various scenes from the original work, Dia frowned. He was deeply disgusted by the inhuman indifference of the upper-class nobles of the Goa kingdom and the scum that the celestial dragons represented. It seemed he needed to set sail. Dia wanted to make a trip to the kingdom of Goa in the East Sea, partly to see if he could stop the fire, and also to see what the protagonist Luffy looked like when he was a child, as well as his beloved characters Ace and Sabo. After making the decision and telling his companions, Dia took everyone on a small boat heading towards the kingdom of Goa. At night, at the uncertain terminal within the kingdom of Goa, a great fire suddenly swept through the entire terminal. In their dreams, everyone was awakened by the raging flames. "It's on fire, run!" People who discovered the fire panicked and tried to escape. But at that moment, the flames had already spread, surrounding the entire uncertain terminal. People wanted to flee into the city, but the city gates were tightly closed, and the tall city walls isolated everyone outside. In a moment of desperation, people began to lose hope. No wonder he is the bloodline of Pirate King Roger. At such a young age, he already possessed Conqueror's Haki. In the midst of the flames, little Ace erupted with an unprecedented momentum to save Luffy, who was being held captive by pirates. In a critical moment, he unexpectedly awakened his Conqueror's Haki, intimidating his opponents. A tall figure wrapped in a green robe with tattoos on his face, witnessing this scene from the shadows, paused and sighed. With the help of Luffy and Ace's foster mother, Daiden, they defeated the pirates. Daiden carried Luffy on her back and took Ace, wanting to leave. However, they were surrounded by enormous flames, putting them in a desperate situation. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through, creating a pathway in front of Daiden. This pathway gave Daiden hope, and she took the two children and escaped through it. Although there were still some flames along the way, they no longer posed a deadly threat to the three of them. This country is too decayed. Beneath its glamorous exterior lies nothing but ugliness. The green-robed figure watched Daiden take Ace and Luffy away, muttering to himself, "Hoo-hoo-hoo." Then, with a wave of his sleeve, a strong wind swept in, lifting all the flames of the terminal into the sky, casting the entire island in a red glow. The people trapped by the fire rejoiced and cheered wildly in the timely wind that saved their lives. No longer hesitating, they seized the opportunity to escape. At the port, several large ships were docked. After the fleeing people arrived, those on the ships took them all away, and under the cover of night, they quietly left the island. By the next day, the people of this country would only think that those who escaped had perished in the fire, and would not suspect that they had been mysteriously rescued. "Leader, everyone has been rescued. Let's leave too," a frail guy reported to the green-robed figure. "You all take the rescued people away first. I want to stay in this country for a while longer to observe the decay and the arrival of the celestial dragons." The green-robed man shook his head, refusing his subordinate's suggestion. Let them leave first. He then went to a concealed area and boarded a red ship, the bow of which was carved in the shape of a Chinese dragon. On the ship, two individuals stood out, their large sizes noticeable even under their wide cloaks. Early the next morning, amidst the ruins of the uncertain terminal, a child in a blue noble's outfit appeared, dirty and wandering aimlessly, his eyes filled with helplessness and despair. This was Sabo, who had escaped from home. After his efforts to stop the fire failed, he was locked up by his own father when he tried to warn the uncertain terminal. Walking through the uncertain terminal, Sabo felt despair for the people in the city. Their indifference, ruthlessness, and disregard for life chilled him. He no longer had the desire to stay in this country. It felt suffocating, pressing down on him, and he desperately wanted to leave. A few days later, on the day the celestial dragons arrived, Sabo, just like in the original story, set out to sea in a small boat. On a cliffside mountain where the sea was visible, Dia and his companions were all there. He had intended to stop the fire, but he was too late. By the time he arrived, the uncertain terminal had already been reduced to ashes. However, he did not leave. He had no plans to let the nobles who caused the fire go unpunished. But he did not take action immediately, as today was the day the celestial dragons visited, and he wanted to wait until they left before making his move. For now, he didn't want to attract too much attention. At this moment, Dia and his companions quietly began to observe, waiting for the celestial dragon's ship to arrive. Not far from them, the green-robed man from that night was also there. Here they come. Is that the ship of the celestial dragons you mentioned? The biggest group of scum in this world? Truly, as world nobles, their ship is quite grand. As they waited, the celestial dragon's ship appeared in their line of sight. Why is there also a small boat in front and a child on it? At that moment, Sabo's small boat entered everyone's view, perfectly blocking the celestial dragon's path. Quick, move aside, row your boat away. The nobles of the kingdom of Goa on the shore anxiously shouted, fearing that the person on the small boat might anger the celestial dragons and tarnish their kingdom's reputation. However, the distance was too far, and Sabo couldn't hear them. He was smiling, breathing in the free air of the sea, imagining his future life at sea. The pirate flag, it was a pirate ship. The celestial dragon appeared at the bow of the ship, dressed in luxurious white clothing, wearing a glass bubble helmet that isolated the air he breathed from others. Sabo's boat, flying a black pirate flag, caught the celestial dragon's eye. Boom! Without a word, the celestial dragon raised his hand cannon and pulled the trigger at Sabo's boat. Damn it! Why are they suddenly attacking my boat? Sabo's small boat was shot, creating a small hole, and flames began to burn. Sabo took off his clothes and desperately tried to extinguish the flames, not understanding why the large ship in front had suddenly attacked him. Charlemagne Saint, there are children on that ship. An agent in black next to the celestial dragon noticed Sabo and quickly reminded him. No matter who they are, as long as they fly the black pirate flag, they are pirates. The celestial dragon ignored this and continued to aim his hand cannon at the small boat. Even more infuriating was that a commoner had the audacity to pass right by him. The celestial dragon was more concerned about this than the other's pirate identity, and he was furious about the other's behavior. That child is in danger. On Dia's side, Victoria looked anxious. Although she didn't know the child, she didn't want to see a stranger die like that. The people waiting on the shore were also shouting for Sabo to leave quickly. The mountain bandits, observing from high ground, were extremely anxious. They were worried about Sabo, while his father, the noble middle-aged man, was only concerned about Sabo in not angering the celestial dragons, fearing it would implicate him. He didn't care at all about the life or death of his son Sabo. Beep, beep, beep. The laser beam in Dia's finger was, and he didn't want to just watch as Sabo was sunk by cannonball. Although he knew that Sabo would only be seriously injured and lose his memory, but would not die, he was very disgusted by the actions of the celestial dragons. He couldn't tolerate their inhumane behavior. As for the concern that attacking the celestial dragons would attract the attention of an admiral, Dia thought, who would know it was him? As long as he took out the opponent and then escaped, keeping a low profile, everyone here was his ally. No one would spill the beans, so no one would trace it back to him. Moreover, as a transmigrator, since he had crossed into this world, why should he act so timidly? What was the point of his transmigration? In this world, he was meant to live freely and without constraints, to do whatever he wanted. If there were people he disliked, as long as he could beat them, he should deal with them. Clap! As Dia's laser was about to fire, a large hand tightly grasped his. Little brat, what you're doing will bring huge trouble, said the man in the green robe in a deep voice. He had noticed a group of people nearby from the very beginning, but he didn't pay much attention until he realized that they actually intended to attack the celestial dragons, at which point he intervened to stop Diameter. the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon? However, Dia's next words left the man in the green robe in shock. He didn't expect to be recognized by the other party. I know the consequences. Isn't it just that attacking the celestial dragons will attract the marine admirals? So what? Dia broke free from a dragon's grasp, and the celestial dragon was about to pull the trigger. He didn't want to waste words with the other party. Bang boom, the two sounds rang out simultaneously. One was Dia's laser, which, after being swept away by a gust from the dragon, missed its target and hit a nearby tree. The other was the sound of cannon fire, as Sabo's small boat was sunk by the celestial dragon. What do you mean? Dia's gaze was icy. After being interrupted by Long twice, and with Sabo also not being saved, Dia was very angry. He didn't care who the other party was. Beams of laser light flickered from his 10 fingers, aimed at Long. The rest of his companions, seeing Dia's demeanor, also assumed fighting stances. Kira's lightning flickered. Kid's magnetic power attracted a large amount of metal elements. A giant scarecrow appeared behind Hawkins, and Drake transformed into a dinosaur. Law's surgical space enveloped the area. Apua's body began to transform into an instrument. Zoro and Kuina drew their swords. Under the fierce gazes of Dia and his group, Long, although not afraid of their strength and could easily deal with them, felt an unspoken pressure surrounding him, making him feel a sense of caution. You're too impulsive. The consequences are not something you can bear. Long disregarded Dia and their malice, speaking lightly, as a gust of wind blew in from the distant sea. Thud! A small figure fell from the wind and landed on the ground. That hurts. Sabo rubbed his little butt. How did I suddenly end up here? He only remembered a hooded figure on the ship firing a cannon at him. He thought he was going to die, but unexpectedly, he was swept up into the sky by a gust of wind and then appeared here. Alas, what a pity for a child to die like this. The onlookers on the shore shook their heads in regret, looking at the sea, which was left with only shattered wooden planks. They naturally assumed that the child on the ship had been blown to death, with even the body sinking into the sea. The celestial dragons thought the same, and so he put away his hand cannon, standing proudly at the bow of the ship. This is the best outcome, making this child appear dead in everyone's eyes. At the same time, it also avoids having to act against the celestial dragons. At the moment the celestial dragon fired, Long used his powers to create a strong wind, swiftly transferring the little guy away without anyone noticing. Did you save me? The confused Sabo began to understand the situation. Uncle, we meet again. Sabo was familiar with Long. On the night he escaped from his burning home in the garbage mountain, he had encountered Long, fainting from exhaustion in front of him. Seeing that Sabo was fine, Dia retracted his powers, and the companions relaxed as well. Sabo and Ace were characters that Dia really liked, second only to Zoro. He didn't want anything to happen to them, nor did he want Sabo's amnesia to cause many regrets later. It was this guy who saved you. Dia pointed at Long and said to Sabo, although he didn't like Long very much because of what had just happened, he wouldn't hide the fact that the other person saved him. Even if Long hadn't intervened, he would have saved Sabo himself. Thank you, Uncle. Sabo expressed his gratitude to Long again. Why do you want to go out to sea at such a young age? Long asked Sabo about his reason for venturing out. This country is just too oppressive, Sabo replied, lowering his head in despair, looking very gloomy and pained. The people in this country are sick, and it's a serious illness, not one that affects the body, but the heart. The residents and nobles are filled with hypocrisy and indifference. All the prosperity and harmony here are just illusions. In this environment, I feel like I can hardly breathe. These people make me nauseous. I want to escape from here. Sabo thought about everything he had experienced these days, painfully closing his eyes as tears streamed down his face. Long was touched by Sabo's words. A noble child, unable to tolerate the filth of this country, chose to take the risk of going out to sea. He felt that such a regime needed to be urgently overthrown. In that case, why don't you come with me to sea later? Long admired Sabo. This little guy was not only his son's sworn brother, but also had sympathy for the lower classes despite being a noble. He had a heart that wanted to change this decaying country and had tried to do so with his own efforts. Really? Thank you so much, Uncle. Sabo was very happy. He had realized that he couldn't go out to sea on his own, and the uncle who had saved his life and made a good impression on him was willing to take him along, which made him very glad. Dia watched everything with a cold eye. In fact, he also wanted to bring Sabro into his team. Sabro's personality and abilities matched well with theirs, and he was very talented. Unfortunately, Long had the advantage and brought Sabro back to his original path, leaving Dia with no choice but to silently lament the missed opportunity. Since you're going to set sail with this guy, do you have any words to leave for your two brothers? I happen to be staying here for a while. If you have anything to convey, I can help you. After all, people outside think you are dead, and your two brothers probably think the same. If you don't leave a message, they might remain heartbroken for a long time. Dia adjusted his emotions and said to Sabo, "You actually know me and Luffy, Ace." Sabo was surprised that Dia knew them. "In that case, please help me send them a message. Just tell them I'm doing well and safe. And I'm going to set sail with others now. I'll be waiting for them on the sea in the future." Sabo asked Dia to reassure them. He had already set sail and didn't want to go back. Since these people were willing to help him convey the message, that was the best outcome. And this, you give this to Ace and Luffy, and they will believe your words. Sabo handed his hat to Dia, in case Ace and Luffy didn't believe him. And Gia nodded, indicating that he understood. Then you should start a new life, well, with Luffy's father. Dia finally revealed the identity of the dragon. "Hey, uncle, are you Luffy's father?" Sabo jumped up in shock at this news, not expecting that Luffy had a father. In his impression, Luffy's family only consisted of a violent old marine grandfather. He never thought there would be a father. After all, Luffy had never mentioned his father. Not only was Sabo shocked, but Dragon was also surprised. The group in front of him not only knew his identity, but also his relationship with Luffy. He had thought that apart from his father Garp, no one else would know he was Luffy's father, not even Luffy himself. This was all kept secret to protect his son from being affected by his actions. He didn't expect that these kids would find out. "Who are you? How do you know this?" Dragon looked at Dia and the others with a serious expression, now doubting if there were any secrets left within his revolutionary army. "Oh, so you really are Luffy's father." Dragon's words effectively confirmed the fact that he was Luffy's father. And Sabo looked at him with curiosity. "What's there to be tense about? The little family matters of yours, aside from me, nobody else knows." Dia rolled her eyes at the nervous Dragon. "As for who I am, it has nothing to do with you." Dia is unwilling to talk too much with Long, and he also can't express himself clearly. Dia was unwilling to say too much, and Long had no way to respond. There was no conflict between them, and he couldn't force the other party. It wasn't in his character to do such things. However, he had already decided that after returning, he would mobilize the Revolutionary Army to investigate this group thoroughly. There was nothing more to do here, and Dia didn't want to stay with Long for long. So he left with his companions. Long watched Dia and their departing figures, his gaze lingering for a long time. "Luffy, if you set sail later and encounter this group, your path to becoming the Pirate King will likely be very difficult." Long felt a sense of worry for Luffy. He could clearly sense the potential contained within this group. Once Luffy sets sail in the future and encounters them, if there is any conflict or competition, it would be hard for Luffy to win against them. This isn't about strength. Long knew Luffy's talent well enough. Given enough time, he could certainly match anyone in this world. However, in terms of companions, Luffy would never find a group that surpassed this one. It wasn't until Gia and the others disappeared from sight that Long retracted his gaze and left with Sabo. At Kolbo Mountain, the stronghold of the bandit Dayton's family, just as Gia had said, upon receiving the news of Sabo's death, everyone fell into sadness. Luffy had already cried himself out. He squatted in the corner, the atmosphere heavy with sorrow, while Ace, suppressing his own grief, took care of his younger brother. Bang! Gia and his companions found their way here and pushed the door open. The sound of the door being pushed attracted everyone's attention, and the bandits from the Dayton family looked at the unfamiliar strangers with caution. In this heavy atmosphere of sadness, Gia's gaze fell on Luffy and Ace. At this time, Luffy and Ace still looked very young, resembling children. Luffy, unlike his older self who looked like a skinny monkey, still had a bit of baby fat on his face, making him look very cute. Ace already showed signs of how he would look when he grew up, cool and impressive. "For you." Gia threw Sabo's hat to the two of them. "Zabo's hat?" Luffy and Ace were shocked as they took Sabo's hat. They recognized at a glance that this was the hat Sabo wore every day. The owner of this hat, Sabo, is not dead. He was saved by Luffy's father and is now at sea with him. He wants me to tell you both that you'll meet again on the ocean in the future. Gia told the two little ones what Sabo said. Really? Sabo is okay. After hearing this, Luffy and Ace's eyes lit up, looking at Gia with anticipation. Of course it's true. To make you believe it, the hat is what he asked me to bring to confirm for you. Gia's nod made Ace and Luffy happy. The fact that Sabo was fine was the best news of the day for them. Wah, Luffy cried out, showing his weakness. It was really great that Sabo was okay. Seeing this, Ace could only start comforting his younger brother Luffy. By the way, Luffy, when did you have a dad? How come I didn't know? Ace was surprised that Luffy's father had saved Sabo. He had never heard of Luffy's father before. Huh, I have a dad. Luffy's little head looked confused as he wiped his tears, his eyes showing a clear foolishness. Grandpa never told me, so I don't know. Luffy bit his index finger in response to Ace. His father was Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. and it was very likely that Sabo would join this organization after setting out to sea. Dia, being a good person, decided to tell them more information. After the mountain bandits expressed their gratitude to Luffy and Ace, Dia left the place. Regarding Ace, Dia really wanted to recruit him into his team, but he knew it was impossible. Among the three brothers, only Sabo had the potential to join someone else's crew. This was because he did not have such a deep obsession with becoming the Pirate King. At first, he just wanted to go to sea to pursue freedom, and then he was influenced by Ace's dream of becoming a pirate, which led him to also declare his desire to be a pirate. As for Luffy, he was determined to go to sea and gather his own crew to become the Pirate King, no matter what. Nothing could shake his resolve. Before meeting Whitebeard, Ace was the same. He would not join any crew or faction. Dia and his companions secretly infiltrated the high town of the Goya Kingdom, where the nobles and the royal palace are located. Today, in order to welcome the celestial dragons, the place was decorated extravagantly, and the streets were spotless. Dia's target is the nobility and royalty of this country, whose behavior makes him feel extremely nauseous. Finding a hidden corner, Dia and his companions quietly waited for the celestial dragons to leave. To avoid drawing attention with a huge commotion, Dia planned to act only after the celestial dragons had departed. The celestial dragons were warmly hosted in the kingdom of Goya for 2 days before leaving. After they had gone, Dia and his team began their actions. Kira, this time it's up to you to strike. Descend from the heavens with thunder and tear these guys apart. Dia decided to let Kira take action without involving anyone else. Kira only needed to quietly form a thundercloud above their high town and secretly control the lightning to strike down, killing all the nobles. By the time these nobles died, they wouldn't even know what happened. To outsiders, it would appear that the nobles of the Goya Kingdom were simply unfortunate to encounter a rare thunderstorm. Kia nodded. The nobles of his country were doing the same thing as those who released the noble from his own country. He himself was a victim of the incident in the South Sea. If it weren't for Jia's appearance and her early detection of the conspiracy, he, Kid, and Victoria might have perished in the flames. Therefore, Kira despised such behavior. As night fell, the nobles were immersed in the joy of witnessing the world's nobility and fell into a deep sleep. In the night sky, a thundercloud was quietly forming, unnoticed by the sleeping nobles. Boom! In the latter half of the night, a massive thunderclap erupted. What a loud thunder tonight. It seems heavy rain is coming. Those who were awakened looked up at the sky and quickly closed their doors and windows. Crack! A huge bolt of lightning struck down, shattering a noble's courtyard and igniting massive flames in the ruins. Crack! 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 Continuous lightning strikes destroyed more houses, and soon the high town was filled with burning ruins. Some houses were struck by lightning and caught fire. It wasn't until a dozen houses had been destroyed that the nobles in the high town realized what was happening. They looked at the raging flames and the vast ruins, falling into a panic. People were coming out. Go ahead, let these inhuman scoundrels die in fear, Jia said coldly to Kira, who was controlling the lightning in the corner. Boom! Kira nodded, and then more and more thunder began to fall from the sky, becoming denser. Various horrifying screams began to emerge from every corner of the high town. The screams were as piercing as those of evil spirits, making one feel uneasy. People were frantically fleeing under the thunder, trying to escape to a safe place. However, at that moment, not a single spot in the high town was free from the thunder's cover. Those trying to escape barely took a few steps before being turned into charred corpses by the lightning. The screams here mixed with the thunder, wailing throughout the night, waking people in other parts of the country. But the continuous thunder made no one dare to approach. It wasn't until the next morning, when the sky began to brighten and the thunder had long since disappeared, that some dared to bravely enter the high town to investigate. However, upon entering, they began to vomit uncontrollably. What met their eyes was the high town reduced to ruins. Not a single building remained intact. The ground was littered with various charred corpses in horrific poses, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of roasted flesh. Divine punishment. After vomiting, the people looked terrified as they gazed at this ghost town-like place, recalling last night's thunder and believing it to be a cruel divine punishment from above. They began to flee in panic, not daring to linger for even a moment. The next day, news spread across the entire island that all the nobles of the Goya Kingdom had been destroyed overnight by divine punishment. It was said that this was due to the nobles' heinous actions that angered the heavens. This incident began to spread further and further, and within days, the entire East Sea knew of it. From then on, a legend emerged in the East Sea, stating that one should not do evil deeds, or else one day they would be struck by lightning from above. This also prompted investigations into the Goya Kingdom by the Navy and the world government. However, the final result was that nothing was found, and the matter could only be left unresolved. While the EC was shocked by the events concerning the Goya Kingdom, Dia had already returned to Frost Moon Village with his companions. In the following time, Dia stopped concerning himself with outside affairs and began to peacefully train with his companions. He also shared knowledge about hockey and the Navy's 6 styles based on his memories from before his transmigration, allowing his companions to study and learn. He had previously refrained from sharing these techniques because no one had the physical capabilities to meet the requirements. Whether it was hockey or the Navy's 6 styles, without a certain level of physical strength, one could not practice them. Now, after several days at sea, most of the companions were already in their teens, and their physical strength had surpassed the average person's standard, making it the right time to learn these techniques. To better understand hockey, Dia even sought advice from Frost Moon Gung Shiro for a period. As a descendant of Frost Moon Gung Sanlang, who escaped from Wano country, Gung Shiro had some understanding of hockey, even though neither he nor his father were top-tier experts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have escaped from Wano. But they still provided Dia with a lot of inspiration. The ability users were also developing their abilities and enhancing their physical strength. Everyone would gather to discuss various insights on ability development, study different martial arts, and exchange combat experiences. In such an environment, time passed day by day, and everyone's strength grew at a rocket-like speed. At the port, a massive steel warship stood on the surface of the sea. This warship was different from all the warships in the world of One Piece. It was entirely made of metal. It resembled the sea-heavy machinery, like a sea aircraft carrier from Dia's past life, but it was much smaller than an aircraft carrier, yet still several times larger than the Navy's largest warship. This was the new ship built after Dia, and the others modified the plans for the Ark of the Covenant. It took several years to build, and today, it was finally completed. All of Dia's companions gathered at the port to admire their warship. The warship had no masts, only a lookout tower, which stood over 10 meters tall, built on top of the cabin and supported by a massive metal column. The cabin was located at the rear of the warship, occupying 1/3 of the entire ship and divided into 4 levels. The bottom level was the girls' quarters, with a layout and decor designed and chosen by the girls together, perfectly matching each of their styles. The second level was divided into 2 sides by a corridor. One side contained a kitchen, dining room, storage room, and other places for daily living, while the other side housed a gym, library, aquarium, conference room, drawing room, medical room, and laboratory, catering to entertainment and various work needs. The third floor was the boys' quarters, as the number of boys far exceeded that of girls. Therefore, there were more rooms here, and each room was smaller. The boys' rooms were also more simplistic, lacking excessive decorations. Apart from beds and chairs, they contained only personal items. The top level featured a swimming pool and separate bathing areas for males and females. The outer deck was covered with green, artificial turf. And in the middle of the deck was a raised arena that occupied a quarter of the deck size, reserved for everyone on board to spar or train. In addition to these features, the ship's firepower was also incredibly strong. The bow had a 360-degree rotating cannon turret that could not only move forward, backward, left, and right, but also adjust its angle up and down, covering any direction around it. The turret was not the old-fashioned cannons of this world. Instead, it was Tony who created the battleship's cannons based on Dia's description and the demonstration of the weapon fruit's transformation. The cannons on the battleship in Dia's world are extremely powerful. A single shell can easily reduce an ordinary ship to ruins. The cannon on the turret has 3 barrels, allowing it to fire 3 shells simultaneously and also enabling continuous fire. On both sides of the turret, there is an anti-aircraft machine gun for protection. On both sides of the deck, there are 2 of these turrets, along with 2 anti-aircraft machine guns. Additionally, there are anti-aircraft machine guns on top of the cabin and the observation tower, ensuring ample firepower for the battleship. The most important aspect is the battleship's power system, which consists of a device made up of densely packed golden parts located beneath the deck. These devices allow the battleship to navigate using electric power rather than relying on wind power. Furthermore, there are 8 massive flight assistance systems installed on the front, back, and sides of the ship, enabling the battleship to achieve flight. Dia and his crew are very satisfied with the warship they built with their own hands. Now that we have our own ship, we can set sail and venture out to sea. Additionally, it's time to take this ship out and test its capabilities. Once the new ship was built, Kid couldn't wait to go out to sea. They had already stayed in Frost Moon Village in the East Sea for several years, and Kid was tired of it. It was time to set sail. Dia nodded in agreement with Kid's point of view. They had been waiting in Frost Moon Village for this ship to be built, and many members of their team were still not strong enough and were too young to face the dangers of the sea. However, now that the warship was complete, the younger member Zoro was already 15 years old, and Kuina was 17, with their strengths already taking shape. Compared to the original story, they were not much different, and it was indeed time to set sail. So let's get ready, and we will head out to sea in the next couple of days. We'll sail in the East Sea for a while to test the performance of our ship, and then set off towards the Grand Line. Dia made a decision, and the companions all agreed. A few days later, everyone boarded the warship. Zoro and Kuina said goodbye to Shimatsuki Yasaku, and Dia's ship left Shimatsuki village. In the past few days, Dia and the others had discussed and named their warship. Due to its unique flying attributes in this world, they named it Flying. The Flying sailed across the sea, and its first stop was Koko West Village, Nami's hometown. Dia promised Nami that he would consider going back to her when setting sail, and now he's going to give Nami a decision. A huge iron warship is docked at the coast of the island where Koko West Village is located. Is a Navy warship? After Dia and the others docked their ship, they noticed the presence of a naval warship on the coast. They felt very curious and wondered why the Navy would land in such a remote village. With doubts in their minds, Dia and the others disembarked and headed towards Koko Village. You're talking nonsense. When did I collude with pirates? It was those pirates who wanted to plunder our village, and I drove them away. In the village, Belmere, with a cigarette in her mouth, spread her arms like a hen, protecting Nami and Nojiko, who had grown into young girls. In front of her stood a naval colonel whose beard resembled a rat's whiskers, looking just as rodent-like, accompanied by several naval soldiers pointing guns at her. A few days earlier, a group of small pirates had raided Koko Village, but they were driven away by Belmere and the villagers, who also managed to seize some treasures from the pirate's ship. However, today this rat-like colonel came over and accused her of colluding with pirates. This was something Belmere could not tolerate. Once a proud member of the Navy, she felt this was the greatest insult to her. Belmere glared angrily at the rat colonel. You say I didn't collude with pirates, but these treasures were found in your house, all loot from pirate raids. Even at this point, you dare to argue? How could you have once been in the Navy? You were a disgrace to the Navy. The rat colonel, with a righteous expression, reprimanded Belmere. Unfortunately, his lewd face made him look anything but good. Belmere was so furious that she almost spat blood, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. These were clearly the spoils we obtained after driving the pirates away last time. How could they be looted goods from colluding with pirates? All the villagers can testify, Belmere explained through gritted teeth. Yes. How could Belmere collude with pirates? These things are the spoils from driving away the pirates last time. Not just in Belmere's house, every household got a share. The villagers all came forward to support Belmere, explaining that the spoils from the last pirate expulsion had been shared among all families. Oh, so it's not just her. Every household in your village colludes with pirates. The rat colonel, after hearing this, chose not to believe them. Instead, he accused all the villagers of being treacherous pirates. All the loot must be handed over today, or I'll have you all imprisoned. If you obediently hand it over, I'll let you off with a warning since it's your first offense, but I'll take this ringleader back. The rat colonel pointed at Belmere, ordering everyone to hand over their treasures. The one colluding with pirates is you. You're not here to investigate the last pirate invasion. You're here for those treasures. At this moment, Belmere had already realized that the other party was a disgrace in the Navy, here just to make money. Accusing the Navy, that is a crime added on top. The rat colonel, flustered, found that things were just as Belmere had guessed. Although Arlong had been dealt with by Dia and the others years ago, preventing the rat colonel from colluding with him as in the original story, without Arlong, there were still other pirates. The rat colonel, relying on his identity as a Navy colonel, had connections with many pirates in the East Sea. They had an agreement. The rat colonel would let the pirates in his jurisdiction operate freely, and in return, the pirates would give him half of the loot they obtained. The group of pirates that Belmere had driven away last time were under the rat colonel's protection. Unfortunately, they had raided the wrong place last time and not only failed to loot any treasures, but also left their own treasures behind. This treasure belonged half to the rat colonel, and he had come to reclaim it. Following the rat colonel's orders, 2 naval soldiers approached Belmere with guns. Smack! Belmere was clearly not someone who would just stand by. She couldn't allow herself to be falsely accused. As a former elite soldier in the Navy, she quickly subdued the 2 soldiers. You dare to resist arrest? Looks like your charges are going to increase. Get her. If she resists again, shoot to kill. With a command from the rat, the remaining naval soldiers aimed their guns at Belmere, fingers on the triggers, ready to fire at any moment. At this point, Belmere dare not move. She might not fear death, but she couldn't drag Nami and Nojiko down with her. How can you do this? Belmere is innocent. As the naval soldiers were about to put handcuffs on Belmir, Nami and Nojiko stepped forward to block them, refusing to let them put the cuffs on. Yes. How can you Navy do this? Wrongfully accusing good people. The villagers of Cocoa Village also stepped forward to stop them, with Akin opening his arms to protect Belmir. Bang! The rat colonel, disgusted, shot at Akin. A bunch of treacherous people, daring to obstruct the Navy's law enforcement. Akin was hit in the shoulder, blood pouring out. Everyone, step aside, Belmir shouted anxiously, not wanting to implicate others. I'll go with you, don't worry about the others. Pushing Nami and Nojiko aside, she checked Akin's injury, confirming he was not in life-threatening danger, and then pushed everyone away to step out. That's more like it. The rat colonel leered, determined to arrest this former Navy member. Otherwise, it would be hard for this village to withstand even small pirates in the future. And how would he collect more loot then? You filthy bug like a rat. If you want to take someone away, you should at least ask for our consent. As Belmir was handcuffed, the rat colonel ordered his men to thoroughly loot the villagers' treasures. Just as they were about to leave, a voice rang out, and a large group of people approached from a distance. A red-haired guy looked at him with disdain. Where did these lowly people come from, daring to speak to me like this? Infuriated by the mockery, the rat colonel raised his pistol and aimed at a kid, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet was fired, but Kid's figure vanished from everyone's sight. When he reappeared, he had already grabbed the rat colonel by the neck, lifting him up. You dare to shoot at me? Are you prepared for death? Kid's cold tone and murderous gaze fixed on the rat colonel. I am a Navy colonel. I have connections in the Navy headquarters. Do you dare to kill me? The rat colonel, nearly choking as Kid tightened his grip, threatened him to let go. Is that so? Let him come find me then. Remember, my name is Eustace Kid. Crack. With a forceful twist, Kid broke the rat colonel's neck and then casually tossed the body aside like trash. You actually dared to kill the rat colonel? The commander was killed, and the remaining Navy soldiers were terrified and angry. They raised their guns and began shooting at Kid. Click! Kid activated his ability, and all the bullets hovered in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. Then they were reflected back at a faster speed, injuring more than half of the Navy soldiers. Since you want to accompany that guy so much, I'll send you down together. Kid used his ability to absorb the weapons around him, preparing to take out all the soldiers present. Stop! At this moment, Belumel stepped forward, blocking Kid. As a former Navy officer, she couldn't bear to watch so many Navy soldiers die in front of her. Although these guys were pests within the Navy, she hoped they would face internal punishment rather than die at Kid's hands. With Belumel, a familiar face, intervening, Kid retracted his ability, and all the weapons fell to the ground with a clatter. Kid, and Jia, you guys are here. The sudden appearance of Kid, who came to help them resolve the crisis, along with Jia and the rest, made Nami and Nojiko very happy. Yeah, we came. Our ship is built, and soon we'll be heading to the Grand Line. Before we leave, we want to come see you. Jia looked at the graceful Nami and Nojiko and said to them, over the years, Jia and the others often came to Cocoa Village, and after helping them defeat Arlong's evil pirate crew, the villagers were very familiar with Jia and the others, coming over to express their gratitude. Luo walked straight to Ajian's side, using his abilities to extract the bullet from his shoulder and bandaging him up. You guys get out of this village. I will report you and that rat colonel to the Navy. Belumir scolded the remaining Navy soldiers to leave. They didn't pay attention to these small figures. He didn't care much about them since they posed no threat. Are you guys going to the Grand Line? Nami was surprised to hear that Jia and the others were heading to the Grand Line, and then she felt excited and hopeful. So, can you agree to take me with you? My navigation skills are already quite advanced, and I'm confident that no one in the East Sea can surpass me. Nami looked at Jia with eager eyes, waiting for him to nod in agreement. Jia thought for a moment about Nami in front of him. Because of her appearance, the original fate line had already changed. His adoptive mother, Bel-Em-Re, did not die early, did not live under the terrifying shadow of Arlong from a young age, and did not have the pressure of saving money to redeem the village. She was no longer the little money grubber who was accustomed to Bel-Em-Re in the original story. Nor was she a little thief from a troubled background. The only thing that remained unchanged was her outstanding sailing talent. It could be said that the current Nami was much more exceptional than in the original work. If you want to set sail with us, I have no objections. It's just a matter of whether Bel-Em-Re can agree. After thinking it over, Dias agreed to Nami's request to join. That's great. Belumel will definitely agree. Nami jumped up excitedly and cuddled up to Belumel, acting cute. You agree, right, Belumel? You won't stop me from going out to pursue my dreams, will you? Belumel gave Nami a big eye roll. You're only 15. How can I trust you to go out to sea? Although Belumel wouldn't stop Nami from pursuing her dreams, she was still worried about her daughter, whom she had raised for many years. going out to sea at such a young age, especially to the dangerous Grand Line. Don't worry, Balumel, Big Brother Diaz, and the others are really strong. If I go with them, I won't be in any danger. Nami continued to act cute and assured her that she would be safe. The two of them then got into a tug of war. Since you decided to go, I can't stop you now. You're grown up, and your wings are strong. I can no longer control you. Just hurry up and go. If you leave, I'll have a bit more peace. At least no one will cause trouble for me. Nojiko is much more obedient than you. Balumel couldn't convince the stubborn Nami and waved her hand dismissively, telling her to hurry and leave. At the coast of Coco West Village, Nami was deeply shocked when she saw Diaz and the other ship for the first time. It's amazing. This is the best ship I've ever seen. I believe it will shine the brightest on the Grand Line. A good ship is very important for sailing, and Nami was excited that she would be able to control this giant vessel. It's incredible. It's made of steel and doesn't even have sails. How will it sail on the ocean? Coco West Village and Balumel came to see Nami off, and they were also shocked by the flying ship. Balumel used to think that the Navy's large warships were the best ships in the world, but seeing Diaz's ship made her rethink. Even the Navy's large warships probably can't compare to this one. Balumel sighed as Nami climbed aboard the flying ship with Diaz and the others, and the warship started to move away from the coast. Nami, you must be careful. Nojiko waved from the shore, bidding farewell to her non-biological little sister. The other villagers also waved. You little brat, be careful out there. Balumel, feeling reluctant, watched her daughter, whom she had raised for many years, leave. Nami felt sad as she saw the familiar faces getting farther away and waved hard towards the shore. The warship sailed further away and soon disappeared into the distant sea. As soon as Nami boarded the ship, Robin and Victoria took her to choose her room. There were many empty rooms in the girls' area on the first floor, and Nami chose one she was satisfied with. From now on, you'll be with Bippo as our team's navigator. After selecting her room, Nami appeared in front of Diaz, who handed her over to Bippo, instructing the two navigators to work together in the future. What cute bear! Nami rubbed her face against Bippo, as girls had no resistance to such a cute, chubby bear-like creature. Although he was not unfamiliar with Nami, Bippo still blushed, clearly flustered by her enthusiasm. From now on, we are partners, and, as navigators, we must cooperate well. Nami continued to tease Bippo. Okay, I'll definitely cooperate well. Bippo shyly replied, then escaped from Nami's grasp, unable to adapt to it. After picking up Nami, Diaz didn't rush to head for the Grand Line, but continued to navigate in the East Sea. He wanted to test the various performance aspects of a ship. This was also suggested by Tony Chopper, as the waters of the Grand Line are more dangerous and complex. He wanted to first experiment with the sailing data of the flying ship in the East Sea so that it could better showcase its advantages in the environment of the Grand Line. Dia and their ships sailed past Usopp's hometown, Syrup Village, without stopping to disembark. Dia had no thoughts about Usopp, the sniper of the main character group in the original work. In fact, Dia felt somewhat annoyed by Usopp, considering him a deadweight to the team. He contributed nothing to the group, lacked a broader perspective in critical moments, and was very timid. Although he claimed to want to be a brave sea warrior, he was always the first to retreat when danger arose. While he might occasionally show courage in dire situations, even being referred to as a crucial support in desperate times, Dia thought this was all nonsense. He was merely benefiting from being part of the main character group and receiving a force boost. In reality, someone like him would be the one dragging the team down and would likely be the first to die. Moreover, a guy who positions himself as a sniper, relying solely on a slingshot throughout. What kind of sniper is that? Dia thinks that the Anthony brothers in the team are the real snipers in the true sense. At least they are very skilled with guns and have excellent marksmanship. As for Chloe, who is hiding on the island at the house of Kaya, Usopp's childhood friend, Dia expressed no interest in dealing with such trivial matters. At Shell's Town, Dia sailed all the way to the place where Zoro and Luffy first met in the original work. This is also the location of the Navy's 153rd branch. Dia docked the boat, planning to land and rest in this small town. Creek. Dia and his group pushed the door open and walked into a small restaurant, found a spot, and began to sit down to order food. Here is your food. A cute little girl, who seemed to be the owner's daughter, brought the food that Dia ordered to their table. Thank you. Dia showed a kind smile, and the little girl was very cute and likable. Nami and several other girls nearby also greeted the little girl, who was very fond of these beautiful older sisters. So she stood next to them and happily chatted with them. Woof, woof, woof. Just as Dia and the others were enjoying their meal, a dog's bark broke the cheerful atmosphere. A large wolf dog crashed through the door and jumped onto their dining table, greedily eating their food. Whose dog is this? Don't they know to keep it properly confined? The food in front of Akin was a mess after being gnawed by the dog, which made him very angry. He grabbed the dog and threw it out through the door. Woof, woof, woof. The big dog landed heavily at the doorstep and let out a few mournful howls. Who is it? Who dares to throw my dog? Don't they know I am the only son of Colonel Monka? I will have my father arrest you. A guy with a yellow middle-part hairstyle, dressed in a well-fitted suit, arrogantly walked in, scanning the crowd with an angry expression, hoping to find the person who bullied his pet. I'm terribly sorry, young Master Barumabur. It was my fault. I will prepare the best food for your pet right away. The owner, seeing this flamboyant young master, looked terrified and hurried out to apologize humbly. Who is this? So despicable? Nami frowned as she looked at the ugly face of the newcomer. This is young Master Barumabur, the son of the commander of the island's naval branch. He is a bad person who never pays for his meals and lets his dog run wild, often biting others. However, everyone is afraid of his father and dares not provoke him. The little girl quietly explained the background of the yellow-haired guy to Nami and the others. Get away from me. I'll deal with you later. Right now, I want the bastard who bullied my pet to come out. Barumabur arrogantly pushed the owner aside and looked down at Dia and the others. Akin couldn't stand this guy's arrogance and stood up, while the others just sat there watching, not taking this clown seriously at all. Akin, there are still kids here. Robin, knowing her companions well, realized that since Akin stood up, there was definitely going to be trouble. She was worried that the scene would become too bloody and violent, frightening the little girl, so she reminded Akin. Akin nodded, then grabbed Barumabur by the collar and dragged him toward the door. Let's go outside and have a good talk. Akin pulled him out through the door. The owner looked on with concern, unsure of what to do. Don't worry, we will handle this matter. Dia noticed the boss's unease, so he patted him on the shoulder to comfort him and then walked out the door. The other boys followed to see the commotion. The big brother's actions would attract the terrifying Colonel Monka. The little girl said worriedly, It's okay, you could just sit here and chat with us. Don't worry about anything else. Robin smiled knowingly and pinched the little girl's cute face. You're such a jerk for daring to treat me this way. I'll have my dad kill you. I am Colonel Monka's only son. Barumab struggled fiercely in Akin's grip, but how could he break free from Akin's strong hands? He was firmly held down and then tossed onto the street, landing next to his dog. Bang! Akin lifted his big foot and stomped on the dog that was about to pounce on him, splattering dog blood all over Barumab's face. Why you? The warmth on his face and the acrid smell of blood in his nose made Barumab stutter as he pointed his finger, looking at Akin with some fear. At this moment, Dia and the others had also gathered around. Slap! Akin slapped Barumab, making him see stars, and his face quickly swelled up, losing a few teeth. People like you are really disgusting. As for your old man, let him come if he dares. Akin said coldly. My dad is Colonel Monka, Barumab mumbled incoherently. A useless piece of trash. Kid, standing by, looked bored and was very disdainful of the guy with the yellow center part. Get lost. Akin didn't want to waste time with such trash and kicked him away. The chance of Colonel Monka showing up was 99%. Watching Barumab leave in a sorry state, Hawkins, the fortune teller, took out his tarot cards to start his favorite divination. Isn't that obvious? From the fear of those around. You could tell that this so-called Navy Colonel Monka is a tyrannical guy. His son has been beaten like this. He will definitely come for revenge. Kid rolled his eyes at Hawkins. Such an obvious outcome didn't need divination to see. Hawkins returned the eye roll. Not wanted to waste words on someone who didn't understand the fun of divination. Dad, you have to help me get revenge. A group of guys came to town and beat me up like this. At the naval base, Barumab went to his dad, Colonel Monka's office, crying and complaining, showing his injured face to his father. I already told them your name, but they still beat me and dared you to find them. Barumab wiped his tears pitifully. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. On this island, there were actually people who didn't know their place. Monka was very angry about this. He didn't care much for his useless son, but he was concerned that someone dared to lay hands on his son after knowing who he was, and even issued a provocation. This was intolerable for Monka. In his eyes, this little island was his kingdom, and he should have absolute control. Everyone should fear and respect him. Let us go. Monka's tall figure stood up from the chair, taking his foolish son and some naval soldiers out of the naval base. Led by Barumab, they headed toward the small restaurant. You guys should leave quickly. After beating up young Master Barumab, he let it go easily. He must be going to find his dad, Colonel Monka, for revenge. Colonel Monka was a very brutal man, and no one in the whole town did not fear him. The restaurant owner looked at Dia and the others with a worried expression, kindly advising them to leave quickly. It's okay, we will handle it. Dia comforted the boss. She felt that this kind-hearted boss was a good person. In this situation, instead of worrying that they would be used as a punching bag by Monka. He advised them to leave and try to find a way to delay them. After the boss persuaded them for a long time, Dia and the others remained unmoved, and he could only sigh and give up. Right here. Soon, Barumaber's voice came from the entrance of the restaurant. Surrounded. At the direction of his foolish son, Monka ordered the Navy to surround the entrance of the restaurant, preventing anyone inside from escaping. The people we were waiting for have arrived. Let's go out and greet them. Dia and the others finished eating a long time ago, and after all that commotion just now, those who weren't full didn't have the mood to eat anymore. They were still here just to wait for Monka to come over. The trouble they caused needed to be solved by themselves, and they didn't want to add trouble for innocent people. Dia was the first to walk out the door, followed by his companions. It was him, the one who hit me, and even said to my dad, "If you have the guts, come find him," while the others were all his accomplices. Barumaber pointed at Akin and Dia's group and complained to Monka. With his dad backing him up, he became arrogant again. "Kid, get the hell out here." Monka's tall and sturdy figure, combined with the axe attached to his severed arm and the metal patch on his chin, gave off a great sense of oppression. "Let me handle this. Just try to test this guy." Akin was about to step out when Zoro stepped forward first, wanting to test himself against the opponent. He had always practiced with Kuina and the others, but had never had real combat experience. "All right." Akin didn't care and stepped back. "Kid, do you want to send your companion to his death? I'll make it happen today." Monka swung his axe down at Zoro with tremendous force, creating a whooshing sound in the air. Clang! Zoro crossed his twin swords above his head, firmly blocking Monka's axe. "My goal is to become the world's greatest swordsman. How could I lose to someone like you? So it's you who will fall under my sword." Zoro kicked off the ground, pushing Monka's large axe away, then twisted his body to slip past Monka, turning his back to him. Swish! 2 crossed wounds appeared on Monka's chest, blood gushing out continuously. Before he could even react, he had already been cut by Zoro. "You little brat." Injured Monka became extremely furious, roaring like a wild beast as he launched a series of frenzied attacks at Zoro. Clang, 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 clang. Zoro kept blocking with his twin swords, engaging in a clash with Monka, steadily suppressing him with his strength. Zoro enjoyed these flashy moves. He could easily take down his opponent, yet he insisted on dragging it out for so long. Kuina rolled her eyes at Zoro. It was rare for Zoro to encounter an opponent he could go all out against without too much concern, so he just wanted to test his sword skills. Once he was done, he would naturally end the fight. Dia explained something to Zoro beside him. As expected, Dia was not wrong. After another round of clashes, Zoro stepped back to create some distance and quickly bit down on the remaining sword at his waist. 3-sword style, the creatively named Zoro began to announce his technique, crossing the swords in his hands while the sword in his mouth blocked his opponent's movement before swiftly slashing out. Oni slash, returning the sword to its sheath. Zoro uttered the last 2 words. Swoosh. 2 more wounds appeared on Monka's chest, deeper than the initial ones, revealing exposed bone. Thud. His large body crashed heavily to the ground. "Dad!" Balumaber cried out as he saw his once formidable father defeated, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he rushed to Monka's side. Such a person is a waste of air in this world. Dia cast a disdainful glance at Barumaber, pointing a finger that pierced through his forehead, killing him decisively. He couldn't understand how such a character could be redeemed in the original work and be compared to the Deserter King, both receiving training from Carp. It was simply outrageous. As a second-generation official, he had been bullying people on the island governed by his father for many years, causing countless innocent people to suffer misfortune at his hands. Even his dog, under his indulgence, had bitten and killed many people. The fact that such a person could wash away his sins with a mere excuse of youthful ignorance was truly beyond Dia's comprehension. In his view, the best way to deal with such a person was to send him to reincarnation. After killing Barumaber, he casually gave Monka a stab as well, as he had no habit of leaving survivors. Dia then left with his companions, leaving behind the cheering residents of the island, celebrating the deaths of the 2 bullies, big and small, finally freeing them from the shadow of fear and allowing them to live joyfully and peacefully. After leaving the island, Dia continued sailing, wandering around the East Sea for another 2 days, during which he encountered a small pirate crew and easily dealt with them. Meanwhile, all naval branches in the East Sea received news about Dia and his group. First, they killed Colonel Mouse from Cocoa West Village, then Colonel Monka and his son, causing a sensation in the East Sea Navy. They were all shocked by the boldness of this group, seeing it as a provocation against all naval forces in the East Sea. At the same time, this intelligence was sent to the Navy headquarters. As the two colonels were the highest commanders in their branch in the East Sea, one of the highest positions in the East Sea Navy. No one had the authority to handle the matter of these two, and it could only be reported to the Navy headquarters for a decision. After receiving the information, the Navy headquarters began investigating Dia and his group, which directly led to their official emergence in the public eye. The efficiency of the Navy headquarters was quick. They clarified Dia and their basic information in less than 2 days. Dia, male, born in the South Sea, a devil fruit user. One of the masterminds behind the South Sea Noble Massacre incident. He was wanted for 40 million berries as a child and later fled to the West Sea. He fought against the Mafia, causing turmoil that weakened the West Sea Mafia for several years before they could recover. He appeared in the North Sea, pursued by the government, the Navy, and the current warlord Don Quixote family due to a highly confidential incident, and disappeared after causing significant casualties, with no news until recently when 2 of our colleagues, commanders of the East Sea Branch, Colonel Mouse and Colonel Monka, were brutally killed by him and his companions. This brought him back into our sights. In a spacious conference room at the Navy headquarters, an intelligence officer was explaining the information about Dia and his group to a large number of core officers of the headquarters. The information was detailed, digging up many events from years ago involving Dia and his group. Eustace Kid, male, from the South Sea, a devil fruit user. Another mastermind behind the South Sea Noble Massacre, wanted for 30 million berries as a child, participated in all of Dia's subsequent activities. Killer, male, from the South Sea. An accomplice in the South Sea Noble incident, wanted for 12 million berries as a child, also involved in all of Dia's later events. Victoria S. Drianica, female, from the South Sea, an accomplice in the South Sea Noble Massacre, wanted for 5 million berries as a child, participated in all of Dia's later events. Nico Robin, a survivor of the O'Hara incident in the West Sea, wanted for 79 million berries at the age of 8, joined Dia's crew in the West Sea. Trafalgar Law, from the North Sea, joined Dia's crew. X. Drake, from the North Sea, joined Dia's crew. Basil Hawkins, from the North Sea, joined Dia's crew. Shachi Pekan, from the North Sea, joined Dia's crew. Skalakiman A.P., born in the Grand Line, a member of Dia's crew. Tony Atlantis, born in the Grand Line, a member of Dia's crew. Anthony A.C., from the Grand Line, members of Dia's crew. Akin, from the East Sea, a member of Dia's crew. Johnny, Joseph, members of Dia's crew. Roranoa Zoro, from the East Sea, a member of Dia's crew. Frost Moon Kuina, from the East Sea, a member of Dia's crew. Nami, from the East Sea, a member of Dia's crew. White Bear, Dia's pet. The photos of all Dia's group members were enlarged under the projection snail, allowing all naval officers below to see clearly. This group, led by Dia, although they had not yet raised the pirate flag, was committing acts more sinister than pirates. Some of them had been demons since childhood. They were no different from pirates. Coupled with their recent atrocities against the Navy in the East Sea, I propose to directly define this group as pirates, issuing a warrant for their arrest. Now, I ask everyone to vote on this. After introducing everyone, the intelligence officer put forth this suggestion. After a period of discussion, the naval officers below nodded in agreement. Very well, the vote passes at this time, and we will draft a warrant for this group of pirates, distributing it worldwide and notifying the East Sea Navy to pursue them with all their might. Additionally, we will send a supervisory team to the East Sea to investigate recent reports of naval corruption there. The resolution passed, and the intelligence officer issued the orders. That day, the Navy headquarters commands reached all naval branches in the East Sea, and the major branches began dispatching warships to hunt down Dia and his group. On the sea of the East Sea, Dia and his companions saw the newspaper and the wanted notice about themselves from the reporting seagull. What the hell? When did I become a pirate? If you want to catch me, just come and get me. How can you label me like this? Dia looked at the newspaper listing his glorious deeds since his crossing over, with a highlight on his identity as a pirate. He was speechless. All he wanted was to sail freely, but the Navy had already defined him. A bounty notice, many of us have been wanted. Compared to Dia, others were more concerned about the bounty notice, as they all tried to find their own names in it. Brother Dia was offered a bounty of 60 million berries. Johnny's exclamation made Dia lean over to take a look and find that his bounty had increased by 20 million berries. Brother Kid also had a bounty of 50 million berries, and he too had a 20 million increase. Law, what did you do? How did your bounty suddenly become higher than both Brother Dia and Brother Kid? Joseph exclaimed as he turned to the next page. Trafalgar Law, 80 million berries. To be captured alive. Dia looked at Luo's wanted poster, which was different from others as it stated capture alive only. He immediately guessed it was because of Luo's Nomi ability. Back when they were in the South Sea, Luo's ability was different from the original story due to his interference, Only Doflamingo knew about it, and it had caught the attention of the world government and the Navy. It was clear that the high-ranking officials of the world government were still not giving up on the Ope no Mi, hoping to capture Luo alive and have him perform the immortality surgery. Kira's bounty was 20 million berries, an increase from 12 million. Robin's bounty remained at 79 million berries. Victoria had a bounty of 10 million berries. Zoro's bounty was also 20 million berries. Monka was defeated by Zoro in front of many people on the street, so Zoro bore a large part of the responsibility for Monka's death, resulting in a high bounty from the Navy. Not bad. This is the beginning of my fame in the world. Zoro was somewhat happy about being wanted. It was an opportunity for him to make a name for himself. Akin had a bounty of 15 million berries. Akin was wanted by the Navy for being the one who defeated Bellamy and instigated the incident. Johnny and Joseph stopped reading at this point. What? That's it. Why aren't we wanted? Up until Akin, none of their group had a bounty, which left the others with disappointed faces. It's not fair. Why doesn't the Navy put a bounty on me? Apo was very unhappy, looking dejected. He felt that his strength was greater than Akin's, yet the Navy had a bounty on Akin and not on him. The Navy doesn't understand our strength. Their wanted posters were based on our performances and the damage we caused in various incidents. I, along with Kid, Kira, Victoria, and Robin, have been wanted for a long time. Combined with a few incidents, our bounties increased a bit. Luo, on the other hand, had a bounty due to the commotion he caused in the North Sea along with us, plus the value of his fruit. The secret of the Ope no Mi was known within their team, so everyone nodded. As for Zoro and Akin, they drew attention because of their actions in the Monka incident, leading the Navy to believe their severity warranted the bounty. The rest of you have never caused any disruption to the Navy or the Order of the Major Kingdoms, so you haven't been noticed, leading them to believe you aren't worth a bounty. Dia explained to everyone that the bounty is determined based on a person's level of destruction and threat in the eyes of the Navy. If you want to be put on the bounty list, just perform well afterwards, and you'll catch the Navy's attention. Anyway, the newspapers have reported that the Navy branches in the East Sea will send out all their forces to capture us. So there will be plenty of opportunities for you to show your skills. Dia encouraged everyone not to lose heart and to perform well in the future. Zoro, you better not try to take my chance next time. Otherwise, I'll turn you into a pig's head. Kuna threatened fiercely as she placed her sword, Wad Ikamanji, on Zoro's shoulder. She felt quite competitive seeing Zoro being wanted while she was not. You clearly can't defeat me now, yet you talk about turning me into a pig's head. Zoro retorted defiantly. In recent sparring sessions, Kuina could only manage to tie with him, no longer able to let him lose endlessly like when they were kids. Kuina pressed down on Wad Ikamanji with force and shot Zoro a sharp glare, instantly intimidating him. Next time, let me go first, Zoro muttered as he turned his head away, and only then did Kuina remove her sword. A new case of bronchitis appeared behind the love-struck guy. Watching Zoro and Kuina, he lamented that there were not many in his team with the spirit of real men. In the end, he had to take up the banner of true masculinity himself. Inspired by Jia, his partners all declared that they wanted to make a big move, to show the Navy a thing or two, and quickly earn the bounty. Since the Navy has already defined us as pirates, then today we will officially raise the pirate flag and truly become pirates. Dia said to his partners, since they have already been defined anyway. Whether they admit it or not, in the eyes of the world, they are already pirates. It's better to raise the pirate flag directly and show the Navy a thing or two. Dia's suggestion was agreed upon by everyone, and they were quite indifferent about whether they were pirates or not. It's done. With Gia's creative idea, Tony took up the brush and painted their pirate emblem on a black flag, a standard skull with a white horizontal line cutting through the middle, with two small round balls on either side of the white line, one blue and one red. This design was conceived by Gia based on his experience as a traveler between two worlds. Once the pirate flag was ready, Tony made a flagpole using materials from the warehouse, erecting it at the top of the cabin and hoisting the pirate flag high. From today on, we shall be called the Twin Star Pirate Crew. Gia placed his hands on his hips, looking at the pirate flag fluttering in the wind, and announced to his companions the name he had chosen for the pirate crew. I'll be the captain. Kid jumped out, defying the odds, wanting to be the captain of their group. Smack! Gia went up and gave him a beating. Kid, you little brat. How dare you try to take the big brother's position? Gia looked at the bruised and battered kid, educating this rebellious guy. I should be the captain, not you, kid. After all, my bounty is the highest. Law, feeling proud, stepped forward, wanted to take charge like kid. Smack! Gia also suppressed him with a backhand. It's really not easy being the big brother now. The younger brothers below are all disobedient one by one. Gia sighed, lamenting that his position as the big brother was being challenged. The other companions watched the scene with amused expressions. After so many years together, they had grown accustomed to Jia's leadership within the team. He had always been their core. Since the establishment of the pirate crew, everyone was well aware of and accepted Jia's status as captain. Only Kid, stubborn as ever, wanted to compete with Jia, as was their usual habit of playful rivalry. However, Kid was just putting up a tough front. Deep down, he still acknowledged diameter. As for Law, he was purely tsundere, always wanted to show off a bit. Let's go. The seas are lively now, and the Navy is looking for us. Let's have a good time with them. Once we defeat all the Navy in the East Blue, we'll set sail for the Grand Line. Jia stood at the bow of the ship, arms outstretched, announcing to his companions. All right, Captain. Jia's first captain's command received a positive response from his partners. When Jia and his crew formed the Gemini Pirates, news about them began to spread widely in the East Sea. In Frost Moon Village, inside the dojo, Gung-Shiro was surrounded by a group of apprentices who were eagerly watching Zoro's bounty notice. Big Brother Zoro is amazing. He just set sail and already has a bounty of 20 million berries, starting to make a name for himself on the sea. The apprentices looked at Zoro's bounty notice with envy and admiration. They didn't mind at all that Zoro had become a pirate. However, they wondered why there was no bounty for Kuina when she was just as strong as Zoro. The apprentices were also curious why Kuina, who left with Zoro and was equally strong, didn't have a bounty. Gung-Shiro was pained by the noise of the apprentices and waved them away to practice their swordsmanship. Zoro, Kuina, although I don't know why you chose to do this with Jia, I believe you have your own reasons. Gung-Shiro didn't believe what the newspaper said about Jia's crew being ruthless. For many years he had watched Jia and his crew grow from youth to adulthood in this village, and he understood them well, believing they had their own reasons. Damn it, they just set sail and have already become pirates. In Cocoa West Village, Balumel looked at the bounty notice for Jia's crew. Although Nami wasn't on the list, Jia's crew had become pirates, and as the ship's navigator, Nami was naturally part of that as well. Balumel, a former Navy officer, found it quite troubling that her daughter had become a pirate. Although she didn't know the details about Monka, that Colonel Mouse was indeed a pest within the Navy, and his death was no injustice. On this point, she wanted to appeal to the Navy. Balumel didn't know much else, but she had witnessed Colonel Mouse's death with her own eyes, which was certainly not as the newspapers described. Jia's crew brazenly attacking the brave Navy. Not wanting this matter to be turned upside down, Balumel prepared to appeal to the Navy headquarters through the only telephone bug in the village. On the coast of the Goa Kingdom, Luffy and Ace were training as usual. Wow, the group that helped Sabo send a message has already become great pirates, and they have such a high bounty. Looking at the newspapers and bounty notices for Jia and his crew, Luffy felt envious. Although he couldn't read, he could tell from all the zeros on the bounty notice that Jia and his crew were pirates with a high bounty. Luffy hoped that when he set sail in the future, he would also have his own bounty notice. Soon, I'll be 17 years old, and then I can set sail to find Sabo. Ace, while training, spoke to Luffy. I'm definitely going to be the next Pirate King. Ace's words made Luffy unhappy. The Pirate King is going to be me. When I set sail, I will definitely become the Pirate King. Luffy said confidently, hands on his hips. You idiot. Why don't you think about how to last a bit longer in today's duel with me? Ace punched Luffy on the head. It seems a remarkable crew has emerged from the East Sea. However, all of this has nothing to do with me now. The most important thing is to gain the trust of this family and then carry out my plan. In Syrup Village, Kuro, who had just infiltrated Kaya's house, glanced at today's newspaper, paying attention to Jia's crew. He then cast it aside. Everything about pirates had nothing to do with him now, as the Black Pirate crew Captain Kuro had already died. Now, there was only the butler Bartle. Boom, 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 the surface of the sea was continuously bombarded by cannonballs. In front of the flying, Jia and the others were blocked by 5 or 6 warships of varying sizes, with the Navy's gunfire continuously pouring down on them. Here it comes again. Here it comes again. This was already the 3rd wave of the Navy that Jia and the others had encountered. Over the past few days, they had faced wave after wave of the Navy, but they had defeated them all. Aim carefully, don't miss. Anthony was operating the ship's cannon, targeting the Navy warships, while Johnny and Joseph watched nearby. Don't worry, at this distance we won't miss. Anthony was very confident, reassuring Johnny and Joseph. The next moment, a massive fire serpent erupted from the cannon, and 3 shells with burning tails were shot out. With a loud explosion, one of the Navy's warships was shattered. Great, Anthony! You guys are really accurate. After taking down a warship, Johnny and Joseph clapped happily, praising the brothers' skills. Of course, the Anthony brothers graciously accepted their compliments. Next ship. Anthony adjusted the cannon's direction, starting to aim at the next warship. While they were having fun, Dia and the others paid no attention. The incoming Navy were just small fry, hardly piquing their interest. So they left the warships to the Anthony brothers to practice their skills. Pirates, don't be too arrogant. The Anthony brothers continuously took down 2 more warships, and just as they were about to deal with the next one, a large warship appeared on the surface of the sea ahead. Another warship had arrived. This warship was somewhat different. A young Navy officer with white hair, holding 2 cigars in his mouth and carrying a 10-fingered weapon, transformed into smoke, wrapping around the cannonballs shot from the flying and then tossing them into the sea. Moreover, the opponent didn't stop there and continued to float towards the flying. A Logia user? Seeing the Navy officer turn into smoke, the crew became interested. They were curious that there was actually a powerful Logia user in the EC. Let me try against him. It's the first time I've encountered a fellow Logia user since eating the thunder fruit. Kira stepped forward eagerly, wanting to fight the opponent. Seeing this, the crew did not dispute with him. Be careful of his 10 fingers. The tips are embedded with sea prism stone. As soon as Dia saw the smoke, he knew it was Smoker, and he instructed Kira to deal with him. Dia felt reassured. Smoker wouldn't be able to handle Kira, who possessed the rumble fruit. The only thing Kira needed to be cautious of was Smoker's sea prism stone. I will be careful, Kira nodded, and then transformed into lightning, quickly shooting out. Crackling. The dense arcs of electricity blocked the smoke's advance. You're a Logia type 2? Smoker materialized his upper body. He looked at the guy enveloped in lightning before him, clearly recognizing that they were both Logia types, and Kira had one of the most formidable abilities among them. This made his expression somewhat serious. He felt that the Navy headquarters had underestimated this group. Just a Logia type with a rumble fruit was not something an ordinary Navy could handle. The bounty of 20 million berries on the opponent was still too low. Hope you won't disappoint me in our first encounter as fellow Logia users. Kira ignored Smoker's surprise and condensed lightning into an electric blade, slashing towards Smoker. Clang! Smoker raised his jutty to block. Kira's electric blade was not an ordinary weapon. It was formed from lightning and carried a powerful electric current. The moment Smoker got close, electricity surged into his body. However, Smoker was smoke, and the electric current had no effect on him. Logia types were not invincible. They could also be countered. Smoker deflected Kira's electric blade, then thrust his jutty towards Kira. I understand that very well. Kira teleported, disappearing from a spot and appearing at Smoker's side, swinging down at him. The speed of lightning was something Smoker couldn't react to. Kira's electric blade cleaved him diagonally in half. The upper half of his body, with his head still attached, slid off Smoker's body. However, the cleaved part transformed into smoke and rejoined together. Without the effect of hockey, Kira's electric blade couldn't inflict any damage on Smoker's smoke form. Oomph. The restored Smoker extended his arm with smoke, thrusting his jutty towards Kira again. Your sea prism stone is ultimately a threat. It's best to deal with it quickly. Kira traced his hand along the electric blade, making it glow even bluer and more volatile. High temperature cutting. Kira instantly appeared at the side of the jutty, the nearly viscous, liquid-like electric blade pressed against the middle of the jutty, easily slicing through it as if cutting tofu, causing the segment with the sea prism stone to fall into the sea below. Damn it! Seeing his only weapon that could threaten the opponent disposed of, Smoker's expression turned grim. Zing! Kira did not stop there. His electric blade unexpectedly cut through Smoker again. Boom! Smoker transformed into smoke, quickly enveloping the surroundings in an attempt to obscure his opponent's vision. Rumble! Kira also elementalized himself, entangling the smoke in return. The blue lightning and white smoke began to intertwine, making the surroundings chaotic. After a while of entangling, since both were Logia types without a solid form, neither could do anything to the other, and they separated, pulling back to regain their forms. Damn it! Smoker felt somewhat helpless, although the opponent couldn't harm him. He also couldn't harm the opponent. Moreover, the opponent's speed was too fast. Without the elementalization of his Logia form, he had already been sliced by Kira several times. Continuing like this, Smoker knew he wouldn't gain any advantage. Instead, it could lead to the annihilation of his side, with only himself remaining. The firepower on the opponent's ship clearly suppressed the Navy, and many powerful individuals had yet to make a move. In order to prevent unnecessary sacrifices for the Navy, Smoker decided to retreat. This group was not something he could handle. He needed to report the issue to the Navy headquarters and request reinforcements. Thinking of this, Smoker created a large amount of smoke to cover Kira's vision completely, then materialized back onto his warship. Dasky, notify the other warships to retreat. The opponent is very tricky, and they're not something we can handle. We will cover the rear and let them all withdraw from the battle. Smoker issued the order to his assistant, Dasky. Hi. Dasky, who looked exactly like Kuna but with glasses, received Smoker's command and immediately went to relay his instructions. The Navy was preparing to retreat. Jia watched as the remaining warships began to pull back and create distance, understanding their intentions. However, it wouldn't be that easy. We are not the kind of characters you can attack whenever you want and leave whenever you please. Jia chuckled and had no intention of letting the Navy off the hook so easily. He ordered Kidra to engage Smoker, while the flying ship took off to chase them. Today, none of these warships would leave unscathed. Jia issued the captain's orders, and the crew sprang into action. Kidra also broke free from the smoke and teleported to Smoker's warship. The Navy ships were retreating in an orderly fashion. Boom! However, they saw the enemy's ironclad slowly rise into the air before rapidly pursuing them at low altitude. Damn it! Smoker didn't expect the opposing ship to have such a move. He thought about blocking the Liberty, but Kidra was already entangled with him, unable to shake him off, and Smoker was firmly pinned to his own ship. Dasky led the remaining Navy soldiers far away from the battlefield between Smoker and Kidra, knowing that the nature-type battle was not something they could interfere with. Boom! The other warships were quickly drawn closer by the flying ship, and the Anthony brothers adjusted the cannon, taking down another Navy ship with a single shot. Their cannon was different from others in this world. It was a naval cannon made by Tony based on Jia's descriptions from his world. Its power was such that one shell could sink a warship. Including Smoker's warship, only 3 Navy ships remained on the scene. Scray plate, explode. Oppo jumped onto a warship and struck a large drum on his chest. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the drum beat, the Navy soldiers, under the influence of sound waves, exploded, and more than half of the soldiers on the ship fell to the ground. Battle music. Notes floated through the sky as Oppo transformed his arm into a flute and began to play. Sizzle. Bang. The remaining Navy soldiers, the moment the notes touched them, either exploded or were slashed by the sound wave attack. Before these Navy soldiers could counterattack, there were no standing soldiers left on the ship. Jojojo. Oppo joyfully jumped around on the warship, always getting hyped in his music. Bang! On a nearby warship, Drake showcased his dinosaur form, charging on the deck and sending Navy soldiers flying. With a swipe of his claw, one soldier was thrown directly into the sea. Scapegoat. Hawkins's body released several thumb-sized straw men, which silently entered the bodies of individual Navy soldiers. Sizzle. Drawing a dagger from his waist, Hawkins stabbed it into his own heart. Gasp. In the distance, a Navy soldier infiltrated by a straw man widened his eyes, feeling as if his heart was suddenly pierced by something, then exploded. He fell to the ground, confused, and then became silent. Hawkins's continuous self-harm caused Navy soldiers to fall one after another, while discarded straw men emerged from his arms, turning to ash and dissipating. His eerie actions made the surrounding Navy soldiers shudder. This unknown method was the most terrifying. The Navy looked at Hawkins with the eyes of monsters, each one terrified and distancing themselves from him. With both Hawkins and Drake attacking simultaneously, the Navy on the ship was quickly dealt with. Boom, boom, boom. Unmanned warships were just fixed targets for the Anthony brothers, who blew them to pieces with 2 shots. Damn it, you despicable pirates. Smoker watched as one warship after another was destroyed, his heart bleeding. He gritted his teeth and intensified his strength, venting his anger into the battle with Kidra. Boom! With only Smoker's warship remaining, Jia and the others controlled the Liberty to crash onto the sea and side up to Smoker's warship, then boarded the opposite deck. The crew spread out, surrounding all the Navy soldiers in the middle of the deck. Damn it! Smoker separated from Kidra and stood in front of his subordinates. He could see the strength of these guys in front of him. His subordinates were no match. Without his protection, they would soon be eliminated by the enemy. Should they still resist? You guys are destined to be defeated here today. Jia glanced lightly at the remaining Navy led by Smoker and spoke casually. Evil pirate. Although our Navy has suffered a defeat today, at least we are taking you down with us. Smoker gritted his teeth, harboring intense hatred for Diameter. The current situation was indeed as Jia had said. It was almost impossible for their Navy to retreat. Although, with his Logia powers, he could escape alone. He couldn't abandon his subordinates. Jump into the sea, escape if you can, and report the situation back to headquarters. Smoker maximized the power of his smoke fruit, enveloping the entire deck in smoke, then ordered his subordinates to flee. He charged towards Jia, hidden within the smoke. Since he couldn't deal with the Thunderfruit user, he would take down their captain, Jia, even if it meant they would perish together. Smoker thought this way, but unfortunately, he overestimated himself and underestimated his opponent. A thud echoed as a piercing sound reached his ears. Smoker looked down at the fingers piercing his chest and the blood slowly flowing out, his face filled with disbelief. Haki? He struggled to utter the two words, recalling what Instructor Zephyr had told them during training at the Navy headquarters, a power that could effectively counter Devil Fruit users. A latent ability that could only be awakened when one's physical condition reached a certain level. He remembered Zephyr saying that this power was usually found in the second half of the Grand Line in the New World, and he never expected to encounter it in the East Blue. After many years of research, the awakening of Haki was still very weak. But it was enough to deal with someone like you, a Logia user. Gia spoke faintly. He and his companions had studied Haki for many years, and so far, only a few people had awakened it, and their strength was still very weak. After saying this, Gia kicked Smoker into the sea. If luck was not on his side, and no one came to rescue him, as a Devil Fruit user, Smoker would likely not be able to surface again, and would ultimately perish at the bottom of the sea. Colonel Smoky. Dasky looked at Smoker, who had been pierced in the chest and fallen into the sea, and cried out in sadness. The other Navy members had just followed Smoker's orders to escape, but she wanted to stay and help her superior. I will kill you. Dasky drew her Shiyu and swung at diameter. This female Navy officer looks just like Kuina. Gia's companions were not worried about him at all. Instead, they were very interested in Dasky's appearance. It was the first time they had seen two people look so alike. Kuina, do you have a long-lost sister or something? Why has the master never mentioned it to me? Zoro looked at Kuina with confusion, thinking that they could only be sisters given how alike they looked. You idiot, my father has only one daughter, and I have no other sisters. This guy just happens to look a lot like me. Kuina was very angry and heavily struck Zoro's head with her wad Ikamanji, giving him a big bump. I'll deal with this guy. Kuina gripped the hilt of her wad Ikamanji and charged forward. Clang! At the moment the two met, they drew their swords. The flash of the blade passed, Dasky's Shiyu was knocked away, and Kuina's wad Ikamanji was pressed against her neck. With just one move, the two identical individuals had determined the victor. Kuina won decisively. Standing side by side, everyone noticed more differences after the comparison. Both were swordsmen, but Kuina's aura was clearly sharper, giving off a heroic vibe, while the female Navy officer seemed more delicate. Go back and continue practicing your swordsmanship. You still have a long way to go. Without killing Dasky, Kuina sheathed her sword and said this sharply. Regarding this girl who looked so much like her, Kuina had a suspicion that she might be a distant relative. Her father had mentioned that their Shimatsuki clan had originally migrated from a very mysterious country, coming to the East Blue together. Besides her grandfather, Shimatsuki K. Zabor, the other clan members had not gathered together upon reaching the East Blue, but had scattered instead. Kuina speculated that this female Navy officer was a descendant of other clan members. Due to blood relations, it was possible for two identical-looking people to appear, even though the probability was low. Since Kuina did not kill Dasky, the other companions naturally would not take action either. They boarded the Going Merry and left, leaving Dasky alone, lost in thought on the deck. After a moment, she finally regained some spirit and remembered something, quickly jumping into the sea. The flying ship of Dia's gang continued to advance towards Upside Down Mountain. After defeating Smoker and numerous naval warships, they encountered significantly fewer Navy forces, as the East Blue Navy had been greatly depleted through several battles. Although the Navy was fewer in number, Dia and his crew faced many bounty hunters, each drawn by the bounty on their heads, crazily charging towards the flying ship. Dia and his crew showed no mercy to those who wanted to take their heads for the bounty. Whenever they encountered them, they never left any survivors. In this cruel world, if you want to kill, you must always be prepared to be killed. They even managed to discover this thing. Dia is playing with a green devil fruit in his hand. He found it on a ship after defeating a group of bounty hunters near Road Town. At that time, the fruit was mixed in with a pile of other fruits in their warehouse, clearly indicating that the bounty hunters had no idea they had such a treasure on their ship. Is there anyone who wants to try and see what kind of ability this fruit has? Dia also doesn't know what kind of fruit this is. To find out its ability, she can only find someone to eat it. It's a gamble. No one knows whether the ability gained is good or bad. After Dia finished speaking, it was clear that the incapable partners on the ship were deep in thought. I decided to back off. I didn't want to be a landlubber. Sharky was the first to speak up, shaking his head and refusing to gamble on luck. As someone born in the far north of the North Sea, he was very good at swimming and naval combat. His abilities in the water were no worse than those of the fishmen, and he didn't want to give up his greatest advantage. Pekin had the same thoughts. I could never eat a devil fruit. The world's greatest swordsman relies on swordsmanship, not the power of a devil fruit. Zoro pursued the ultimate swordsmanship, striving for his personal best, and clearly, the devil fruit was an external force, not part of pure swordsmanship. Kuna also held the same attitude towards the devil fruit, wanting to reach the peak of swordsmanship through her skills. Gambling on luck was not for me and Joseph. Our luck had always been terrible. Johnny shook his head, and Joseph agreed. The two of U.S. brothers decided against it. We were fine with just having our guns. The Anthony brothers held their sniper rifles, which are made by Tony, modeled after Gia's weapon fruit to create Barrett sniper rifles. I'm both a mechanic and a shipwright. There is no way a shipwright could be a landlubber. This was Tony Atlin's stance. I didn't want to gamble on luck. If I ended up with a useless ability and couldn't swim, that would be a total loss. Nami firmly refused, stating that if she were to eat a devil fruit, she would first confirm the fruit's ability. Only with a suitable ability would she consider eating it. The only ones left were Akin and Beepo. Beepo, do you want it? If not, I might just take a gamble. Akin looked at Beepo, wanting to take a chance, believing that this devil fruit wouldn't be a useless ability. Then go ahead and eat it. The bear doesn't want a devil fruit. Beepo was indifferent. As a member of the Mink tribe, he was already akin to a unique Zoan-type user, and he had no weaknesses. Since that's the case, let us see how lucky I am. Akin took the devil fruit from Gia and took a big bite. It's really horrible. Akin complained about the taste of the devil fruit. It was the worst he had ever tasted, surpassing human imagination of bad flavors. How is it, Akin? What's your ability? Kid was the most curious, rushing over first, eager to know whether Akin had won or lost his gamble. My luck is still good. This fruit really has a nice ability. Akin felt it for a moment and then laughed. Humph. He crossed his fingers, and a pale green barrier that resembled transparent glass appeared in front of him. Barrier fruit ability, crossed fingers, possessing absolute defense. Akin introduced his ability to everyone. Who would have thought it was this fruit? Joe was surprised, as he didn't expect to unexpectedly obtain the barrier fruit ability of Bartolomeo, Luffy's subordinate in the original work. Joe was aware of the power of this fruit. It could be considered a god-level fruit. The previous owner, Don Quixote da Flamingo, a top-tier powerhouse in this world, couldn't break through this absolute defense. Gia felt that even if the 4 emperors or marine admirals were to take over, it would be impossible for them to easily break through the defense of the barrier fruit. They would also need to expend a lot of effort to possibly break through such a barrier. If it were someone like Carp, a top-tier martial artist, Gia believed that even the 4 emperors and admirals wouldn't be able to break through the defense. Most devil fruits consume stamina, and the stamina of a pure physical fighter like Carp is definitely bottomless. If he were to use the barrier fruit, even after 10 days or half a month, the top-tier powerhouses like the 4 emperors and admirals wouldn't be able to shake it in the slightest. Absolute defense? Kid was somewhat skeptical upon hearing Akin say this. I'll give it a try. You better be careful. Kid created a magnetic battle vehicle and charged at the barrier. Bang! The magnetic battle vehicle crashed into the barrier without moving it at all, and instead, the rebounding force knocked it back. Bang, bang, bang. Kid, not believing in evil, continued to charge. Crash. The final result was that his magnetic battle vehicle fell apart without being able to shake the barrier. I'll give it a try too. Kid's failure piqued the interest of his other companions. Let me try. Drake transformed into his dinosaur form and charged at the barrier. Bang, bang, bang. After several collisions, Drake returned to his human form and gave up. When he charged the barrier, there was a reaction force, which meant he was essentially attacking himself. After a few times, he could no longer handle that kind of reaction force. Bang, bang. The Anthony brothers sniper rifles also failed, causing the bullets to fly chaotically. Crackle. Killer also became interested, shooting out a bolt of lightning, which was also blocked outside. Room. Law opened his surgical space, attempting to cut through the barrier with his ability, but also failed. Scray plate slash. Apu's music played as Akin was marked on the chest. Apu controlled the force, causing no harm to Akin. Apu's fruit is capable. Everyone was surprised. An attack that so many of them couldn't break through, Apu could. I could do it too. Robin couldn't help but try, growing 2 arms on Akin's neck. Joe was watching from the side and had some guesses. The barrier fruit could only defend against external attacks, such as those directed at Akin, like the collisions from Kid and Drake or Killer's lightning. However, when facing abilities that directly affect Akin's body or his internal state, the barrier fruit couldn't provide defense. For instance, Apu's sound waves could cause Akin's body to sustain injuries as long as he could hear the sound, without needing to break the barrier. Robin's ability was similar. She could bloom flowers directly on Akin's body, without needing to break the barrier. Let me try as well. Akin, please deactivate the barrier. After Akin opened the barrier, Hawkins placed a scarecrow in front of him. Then Akin expanded the barrier. Hawkins lightly tapped his own arm, and Akin felt pain in his arm. It works, Akin nodded. Dia looked even more certain. Hawkins did not attack by breaking the barrier, but instead used his ability to directly strike Akin. Dia also experimented. He used flames, freezing lasers, and other attacks, but all were blocked or deflected by the barrier. This proved that the Akin barrier is difficult to break from the outside, and the most efficient method is to find a way to target Akin inside the barrier. In the end, everyone gathered together to discuss Akin's abilities and shared a lot of experience in developing devil fruits with him. At the entrance of Reverse Mountain, Dia and his group arrived here. It's amazing. The reversed ocean currents create a unique scenery that can only be seen at Reverse Mountain. This was the first time Nami saw this. She leaned over the bow and looked up, her eyes filled with excitement. The flying ship took off and, after soaring over Reverse Mountain, continued to move forward without stopping. Dia stood at the bow of the ship, issuing commands like captain. On the other side of the upside-down mountain is the Twin Gorge, where whale activities occur near Labna Island, often using their heads to strike the Red Earth continent. Dia fears that it will encounter Rab after the past. Rab's size is a huge threat to the flying ship. At that time, in order to ensure the safety of his own ship, Dia will have no choice but to eliminate it. Dia didn't want to do this, so he simply took off into the sky, crossing over the Twin Gorges and heading deeper. After all, they had already been to the Grand Line once and were familiar with its environment. They had all the necessary supplies, so there was no need to linger in the Twin Gorges. Kuroka's was, as always, basking in the sun beneath the lighthouse, reading the newspaper and enjoying his leisurely retirement. He had just remarked on what a beautiful sunny day it was when suddenly the sky above him darkened. What was happening? Was it going to rain? Kuroka's was puzzled. How could the weather change so suddenly? When he looked up, he was immediately stunned. A flying ship? And made of steel? The soaring ship in the sky broadened Kuroka's horizons. Having lived for so long and traveled the world with Pirate King Roger, he thought there was nothing left in this world that could surprise him. Yet today, he encountered something new. It seemed to have come from the East Sea. When did the East Sea have a group like this? Kuroka's couldn't make out the figures on the steel warship in the sky and secretly wondered when the East Sea had produced such ships. For some reason, he suddenly remembered a group of kids he had encountered years ago who had used devil fruit powers to travel back and forth between the Grand Line and the East Sea. Could it be their ship? Kuroka speculated quietly. As he watched in shock, the ship in the sky had already flown far away, leaving only a small black dot in its place. Meanwhile, at the Navy base in Logtown, EC, Smoker, whose chest was wrapped in thick bandages, was reporting to the Navy headquarters using a den mushi. After being kicked into the sea by Dia, he thought he would die at the bottom of the ocean. But at the crucial moment, Tashiji found him as he sank and rescued him before he could perish. Although he survived, Smoker was severely injured. Dia's finger, infused with haki, nearly pierced his heart. The EC Navy had suffered significant losses this time. Many of the branch bases had lost their ability to go out and pursue pirates. They needed the headquarters to send people to support the reconstruction of the EC Navy. Smoker detailed the battle with Dia and his crew to the headquarters and requested reinforcements. Otherwise, many branches in the EC would be completely paralyzed due to this loss. We understand the situation in the EC. I will report your request to the higher-ups at headquarters. Additionally, we will conduct further research on the Twin Star Pirates led by Dia. The serious voice from the headquarters replied to Smoker through the den mushi. Thanks to Dia and his crew's proclamations after defeating enemies in the EC, bounty hunters in the EC were now aware of the name and emblem of the Twin Star Pirates. 2 hours later, Vice Admiral Tsuru at the Navy headquarters received the report on the losses of the EC Navy and the latest information on the Twin Star Pirates. The losses in the EC branches were too severe, nearly half their strength lost. Tsuru sighed as she looked at the documents in her hand. Another problem. After glancing at the report on the Twin Star Pirates, Vice Admiral Tsuru stood up and headed toward the Marshal's office. At the office of the current Marine Marshal, Sengoku, he was carefully reading the documents handed to him by Vice Admiral Tsuru. The top-tier Logia-type Thunder Fruit user, a flying steel warship, a surgery fruit user, the O'Hara survivor Nico Robin, Haki, and the mastermind behind the South Blue Nobility Massacre. As he read through the impactful content, Sengoku's expression grew increasingly serious. This truly is a complex, super big trouble, he concluded, defining the newly emerged Twin Star Pirates. What should we do now? This group has probably already entered the Grand Line. What action should we take? Vice Admiral Tsuru asked Sengoku after reviewing the intelligence. For now, we still don't know their movements. Let's increase the bounty on them and notify the branches at the forefront of several routes in the Grand Line to closely monitor their actions. Once discovered, report back to headquarters immediately, Sengoku decided. Although the Twin Star Pirates were just a newly emerged crew, they posed significant trouble, and Sengoku could not allow them to develop further. They needed to be dealt with swiftly. What about the East Sea? How should we handle it? The branches in the East Sea have suffered varying degrees of losses, and many are now unable to suppress the pirates. Vice Admiral Zoro nodded and continued to inquire about the East Sea Navy's issues. Recently, there have been many reports concerning the East Sea branches, indicating that there are many internal corrupt elements within our Navy, such as Colonel Monka and Colonel Rat, who were taken out by the Twin Star Pirates. One acted like a local tyrant, ruthlessly exploiting the ordinary citizens in his jurisdiction, while the other collaborated with pirates, allowing them to attack civilians in his area and siphoning off the treasure plundered by the pirates. They have been doing this for quite some time. The fact that we haven't received any news about them indicates significant issues within their branch, since they died at the hands of the Twin Star Pirates. We have suppressed their misdeeds and not disclosed them externally, but despite this, they still need to be addressed. Vice Admiral Zoro carefully analyzed the current problems faced by the East Sea branches and the corruption within the East Sea Navy, urging Sengoku to make a decision. Then I will appoint you as the inspector sent to the East Sea, fully responsible for the reconstruction of the East Sea branches and the oversight of the East Sea Navy. You must ensure that the East Sea Navy is restored and thoroughly cleansed of corrupt elements. Sengoku grimaced as he made the decision. The news of corruption infuriated him. It was a more serious matter than the loss of strength in the East Sea. If not handled properly, the Navy could easily lose the support of the ordinary people in the East Sea. Additionally, I will send 3 vice admirals from headquarters to inspect the other 3 seas. Since such a situation has occurred in the East Sea, it is likely that similar issues exist in the other 3 seas. We might as well take this opportunity to clean up all the branches across the 4 seas, Sengoku suggested, deciding to send out 3 inspection teams. Just entering the Grand Line and already being offered a bounty of 90 million berries? The Twin Star Pirates? At Mogu Town on Kaya Island, a lawless area composed of pirates. All the pirates here were captivated by the same topic today. The Navy had placed an extraordinarily high bounty of 90 million berries on the captain of a pirate crew that had just entered the Grand Line. Since their establishment in the East Sea, the Twin Star Pirates had consecutively killed 2 East Sea branch colonels and, during subsequent pursuits by the East Sea Navy, sank dozens of Navy warships and killed numerous branch Navy personnel, causing devastating casualties to the East Sea Navy. The pirates of Magic Town looked at the newspaper reports about the Twin Star Pirates, detailing their battles against the Navy in the East Sea. This news was well known among all the Navy and bounty hunters in the East Sea, making it impossible to hide, so the Navy allowed these reports to be published. These guys are really fierce. No wonder their bounty has increased so quickly. They've nearly crippled the Navy in the East Sea. Many pirates sighed at the sharpness of their peers. What's so great about it? They've merely weakened the Navy of the weakest sea. If it were me, I could do it too. The Navy is becoming increasingly incompetent, and they actually put such a high bounty on them. Bellamy, listening to the discussions around him, showed a disdainful expression and began to mock. If this so-called Twin Star Pirates dared to come to Magic Town, he would make them understand that their strength was far from enough in the Grand Line. Bellamy slammed his cup down on the table, feeling a mix of envy and hatred toward the Twin Star Pirates for making such a big splash as newcomers, which twisted his face. In front of everyone, he declared that if the Twin Star Pirates dared to land here, he would definitely teach them a lesson. Bellamy's words should be taken seriously, right? After all, he is currently the strongest pirate in Magic Town, and the Twin Star Pirates from the weakest sea should not be his match. Bellamy's declaration sparked discussions among the surrounding pirates. Some believed Bellamy could defeat the Twin Star Pirates, while others thought that since the Twin Star Pirates could achieve that level in the East Sea, they must have some strength, and Bellamy would at most reach a stalemate, unable to defeat them. In any case, there were various viewpoints and plenty of people waiting to see the drama unfold. Damn it, the bounty has increased again. And this time even Nami has been wanted, with a bounty of 3 million berries. In Cocoa Village, Belumo looked at the updated wanted notices for Jia and his crew, feeling quite a headache, especially Nami's enlarged photo on the wanted notice, which she found glaring no matter how she looked at it. Master Gung Shirlang, look, Guena has finally been wanted too, just like Zoro, with a bounty of 20 million berries. In the dojo of Frost Moon Village, the apprentices excitedly rushed into Gung Shirlong's room to share the good news about Guena's wanted notice. Really, if this continues, the kids will be taught bad things. It's such a headache. Gung Shirlang looked at the apprentices, who treated being wanted by the Navy as a joyous occasion, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, the ones being wanted were his daughter and his most outstanding disciple. Ada and Asi have actually become pirates? In the hometown of the Anthony brothers in the Grand Line, the residents were quite surprised to see the two brothers had matured a lot in the photos. Because under the photos of the two brothers, there was a bounty of 5 million berries from the Navy. However, the captain and other crew members were those who had once saved us. They must have their own reasons for becoming pirates. After all, they're all good people. The residents sent a good person card to Jia and his crew, firmly believing that their decision to become pirates was due to unavoidable circumstances. In the extreme north of the North Sea, the news and wanted notices of Jia and his crew also reached here, in the hometown of Shachi and Pudding. The two boys have also made a name for themselves, being on the Navy's wanted list, but the bounty is a bit low, only 5 million berries. Villagers gathered to look at the wanted notices of the two. In the West Sea, the stronghold of the Capone family. Capone Beej looked at the wanted notices in his hand. Captain Dia of the Twin Star Pirates had a bounty of 90 million berries, and combatant Eustace Kid had a bounty of 60 million berries. The two familiar faces made Beej grind his teeth in anger. He tightly clenched the two wanted notices, wishing he could crush them through the photos. So you went to the East Sea and now to the Grand Line. Beej spoke with a dark tone. Just wait. I will find you soon and take revenge for what happened back then. Looking at the wanted notices, Beej muttered to himself. After years of development, his Capone family had basically unified all the mafia forces in the West Sea. Beej had always found the mafia uninteresting and had thoughts of going out to become a pirate. Now seeing Jia and Kid in the Grand Line, his determination only strengthened. Law, you've finally appeared, and this kid named Jia was the one who provoked me back then. I'll let you escape due to carelessness, but this time, I will wait for you in this new world. If you can make it here, I'll let you feel what a real pirate is. Hee. In the new world, in the kingdom of Dressrosa, Doflamingo looked at the newspaper and wanted notices in his hands and laughed maniacally. Dragon Uncle, look at this. It's those guys from back then. They've gone out to sea, on a mysterious island in the Grand Line. Sabo held the newspaper and wanted notices of Jia and his crew and K before Dragon. Having not lost his memory and knowing Dragon's identity, he called him Dragon Uncle. An impressive power is growing. Dragon looked at the faces on the wanted notices and remembered their encounter in the East Sea at the Goa Kingdom. He felt that Dia and his crew would become a formidable new generation force in the future. Regarding this group, Dragon expressed his willingness to see them grow. The events in the South Sea, upon returning to the Revolutionary Army years ago, Dragon reported the whole story of the massacre of nobles by the Revolutionary Army on the island to him. Everything about the Goa Kingdom in the East Sea was also noted by Dragon. Through these two incidents, he could tell that this group despised the decaying rule of this world. This overlapped with the actions of the Revolutionary Army in some aspects. In a certain sea area, a pirate ship was frozen into a giant ice sculpture. A tall, thin man rode his bicycle on the ice. He looked at the newspaper in his hand, gazing at the wanted notice featuring Nico Robin. After hiding for so many years, is this your choice? Twin Star Pirates. Akiji looked at Jia's face on the photo, turned his bicycle around, and rode across the sea. The direction was towards the entrance of the Grand Line. Ha! We also have wanted notices and bounties now. In the waters of the Grand Line, on the flying ship, a loud cheer erupted. The updated bounty notice from Jia has also reached here, which has made many partners who were not previously wanted quite happy. Captain Jia of the Gemini Pirates, 90 million berries. First is Jia, whose bounty has been raised to 90 million, which is a good figure at the Paradise stage. Anything higher would be over 100 million. Generally, the Navy is very cautious about bounties exceeding 100 million and does not issue them lightly. Eustace Kid, 60 million berries. Kid's bounty increased by 10 million berries. Trafalgar Law, 80 million berries. Law's bounty of 80 million is a good number. It is difficult to increase without significant circumstances. Killer, 70 million berries. His Logia-type Thunderfruit ability has garnered significant attention from the Navy, giving him a relatively high amount. Roranoa Zoro, 20 million berries. Kuina, 20 million berries. Kuina has finally been given a bounty, and it is the same amount as Zoro's. Nico Robin's bounty of 79 million berries remains unchanged. X. Drake, 15 million berries. Hawkins, 20 million berries. Hawkins has a bounty 5 million berries higher than Drake, due to his mysterious abilities, which have instilled fear in many Navy members who have fought against him. Apu, 12 million berries. This is his first bounty, and the Navy set it at a moderate number. Atkins' bounty remains at 15 million berries. Victoria also stays at 10 million berries. Johnny, Joseph, Shachi Penguin. and the two brothers Anthony are all at 5 million berries. Tony, Atlantis is at 40 million berries. Nami is at 3 million berries. Those with bounties below 10 million are generally because they have not performed significantly, leading the Navy to not pay them much attention. White Bear, the Gemini pirate's pet, is at 200 berries. The most pitiful, Bippo, is still treated like a pet in Law's crew, just like in the original work, which has deeply hurt his young heart. The despicable Navy actually looks down on bears. Bippo squats in a corner, cursing the person in the Navy who made the bounty notice. While Gia and the others were focused on the bounty notice, many people at sea were also watching them, completely unaware of what was happening. The order from the 5 elders? At the CP9 base, Spandam listened in surprise to the situation reported by his father, Spandane. The 5 elders took the twin star pirates very seriously, especially since Nico Robin, the only survivor of O'Hara, could read the poneglyphs, which was absolutely unacceptable to them. Then there was Trafalgar Law, who was also a very important figure. These two must be captured. If Robin cannot be taken alive, then she can be killed on the spot. However, Trafalgar Law must be captured alive. It was the first time Spandam heard his father speak so seriously to him. Besides your CP9, other organizations received the same order, and even a more mysterious organization above CP9 has been mobilized, indicating how much the 5 elders valued this matter. Whoever can complete this task will achieve great merit and leave a deep impression on the 5 elders. Your CP9 is the strongest within CP19. You must seize this opportunity and put aside other matters to ensure this task is accomplished. Spandane earnestly advised his son, stating that if this task could be completed by the two of them, their power and status within the government would greatly increase. Rest assured, father, I will recall all personnel and do everything possible to accomplish this task without letting anyone else get ahead, Spandam confidently replied to his father. He believed that a new pirate crew would not be able to create any significant waves under the elite of CP9. As long as he could find them, he was confident he could easily take them down and the great merit would be his. Thinking of this, Spandam showed a smug smile, as if he could see greater power beckoning him. Soon, Spandam notified all CP9 personnel on missions to secretly assemble, even pausing the important team of Rob Lucci, who was undercover in Water 7. Mobilizing all intelligence and resources, Spandam worked hard to track down the twin star pirates on a small island in the Grand Line. This was the territory of one of the warlords of the sea, Hanavza. This warlord had not appeared in the original work. He was quickly killed by Ace when he entered the Grand Line, which greatly boosted Ace's reputation. Kuma also took his place as a warlord of the sea. At this moment, he was sitting in a spacious hall where the floor was covered with various lizards. The lizards fought fiercely among themselves, but none dared to approach the man at the top. Hanavza stood over 5 meters tall with a robust build. He wore a black coat adorned with 2 horn-like decorations on his shoulders. Next to him lay a 6 or 7 meter long giant scythe and a long chain mace. The ancient zone ability was not something a rookie pirate could possess. Hanavza looked at the wanted notice of Drake in his hand, thinking about the report from his subordinate that the opponent was an ancient zone ability user. Hanavza's face showed displeasure. He had a peculiar hobby of collecting Zoan devil fruits, especially ancient ones, believing they were the best treasures in the world. Consequently, he deeply disliked those who consumed ancient Zoan abilities. Once, he thought about causing trouble for Kaido because the Beast Pirates had the most Zoan ability users, and many were ancient types, including Kaido himself, who possessed a mythical Zoan ability. In his youthful arrogance, he intruded into Kaido's territory, but was unfortunately dealt with by Kaido's 3 calamities before he could even see Kaido's face. However, he managed to escape due to his outstanding strength, which is why he gained fame and was invited by the world government to become a warlord of the sea. Wait for me to twist your head off, little brat. The pitiful weaklings do not deserve the power of beasts, especially the exceptional ancient beasts. Only true strong ones can possess them. Hanavza crushed the wanted notice in his hand and walked outside the building. Nico Robin, I didn't expect you to be with a rookie pirate crew. I've been looking for you for so many years, and you've finally shown yourself. In Alabasta, Crocodile, who had become a hero of the country, held Robin's wanted notice, his eyes burning with intensity. I've confirmed that the ship known as the most infamous battleship, which recorded one of the ancient weapons, Pluton, is right here in this country. If I obtain it, everything you once gave me, Whitebeard, I can return to you. At this time, Crocodile had already begun his conspiracy in Alabasta, believing that with his meticulous plan, the power of Alabasta would eventually fall into his hands, and he would ultimately obtain the poneglyph recording Pluton. Now, his only problem was to find someone who could read the poneglyphs to help him. after searching for many years. The only suitable person he could find was Nico Robin, the sole survivor of O'Hara. You little brats. You can only blame your bad luck for possessing things you cannot handle. Therefore, I can only kill you all, as I don't want anyone to know that Nico Robin has been taken by me. Crocodile's cold gaze fixed on Dia and the others' wanted notices. Subsequently, a large amount of sand poured out from his body, erasing the wanted notices into ashes. After this, the intelligence organization secretly controlled by Crocodile began to leverage their intelligence capabilities, searching the seas for the whereabouts of the twin star pirates. This island is quite lively. Among the crowd, Johnny and Joseph curiously surveyed everything around them. After some time sailing, Dia and his group landed on their first island since entering the Grand Line. Aside from the harsh weather, these islands were not much different from the East Blue. Nami, landing on an island in the Grand Line for the first time, was curious about everything around her, looking around. I wonder if there are any powerful swordsmen here. Only by fighting strong opponents can I become stronger. Zoro placed his hand on the 3 swords at his waist, his eyes revealing a thirst for strength. The Grand Line had the opponents he most desired to encounter. The man known as the world's greatest swordsman. Defeating him would allow him to achieve his long-cherished dream. Let's find a place to fill our stomachs first, and see if there's any special food here. Kid was very interested in food, and his words resonated with Diameter. The world is vast, but eating is the most important. Let's fill our stomachs first. Dia nodded and began scanning both sides of the street, then zeroed in on a restaurant that looked quite nice and led everyone inside. So full. After the meal, Dia and Kid leaned back in their chairs side by side, both looking noticeably larger, their bellies round and full, making one worry they might burst at any moment. The food on this island is truly unique. It's been a long time since they felt this stuffed. Dia burped, looking very comfortable and at ease. Kid was using a toothpick to clean the remnants from between his teeth. What kind of monsters are you two? Although Nami had seen it many times, she still found it very hard to comprehend the scene of Dia and Kid being able to eat food many times their own size at once. She thought these 2 guys were just like monsters. And don't you really worry about your stomach exploding after that? Nami's little head was filled with big doubts. Burp. Dia and Kid did not answer her question immediately. Instead, after burping, their bodies began to emit a large amount of steam, and then their inflated forms quickly shrank back to normal. How could they possibly burst? Look, this is easily digestible. Kid answered Nami's doubts with his actions, indicating that this amount of food was just a small snack. Really, Nami didn't know how to describe these 2. Don't pay too much attention to it. Their bodies have always been like this, completely different from ordinary people. It's normal that you don't understand. Robin propped her chin on her hand and chuckled, suggesting that Nami should get used to their oddities. Let's go after we're full. We girls still want to go shopping. Victoria, the chief steward on the ship, had already settled the bill and signaled everyone to leave. She had discussed with Nami and Robin before landing that they wanted to explore the island properly. But Dia and Kid's appetites had already delayed them quite a bit. You girls really don't understand. What's so good about shopping? Dia finds it hard to understand why the 2 worlds are so different. However, when it comes to shopping, women's interests are surprisingly unified. Saying this, Dia gets up and follows them out. The 3 girls happily go shopping, while the other boys serve as free labor, helping them carry bags. Something feels off. Ever since we left the restaurant, someone has been following us. Hawkins never forgets to fiddle with his tarot cards wherever he goes. The divination shows that someone has been watching them from the shadows. Are those rats hiding in the dark? They've known about them for a long time. Dia was not the least bit surprised by this, although he appeared lazy since the moment he landed on the island. One of his eyeballs had transformed into a small drone that soared into the sky, transmitting all the movements around him in real time to his mind. As soon as the hidden figures set their sights on them, Dia had already detected their presence. They were probably bounty hunters after their heads. With the electromagnetic waves from Kid's Thunderfruit and his trained weak observation hockey, he had already pinpointed the locations of a few individuals in the shadows and was speculating on their intentions. A group of little mice lurking in the dark corners. I'll go take care of them all. Kid had the hottest temper, and as soon as he heard that someone was spying on them, he immediately wanted to deal with them. The purple magnetic energy on his arm flickered, causing the surrounding metal to tremble slightly. What's going on? The trembling metal left many people in the crowd puzzled for a moment. Let us wait a bit. These are just small fries. The real mastermind hasn't arrived yet. Once they come, we'll deal with them all at once to avoid trouble. Dia's small drone has been secretly lurking around the dark figures, clearly hearing their conversations. After realizing that the other party is just peripheral personnel, Dia reached out and grabbed Kid. The probability of being attacked is 90, while our probability of victory is 100. While Jia and others were communicating, Hawkins was still fiddling with his tarot cards, divining the probabilities of things that might happen today. Jojo, app surrounded Hawkins, looking at the incomprehensible tarot cards, and jokingly spoke. You really should go back to my hometown and become a priest. With your ability, you could definitely become the most powerful priest in our tribe's history. In App's Longhand tribe hometown, there has always been a custom of rituals. For the people back home, all unknown matters or disasters can be communicated with the heavens through rituals to get answers or solutions. If I become your priest, the first thing I would do is throw you, this guy, into the fire as a heretic and turn you to ashes. Hawkins is used to keeping quiet while divining alone. However, App always surrounds him and uses his abilities to create various musical instruments for a rock performance, which always annoys Hawkins and prevents him from being calm. Yo, check it out. What a cold-hearted partner. App paid no attention to Hawkins' jokes and continued to surround him. Starting his own hip-hop, in a lively corner, a few sneaky individuals were quietly discussing something while keeping an eye on Jia and the others. It's already been reported, but I don't know when the higher-ups will come. They should be here soon, especially since the senior agents from both organizations are on the island. This group is our biggest target right now, and the boss is taking it very seriously, so those senior agents wouldn't dare delay. The two individuals murmured softly. I don't understand why the boss is paying so much attention to this group of newcomers from the East China Sea. I can't see anything different about them. One of them expressed confusion about the recent orders from the organization. The reason these guys have such a high bounty is also due to their heavy blow to the East China Navy, but more importantly, it's because of the iron warship docked at the port. After all, ordinary ships or warships are completely useless against something like that. This guy attributed the high bounty on Jia and their crew to the flying, believing that the iron warship was impressive rather than the strength of the group itself. Why bother with all that? Let's just focus on executing the mission well and strive to become billionaires instead of just millionaires. His companion didn't want him to overthink things, only wanting to concentrate on performing their tasks and getting promoted within the organization. You're right, another individual nodded in agreement. With two chief commanders involved this time, these guys surely won't escape, and we've monitored their iron warship. Aside from one person with a bounty of 15 million, the rest are just a few million in worthless fish. So this time, not only will we get the people, but also their ship. I'm really looking forward to it. I've never been on an iron ship before, so I wonder how it's different from regular ones. Their discussion exposed everything, and the drones hovering low behind them transmitted all of this dialogue into Jia's mind. Millionaire, billionaire, chief commander. Hearing these familiar titles, Jia quickly deduced which faction they belonged to. It turned out to be Crocodile's Baroque works. Jia was taken aback. It seemed that they were targeting Robin. As in order to decipher the poneglyph of Alabasta and obtain clues about the Pluton battleship, they needed someone who could understand the poneglyph. Jia quickly guessed Crocodile's intentions. However, treating us like soft persimmons will leave you with all your front teeth shattered. Jia let out a light laugh at Crocodile's thoughts of wanting to attack them, especially Robin's idea. He felt quite relaxed and was not at all tense just because the other party was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. With their current strength, they were not something an early-stage Crocodile could handle, let alone dealing with them. It was already a question of whether Crocodile could safely leave if he showed up. Jia ignored the few people in the shadows and continued to shop with the 3 girls. What good luck. The organization was just about to look for you, and we happened to run into you here. It seems like we've really hit the jackpot. After Jia and the others finished shopping, they were walking towards the port. Halfway there, in an area with no one around, a man and a woman blocked their way. The woman had an open umbrella resting on her shoulder. Floating in the air, she looked at Jia and the others as if they were a free prize, as if they were just fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. The contempt and disdain in her tone made many of Jia's companions feel very annoyed and displeased. They couldn't understand why the boss valued these guys so much, designating them as the organization's primary target. The man's companion, a dark-skinned man with big lips, wore a look of arrogance and disdain, not even bothering to glance at Jia and the others. It will be better to deal with you quickly and report back to the boss. The dark-skinned man picked his nose and flicked a booger towards Jia and the others. Boom! Jia pointed out that a laser intercepted the booger, resulting in a violent explosion. This explosion was not only due to the laser's effect, but also the power of the booger. They really underestimated these 2 pieces of trash, casually intercepting the opponent's attack. Jia spoke. He had recognized that the ones in front of him were 2 of the chief commanders from the Baroque works, Mr. 5 and that woman. The woman is a paramecia-type user of the float fruit, which allows her to change her weight between 1 kilogram and 1,000 kilograms. The ugly guy is a paramecia-type user of the bomb fruit, capable of turning any part of his body into an explosive, even the gas he exhales. Dia introduced his companions to the abilities of the two. Who's interested in twisting off these two guys' heads? After the introduction, Dia asked, as he had no desire to engage with such small fry, and he hoped the rest of his companions could gain more combat experience. Hitting a woman isn't very interesting, so let me give this guy a little operation instead. As soon as Jiao finished speaking, Luo teleported to Mr. Five's side, coldly smiling as he unfolded the surgical space. Another ability user? Looking at the surgical space enveloping him, Mr. Five wore a curious expression, secretly guessing Luo's powers. However, knowing my ability, you still dare to get this close? You really are a fool. Then Mr. Five unleashed a ruthless mockery towards Luo, explaining that with his explosive fruit, the closer someone was to him, the greater the power they would have to endure. Although the Navy's bounty required him to capture you alive, I never planned to bring you to the Navy for the reward. Our boss only said he wanted Nico Robin alive, so you can die. Mr. Five extended an arm towards Luo, revealing a cruel smile. Let us see you shatter into pieces in my explosion. Boom! A massive explosion erupted at the location of Luo and Mr. Five. Room. Along with the explosion came Luo's voice. Damn it, this always happens. I'm still here. It's really unfortunate to be partnered with you. The shockwave from an explosion blew her a distance away, and looking at the obscured ground shrouded in smoke from the explosion, she complained in displeasure. Huh, where's he? As the smoke cleared, she looked down but saw no trace of anyone. It shouldn't be like this. Even if there was an explosion, it should only have blown Trafalgar Law to pieces. Mr. Five shouldn't have disappeared. Curious about where everyone went, she knew Mr. Five's ability well as a partner. The explosions from the explosive fruit wouldn't harm the user themselves. What's going on? How could you be fine? However, a voice dispelled her doubts. She saw Trafalgar Law and Mr. Five, who had somehow already moved away from the explosion site, appearing dozens of meters away. At that moment, Mr. Five wore a puzzled expression, still trying to figure out what had happened. My hand. Although confused, since his opponent hadn't been taken out, Mr. Five prepared for another explosion. But when he reached out again, he found that the hand he had used for the explosion was empty. It had been cut off without any visible wounds. Seeing the shocked and confused expression on his opponent's face, Luo revealed a malicious smile. It was you. It's your ability. Luo's laughter snapped Mr. Five out of his shock, and he glared at Luo with anger, knowing that everything was definitely the other party's doing. Godi. Losing a hand made Mr. Five furious, and he lunged at Luo, activating his ability, turning his entire body into explosives, ready to detonate at any moment. Room. Luo again unfolded the surgical space, and with a change of hand gestures, Mr. Five was instantly dismembered into pieces. Then Luo disappeared from spot. Boom, boom, boom. The dismembered pieces of Mr. Five's body exploded, creating chaos at the scene. However, Luo suffered no damage. He had used his ability to teleport himself into the explosion range before it detonated. Mr. Five. Everything happened too quickly. By the time she reacted, all she saw were the dismembered remains of Mr. Five. She shouted and was about to float toward that direction. Swish. However, the sound of sword being drawn echoed, and then she saw the flash of a blade as the parasol was sliced in half. Without the parasol support, she could no longer float in the air and fell to the ground. At the same time, Kuna also jumped down from midair. It was her who had appeared below in an instant, then jumped up and unsheathed her sword, cleanly slicing down at her opponent. The guys in my crew have no interest in attacking a woman, but I'm different. Kuina confidently pointed the sharp blade of her sword, Wado Ikamanji, at her opponent. Cut. 2 pieces of trash. What a waste of 2 devil fruits. Kid watched the 2 battles unfold, initially thinking he would witness the application of other superhuman abilities, but ended up encountering 2 worthless fighters. The way they developed their abilities was painful to watch. He looked away in disdain. Indeed, the development of these 2 ability users was only at the most basic application level. The one with the explosive fruit was the most wasted, as this fruit originally had very strong offensive capabilities, yet was only used to bully ordinary people. Killer also provided a very poor evaluation. Dia nodded in agreement with the 2. The float fruit was somewhat better. The upper and lower limits of this ability were very clear, 1 kilogram and 1,000 kilograms, which fixed the development of this ability. Aside from awakening, this ability didn't have much potential for development. To use it well, one could only develop physical techniques to a very high level and then combine them with the ability. However, the bomb fruit's ability was different. The upper limit was very high. If a stronger person were to use it and develop it well, it could become a humanoid mushroom bomb. But it was completely wasted in NR5's hands. He only stayed at the most basic level of explosions, and his physical techniques were also quite poor. Damn it, Dia and the others were discussing as she got back up on the ground. She was very angry at Kuina for having cut her down. I am not someone like you, with a broken sword who can deal with me. With a leap, she reduced her weight to 1 kilogram. Although she didn't have an umbrella to help her float, this jump allowed her to reach a height far beyond that of an ordinary person. At 1,000 kilograms, she maximized her weight and quickly fell towards the ground where Kuina was. Under the acceleration of gravity, her falling speed became very fast, bringing down immense pressure like Mount Tai crushing down on Kuina. Swish! Kuina remained very calm and composed, her expression unchanged as she held the Wado Ikemanji horizontally by her side. Just as it was about to hit her, she sidestepped with a quick movement, avoiding the attack. Then, after the sound of a long sword slicing through the air, she sheathed the Wado Ikemanji. A massive gash appeared on her chest, slanting downwards and nearly slicing her in half. Blood gushed from the wound as she pointed at Kuina. Unable to speak, the opponent's sword was just too fast, ending the fight before she even saw it coming. First, my sword is not a broken sword. It is one of the great blades, the 21st, and it is my best partner. Second, I am not a minor character. I am a swordsman who will soon rise to become the world's #1 swordsman as a woman. After calmly stating this, Kuina ignored her opponent and turned to leave decisively. That's so cool, Kuina. Kuina's performance made both Victoria and Nami's eyes sparkle with admiration. Kuina was the most spirited girl they had ever seen, and they sincerely hoped to be like her. When Kuina returned to her companions, her performance earned her praise from all, except for one voice that broke the atmosphere. Kuina, the one who will become the world's #1 swordsman, must be me. Only Zoro, looking at Kuina with a fighting spirit, confidently declared to her, someone like you deserves to be single for life. Dia looked at Zoro's fighting spirit and couldn't help but pout, constantly complaining in her heart. Kuina, facing Zoro's determination, merely shot him a glance before proudly turning her head away to chat with her girlfriends. On Law's side, at the moment Kuina finished her battle, he crushed Mr. Five's head with a kick. Having spent a lot of time with Dia, he gradually learned each other's habits. As long as it was an enemy, he never left anyone alive. Law returned to the team, and Gia and the others continued towards the port. As for the need for a finishing blow, Kuina's injury was too severe from that one strike. Even her heart was damaged, and with significant blood loss, she had only a few minutes left to live. Meanwhile, on the flying pigeon at the port, Akin, Johnny, Joseph, Shachi, Pecan, the Anthony brothers, Mechanic Tony, and Beepo, who stayed on the ship, were also under attack from the Million Elder and Billion Elder. Charge! Let's take out everyone on the ship. With the main figures of the twin star pirates absent, only some small fry remained on the ship, which they could easily deal with and seize the steel vessel. A large number of Baroque Works lower-level agents rushed towards the flying pigeon from various positions at the port, and several medium-sized two-masted sailing ships surrounded them. Originally thinking it would be boring, they unexpectedly found some fun. Johnny and Joseph were excited as they watched the incoming attackers. It had been dull guarding the flying pigeon, and encountering enemies was just the entertainment they needed. Brother, let's see who could take down more enemies. Ada set up the Barrett and aimed at an enemy. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the enemy's head exploded like a watermelon, the powerful bullet from the Barrett obliterating them. Bang! The sea also fired, the Barrett's bullet shattering one skull and continuing to penetrate another enemy behind. One shot, 2 kills. Tony, this gun you designed based on the captain's abilities is amazing. Not only is it powerful, but it's also highly accurate. You're truly a genius. While taking down 2 enemies, AC didn't forget to praise Tony's talent. No matter how good a gun is, it needs a good owner to unleash its power. Otherwise, it's just a pile of scrap metal. Tony Atlantis, with long silver hair cascading over his shoulders, looked much sturdier than when he first met Diameter. He no longer appeared weak or malnourished. Instead, he had a healthy, rosy complexion and well-defined muscles. Tony was undoubtedly the team's visual representative. At around 20 years old, he gave off the impression of a standard nobleman, as handsome as a prince from a fairy tale. In this noisy environment, Tony remained calm, quietly sitting in a corner of the deck, tinkering with his machinery. Anthony brothers, remember to cover us. We're heading down first. Johnny and Joseph jumped off the ship and charged towards the incoming enemies while calling out to the snipers on board. Swish! The two drew their long knives, and with 2 flashes of white light, 2 heads flew high into the air. Their long knives were not as slender as Zoro's and Guana's. Instead, they had wider and heavier blades, allowing them to inflict greater damage on their enemies. They also didn't have sheaths hanging directly at their waists, resembling the weapons from their original work. However, thanks to Tony's genius craftsmanship, their knives were sturdier than typical weapons. Johnny and Joseph stood side by side, and together they quickly broke through the enemy's defenses in that direction, pushing deeper without anyone able to stop them. Although we are indeed the small fry on the ship, there is still a big difference between small fries. We're not on the same level as you. Compared to the other monsters on the ship, Johnny and Joseph were among the weakest, lacking the unique skills of Tony, the Anthony brothers, Bippo, and Shachi. However, this was only on their ship, after years of Dia's strict supervision and training at the dojo in Frostmoon Village. Although the two could team up, they still couldn't last 2 rounds against serious fighters like Guena and Zoro. But against ordinary people or typical small fry, teaming up, they could easily take down dozens without any pressure. Johnny and Joseph took care of One Direction's enemies, and Bippo also jumped off the ship. "I'll fight." Bippo struck a kung fu pose and charged through the crowd, knocking enemies over one by one. After years of interacting with his friends, Bippo had shed his previous self-doubt and shyness, displaying more courage and determination, making his current strength even stronger than in the original work. And he was still the navigator on the ship, although his talent might not match the newly joined Nami after many years of accumulation. Nami still needed to seek Bippo's advice on many navigation techniques at this time. "Brother, you cover them. I'll adjust the cannon. We're about to enter the firing range of those ships on the sea." The gunfire from the Anthony brothers kept ringing out, with heads being taken down one after another. Suddenly, Ada stopped shooting and reminded his brother. "Got it." Asi nodded in understanding, then sped up his shooting at a distance of hundreds of meters. He didn't even need to aim, instinctively firing and hitting distant enemies. Seeing this, Ada turned his body, preparing to head to the cannon. "Why don't you cover Johnny and the others down below? Just leave the sea issues to us." Shachi and Pecan stopped Ada, indicating that he didn't need to move the cannon. "Those few ships on the sea are just small fry for us." Shachi and Pecan spoke, and after a moment of thought, Ada nodded. He was well aware of his 2 partners' underwater skills. After stopping Ada, Shachi and Pecan approached the ship's side facing the sea, preparing to jump down, while Tony tossed 2 packages to them. These are explosives that can be used underwater, remotely detonated. You both know how to use the last experimental version. This one has stable performance, so you can try it out. Tony provided them with a boost. In that case, we'll give a good test. The 2 were confident in Tony's creations, knowing they were definitely useful. The 2, each carrying a package taller than a person, jumped into the sea. After they entered the water, there were only 2 splashes on the surface, making it impossible to see their figures. A few minutes later, the 2 enemy ships on the surface began to sway, and then a large amount of seawater started flooding in as the 2 ships began to sink rapidly. Not good. There's a big hole in the cabin. Our ship is about to sink. The people on the 2 ships shouted anxiously, then began jumping into the sea, preparing to transfer to other ships. Puff, puff, puff. However, as soon as they jumped into the sea, they started being dragged down one by unknown forces. When they came back up again, it was already a scene of corpses, the sea surface stained red with scarlet blood. Soon, the sea was filled with bodies, and not a single living person remained. The other ships began to sink one by one as well. Puff. At the edge of the blood-stained sea, Shaki and Peijin surfaced from the depths. This was all their doing. Born in the far north, their underwater abilities surpassed those of ordinary people. Even regular mermen in the sea were no match for them, let alone these ordinary agents. On the ship, their roles were that of naval combatants, and they served as emergency rescuers on board, responsible for bringing their powered companions back aboard when they fell into the sea. Barrier compression. On Ajin's side, after Shaki and Peijin had dealt with the threats at sea, he no longer needed to stay on the ship to protect the flying ship from damage and took action as well, choosing a spot with the most enemies. Ajin utilized his astonishing jumping ability to leap to a height of over 10 meters, flipping and adjusting his posture to keep his head down as he deployed his barrier. A massive transparent barrier covered the entire direction of enemies below. Boom! With the impact of the barrier coming down from above, all the enemies in that direction were pressed into the ground. The ground was struck with a deep pit half a meter deep. When Ajin retracted the barrier, the pit was filled with shattered flesh and blood, with not a single complete person left. With one impact compression, Ajin had turned everyone into fragments. It seemed there were enemies at the port as well. When Jia and the others arrived at the port, it was filled with corpses. and ordinary people had long fled in terror. Apart from the partners who stay behind, there was no one else. Baroque Works, a force that has emerged at sea in the past 2 years, has a mysterious boss whose identity is unknown. This organization has recruited many famous individuals across the seas and the Grand Line. When we were in the East Sea, members of this organization were already active there. Kira deduced the identities of these people based on some intelligence from the ship and introduced them to his companions as he walked. Their boss is Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and Whiskey Peak Town is a stronghold of Baroque Works. Dia provided Kira with more intelligence. Why does the other party target us? You like divination, don't you, shaman? Why not try to divine their intentions? Drake spoke to Hawkins beside him. Damn, the Shichibukai. How dare they take action against us? Whatever their purpose is, let's just go and take them down. Kid was furious about the attack. He didn't care if the other party was a Shichibukai recognized by the world government and immediately expressed his intention to deal with them. I can only divine the probability of one event happening. I can't divine everything. Hawkins responded to Drake. And you guys shouldn't come to me for divination about everything, especially trivial matters. Although this was directed at Drake, Hawkins' meaningful glance swept over Kid and Kira. Then he glanced at Victoria. Kid and Kira had both secretly approached him recently, asking for help to divine the same matter. Hawkins was quite dissatisfied with this. Kid and Kira felt their faces flush under Hawkins' gaze, but then their expressions suddenly sharpened, one radiating magnetic energy and the other sparking with electricity. They simultaneously gave Hawkins a warning with their eyes. If you dare to speak out, we'll take you out right here. What's wrong with you two? Victoria noticed something unusual between them. Seeing their powers unleashed, she wondered if there was still an enemy. It's nothing. The two spoke in unison, then retracted their powers, restoring their calm expressions. These two guys even secretly sought out Hawkins for marriage divination. Dia figured out what was going on and silently mocked in his heart. Two simps, both liking the same girl, yet neither of them dared to speak up. They were both cowards. Not only Dia, but Robin also keenly sensed something. She let out a light laugh, took Victoria's hand, and gave the two good brothers a teasing look. Let's think about how to deal with Crocodile. Seeing the atmosphere getting a bit awkward, with their little secret trending towards being discovered by more people, Kira quickly shifted the topic. Since they dared to make a move against us, no matter who the opponent is, they must pay the price. We'll directly go to Whiskey Peak and wipe out the Baroque Works there. When it came to the serious matter, Dia's face turned fierce. He held grudges and never planned to let them go overnight. On the flying, everyone boarded the ship and regrouped with the partners who stayed behind. Beepo, Yu, and Nami confirmed the direction to Whiskey Peak Town and directly activate the flying's flying ability. We need to get there quickly. Once on the ship, Dia instructed the two navigators to confirm the direction, this time coming to the Grand Line. They were not taking the same route that Luffy did in the original story, which started from Whiskey Peak and passed through Alabasta, but chose another route. Therefore, they needed to adjust their course to reach Whiskey Peak. Fortunately, they had a record pointer for Whiskey Peak Island, which could point them in the right direction. Days later, at Whiskey Peak, the place was no longer as lively as it was when Gia and the others passed through a few years ago. Ever since Baroque Works rose to power and chose this small town as one of their bases, all the pirates and bounty hunters in the area have been wiped out by this newly emerged organization. Except for a few who managed to escape, not a single one could survive. This left behind a mass grave behind the town, filled with countless tombstones. The agents of Baroque Works disguised themselves as ordinary townspeople, using their superb acting skills to deceive the new pirates who came from all over the seas to the Grand Line, making them believe that this was an island that worshipped pirates. When the newcomers let their guard down, the agents of Baroque Works effortlessly took off the pirates' heads and went to collect the bounties. Boom! The seemingly peaceful town was shattered by a cannonball that fell from the sky. What happened? The alerted members of Baroque Works rushed out of the buildings, looking at a structure that had been hit by cannon fire and turned into ruins. Then they looked up at the steel monster in the sky. The Twin Star Pirates? Everyone was taken aback, not expecting the first target they were looking for to appear here and launch an attack on them. After the surprise came excitement. Great! This big fish actually came here. As long as they took them down, their status within the organization would surely rise significantly. One by one, the agents of Baroque Works raised their weapons and aimed at the flying, starting a barrage of fire, trying to shoot it down. Clang, clang, clang. However, none of the bullets or cannonballs hit the flying. Kid stood at the bow of the ship, his magnetically charged arm extended, controlling all the attacks to hover just in front of him. Here, have some back. Kid wildly activated his ability, and all the attacks fell down. Boom, boom, boom. The agents of Baroque works below were sent flying by their own cannonballs. Leave none alive. Dia issued the captain's orders, then jumped into the air, his feet transforming into jet thrusters to maintain balance in midair. Yada no Kagami crossed its arms, with all 10 fingers turning into laser emitters, unleashing a dense barrage of yellow laser beams that rapidly fired. Whoosh, 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 the indiscriminate attack of the laser beams quickly cleared a large area, whether human or building. Everything was reduced to ashes under this attack. Boom, 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 the screams, mixed with explosions, continuously echoed from the ground. After plowing the ground with lasers, Dia returned to the deck of the flying ship. It seemed there weren't any high-level guys from the Baroque works around here. Looking at the panicked crowd below, Kira remarked. Then, with a flicker, transformed into lightning floating in the air, enveloping the entire town in his thunder. Rumble, rumble, a massive amount of thunder descended, and after Dia, Kira also began to plow the ground. Under the cover of lightning, the other companions jumped off the ship one by one. Bang Drake, transformed into a dinosaur, remained wild, ignoring any ground weapon attacks, tossing opponents aside one by one. The rampaging dinosaur, with its immense impact, could not be stopped by anyone. Chest drum explosion, AP stood in the crowd, beating his chest, which transformed into a large drum. Boom, 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 the drum sound could still be clearly heard from a distance amidst the chaos. Any enemy who could hear the drum sound felt their bodies begin to explode from within. Scythe, slash, his hands transformed into cymbals, producing a piercing sound as they clashed. Those nearby who heard this sound felt as if their bodies were being sliced by invisible blades, leaving them with cut wounds. Straw clone Hawkins did not use his usual attack method. Instead, his arms turned into straw, and endless straw spread out from his arms, forming life-size straw men on the ground. The dense straw men rushed towards the enemy across. Swish, a flash of a blade cut through, slicing one straw man in half. What use is this thing? Straw can be easily cut. A Baroque Works agent who destroyed a straw man said smugly. Puff, however, the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The cut straw man S has formed a smaller straw man each, picking up weapons from the ground and simultaneously striking him. The other straw men experienced similar situations. No matter if it was swords or bullets, they could not inflict fatal damage on the straw man. Being essentially straw, they had no life, and the lethal damage that would affect humans had no effect on them at all. Bang, until one straw man encountered flames and was directly burned to ashes. This allowed the enemy to find a weakness. Watching the straw men turn to ashes, Hawkins remained unfazed. He stood quietly in place, fiddling with tarot cards. Bang, a bullet shot came, hitting him squarely in the forehead. Hawkins still did not move, and he suffered no damage. Instead, in the distance, a guy who had just burned a straw clone fell to the ground after a scream. Fire was always a fatal weakness. If not resolved, the straw clones would never be able to form combat power. Hawkins calmly analyzed his abilities. He was well aware of the shortcomings of the straw clone technique. The main purpose of releasing them was not for them to fight, but to quickly spread the smaller replacement straw men through these straw clones. Each straw clone contained some smaller replacement straw men. As a clone spread out, they also rapidly burrowed into the bodies of the surrounding enemies. Hawkins stood calmly in place, allowing any enemy to attack him. After all, until the replacement straw men were exhausted, he was essentially immortal. As for how many replacement straw men he released, only he knew how many lives he had. On Zoro's side, he unleashed his three-sword style, cutting down enemies one after another. They were simply too weak, lacking any sense of challenge or urgency. He needed to find stronger enemies. His opponents brought no pressure, leaving Zoro somewhat dissatisfied. Without a sense of pressure in battle, he couldn't improve himself. Zoro's swordsmanship was incredibly ferocious. Any enemy struck by him was sent flying. In contrast, Kuina was much more agile and nimble in her attacks. Her sword, Wado Ikamanji, continuously sliced through the crowd, each strike precisely hitting the enemy's weakest points. A light slash could render her opponents incapable of fighting. This fighting style allowed her to expend very little stamina and engage in combat for a longer time. Law opened his surgical space, sitting atop a small hill made of corpses, dismembering any enemies that intruded into his surgical space. Soon, his surroundings were filled with various severed limbs. What was eerie to the surrounding enemies was that these dismembered companions were still alive, with no blood flowing out, their limbs and bodies writhing on the ground, attempting to piece themselves back together, which terrified those nearby. Law's surroundings, like Hawkins, were too eerie for anyone to approach. Akin deployed his shield, easily advancing forward. Every attack directed at him was intercepted outside the shield and rebounded, causing his opponents to fall one by one under his counterattacks. The attack by Jia and a large group of people left the Baroque agency agents on Whiskey Peak first filled with anger, then fear, and finally trembling with terror. They had never experienced such despair. No matter how fiercely they charged, the only outcome awaiting them was death. The opponents seemed like invincible gods, making it difficult for them to shake off the feeling of hopelessness. The Baroque agents, devoid of fighting spirit, were quickly dealt with, leaving the ground strewn with bodies and the wounded. Jia had basically taken care of the situation, and the remaining few had hidden away. Should they go find those rats? After eliminating the enemies on the field, the partners returned to the deck, turning their gaze towards diameter. Why bother with that? Just flatten the whole town. If anyone manages to escape after that, it doesn't matter. Jia waved his hand. Fire fist. He jumped into the air, and a large amount of flames gathered from the nozzles of the flamethrowers in his arms and fists, finally forming a gigantic fireball with a diameter of several meters. Jia clenched his fist and swung it out. As the fire fist fell on the small town, mercilessly engulfing everything around it. God's thunder descends. Kidra activated his ability, and a massive pillar of lightning descended from the sky, striking the small town and directly causing a large area to sink several meters deep. Metal Ocean Kid was surrounded by magnetic force, and all the metal in the town flew into the air, while the metal elements underground also detached, forming a dense sea of tiny metal particles. Buildings, lacking metal support, began to collapse one after another, and the ground rolled as the metal elements detachment caused a chain reaction, as if it had been plowed over entirely. Under the combined efforts of the three, the entire town turned into ruins, no longer resembling its former self. After doing all this, Jia and the others piloted the flying ship away. In the distance, a medium-sized sailing ship witnessed all of this. The people on board were deeply shocked. Princess Vivi, is there still a need for us to investigate? I'm afraid there are no living people left on the island now. On the ship, the captain of the Alabaster Royal Guard, Icarlum, looked at his Princess Vivi. Let's go back. There's no need to investigate further. After this blow, the Baroque works has suffered heavy losses, and they won't have the strength to conspire against our country in the short term. Vivi, as the Princess of Alabasta, sensed that the country was shrouded in a conspiracy, and having traced it back to the Baroque works, she prepared to secretly investigate one of their strongholds with Captain Icarlum, only to unexpectedly witness this scene. This caused her investigation to lose its target. After leaving Whiskey Peak Town, the flying ship sailed on the sea. The island only had some miscellaneous fish. The main members of Baroque works, such as the two abilities users from a few days ago, were not on the island. Also, with the warlord crocodile, we have dealt them a heavy blow this time, and they won't let us live in peace easily after this. Kidra remained calm, as ever, analyzing their situation beside diameter. Of course I know that. Since we've taken action, we need to eliminate future threats and can't let them plot against us from behind. Jia also understands this principle. Since we are all here and not far from the country of Alabasta, Crocodile is there, and the main members of the Baroque works are probably active there as well. We should go directly to them and resolve the issue at once, to avoid endless disturbances in the future. Jia announced his decision. Since he has already interacted with Crocodile's Baroque works, he won't just wait for Crocodile to come to him. Instead of that, it's better to take the initiative. After Jia made the decision, everyone nodded after some thought. The crew on the ship were fearless and would not have any concerns just because Crocodile was a warlord of the sea-level pirate. Moreover, their own strength was not weak. Crocodile, as a warlord, would probably still be a bit lacking if he wanted to deal with them. With the decision made, Jia immediately ordered the flying fish to change course and head towards Alabasta. It's really troublesome. It seems that not only Crocodile, but even the world government is looking for trouble with us. Before Jia and the other ship had sailed very far, they were blocked by a sudden appearance of over a dozen armed vessels. The ships were densely packed with armed personnel, and the flag of the world government was flying from the masts. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as they appeared, the enemy began to bombard their ship, the Flying. Without any warning, Jia frowned, feeling that trouble had begun to come in waves just as they had just entered the Grand Line. He was well aware of the world government's intentions, mainly concerning Robin and Law. Robin's ability to read the true history and Law's immortality surgery from the Ope, No Me were both things the world government could not tolerate and yet desperately desired. Damn it, they treat us like soft persimmons, wanting to squeeze us one by one. Kid reflected a cannonball back with his magnetic force. His face was filled with anger, and he was losing patience in the face of wave after wave of enemies. Supermagnetic cannon. He spread his arms wide, attracting a large amount of metal, using magnetism to form all this metal into a giant metal sphere. Boom! A metal sphere the size of half a ship was controlled by Kid and smashed down toward a world government ship. The opposing ship was instantly capsized, creating a huge splash on the sea. Ha ha ha! I'm really lucky. I can actually block the Gemini pirates here. This great achievement should rightfully fall on my head. One of their ships was destroyed, yet the leader in a black suit didn't show anger. Instead, he began to laugh. He was the commander of CP-4, one of the major intelligence agencies under the world government. Ever since receiving intel about the Gemini pirates, all CP agencies except for CP-0 had been mobilized. The commanders of these CPs gathered together, speculating on which of the 7 routes the Gemini pirates would take upon arriving in the Grand Line. They couldn't be sure which route the other party would choose, so they agreed that each CP agency would be responsible for intercepting the Gemini pirates between the first 2 islands. As for who would ultimately encounter them, it would depend on luck. Originally, Dia and the others had not chosen this route. It was under the responsibility of CP-6. However, they had to change their course temporarily due to an attack from Baroque works. Otherwise, if they had continued sailing forward, they would have encountered CP-6 fleet. Charge! Capture the Gemini pirates alive, especially Trafalgar Law. If this mission is completed, everyone will be promoted. The commander of CP-4 shouted on the flagship, motivating his subordinates. The prospect of immense wealth was in sight, making this guy's eyes turn red with excitement. If he could complete this mission, his status would soar above that of CP-9 Commander Spandam, who had always kept him under pressure. Are they coming for my surgery? Hearing the shouts from the opposite side, Law's expression darkened, as they treated him like a fat sheep ready to be slaughtered, which he found unbearable. Defeat them. Tear their heads off. A large amount of laser energy gathered in the palm of Jia's hand, eventually forming a laser beam as thick as an arm. A beam shattered an armed ship on the opposite side, and Jia's cold voice echoed. Since they were all looking for trouble, Jia decided to make a big scene to let the Grand Line know they were not easy targets. Good, Captain. His companions laughed in response to Jia. Then each unleashed their respective abilities and charged towards the enemy. Law acted the fastest. He directly enveloped himself and the opposite side in his surgical space, instantly appearing on the enemy's flagship. Want to capture me alive? Let's see if your doghead is hard enough. Law appeared in front of the CP-4 commander, gripping the other's head in his hand. Sure gone. The commander of CP-4 was no mere waste like Spandam. He had considerable strength. A sharp finger gun forced Law to release him, retreating a distance. Jeppo. The opponent floated in midair using Jeppo, showing a sinister smile at Law. You dare to come to me? What a confident little brat. Swish, swish. 2 gale feet were unleashed, forcing Law back again. Prepare the C-Prism stone weapons. The CP-4 commander signaled his subordinates. With the intelligence materials from within the world government, he had a clear understanding of everyone in the Gemini pirates. In this situation, he dared to appear, of course. He was well prepared. Under his orders, numerous black-suited CP-4 members surrounded Law. Most of them held firearms that fired C-Prism stone bullets, along with a considerable number of net guns capable of launching C-Prism stone nets. Looks like you're well prepared. Law chuckled darkly, revealing a charming smile. However, in the face of absolute strength, everything was useless. Room. Law activated his surgical space again. Step. The CP-4 commander stepped away from the transparent space as soon as it opened. The world government's Devil Fruit Encyclopedia clearly documented Law's abilities. In your surgical space, you are almost omnipotent. But as soon as you leave this range, your abilities won't work on me. With a hint of smugness, the CP-4 commander smiled at Law. It seems you've researched me thoroughly. Although you can evade my abilities, your other subordinates can't. Giving the other party a sharp glare, Law began to move his hands. Gale foot. Seeing this, the CP-4 commander unleashed a gale foot to interrupt Law's movements. But just as he said, once inside the surgical space, Law was a god. His attack was just about to enter when Law shifted it, and several CP-4 members were cut in half by their commander's gale foot. Slaughterhouse. Unable to be stopped, Law activated his ability, and the CP-4 members enveloped in his surgical space felt a disorienting sensation in an instant, then were sliced into pieces and fell to the ground. Looking at the severed limbs scattered across the deck, the CP-4 commander's expression was extremely grim. Now it's just the 2 of us left. We could take our time playing. Law coldly gazed at his airborne opponent. After finishing off everyone on deck, he was free from the threat of C-Prism stones and could go all out. Do you think knowing my abilities means you can evade them? You're really too naive. The CP-4 commander was contemplating how to deal with Law when suddenly he heard Law's voice, sending chills down his spine. When did you? He hurriedly tried to retreat, but it was already too late. He clearly saw his entire body from an outsider's perspective. Unbeknownst to him, his head had already been removed by Law using his powers and was currently falling down. Although he was not within Law's range, Law was not stationary. He shifted positions twice in quick succession while simultaneously activating his surgical space to teleport, completing everything before his opponent could even react. Bang! As the head of the CP-4 commander hit the ground, Law's battle came to an end. Meanwhile, on other armed ships, the remaining comrades were also effortlessly dealing with the agents. None of the more than 10 CP-4 ships were intact. Various dazzling abilities left scars all over the hulls. Tell me, how many people did you send out to deal with us, and where are the rest? Dia came to Luo's side, casually kicking the head of the CP-4 commander, who still had a clear consciousness, like a soccer ball at his feet. As the other party felt dizzy and disoriented, Dia spoke up, you. The CP-4 commander was still ready to be tough. I don't like to hear irrelevant nonsense. Saying the wrong thing could get you killed. Dia's heavy soul stepped on the opponent's face, revealing a wicked expression. Or should I shove your head into the toilet for you to obediently answer my questions? Dia cut open the top of the cabin with a laser, then kicked the head next to the toilet and asked him. Looking at the toilet right next to him, Commander CP-4 dared not say anything more. So it was each CP department was responsible for one route, and there were people waiting for us on all 7 routes. Dia kicked the head under his feet, realizing the other party's plan. The world government still thinks highly of us to actually deploy so many people, even mobilizing all of CP9 and some personnel from CP0. Dia spoke with a mocking tone. They don't actually think highly of us. They are simply interested in Luo's immortality and the potential threat brought by Robin. Kid, on the side, advised Dia not to be too narcissistic. What should we do next? Since others have prepared such a grand arrangement for us, we should at least return the favor. We can't just disappoint them like this. Although Luo, who is the main target, spoke with a smile, his tone was filled with murderous intent. Bring me the heads of everyone here. Even those who fell into the sea must be fished out, have their heads cut off, and then thrown back. Dia spoke seductively, without giving the world a hint. Everyone thought we were soft persimmons, and anyone felt they could easily manipulate us. Dia is ready to take drastic action, making it clear that not just anyone can lay a hand on them. He truly can kill your entire family. Everyone listened to Dia's orders, sneering as they dispersed. Soon, the boat was piled high with countless heads, a terrifying scene that made the faint-hearted feel their scalp tingle. This one of yours just happens to fit perfectly on top. Dia kicked the severed head at his feet up to the top of the platform. As the opponent's eyes widened in fear, he pointed a finger and pierced through the forehead. The next day, on the nearest island with a naval base, the flying ship, flying a black pirate flag, swaggered into the port room. Law teleported, moving the mountain of heads from the deck to the port. In an instant, the suddenly appearing steel pirate ship and the densely packed mountain of heads terrified all the ordinary civilians at the port, causing them to collapse to the ground. Once they regained their senses and realized something big was happening, they frantically fled the scene. The port transformed from a noisy place into absolute silence in an instant. Who were these madmen to kill so many people at once and sever their heads? Most importantly, this was a naval base. How could they be so arrogant without fearing a crackdown from the Navy? As the fleeing people felt panic in their hearts, they also questioned the madness of Dia and his crew. It felt like something was still missing. Diet leaned on his chin, admiring their masterpiece. After thinking for a long time, he took the world government flag from the other party's ship yesterday, dyed it red with blood on the hill, and then turned it upside down to stick it at the summit. This looked much better. With so many people around, they had to let others know their origins. Otherwise, serving the world government faithfully while others didn't even know their identity would be such a pity if they died. Dia casually remarked about the audacious act that severely slapped the world government in the face. Damn, where did this lunatic come from? Daring to confront the world government like this? Doesn't he want to live anymore? Some pirates hiding on the island watched everything in secret, greatly stimulated by Dia's actions. In their eyes, this was akin to dancing on the edge of death. It was the Gemini pirate crew, a rising star recently arrived from East Blue. No wonder they had a bounty of 90 million as soon as they hit the Grand Line. With many of their crew members also boasting bounties in the tens of millions, they were indeed formidable. It's no wonder they were doing so well. Some pirates looked on with admiration, lamenting that others were faring better than themselves. There was reason behind it. Damn pirates! How dare they run rampant here? At that moment, the Navy on the island also arrived, led by a Navy Commodore. Though he was still at a distance, his furious voice could already be heard. The scene at the port was enough to fuel his rage. Pirates being so brazen in his territory showed utter disrespect for the Navy. This was not just a slap in the face to the world government, but also a direct insult to him. The Navy Commodore charged toward the port, dragging a long meteor hammer behind him. Swish! Kid's figure instantly vanished from the deck. Bang! In the next moment, he appeared right in front of the Navy Commodore, slamming him into the ground. Tell your superiors that the Gemini pirate crew is here to play, and let's see who gets taken down first, us or the government's CP organization. After saying this, Kid threw the Commodore aside, sending him crashing into a large group of Navy soldiers. Kid swaggered back onto his ship, and then the flying Nimbus took off, leaving the island. Next, let's change our course. Since every route has someone waiting for us, we can't let them down too much. On the flying Nimbus, Dia instructed Bepo and Nami to adjust the course. Since every route had CP agents waiting for them, Dia wasn't planning to let any of them escape. He intended to take them out one by one. This time, he couldn't wipe out all the CP agents, but he wanted to severely weaken them. In the rain-soaked land of Alabasta, in the deepest room of Crocodile's newly established Rain Feast Casino, he had just received news from Whiskey Peak about a low-level agent who had narrowly escaped disaster by not being on the island at the time. Upon returning, the agent found the entire town reduced to ruins. In a state of panic, he recorded everything with a transponder snail and reported back. Crocodile's face turned ashen as he watched the images projected by the snail. He had lost more than half of the low-level agents he had painstakingly recruited for Baroque works. This left his power significantly weakened, and his plans for Alabasta had to be temporarily halted due to a lack of manpower. Damn kids, they've messed up my plans. Crocodile already knew that it was the Gemini pirate crew that had caused the destruction at Whiskey Peak. It seemed he needed to take action himself. He would show these kids what real pirates were like. They were just a bunch of children playing house. Crocodile stood up and contacted all the high-ranking agents of Baroque Works through special channels. After gathering them together, he revealed his identity and set sail with these agents. He intended to personally pursue the Gemini pirate crew, seeking revenge for the heavy losses he had suffered, and he was also determined to capture Nico Robin. Meanwhile, on the Navy side, the Commodore, being pressed to the ground by Kid, immediately reported the incident to the Navy headquarters. Looking at the report in his hands, the Navy headquarters staff felt a headache coming on. He realized this was a serious incident. With the Chief of Staff, Admiral Tsuru, in the East Blue, there was no one in the staff who could handle this matter. He went to the Marshal's office and handed the report to Admiral Sengoku, waiting for his decision. Not this group again, what a troublesome bunch of kids. After reading the report, Sengoku frowned. The identities of the people in the head mountain had already been investigated by the Navy. They belonged to the CP4 department of the world government, with the highest-ranking head being their commander. This was almost a complete annihilation of the entire CP4. Since the establishment of the CP department, such a situation had never occurred before. Coupled with the fact that they had dared to display the world government's flag, this was a serious provocation. Given the gravity of the situation, Sengoku reported to the Gorosei. This is the situation, and I would like to know how to handle it. It was impossible to cover up now, as the group had appeared openly, and many people on the island had witnessed the actions of the Gemini pirate crew. This incident had likely spread throughout the entire island and was extending to other areas. Sengoku expressed his opinion to the Gorosei about their desire to cover up the incident. It was no longer a world that could be hidden. Oomph. On the other end of the transponder snail, a displeased cold snort from the Gorosei was heard. These people are truly audacious, daring to openly defy the government and challenge its authority. The Gorosei characterized Ya and his crew as actions. Increase the bounty on this group again from your side, and send out a fleet to reinforce the remaining CP units. According to what those arrogant guys left behind, they will definitely come looking for our remaining personnel. The words left by Doflamingo as he left were, let them play slowly. The Gorosei could easily guess the next move of the Straw Hat Pirates. When necessary, they could activate the Demon Slayer order to completely annihilate this arrogant group of pirates. The Gorosei's attitude was very resolute. They absolutely could not allow the enemy to continue their rampage, and they were willing to activate the Demon Slayer order for that reason. However, one thing was certain. Trafalgar Law must be brought back alive. At the end of the call with the Den Den Mushi, the Gorosei emphasized this point before hanging up. Sengoku set down the Den Den Mushi, lost in thought. Every time Trafalgar Law was mentioned, he would think of his foster son, Razanani of the Don Quixote family. It was for this Trafalgar Law that he had deceived himself, sacrificing his own life to protect that little brat. Razanani's death had been a regret in Sengoku's heart for all these years. Was the power of the Op Op no Mi, the ability to grant eternal life, really that captivating? Sengoku understood very well why the Gorosei needed a living Trafalgar Law. It was simply for the ability of eternal life. He was very resistant to this, but he had no choice but to obey the Gorosei's orders. Sitting in this position meant that many things were beyond his control. The next day, newspapers flooded the entire sea. Their actions yesterday are well known throughout the entire ocean. They're truly a group of extremely evil pirates. What a terrifying demon, killing over 1,000 government officials in one go and even beheading them. They actually dared to provoke the Navy and the authority of the world government at the naval base. They are truly despicable pirates. The Gemini pirates led by Gia were quickly shunned by all ordinary people at sea within just one day. They were labeled as evil and demonic. At the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon also saw reports about Gia and his crew. He had always been quite interested in these newcomers whom he had met once. They were truly crazy. They had just set sail and already dared to provoke the world government. Dragon commented on Gia and his group. However, as long as these newcomers can grow smoothly, they will become a force capable of stirring up the world. The hostility that the other party held towards him, along with the aura emitted by the whole team, made Dragon think of them every time he saw news about them. Having sailed the seas for many years and encountered various characters, Dragon could clearly judge that this was an aura only strong individuals possessed. This group was like a pack of young tigers, only they had yet to grow. Bring me today's newspaper. The seagull flew over the top of the flying ship, and Johnny waved a coin at it. With one hand for payment and the other for delivery, he looked at today's news after the seagull had left. Captain Kid, Killer Law, come look. The content on the newspaper was nothing special. It was merely about the things they had done, and Johnny, being involved, understood it better than what was written. However, the bounty notices mixed and made him unable to remain calm. Your bounties have all surpassed 100 million. Johnny shouted excitedly as everyone gathered around. With Johnny's shout, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became lively. Quick, let me see. The crew couldn't wait to grab the bounty notices from Johnny. With a wave of his hand, Johnny scattered the bounty notices across the deck, and all the notices appeared before everyone. Captain Dia of the Gemini Pirates, bounty of 150 million berries. On Gia's one poster, there's a large photo with a long string of zeros underneath. Eustace Kid, 1-080-000-000 berries. Trafalgar Law, 1-040-000-000 berries. Killer, 100-000-000 berries. Amazing, with Captain Dia, we now have 4 people with bounties over 100 million. From now on, we will truly be a notorious pirate crew. The rest of the crew exclaimed, feeling happy for Gia and the other 3. Gia looked at the wanted posters. Besides the 4 of them, the bounties of the other crew members, although not exceeding 1 billion, had all increased. Most of them were now over 50 million berries, and those who previously had bounties in the millions had all been raised to the tens of millions. It could be said that this incident had significantly raised the value of every member of their crew. All the crew members on the ship were happy because of their bounty increases, while Beepo still hid in a corner, drawing circles and cursing the Navy. Every time the wanted posters were updated, he looked forward to it, but each time he was disappointed. This time, everyone's bounty had increased except for him, who still had a pitiful 200 berries and not even a name, only a pet polar bear monster under the wanted posters photo. In a certain sea area of the Grand Line, CP9 Commander Spandam stood on the deck, looking at today's newspaper. Ha 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 ha. This group of useless CP4 not only failed to complete their mission, but was also completely wiped out by the enemy. Spandam showed no anger over the deaths of his colleagues. Instead, he was extremely pleased and mocked the fallen CP4 members. He had already learned about the news in the internal channels of the world government yesterday. For him, the destruction of CP4 was good news, meaning one less competitor in his quest for credit. This great achievement could only belong to him. No one could take it away. The higher-ups even had the Navy cooperate with them, making their chances even greater. Twin Star Pirates, Nico Robin, Trafalgar Law, just wait for me, Spandam. Spandam laughed wildly, looking like a complete clown. Behind him, the strongest batch of CP9 agents, including Lucci, Kaku, and Gabra, quietly watched him. The flying, led by Gia and his crew, continued to advance in a joyful atmosphere. After a day, they successfully reached the first island of another route, and without stopping, they continued to sail forward. Now they no longer needed to progress from island to island. During the cleanup of spoils after the CP4 battle, they obtained permanent record pointers for the majority of islands in the Grand Line. This was all specially prepared by the world government to facilitate their ability to go anywhere at any time and this time it all benefited Dia and his crew. Boom! 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 In the waters between the first and second islands, Dia and his crew encountered CP agents again, or rather, Dia specifically sought them out. This time it was CP-7. As soon as they spotted the flying, they prepared to turn around and flee. The heavy lesson from CP-4 was fresh in their minds. Their strength was comparable to that of CP-4, but they were no match for the Twin Star Pirates. Before reinforcements arrived, they did not want to engage in a direct confrontation with the Twin Star Pirates. When they received news of CP-4's annihilation, they had been thinking like this, planning to act after the Navy and government reinforcements arrived. However, Dia and his crew speed caught them off guard. Dia obviously could not just watch as the other party escaped. The flying ship powered up, and its speed driven by electricity was not something that a sailboat could compare to. Soon, the flying ship caught up to the other party. Unsurprisingly, CP-7 followed in the footsteps of CP-4, and once again, another CP department was destroyed by Dia and his crew. They boldly beheaded all the enemies and found the nearest island with a naval base, where they piled up a mountain at the port. Damn it, the Navy and government. Upon receiving the news, urged the follow-up reinforcements to speed up and take position, vowing not to let the Twin Star Pirates be so rampant again. Meanwhile, other CP agencies also began to feel anxious. They moved closer to the position of the reinforcements, no longer daring to stay in place and wait to ambush the Twin Star Pirates. The huge disturbances caused by the Twin Stars had left the seas in shock. At the same time, Shichibukai members Crocodile and the Lizard King Hanavza also began to track Dia and his crew's movements based on this news and intelligence. Dia and his enemies began to slowly gather at one location. These guys are really capable. In the Grand Line, a pirate ship had just crossed over from the East Sea. The black pirate flag on the ship bore a spade emblem. In such a short time, they had made a huge name for themselves, with bounties exceeding 100 million. The captain of the pirate ship, a young man with freckles on his face, was engrossed in reading about a familiar face he had encountered in the newspaper. Captain Roger, the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape, Kuroka's, initially paid little attention to a pirate ship from the East Sea. However, when he casually glanced at the young man on the ship, he was suddenly taken aback. He thought to himself, just like Captain Roger back in the day, he didn't expect there would be another young man with such a similar aura to Captain Roger. Kuroka's saw the shadow of his former captain, the Pirate King Roger, in the young man. I need to work hard to quickly make a name for myself, and I must not be weaker than anyone. I will challenge the masters of the sea one by one, and keep winning, so that my name resonates throughout the sea. The boy's determined voice echoed across the deck. Captain Ace, you can do it. The next Pirate King must be our Captain Ace. The boy was Ace, who had just set sail, rapidly coming from the East Sea to the Grand Line at the age of 17, the same age at which the three brothers had agreed to set sail. He gathered his companions in the East Sea and formed his own Spade Pirates, bursting onto the Grand Line with an unmatched presence. The best way to quickly make a name for himself in the Grand Line was to defeat one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Stimulated by Dia's Twin Star Pirates, Ace aimed to quickly increase his fame. Thus, he set his sights on the 7 warlords of the sea. The closest one to here should be Crocodile in Alabasta. Ace, who appeared carefree, was actually very meticulous in many ways. In the East Sea, he had done a lot of homework, learning about some of the situations in the Grand Line ahead of time. As long as I defeat this guy, I should be able to quickly make a name for myself in the sea. With a decision made, Ace immediately confirmed his direction. Let's set sail, everyone. He looked up, revealing a sunny, boyish smile, instructing his companions. A spark suddenly appeared from him. It just so happens that Crocodile seems to be a Logia-type user. Just like Smoker from Lowtown, I could try to see which is stronger, fire or sand. During a shipwreck in the East Sea, Ace was washed onto a deserted island and unexpectedly discovered a devil fruit. After eating it, he gained the Logia-type Flame fruit ability, becoming a being of flames. With a goal in mind, Ace set off towards the route leading to Alabasta. Due to the changes brought by Dia's crossing, Ace chose a route different from the original story, opting for the one that originally belonged to Luffy, in the waters behind an initial island on a certain route in the Grand Line. More than a dozen armed ships from the world government and 3 large naval warships were floating there. This was CP-2 and the Navy that had come to support them, led by a Vice Admiral from the Navy headquarters, along with 3 captains and several hundred elite Navy personnel. Vice Admiral Virgo, we have received word from headquarters that the Twin Star Pirates have been spotted at sea, and their target is us here. Headquarters wants us to be prepared. A Navy soldier came to the flagship to report to a Vice Admiral wearing a justice coat. This Vice Admiral was tall and thin, with a piece of vegetable stuck to his face for some reason. Understood. Inform everyone to stay alert. This time, we must crush the Twin Star Pirates. We cannot let the pirates continue to act recklessly. Vice Admiral Virgo's cold face softened slightly when facing his subordinate, and his voice, filled with a sense of justice, inspired the soldiers. We will not bring shame to the Navy. With a standard military salute, the Navy soldier left to convey Virgo's orders. Ro, after so many years of not finding you, this time you've come right to my doorstep. Once the Navy soldier left, Virgo stared at the sea, deep in thought. This time, you can't escape your luck again. Eventually, you will fall into the hands of the young master and obediently offer your life to him. As a senior officer of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo had arranged for Virgo to be an undercover agent in the Navy. This time, Virgo had no intention of handing Ro over to the world government and the Navy. He planned to take advantage of the chaos to secretly hide Ro and create a false impression of his drowning. Then he would secretly return Ro to the family. This mission was also something he requested to lead himself. The Navy had dispatched 6 vice admirals, each leading a team to different routes. Virgo took the opportunity to propose participating in the operation while he was reporting at headquarters and ended up here. He was betting that the Twin Star Pirates would find this place first, and at the same time, he wanted to ensure that if others succeeded in their missions, he would have the chance to make contact with Ro and create an opportunity to intercept. As for failure in letting Ro escape again, Virgo had never considered that. The vice admirals of the Navy headquarters were all seasoned, strong individuals. A group of rookie pirates, even with a Logia user and some simple hockey, could never be a match for the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. They're coming. As they waited quietly, an iron warship appeared before Virgo and the other Navy and world government agents. Dia stood at the bow of the flying ship, gazing at the sea ahead with a smile. I said, how bold. While we took down 2 CP organizations, someone still dared to wait for us here. Turns out it was the Navy's support that arrived. Gia looked at the Navy warship mixed among the ships of the world government, mocking the other side. Damn pirates. You can no longer act so arrogantly. As the distance between the two sides closed, the commander of CP-2 caught sight of the faces on the opposite side and scolded Gia and the others with an angry expression. Having lost 2 brother divisions in a row, the commander of CP-2's hatred for the Gemini pirates reached its peak. Let me see who the Navy has sent, and if I recognize anyone. Gia didn't even glance at the CP side. A small trash wasn't worth his time for idle chatter. In any case, no matter how tough they talked, they would soon become a corpse. What he was more concerned about was who the Navy would send. It shouldn't be an admiral-level force. We don't have that kind of standing yet. It should be someone like a vice admiral, Gia speculated, his gaze sweeping over Virgo. Interesting. It turns out this guy is the one who came. Gia was somewhat surprised, and then said to Luo, you could take some revenge now. This time the Navy sent Virgo, the undercover agent that Doflamingo arranged in the Navy. Hearing Gia's words, Luo looked up. Really? A cryptic smile appeared on Luo's gloomy face. This is really great. Luo raised his middle fingers provocatively at Virgo's warship. At this distance, Virgo could see the deck of the Thousand Sunny. Still as mischievous as back then, it seems he has forgotten how he was beaten by me back in the day. No worries. I'll help him remember that shortly. In response to Luo's provocation, Virgo remained expressionless and ignored him, silently thinking to himself. At the same time, he had already raised his arm, ready to order an attack from their side. However, Virgo didn't want to pay attention, while Gia wanted to make the battlefield more lively. He showed a mischievous smile and shouted loudly at the opposite side. Isn't that the old dog Virgo, the clown Doflamingo, arranged to infiltrate the Navy? How has the Navy been so useless all these years, not discovering your identity, ready to skin you and eat you? Or are you, old dog, just too good at hiding, with such superb acting skills that the Navy hasn't noticed for all these years? Gia mocked openly, directly revealing Virgo's identity. To ensure that everyone could hear him, he even kindly transformed his mouth into a loudspeaker, guaranteeing that his voice reached every corner across from him. That damn guy. Virgo's expression darkened. He didn't expect the other party to expose his identity so straightforwardly. However, he remained calm, under the shocked gazes of the surrounding Navy. He took a step forward, appearing righteous and solemn, his deep voice resonating. Evil pirate, knowing that your death is imminent, you still think of sowing discord. Do you really think we would fall for it? Virgo's words successfully diffused the crisis. Compared to a pirate, they would certainly trust their rear admiral. How dare that despicable pirate play such tricks of provocation? There's no way we would be fooled. The Navy members indignantly accused Diameter. The CP agents of the world government also nodded, believing this was just a pirate slander, trying to incite internal conflict among them. Huh, that old dog has a thick skin and still doesn't dare to admit it. Dia laughed. That clown thing, Don Quixote Doflamingo, with his dead dad and dead mom, really knows how to train his subordinates like dogs. Dia's insults towards Doflamingo made Virgo quietly clench his fists, and his expression changed slightly. Oh, I misspoke. Dia looked at Virgo's expression and patted his own mouth. You dogs all think you're not dogs, but rather Doflamingo's family, and that clown said the same. What a warm family. Dia first made a touched expression, then his expression changed, and he burst into laughter. It's really hilarious, killing one's own father and brother. Saying that he treats you dogs as family. Only you wild dogs can really believe that. Dia truly feels that the members of the Don Quixote family are brainless. Doflamingo kills his own father and brother, then claims that everyone is family, and these dogs believe it wholeheartedly and even take pride in it. Damn it, I want to kill this scum. How dare he insult the young master like this? How dare he slander the feelings of our family? Dia's words struck at Virgo's innermost sensitive spot, making him roar madly inside, wishing he could torture Dia 1,000 times over. However, he still had to maintain a normal expression on the surface. At this point, the pirates dared to provoke him. They would definitely be sent to Impel Down today. To prevent the other party from continuing to speak and exposing his own flaws, and also to vent his anger, Virgo directly executed a flying kick. Attack! Crush these evil pirates! At the same time, he issued the command to attack. Boom, boom, boom. Under Virgo's command, all the warships and armed vessels opened fire simultaneously. Yasakani no Magatama. Dia unleashed a laser beam, shattering both Virgo's storm feet and the incoming projectiles. The flying ship ascended into the air. With a wave of his hand, Johnny Joseph began to control the power system, causing the flying ship to rise and hover at a height of several meters. Meanwhile, Kid and the others took action, deflecting the enemy's cannonballs. They first established a battlefield here. Dia's arms were covered in countless small holes, from which cold air continuously emanated. Freeze! Raising her arms, Dia shot numerous freezing bullets in the sky. Crack, crack, crack! The freezing bullets scattered densely onto the surface of the sea below. The seawater was rapidly frozen, quickly forming a massive ice surface. Our ship was frozen solid. The Navy and world government agents below looked around in panic at the ice-covered sea. Don't panic. As long as we defeat the enemy, we have plenty of time to slowly break through this ice. Virgo's shout helped everyone regain their composure. Now focus all fire. Bring down the ships in the sky. Virgo ordered loudly, urging everyone to keep firing without stopping. This guy has developed his abilities remarkably, managing to mimic the techniques of Admiral Kizuru and Admiral Akiji. While directing, Virgo looked up at the iron ship. As a vice admiral in the Navy, he naturally knew some of the admiral's techniques. He never expected a kid to develop a Paramecia-type ability to this extent. The battlefield is set. Let's go after them. Dia waved his hand and was the first to jump off the ship, landing on the ice. Everyone on the ship had abilities and couldn't go into the sea. Fighting on the ship was too restrictive. So he froze the sea, creating a foothold for everyone. Bang, bang, bang. Kid, Killer, Law, Hawkins, Drake, and others started jumping down one by one. Now that they were all down, it was the perfect time for me to concentrate my firepower and take them out. Virgo signaled to aim at the ice surface and, with a heavy stomp on the deck, shot towards Dia and the others. Room. When enemies meet, they are particularly hostile. Seeing Virgo rushing over, Law was the first to attack. He opened the surgical space, enveloping him, and aimed to dismember him. Can't cut. However, to his surprise, his usually effective ability had no effect on Virgo. His haki was too strong. As long as your ability hasn't reached a very strong level, or the opponent's haki hasn't been exhausted, your ability temporarily has no effect on him. Dia patted Luo's shoulder and explained to him. Laser cutting blocked in front of Luo, and Dia's eyes transformed into laser emitters, shooting out 2 red lasers that extended towards Virgo. The ice surface along the way was swept and carved out a huge ravine, and under the high temperature of the lasers, it began to melt. Armament faced with the powerful laser, Virgo hardened his whole body with armament haki, becoming a black man shimmering with black light. Boom, crossing his arms, he braced against the lasers, and Virgo was pushed backward by the force of the lasers. I'll deal with this guy. You all quickly take care of the other enemies. Dia chose to confront Virgo himself. After all, the opponent's strength should not be underestimated, and his dual-color haki was very skilled, especially the armament haki, which could cover his entire body. The other companions nodded and began to disperse, attacking the surrounding warships and armed vessels. You're the captain. So you must be the strongest. I'll take you down first. Then I'll twist the heads of your companions one by one. Virgo ignored the others. He planned to deal with Gia first. Your mouth was very foul just now. And now I want to smash it. Then in front of you, I'll slaughter your companions one by one, and then chop you into pieces. Virgo, filled with anger, quickly closed the distance between the two. He harbored a strong, killing intent towards diameter Yasukani no Magatama. Gia's body was covered with countless small mouths, from which a laser beam shot out. They enveloped the air in front of him, blocking Virgo's advance. The opponent was clearly a master of physical techniques, and letting him get close was the most foolish move. Therefore, Gia wouldn't allow him to easily create distance. Virgo was continuously pushed back by the lasers, causing the distance between them to widen again. Unfortunately, the power was still a bit lacking. If it were Kizaru's Yagiri, Virgo would probably have been turned into a sieve by now. Gia looked at the intact little black Virgo and shook his head with some regret. Although he could now use his abilities to mimic many natural-type moves, he still lacked power and endurance due to physical limitations. Demon Bamboo Cannon, unable to close the distance. Virgo launched a long-range attack. He pointed one end of his bamboo staff at Gia, covered it with armament haki, and then blew forcefully. A large amount of air was expelled, and under the influence of haki, a ball of air shot toward Gia, causing violent explosions along the way. Missile. Gia's arm transformed into a launcher, and a small missile was fired from within, shooting toward the air mass. Boom! The two canceled each other out in the air. Little ghost, you can go die. The air mass was merely a tactic used by Virgo to confuse Diameter, taking advantage of this opportunity. He had already used Shade from the Six Dials to appear next to Diameter, wrapped in a rich layer of armament haki. The ghost bamboo swung down toward Gia's head. Iron Shield. One of Gia's palms transformed into a steel shield, blocking Virgo's ghost bamboo. Thruster his legs turned into thrusters, providing him with propulsion. Bang, the immense force propelled Virgo away. Crack. Virgo stomped his foot on the ground, transferring the counterforce to the ground, causing a large dent in the ice surface. Bloom maximized the thrusters and appeared before Virgo at supersonic speed. One palm covered the opponent's face, and then the cannon in his palm fired the most powerful missile. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, and Gia gave Virgo a close-range attack. Bang! Virgo was blown away for quite a distance, and when he finally managed to stop, blood flowed down his cheek from his forehead. Gia's close-range attack just now broke through his defenses. Not only that, but his entire head was buzzing from the explosion. Fire Fist. Taking advantage of Virgo's daze, Gia approached again, leaping to the top of Virgo's head and smashing a fireball, several meters in diameter, down upon him. Boom! The enormous fireball engulfed Virgo, and the ice beneath him melted rapidly, creating a hole. Virgo fell straight into the sea. After suffering Gia's attack, the remaining Navy and CP agents were not faring much better. Kid and the others' attacks had caused them heavy losses. Boom! Kid's metal magnetic cannon was severed by a Navy rear admiral wielding a double-bladed axe. Crack, crack, crack! The surrounding metal was pulled towards Kid by his magnetic force. Only the opponent's axe remained unmoved. At the moment Kid activated his ability, the opponent covered his weapon with Busashoko haki, significantly reducing the effectiveness of Kid's ability on it. Although he couldn't completely shake off the magnetic force, at least it wouldn't fly out of his hands. Not bad for a Navy grunt. Kid laughed maniacally, arms wide open. This Navy was the strongest opponent he had faced so far, skillfully using haki. Magnetic Mecha. For this reason, Kid could conveniently experiment with his new technique. Surrounded by magnetic force, metal continuously surged towards Kid, reshaping itself, and finally forming a 10-meter-tall humanoid mech around him. Kid controlled it from the chest area. Let's try this fist of mine. Kid chuckled internally, then raised his fist and swung it forward. The mech's movements synchronized with Kid's, and the enormous metal fist smashed down towards the warship. Ding! Bang! The Navy rear admiral jumped up, trying to block the mech's destruction of the warship. His axe, coated in dense Busashoka haki, collided with the mech's iron fist. But he clearly overestimated himself. Compared to the 10-meter-tall mech, he was as weak as a baby, and with one punch, he was smashed down hard onto the deck. The mech's iron fist followed suit. Crack! The force of the punch directly split the large warship in half. The shockwave from the warship's break sent all the Navy on board flying into the air. Kid's eyes locked onto the rear admiral, and he made a grabbing motion. The mech outside grabbed the opponent. The immense force knocked the rear admiral unconscious. He then tossed the opponent into the sea and stepped towards a nearby warship. On Kira's side, The tremendous power of lightning allowed him to clear out the weaklings quickly. Now only one Navy rear admiral remained standing. The opponent had used Busashoka Haki to withstand Kira's lightning strikes for a while. Although he had some strength, it was time to end it. Kira used his hands as a medium, gathering a large amount of lightning. Super large lightning column. A gigantic lightning column, 1 meter in diameter, shot out from Kira's hands. The tremendous roar made the surrounding air tremble. Boom! The lightning column struck the opponent directly, reducing the Navy rear admiral to ashes amidst the massive lightning column. The lightning column then struck the opponent's warship, piercing through most of it, breaking through the ice, and falling into the sea, creating a massive hole several meters in diameter on the surface. Compared to Kid and Kira, Law had the easiest task, dealing with the last Navy rear admiral. He expanded his surgical space, enveloping the opponent within. This rear admiral's haki was not as strong as Virgo's and could not immunize him against Law's ability. In an instant, victory and defeat were determined, as the opponent was dismembered into 8 pieces with body parts scattered around. Under Law's ability, the warship enveloped was teleported into the air, then disassembled, with pieces falling from the sky, among them the wailing Navy soldiers. On the CP-2 agent side, they were far weaker than the Navy and were crushed by the likes of Hawkins, Drake, Appo, and Akin. Zoro and Kuina charged side by side, their sharp swordsmanship cutting through enemies like a howling wind, causing foes to fall one after another. Robin stood in the middle, facing the enemies surrounding her. With her arms crossed, she made flowers bloom on their bodies, growing arms that utilized unique joint techniques to take down several enemies simultaneously. So terrifying. We should go find those strong guys who are like monsters. It would be safer to follow behind them. Nami, being the weakest fighter on the ship, did not have the experience of trying to redeem her village from Arlong, as in the original story, and had not gone through battles while roaming the East Sea to raise money. Facing a battlefield with thousands of people, she appeared quite nervous. In the previous instances, she had been hiding on the ship, protected by others, so she hadn't felt afraid. This time, Robin and Victoria also joined the battle. As good sisters, she wanted to accompany them, so she followed down and truly experienced the terror of life and death combat. Nami, don't worry. We are here to protect you. Johnny and Joseph were nearby. They heard Nami's voice, fought off their enemies, and then patted their chest to assure her. Forget it. Nami rolled her eyes at the two. You two are only slightly stronger than me. You are far behind the monsters on the ship. Robin and Victoria are both stronger than you. Nami ruthlessly exposed the fact that the two were the weakest fighters on the ship, causing Johnny and Joseph to awkwardly scratch their heads. If only Akin were here. His ability is the safest. Nami envied Akin's ability the most. With just a simple cross of his fingers, he was absolutely safe on the battlefield. Don't worry, we are very safe. Victoria reassured the nervous Nami. Any threatening enemies have been entangled or dealt with by Gia and the monsters in her eyes, like Kid. Victoria found it amusing that Nami referred to Gia and the others as monsters. Although everyone had always thought they were strong, they had become so accustomed to each other over time that they never thought of one another as being as strong as monsters. She squinted and smiled. The remaining opponents were just ordinary foes. Even Johnny and the others could take down dozens. They posed no threat to us. Moreover, if there was real danger, my castle could protect you. Dia said that even the top-tier strongest in this world would need to exert some effort to break my castle. Victoria's reassurance calmed Nami down considerably. Becoming a pirate at sea requires courage, you know. Little Nami, you still need to train more in the future. Robin cleared the surroundings and gave Nami an intellectual smile. However, my strength makes participating in battles too dangerous. Next time, I must have Captain Dia help me find a good devil fruit. Nami also wants to be brave, but unfortunately, her strength does not allow it. Anyone on the battlefield can easily take her down if she is alone. You can ask Tony to make you some useful weapons or tools before you gain abilities. His craftsmanship is excellent, and the things he creates are very useful. Robin smiled and suggested to Nami. That sounds good. I'll go back and ask Tony for help. Robin's suggestion brightened Nami's eyes. She thought it was a good idea, just as Nami was thinking about what weapon she wanted Tony to make for her. The battle was already coming to an end. All the warships and world government ships had been destroyed by Kid and his crew. The enemies on the ship were also cleared out. The moment the battle ended, Luo instantly teleported to Gia's battlefield. He wanted to witness Virgo's fate with his own eyes. As for Gia losing to Virgo, that was never an option for him. He understood Gia's strength well and knew she would never lose to Virgo. On the battlefield between Gia and Virgo, Virgo was standing there, charred all over and looking disheveled, no longer having the calm and composed expression he had at the beginning. I was careless. The opponent is much stronger than expected. Virgo gasped for breath. After being blasted into the sea by Dia, he quickly climbed back out. But as soon as he surfaced, he was met with a barrage of attacks. Lasers, rockets, flames, and various other methods came at him in turns. He could only maintain his full-body armament haki to defend himself, which prevented him from being turned to dust. What frustrated him the most was that the opponent could hit him, but he couldn't attack back. The thrusters on the opponent's feet allowed them to reach supersonic speeds, and he had no way to deal with that. Although his observation haki could sense the opponent, his body couldn't keep up with the reaction. In this passive beating, Virgo's armament haki and stamina were nearly exhausted. Luo, you came just in time. This guy's almost done for and can be easily dealt with. He understands Virgo's current situation. He is basically just holding on, as he barely has the strength to stand. Kid, don't get too complacent. Even if I fail today, the young master won't let you go. Virgo is aware of his own condition. He knows he's going to fall here today, but he still keeps his mouth tough, especially towards you, Law. Virgo locks his gaze on the approaching Law. You, who stole the young master's no me, will eventually fall into the young master's hands and become his eternal tool. Virgo's resentful words reach Law's ears. The no me never belonged to Don Quixote da Flamingo. So there's nothing to steal. It's the last gift that Mr. Corazon gave me, Law replies calmly. You are the biggest accomplice in Mr. Corazon's death, aside from Doflamingo. Remembering the scene from years ago, Law still regrets it. Back then, Mr. Corazon had asked him to inform the Navy, but instead, he delivered a message to the undercover Virgo, which led to Mr. Corazon's undercover identity being completely exposed. In the end, it was Virgo who guided Doflamingo to find Mr. Corazon. Trafalgar D. Water Law, you are not worthy of being called Corazon. A traitor to the family. Dying 100 times wouldn't be enough to quell the family's anger. Virgo has always been furious at Law for betraying the young master as his biological brother. Everything has its cause and effect. Mr. Corazon died because of you and Doflamingo, and today you will die here, while Doflamingo will ultimately meet the same fate as you. Law's emotions remain unmoved by Virgo's words. He remains calm. Young master. Virgo tries to say something. Swish. Law teleports over with a long knife and decapitates him in one stroke. Go to hell and repent to Mr. Corazon. Law's voice echoes as he watches the head soar into the sky. The next day, at the ports of all the islands near the Navy base, Dia has still built a small mountain out of human heads. However, these are the heads of CP agents. Although the Navy was defeated by them and suffered heavy casualties, with not a single one able to stand up, Dia did not deliver the killing blow. After all, the Navy is still the stabilizer of this world, and most of them are focused on combating pirates and protecting civilians. Although there are many scoundrels among them, this does not change the facts. Generally, Dia would not target the Navy for slaughter. Only in battle, where life and death are left to fate if one dies or gets injured, is due to their own inability. As enemies, he is not a soft-hearted person and will not go easy on them, at most refraining from delivering the killing blow once they lose their combat effectiveness. However, he does not hold the same sentiment for CP agents. These guys did not do a single humane thing when they appeared in the original work, and Dia has no psychological burden in delivering the killing blow to them. The more of this kind of scum that dies, the better. Their existence is nothing but a plague on the world. This time, Dia not only built a small mountain, but also set up a makeshift platform beside the mountain, where Virgo's head is displayed, accompanied by a sign. The sign reads, "The most loyal dog of the clown Don Quixote da Flamingo, the actor Admiral Virgo, who has infiltrated the Navy for many years." This line clearly states Virgo's identity, which is undoubtedly a provocation to Doflamingo. For Dia, they became enemies the moment they took Law away all those years ago. Moreover, with their departure, Law has attracted the world's attention, and sooner or later, Doflamingo will come looking for them. Since that is the case, there's nothing wrong with angering the other side a bit. Furthermore, this sign could prompt the Navy to investigate Virgo's past. Saying this before the battle might also be an attempt to sow discord and find a flaw on the other side. However, after their victory, promoting it so openly raises the likelihood that this is indeed the truth. The Navy will certainly have suspicions and investigate, which will also bring Doflamingo some trouble from the Navy. Even if he is a warlord of the sea, the Navy has had undercover agents for over a decade, and they will not sit idly by. As long as the Navy takes action, Doflamingo will be tied up by them in a short time and will not have the energy to cause them trouble, giving them more time to develop. Dia thought to himself like this. After doing all this, Dia swaggered away with his companions. In the eyes of the people on the island, this group of pirates was arrogant, extremely arrogant, completely lawless, and did not take the Navy seriously at all. Dia's predictions were correct. After receiving intelligence from here, the Navy headquarters first reacted with anger and then began to doubt Virgo's involvement. Especially Sengoku, who was looking at Virgo's information, reviewing everything about him since joining Navy. When Razanani sacrificed himself years ago, Virgo was also involved in that operation. Looking at the line of text above, Sengoku's grip tightened significantly. Furthermore, the revelation of Razanani's identity back then was very unexpected, and to this day, the reason remains unknown. If Virgo was indeed an undercover agent within the Navy, then he might have had suspicions about Razanani's identity back then. The more Sengoku thought about it, the more suspicious he became. The Don Quixote pirates might want to incite discord between the Navy and the warlord Doflamingo. However, it's also possible that they truly knew something, especially since Razanani had gone to great lengths to save Trafalgar Law, who was on that ship. He might know the whole truth behind Razanani's death. Sengoku was already more than half convinced that Virgo was Doflamingo's mole within the Navy. However, such matters cannot be based solely on suspicion. Evidence must be found to verify it. He called for the head of the intelligence department. Deep in thought, Sengoku shouted to the soldiers outside. Soon, the head of the Navy's intelligence department appeared in his office. Investigate everything thoroughly about Virgo's time in the Navy, leaving no detail overlooked. Sengoku directly instructed his subordinate. Also, publicly announce that the claim of Vice Admiral Virgo being a mole of the Don Quixote family in the Navy is entirely a malicious slander by pirates, aimed at sowing discord between the Navy and the warlords, which is truly sinister. Regarding Vice Admiral Virgo's funeral, the Navy must hold it with grandeur, so that all the soldiers know he was a brave Navy officer who sacrificed himself to combat pirates. Sengoku made such arrangements, regardless of the final investigation results. Whether Virgo is an undercover agent or not, the Navy can only publicly declare that all of this is a pirate smear. Having a pirate undercover for over 10 or 20 years, rising to the rank of Rear Admiral and sitting in a crucial base position, would be a tremendous scandal for the Navy. It would greatly damage the Navy's image in the eyes of the general public and leave many lower-ranking soldiers feeling lost, seriously undermining their morale. To maintain the Navy's reputation and morale, Sengoku had to do this. This is the helplessness of holding this position. Many things cannot be done according to one's own temperament, and many issues must be considered. Damn little brat. In the palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo and the family executives gathered together. Looking at the intelligence showing Virgo's head and the accompanying text, Doflamingo was engulfed in immense rage. His overwhelming conqueror's haki uncontrollably spreading out, knocking out all the soldiers outside the palace. It had been years since Doflamingo had been this angry. Doflamingo, Virgo died so tragically. We must avenge him. Moreover, this brat named Dia is openly provoking us. We must teach them a lesson and use their heads to honor Virgo. One of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family, Treble, was also furious. He fervently requested revenge for Virgo from his young master. Yes, we cannot let these guys go. They must pay a bloody price. The others also shouted in anger one by one. Of course, daring to harm our beloved family, regardless of who they are, they must pay the price. Doflamingo responded to his subordinates. That brat named Dia, I will make him suffer 1,000 cuts. And that traitor Law must also learn the cost of betraying the family and harming loved ones. Doflamingo vowed with hatred. Doflamingo, I'm going to the paradise right now. I must bring those guys back. Upon hearing his young master's words, Pika's sharp voice rang out, expressing his intent to personally avenge Virgo. I will go with Pika. Diamante also spoke out in anger. You don't need to, I'll go out myself. Doflamingo gestured for them to be quiet. But not now. The Navy will definitely suspect Virgo's identity and investigate secretly. We will be the focus here. We need to wait for this storm to pass and deal with the Navy's investigation with all our strength. We must not let the secrets of this country be exposed. Everything our family has built over the years is here. Doflamingo reassured his family, indicating that they should first stabilize their internal situation. During this time, any suspicious individuals that appear should be captured and handed over to Sugar to be turned into toys, Doflamingo instructed. He was not blinded by anger and made the most reasonable arrangements. The rest of the family nodded in agreement, feeling that their young master was right. Let those little brats jump around for a few days. After this incident passes, they will know that the Don Quixote family is not to be trifled with. Torpole heavily struck his cane on the ground, his tone still filled with resentment. Diamante, who was filled with hatred towards Doflamingo's Don Quixote family, stood on the deck. feeling the sea breeze. Achoo! Gia sneezed. Who is cursing me behind my back? It can't be Doflamingo, right? Gia speculated that his physical fitness basically made him immune to colds. Sneezing would only mean someone was cursing him from behind. Tony, you're the best mechanic. You have to help me create the most suitable weapon. Without waiting for Gia to think more, he was drawn in by Nami's voice beside him. He turned his gaze and saw Tony sitting on the floor in the corner, fiddling with his various tools, creating something unknown. Nami squatted in front of him, looking very eager to please. What kind of weapon do you need? What are your requirements? Just let me know so I can design it for you. Tony would never refuse his partner's requests. While continuing to handle his tools, he asked Nami. Nami, the beautiful girl, tilted her head in thought. First of all, it needs to have enough defense to protect my safety on the battlefield. That's the most important thing. Nami was still quite scared of the last battle. Therefore, her first requirement was defense. She needed a weapon that could protect her on the battlefield. Also, it has to be light. As a girl, I can't swing a weapon that's too heavy. Considering her physique, Nami asked Tony not to make it too heavy. It would be best if it also had some attack power so I can handle some enemies on the battlefield. Nami proposed various requirements, and Tony stopped what he was doing, pulled out his notebook from under his backside, and quickly began to jot down notes. This will take some time. Your requirements are too many and too complicated. I need to think carefully, first draw up a blueprint, and then communicate with you. After some thought, Tony replied to Nami. Okay. Nami nodded vigorously. I'm not in a hurry. You must design it well, Tony. Nami reminded him. While Nami was discussing weapon matters with Tony, across from them, Zoro was lifting a 1,000-kilogram barbell, doing frog jumps. 1,000, 1,001, 1,002. Sweating profusely, Zoro counted while training. He was the hardest worker on the ship, spending almost all his time on high-intensity training, except for eating and sleeping. He trained for over 10 hours a day. Kuina was beside Zoro, holding a sword, accompanying him. Zoro, how do those Navy and government agents manage to execute techniques like the flying slash with their legs? After witnessing many opponents using the Gale foot technique in battles, Kuina was very interested in this move, as she and Zoro had yet to comprehend the realm of the flying slash. She wanted to see if she could find inspiration from the Gale foot technique. I've observed that the Gale foot mainly relies on explosive power, generating super high speed in an instant to create airflow that resembles the effect of the flying slash, Zoro replied while lifting the barbell. To achieve that, you need sufficient physical fitness and special techniques. We can definitely reach the physical fitness level, but the special techniques, I'm not sure. Zoro recalled everything he saw during battles and analyzed the principles of the Gale foot. Whenever it came to combat and swordsmanship, Zoro's mind was always sharp. Special exertion techniques. Kuina thought to herself. We can't know that. Although Jia knows some techniques of the Navy's 6 styles, they're very superficial and only scratch the surface. For instance, continuously stepping on the ground dozens of times within 0.36 seconds is just a surface-level aspect of the shave technique. More of it has to be figured out and trained by ourselves, or we can only borrow some techniques. We can't master these through his descriptions. Kuina remembered that Jia had told them some superficial aspects of the Navy's 6 styles. Jia heard the conversation between the two from a distance. I can't know too much either. These are all things I saw online before the crossover, so this is all I can know. Jia thought to himself that more things could only be figured out on his own. Fortunately, everyone in their group had great talent. Even his few words about the 6 styles allowed everyone to draw some insights that could be applied in battle. Just like Kuina, although she had never mastered any of the 6 styles, she could use the insights from Jia's descriptions to achieve continuous jumps and turns in the air through training. This inspiration came from a moonwalk and shave techniques. Zoro and Kuina's exchange continued. In the center arena, Johnny and Joseph were sparring, their identical long swords clashing fiercely, sparks flying from the collisions. Suddenly, one of them lost balance, and both swords showed signs of flying outwards. They struggled to control their weapons. Focus was essential when fighting. Being unable to hold onto one's weapon is no different from seeking death. Kid and Kira stood side by side nearby, and Kid was somewhat dissatisfied with their performance. I just slightly activated the magnetic force, and you two's swords started to become unstable. Your arm strength needs more training. Kid occasionally interfered with them using magnetism, always keeping the force within a range they could barely withstand, preventing them from losing their weapons, thus training them while also practicing his own control over magnetism. You're too slow. After stabilizing their weapons, Johnny and Joseph continued their fierce exchange. However, due to fatigue, their strength began to wane, slowing down their attack speed. Kia, Give them a little stimulation. As soon as Kid finished speaking, two small bolts of lightning shot out from Kira's body, shocking the two and instantly energizing them. Kira's electricity was also controlled at a critical point, just enough for them to withstand, stimulating them while also exercising their muscles. Bang! The newly invigorated duo was suddenly swept away by a tail. It was Drake, who was sparring with AP. He was constantly switching between his human, beast, and hybrid forms to train his control over his abilities. He accidentally swept the two away in his enthusiasm. Sorry, I didn't notice you two. Drake apologized to them, and seeing they were fine, he continued his sparring with AP. AP was experimenting with different sound waves from various instruments on Drake, using blasts and slashes, all directed at him. After all, Drake, being an ancient Zoan type, had tough skin and resilience, and even if injured, his Zoan type recovery ability would allow him to recover quickly. Akin was near the ship's cabin, constantly activating barriers into various abilities. Having obtained his powers not long ago, he was trying to develop more techniques. On the observation deck, the Anthony brothers held sniper rifles, aiming at